As consciousness broke free from the silence of death, she found herself plunged into a new world. This body bestowed upon her harbored a fatal flaw, and death loomed as uncontrollable as breath itself. Perhaps in the next moment, her awareness would once again descend into darkness. Yet she resolutely chose to extend her hand during this fleeting and fragmented time, to wipe away the tears of Tanjiro and his sister, to intercept Zenitsu's trembling blade, to offer the final pot of tea beside the realm of despair. She had once rescued a dying traveler, to cast a solitary warmth upon the frozen years of Kokushibo, to pull Akaza out of the mire of obsession, in the shadows of Yoshiwara, to lift Kibutsuji and Kocho from the depths of despair. With this body, which could cease to function at any moment, she tore open a brief fissure for those souls engulfed in darkness. The hourglass of life must eventually run out. Every time she closed her eyes, they inevitably followed the inertia of fate, step by step returning to their original paths. Chapter 1, Prologue. Hey, have you heard? The patriarch of the Tsujikuni clan is currently at Mr. Kawana's dojo. What? So soon to find a master for the young lord? No. The finest individuals are where they ought to be. How could one not go, right? Inside Kawana's dojo, Master Kawana sat majestically upon the high dais, flanked by the patriarch of the Tsujikuni clan. He wore a haori adorned with intricate eye patterns, weathered by time into a figure of sternness, exuding an unyielding presence. Then, according to your assertion, who is that person? The proud young man standing tall in the dojo resembled a pine tree, resolute against the winds and snows, seeking only to uphold his own conscience. The man's voice was imbued with an extraordinary depth and rasp. I believe the strongest swordsman in the world to be Aoyuki. Sato-ken's choice of words was, the strongest. His evaluation of Aoyuki was remarkably high. What could account for this? The youth recalled the image of Aoyuki dancing with her blades beneath the moonlight, those two silver-red dual swords in her hands resembling two silver dragons in a tempest. Sato-ken was startled, taking a half-step back. At that moment, the moon hung high, casting a silvery glow upon the ground. There she stood, not far from him, draped in a cerulean haori, her face alight with a smile. This half-step revealed the insurmountable chasm that lay between them. Sato-ken never regretted his actions. He acted with sincerity in his path and heart, knowing that he was not yet the strongest and unworthy of such a title. A stir arose among the audience as Mr. Chuanming drained the last sip of tea from his cup. He exchanged a knowing glance with the head of the Ikaguchi family and said, "Come along with this old man, my lord." The cicadas sang throughout the summer, and the young Ikaguchi Yenshun grasped a corner of a leaf that obscured his view, when suddenly a hand swept aside the verdant foliage. The hand was slender, yet not delicate, its fingertips calloused, exuding a palpable sense of strength typical of a martial artist. Ikaguchi Yenshun looked up, the sunlight streaming through the figure's head, revealing a face of ambiguous beauty, neither distinctly male nor female. The individual wore a blue-green kimono, the fabric appearing exceedingly comfortable, adorned with a subtle pattern of circular motifs. They casually brushed aside the stray hair from the side of their ear, and their eyes sparkled with fragmented light under the sun. They seemed to exhibit a frail constitution. Ikaguchi Yenshun was momentarily taken aback. The person chuckled softly, crouched down to meet his gaze, then gently took the leaf from his hand and tapped his forehead lightly, saying, "Yenshun, from this day forth, I shall be your master." A master? Ikaguchi Yenshun's gaze drifted past the figure's shoulder to his father under the eaves, and upon witnessing a nearly imperceptible nod, he felt reassured and quietly greeted, "Master." At the tender age of 5, Ikaguchi Yenshun's soft palms bore calluses from wielding a sword. His hands lacked the softness typical of his age, instead emanating a precocious maturity. His father often proclaimed that he was the heir of the Ikaguchi family, destined to safeguard and elevate the family legacy. His father claimed it was for the good of both the family and himself. Little Yenshun did not fully comprehend the notion of responsibility. Yet every time he received praise for his talent from the swordsmanship masters, a faint smile would grace his father's face. Therefore, if he adhered to his father's guidance, surely it would bring him joy. If his father was pleased, then his mother would also be happy, and he too would find happiness, wouldn't he? He had not seen his mother for several days. A fleeting look of confusion crossed the face of the 5-year-old, but soon his gaze hardened with determination. He would meet his father's expectations. Lu was perplexed by her disciple's thoughts. She pondered before her departure how to instruct him, consulting Mr. Chuanming. He stroked his graying beard, chuckled softly, and patted her shoulder, saying, "Just teach him as you would sweep the floor." Lu mused. Have the elderly become so cryptic in their speech? Mr. Chuanming's dojo was renowned as one of the finest in this generation, and he himself was a prominent swordsmanship master. That day, at the invitation of a friend for a gathering, he waited in vain for his companion, only to set his eyes upon Lu, who lay in a secluded alley. At that time, Lu was covered in filth. Her face obscured by grime made it impossible to discern her true features. Her hands clutched 2 silver-red twin blades tightly, her breath shallow and faint, resembling that of a corpse. 2 stray dogs lurked nearby, poised to feast should she draw her last breath. Mr. Chuanming had no knowledge of Lu's origins, yet an instinct urged him to take her in. He sensed that failing to do so would haunt him forever. He brought Lu back to the dojo, securing a physician to stabilize her precarious condition. Strangely enough, despite the seemingly fatal signs, and even several instances of breathlessness, Lu's health began to improve day by day, as though she were miraculously revived. Lu's complexion gradually regained its color. Her body grew stronger, allowing her to exchange a few moves with Mr. Chuanming. No one could withstand her strike, not even he. The force of her blade resembled the hidden tides beneath the deep sea, stirring tumultuous waves amidst the howling winds and thunder. Her mere presence was enough to send adversaries fleeing in terror. Although Mr. Chuanming could hardly last long against Lu's prowess, he still relished the opportunity to spar with her, expressing gratitude for helping him break through his own barriers. In appreciation, Mr. Chuanming concealed Lu's gender, allowing her to navigate this realm with greater ease. Lu began to learn various household chores, including but not limited to sweeping, washing clothes, cooking, and chopping wood, all in an effort to repay Mr. Chuanming's kindness. However, she struggled with tasks requiring finesse. Her cooking was often unpalatable, and her garments frequently became damaged. Consequently, Lu resorted to chopping wood and sweeping fallen leaves, then finding a corner to observe others train, lost in thought. Mrs. Chuanming, observing the somewhat daft Lu, encouraged her to learn to play the shamisen for tranquility. Lu possessed considerable strength, often breaking strings in her eagerness, but her willingness to learn led her to sit in the courtyard plucking the strings, and gradually, she began to produce a melody. Such a tranquil life brought immense joy to Lu. She had inquired of Mr. Chuanming why he wished for her to become the swordsmanship instructor to the young master of the Ikaguchi family. The candlelight illuminated Mr. Chuanming's white hair, and the creases on his face deepened as he replied, "Of course, I hope that you, my child, will not feel so lonely." Lu, upon hearing this, instinctively turned her head away, murmuring softly, "How could I ever be lonely?" She had long since perished, succumbing to a sudden epidemic, her lifeless body frozen in a room devoid of heating, growing rigid in the cold. Had the weather not been frigid, it would have surely stunk to high heaven. From a young age, Lu learned to harbor little hope regarding matters, thus preventing disappointment from taking root. However, she is a person who understands gratitude, and therefore, whatever Mr. Chuanming hopes for her, she shall endeavor to fulfill with excellence. Master. Lu returned to her senses, a smile tinged with slight apology gracing her lips as she said, "I apologize. I was momentarily distracted." "It's quite all right, master. Was my performance satisfactory just now?" Xiao Yansheng's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at his new swordsmanship teacher. "Of course. After all, Yansheng is a genius. You must always have faith in yourself. Like sweeping away fallen leaves, one should progress gradually along with their thoughts, for the days ahead are long. Are they not?" When Lu smiles, her eyes involuntarily narrow slightly. Jigui Yansheng remembers the color of Lu's irises, a lighter shade of brown than most, clear as water, reflecting the small figure of himself, as if mirroring an entire world. In his youth, he was oblivious to the nature of such feelings, which seemed to surpass the joy of receiving praise from his father for the first time. If one were to articulate it, that sentiment resembled the comfort of being with his mother, intertwined with a sense of exclusive indulgence. At 6 or 7 years of age, as the eldest son burdened with familial expectations, the weight upon his shoulders felt tremendous. What young boy does not yearn for the love of their parents? It seemed he was on the verge of forgetting the feeling of being spoiled by his mother, with Yuan Yi by her side, and his father disapproving of his association with Yuan Yi. He felt a profound loneliness, unable to articulate his emotions. Thus, it would not be inappropriate to draw a little closer to his master, would it? With this thought, he lowered his gaze and subtly shifted his body of fraction toward a Lu, akin to a little kitten. The little kitten, Ji Guayin Sheng, lifted his eyelid just enough to meet a Lu's amused smile, realizing that all his little thoughts were plainly inscribed upon his demeanor and had been discerned. Alu observed her disciple's feigned seriousness, noticing his effort to maintain composure without exposing him. She simply tousled his hair and jested. Yin Sheng, it's quite a challenge being such a popular master, you know. Master? Ha. All right. I won't say another word. Yin Sheng is indeed a prodigy in swordsmanship. In just a few years, he transformed from a child who could not withstand a single move from a Lu to a youth capable of contending with Sato Ken. Sato Ken, the most esteemed disciple under Mr. Chuanming, is also a friend with whom a Lu can engage in meaningful conversation. He had come today to spar with a Lu and bid farewell. Are you truly leaving? A Lu pondered, unable to comprehend why one would journey far away in search of the heart of the sword, as if such a thing could be misplaced. Sato Ken took a sip of the floral tea in his hand, his gaze sweeping over Jigua Yansheng, who was sitting rigidly beside a Lu with a distinctly unfriendly expression. Indeed, you know, I have always been accustomed to freedom. Even the master cannot persuade me otherwise. Upon hearing him mention Mr. Chuanming, Alu's expression momentarily flickered with a sense of distraction. Shall we begin? Let us commence. Alu is exceptionally rare in her dual-wielding technique, or rather, she wields both single and dual swords with equal prowess, as if those blades have gained a life of their own in her hands. Entering the arena, he stands firm and bows. In the blink of an eye, Sato Ken has already unsheathed his long blade, the moment it grazes against Alu's. Sparks fly. The two exchange positions, and without a backward glance, Sato Ken strikes towards Alu's waist, only to find she has already evaded him. A chill grazes his jaw, glimmering with a silver-red sheen, and he realizes he has lost once more. Alu's speed is otherworldly, akin to a thunderbolt. He feels as if his arm might be numbed from the shock. Perhaps some individuals are indeed favored by the heavens, possessing a heart as translucent as crystal, never allowing themselves to be hindered by any circumstance. Sato Ken admires Alu and hopes she can maintain this essence indefinitely. With a sigh and a self-deprecating smile, he muses, I still cannot best you. I must strive harder. Alu shoots him an exasperated glance. How many times must I tell you? You must find your own path. I once told you that speed is unmatched in martial arts. How come you cannot heed this most crucial advice? Alu despises those who are obstinate, yet this very person happens to be her friend. Sato Ken chuckles, waving dismissively. I understand. I was young and heedless back then, but I have now found my way. I'm off now, no need to see me out. He departs swiftly, his retreating figure exuding an effortless charm, no longer ensnared by Alu's careless words, but instead embarking on the journey of self-improvement. Is he truly leaving? Inugawa Yensheng furrows his brow, clasping his hands behind him, his fingers fidgeting with the fabric of his clothing. He himself does not comprehend the turmoil within. Akin to a child fearful of having their candy snatched away, or a male creature whose territory is being encroached upon. This peculiar unease germinates from a corner of his heart, persistently swirling in his mind. Yes, he is off to seek his own sword's essence. Yensheng, what about you? Have you found yours? Alu's question upon their first meeting echoes in his mind. Yensheng, what does your sword path embody? Whom do you wield your blade for? I fight for the Inugawa clan, for my father, for my mother, for Yuani, and for my master. Yet, Yensheng cannot bring himself to voice it, fearing Alu might deem his sword path impure, for she had once stated that when one's heart bears too much, their path lacks purity. One reason for wielding a sword is sufficient. When faced with insurmountable issues, humans instinctively shy away. Yensheng often yearns for Alu's gaze to linger on him just a moment longer. As time passes, his feelings deepen. Alu reflects that for a 5-year-old, posing such profound philosophical inquiries may be premature. She clears her throat and changes the subject. The bamboo flute you mentioned earlier? It was made for Yuani, wasn't it? Yes. Indeed. Alu has seen Yuani from a distance several times. He always seems to nestle beside Lady Juana, quiet and uncommunicative. The servants whisper that Yuini appears to be mute, the unchosen son destined to dwell in solitude within a small chamber. Alu feels fortunate that her disciple harbors such fervor, daring to craft a birthday gift for his brother despite the risk of reprimand from his esteemed father. Will these brothers one day alter the ominous perception surrounding twins? Alu has secretly sent Yuini numerous provisions and garments, feeling inexplicably that she can see something profoundly different within the child's eyes. It is a feeling that touches the soul. Alu's prolonged silence instills a sense of panic in Yanxing. He is unaware that she is merely lost in thought, for humans often fear the unknown. What should he gift? Gemstones? Coins? Perhaps clothing or books? Yet, it seems the master lacks nothing, for he possesses it all, much like the gentleman described in ancient texts. Beneath the luminous moon, this master and disciple linger in their contemplations, engaged in a meandering conversation. Master, is your name truly Alu? I was born with the surname Lu, given the name Yujiang, though I have not used it in ages. Everyone calls me Alu. Yujiang Lu? Did your mother bestow that name? I chose it myself. It is rather peculiar. It is not strange if it was given by the master. Well, master, did anyone ever call you by your true name before? Yes, master. All right, I shall tell you later. When the flowers I nurture bloom, I will share it with you. Master must keep his word. Of course, for I have never succeeded in nurturing anything. Those bygone days. Let them drift away like leaves in the wind. Chapter 2. How an evil cultivator educates their students. This marks Alu's third year here, and she has only begun to grasp a superficial understanding of this era. Currently, it is a time of turmoil, and the Inagawa clan stands as a formidable family. Alu has been in her position for a month, seldom leaving her quarters, yet the estate and the number of samurai under her command continue to grow. Not to say that guards are stationed every few steps, but security is indeed stringent. Perhaps the family's stern style adds to the desolation surrounding them. The head of the Inagawa clan is deeply invested in the education of his offspring, yet Alu harbors an aversion towards him, feeling that his oppressive presence is too overwhelming. His gaze is hardly benevolent. Once, he bluntly questioned Mr. Kawanami on why he recommended Alu. He sought a paragon capable of molding his son into the finest swordsman. Had it not been for Mr. Kawanami's fervent endorsement, he would have outright rejected the notion. His skepticism towards Alu was palpable, his tone not raised but instilling fear in Yanxing, who trembled behind her. Alu shifted slightly to the left, blocking her father's line of sight. The head of the family wore a haori adorned with countless embroidered eyes. Perhaps a reflection of his peculiar taste or an embodiment of his twisted character, characterized by scrutiny and a desire for control. The estate bore an unmistakable Tang dynasty influence, with pavilions and lotus flowers still wafting their fragrance in the pond. Only the butterflies remained oblivious to the tense atmosphere, fluttering their wings to alight upon the blossoms. Yanxing fears his father more than anyone else. Since birth, his father has placed immense hopes upon him, even going so far as to confine Yuini. Twins are deemed an ill omen, and only one may remain. From birth, Yuini has been regarded as a harbinger of misfortune, marked by a fiery red birthmark upon his forehead, a supposed sign of evil spirits. His father contemplated ending Yuini's life upon his birth, thwarted only by his mother, Lady Juana's desperate intervention. At the age of 10, Yuini must be sent to a temple, never to return to the Inagawa clan. Contemplating this, Yanxing's expression darkens, his long lashes casting shadows over his eyes, concealing his reluctance. He has yet to introduce Yuini to his master. If only Yuini could learn the art of the sword, he would never be bullied again, and when he grows older, he wishes to bring Yuini back. They are brothers, born of the same womb, the closest of kin. Are they not? In truth, young Yanxing does not believe in the superstition that twins bring calamity, as long as he is strong enough. No one can harm those he cherishes. He thinks that if his master is unwilling, he could still learn and secretly teach Yuini. Yet all these dreams appear to be on the verge of shattering. Master Aliu is a kind and benevolent teacher. Unlike his previous mentor, he is not severe, nor does he treat him with the cold detachment reserved for the eldest son. He embodies the essence of an ordinary master, striving with all his might to impart guidance. Even if Aliu cannot fulfill the role of a master, Yanxing wishes to keep him here. He has overheard conversations among the adults, revealing that Aliu has no family and no home. If he were to be cast out, where would he go? It is said that Aliu was rescued from the streets by Mr. Chuanming, and Yanxing does not wish to see him wandering the streets again. Contemplating this, the child, not yet 10 years old, clenches his fists and takes a deep breath, preparing to take the first step under the weight of his father's expectations. Simultaneously, the figure before him stirs. Aliu maintains his cheerful demeanor. So, esteemed elder, how would you like me to prove myself? His attitude piques the interest of the head of the Jigwa family. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have long since bowed and begged for forgiveness. But Aliu's composed demeanor elevates him in the elder's esteem. Impulsiveness and fear, such negative emotions often lead one to make the most irrational judgments, just like his own child, who is likely lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. The head of the Jigwa family observes Yin Sheng's expression closely, yet he remains unfazed. His index finger taps rhythmically on the table, creating a sound akin to a heartbeat. After a prolonged silence, he finally speaks. Then let us engage in a contest with my subordinates. If you can best them, I shall concede that you are worthy of Mr. Chuanming's trust. Otherwise, you shall be expelled, taking with you the honor of the Chuanming dojo, which will then be lost to oblivion. He cannot allow himself to be deceived or treated with disdain. Every step he takes must be for the future of the Jigwa family. Aliu ponders for a moment before swiftly agreeing to the elder's proposal. Indeed, after having remained so secluded for a considerable time, apart from the initial guarantee established by Mr. Chuanming, he has achieved little, and it is difficult to dispel doubts about his capabilities. Having promised to take on the mantle of a teacher, he must commit fully. Yin Sheng is a good child. He deserves to reach greater heights, rather than be hindered by mediocrity. His future should shine as uniquely as the sun and moon above. The warriors of the Jigwa family, influenced by the elder's presence, conduct themselves with a semblance of his style, disciplined yet imbued with a hint of pride. Deep down, he has never regarded the two as equals, yet out of a sense of propriety, he must feign a cordial demeanor. The martial arena is a vast circular expanse of sand, where other warriors either practice or converse. Aliu's opponent is a robust warrior clad in the same attire as the others, seemingly in his 30s or 40s, with a square jaw and a hint of stubble. His visage is straightforward as his name, Matsumoto Masato, a seemingly unremarkable individual. Suddenly, a thought flits through Aliu's mind. Meanwhile, Yin Sheng stands at the edge of the arena. Seated beside his father, eyes wide and unblinking, his small frame straightening instinctively to mimic his father's posture. With a swift motion, the silver-red dual blades slice through the sunlight, creating intersecting trails of light. The longer blade measures nearly 3 feet, its edge glinting with a chilling silver sheen, while the spine is adorned with vibrant crimson patterns that dance like flames. The shorter blade, just over a foot in length, is entirely crimson, resembling a flickering flame. A fine weapon. A glimmer of astonishment passes through the head of the Jigwa family. The brilliance of these blades rivals that of the setting sun, and he hopes that this Mr. Yiyuan does not tarnish the reputation of these unheralded but exquisite swords. Aliu squints slightly, a casual smile gracing his lips, while Matsumoto Masato grips a standard iron sword with both hands, his scabbard long since swept away by the wind, revealing a blade polished to a sheen. He is panting heavily, beads of cold sweat mingling with dust as they trickled down his brow, his knuckles whitening from the strain of his grip. With a shout, Matsumoto Masato lunges forward, his steel blade slicing through the air with a fierce crack as it aims for Aliu's shoulder. The strike is powerful but halts mere inches from Aliu's throat, for his long blade has somehow found its way to Matsumoto's neck, the edge icy and unyielding, while the shorter red blade presses against his wrist, threatening to sever his tendons with the slightest exertion. In the realm of martial arts, only speed prevails. Aliu's voice, carried by the wind, is clear and resolute. Matsumoto's pupils dilate in shock. He jerks back, attempting to withdraw his blade, but a sharp pain seizes his wrist. The short blade darts out like a venomous serpent, leaving a crimson trail on his arm, while the long blade forces him to kneel. The steel sword clatters to the ground, quivering as it embeds itself in the sand. He wishes to rise, yet a blur of silver and red flashes before his eyes. Aliu does not even shift his stance. With a mere twist of his wrist, the long blade ensnares Matsumoto's clothing, while the short blade rests ominously at his brow. The blade reflects Matsumoto's terror-stricken face, and in Aliu's gaze, there is not even a flicker of emotion, as if crushing an ant beneath his heel. It is over. Before the final word escapes, the short blade is sheathed, and with a gentle flick of the long blade, Matsumoto is sent sprawling to the ground. The wind sweeps up the sand, shrouding the fallen warrior's figure in a haze, while the silver-red blades glisten in the afternoon sun, as if the earlier confrontation had merely been a dusting off of a garment. The soft sound of the blades returning to their scabbards resonates in the expansive arena, akin to a pebble dropped into an icy lake, the ripples of commotion frozen in the stillness. The vanquished warrior lies prone upon the ground, blood oozing from his back, his fingers clutching the broken sword in vain, lacking even the strength to lift his head. Meanwhile, the victor stands with hands at his sides, the silver-red blades shimmering in the sunlight, his attire untouched by a speck of dust. All eyes are fixated on the arena, the air seemingly suspended for several heartbeats. Some instinctively clench their fists, while others part their lips, yet no sound emerges. The preceding duel transpired with such swiftness that it felt like an illusion. Alia hardly needed a second move, relying solely on the interlacing of his long and short blades to disarm his opponent and bring him to the ground in 3 swift clashes. Is this truly victory? A raspy voice suddenly pierces the silence, igniting the tension like a match to dry grass. Instantly, the pent-up emotions erupt. This is outrageous. Those blades are clearly of extraordinary quality. Their edges are thin enough to let light pass through. How could an ordinary steel sword withstand them? A burly warrior in the front row stomps his foot, sending clouds of dust into the air. Exactly. What skill is it to rely on superior weapons? Had he wielded a standard sword, he might not have triumphed. The crowd bubbles over like hot oil, their voices rising in tumultuous waves. Some pointing at the dual blades at the victor's waist, their eyes filled with indignation. This is hardly a fair contest. It must be rematched. The call rings out, inciting a chorus of agreement. The clamor crashes against the arena's barriers like waves against the shore. Even the head of the Jigwa family, standing above, furrows his brow in concern. Aliu slowly turns, surveying the tumultuous crowd, her expression inscrutable. Save for the gentle rotation of the hilt of her red short blade between her fingers, producing a faint metallic hum, as if silently acknowledging the uproar. Amidst the cacophony, Aliu suddenly lets out a soft laugh, though not loud. It pierces through the noise like an ice pick. She raises her hand to unfasten the silver-red dual blades from her waist and tosses them toward the weapon rack at the edge of the arena. The sound of metal striking wood reverberates, the exquisite blades trembling slightly on the rack, as if discarded by their master. Ordinary steel sword? She bends down to pick up the broken iron sword from the ground, weighing it in her hand before carelessly tossing it aside. Then, she draws the most commonplace standard steel sword from the rack, its blade heavy, with edges that are somewhat curled. Is this sufficiently ordinary? Before he could finish his words, a red-faced warrior could no longer contain his impatience, charging forward with a blade in hand. Arrogant fool. I shall meet you. The fierce wind generated by the steel blade stung the skin, yet Alu deftly sidestepped, her wrist twisting as the ordinary steel sword traced a cunning arc, striking sharply against the opponent's wrist. The red-faced warrior felt a sudden numbness surge to his shoulder. In the instant his weapon slipped from his grasp. The hilt of the sword struck forcefully against his abdomen, forcing him to stagger back 3 steps, clutching his belly as he sank to the ground. Next, Alu flicked her wrist, the steel sword steady in her grip like a rock. From the crowd surged 2 more opponents, flanking her from the left and right. The clashing of blades rang out like a rapid-fire percussion, yet Alu moved with fluid grace, at times darting like a fish to evade their slashes, while deftly using the back of her sword to jab at their knees. At other moments, she would suddenly lower herself, sweeping the blade along the ground to stir up dust that obscured her attacker's vision, only to then pivot and strike precisely beneath their ribs. In less than 10 breaths, both adversaries lay on the ground, clutching their chests, gasping in pain. One after another, challengers charged forth, some roaring in anger, others hesitating with clenched fists before begrudgingly advancing. Yet all were akin to waves crashing against a reef, unable to impede her for even a moment. Alu's movements were devoid of any flourish. Each slash, cut, parry, and block was executed with unwavering precision and lethality. In her hands, the ordinary steel sword seemed to possess a life of its own, each swing finding its mark in her opponent's vulnerabilities, inflicting no fatal harm while rendering them instantly incapacitated. Is this boy a monster? Someone murmured, trembling at the sight of the fallen figures. An unknown voice cried out for a united assault, igniting the last flicker of courage among the remaining 20 or so warriors. They exchanged glances and truly moved in with their blades drawn, encircling her with a flurry of flashing steel. The head of the clan, Aikino Kuni Yenshun, held his breath, even his shouts falling silent. Yet, Elu pressed forward rather than retreating, her toes tapping on the ground, propelling her upward. The steel sword in her hand roared with wind, clashing against the flurry of incoming blades. As she landed, she lowered herself, sweeping the hilt across, causing 2 of her assailants to buckle at the knees, and then, with a swift reversal of her blade, she struck repeatedly at the wrists of 3 others. In the chaos, she expertly manipulated the angles, causing the attackers' blades to collide with one another, hindering their movements. In the span of merely a few moments, the last of the assailants staggered back, clutching his arm, staring aghast at his groaning companions scattered on the ground. Finally, he dropped his weapon, pallor etched on his face as he slumped down. Elu stood at the center, leaning on her ordinary steel sword, a bead of sweat collecting at her brow, yet her breathing remained unbroken as she surveyed her surroundings. Her voice as cold as ice. Who else? The arena fell into silence once more, this time imbued with a palpable reverence. The warriors on the ground helped each other to rise, their gazes toward the figures standing resolutely, now stripped of their earlier resentment, replaced instead by awe. Against the onslaught of dozens, she wielded nothing but a commonplace steel sword, neither delivering lethal blows nor betraying even a hint of fatigue. Such prowess was not something achievable through mere weaponry. We have lost. The red-faced warrior, cradling his still numb wrist, approached Lu, bowing deeply in respect. Your swordsmanship is admirable. With the first to step forward, others followed suit. Even the previously boisterous bearded man bowed his head, flushed with humility. I was short-sighted. Please forgive me, Master Lu. A murmur of admiration began to ripple through the crowd. Whispers of her exquisite blocks and footwork filled the air with wonder. At that moment, footsteps resonated from the elevated platform, drawing everyone's attention. The head of the clan, donned in a purple kimono, descended the steps with deliberate grace. His hair and beard were white, yet his gaze remained sharp as an eagle's, having witnessed everything unfold. You have proven yourself, honoring both your sword and the recommendation of Mr. Kawana. The clan had addressed the victor, his voice steady and powerful. In my over 30 years, I have encountered no fewer than 800 warriors, yet you are the first to wield a common steel sword with such extraordinary finesse. Lu nodded slightly, remaining silent as she returned the serrated steel sword to the weapon rack, then casually glanced back at Yenshing, playfully winking at him. The clan head suddenly smiled, his eyes gleaming with approval. From today onward, I implore you to invest your utmost efforts in training Yenshing. Lu looked up at the clan head, her gaze calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Yenshing is a genius. His future achievements will not pale in comparison to mine. This simple declaration deepened the mirth in the clan head's eyes. He raised his hand for silence, proclaiming loudly, from this day forth, within the clan, the words of Mr. Lu will carry the same weight as my own. The crowd erupted in fervent applause, and this time, no dissent lingered. Lu stood in the light, surrounded by scattered weapons and awed gazes, the silver-red twin blades she had cast aside gleaming on the rack, yet none believed that they were the key to her victory. What truly commanded respect was always the one who wielded the sword. Chapter 3. How a Dark Cultist Educates His Students Too. The head of the Aikino-kuni family specifically selected an elegant courtyard for Lu, situated to the east of Yenshing's dwelling, separated only by a wooden fence draped in ivy. Pushing open the wooden gate, one could glimpse the bamboo windows of the opposing courtyard. The yard followed a traditional Japanese layout. Upon entering, one stepped onto a sand-covered jinkan, traversing the threshold to be enveloped in the fragrant scent of tatami mingling with the aroma of wood eaves. The main room was sparsely furnished, featuring a low table, 2 rows of cushions, a hanging ink-wash painting of mountains and rivers, and a corner display shelf adorned with a celadon vase, in which 2 dried reeds were artfully arranged. The most striking feature was the wisteria tree in the center of the courtyard, its robust branches reaching outward like an open green umbrella. Though it was not the season for blooming, its dark green leaves formed a dense canopy, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Beneath the tree stood a stone table accompanied by 2 stone stools, where the gentle sound of dewdrops could be heard in the morning, and evening would bring the return of birds chirping atop the branches. When Lu first pushed open the courtyard door, she coincidentally spotted Yenshing exiting his courtyard. Gazing through the wooden fence at the wisteria, she paused to admire it for a moment before nodding and remarking, when it blooms, this place will surely be enchanting. As the wind rustled the leaves, it seemed to echo her sentiment. With morning dew still clinging to the tips of the wisteria leaves, Yenshing stood outside Lu's courtyard. The soft sound of his wooden clogs on the sandy ground halted at the jinkan, where he deeply bowed before the closed shoji door. His voice clearer than the morning light. Master. The shoji door slid open gently, revealing Lu as she polished her silver-red twin blades, their edges gleaming coldly in the morning sun. Yenshing, I was just about to look for you. Yenshing straightened, strands of hair falling over one eye, yet failing to obscure the fervor in his gaze. Clenching the wooden sword hidden in his sleeve, his knuckles turned white. I wish to grow stronger. Lu met his gaze, observing the eldest son of the Aikino-kuni family, who had been rigorously trained from a young age, his swordsmanship already surpassing that of his peers. Yet now he resembled a yearning apprentice, his voice trembling slightly. More than just becoming the foremost swordsman, I hope you can find your own path in life. Your journey should encompass more than mere strength. No, Yenshing vehemently shook his head, his tone resolute and unwavering. Yesterday, Master, you faced many opponents with such composure and precision, qualities I cannot yet match. I understand that true strength does not rely on weapons, but on timing and mastery over every muscle. I wish to learn these. He paused, suddenly raising the wooden sword before him, bowing deeply once more, his forehead nearly touching the scabbard. Please, Master, continue to train me. No matter how arduous, I will endure. The morning breeze caressed the wisteria trellis, causing the leaves to rustle softly. Alu gazed at the youth before her, whose eyes brimmed with an unwavering obsession and a fervent yearning for strength that was almost incandescent. The twin blades were gently placed upon the low table, producing a faint sound. In the morning, they practiced stances. By noon, they engaged in sparring, and as night fell, they reviewed their progress. Yansheng suddenly lifted his head, a spark igniting in his eyes, brighter than the glint of blades. He bowed deeply, the wooden sword striking the ground with a muffled thud. Yes. Thank you, sir. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the path this fervor for power would ultimately lead him, only aware that the morning light was just right. A formidable figure worthy of his admiration stood before him, and behind him lay the family honor he must uphold. Meanwhile, the wisteria flowers in the courtyard quietly nurtured their buds in an unnoticed corner. The sound of wooden swords clashing had become a daily ritual within the wisteria courtyard. Yansheng's arms glistened with sweat, each swing of the sword accompanied by a painful, tearing ache, while Alu's wooden blade always seemed to strike at the precise moment he was at his limit, compelling him to re-engage his muscles. Lower your wrist by half an inch. Alu's voice blended with the boy's labored breaths. You are too eager to exert force, which causes you to lose your power. Yansheng gritted his teeth, adjusting his stance, the arc of his wooden sword slicing through the air, gradually stabilizing. Suddenly, his wrist felt lighter. Alu had withdrawn her blade unbeknownst to him, and as he pondered this, a light tap landed on the nape of his neck. You were distracted. Yansheng's ears flushed slightly. Just as he was about to retort, he noticed Alu turning to pour water at the stone table. The morning light filtering through the wisteria leaves, casting a gentler glow upon her profile than on previous days. He tightened his grip on the wooden sword, his heart inexplicably racing. Over the past few days, she had handed him a cloth when he was fatigued and nodded in approval when he mastered new techniques. These subtle attentions mattered to him more than his father's affirmations. After a brief respite, Alu pushed a water bowl towards him and sat down, her fingertips unconsciously tapping against the stone table. Yansheng settled beside her, his gaze unable to resist wandering toward her. He contemplated asking something, perhaps if he had made progress today, yet found it too contrived. Just as he wrestled with this thought, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a white garment flitting past the fence. It was Yuani. That younger brother who always silently trailed behind their father now stood in the shade of a nearby tree, his dark eyes quietly observing them, still clutching half a piece of uneaten fruit. He seemed taken aback to have been noticed, momentarily freezing as he caught Yansheng's gaze. Yuani. Yansheng instinctively called out, his tone laced with an unrecognized stiffness. He disliked the way his brother's gaze fell upon him, especially in Alu's presence. As if her attention ought to be exclusively his. Alu followed his line of sight, nodding towards the slight figure. He is, who? Yuani halted, yet did not approach, merely standing at a distance like a silent tree. The morning breeze rustled the wisteria leaves, and suddenly, Yansheng felt the exhilaration of training dissipate significantly, his fingers unconsciously tightening around the water bowl. His gaze fell upon Yuan, his tone tinged with complexity. He is Yuan, my brother. After a pause, he added, our mother suffered during his birth, and thereafter, he became withdrawn, disliking conversation, often avoiding people. Alu turned her attention to the child in the shade, who still clutched the half piece of fruit, his slender fingers glowing pale under the sunlight. She beckoned to Yuan, her voice softer than it had been with Yansheng. Come over, let us drink some water together. Yansheng was momentarily stunned, instinctively wanting to say something, yet saw Alu rising from the stone bench to enter the house. When she returned, she carried a plate of sakura rice cakes. The pale pink, glutinous rice adorned with delicate red patterns, appearing exquisitely crafted. Here are some freshly made treats. Alu placed the sakura cakes on the stone table, fetched a clean bowl, filled it with chilled barley tea, and stood there, urging, what are you doing? Come sit. Yuani blinked, his bright eyes darting between Alu and Yansheng, and seeing Yansheng's lack of opposition, he cautiously moved, stepping lightly on the sandy ground as he timidly opened the wooden fence gate. He walked as if fearing to disturb something, until he stood beside the stone table, still slightly bowing his head, unable to meet Alu's gaze. Sit, Alu indicated towards the empty stone stool. Only then did Yuan carefully take a seat, his small hands resting on his knees, still clutching that half piece of fruit. Alu nudged the plate of sakura cakes. Try this. It is sweeter than what you have. Observing his brother's timid demeanor stirred an inexplicable discomfort within Yansheng. Yet he still picked up a piece of sakura cake and handed it over. Take it. Yuan hesitated before accepting it. The moment his fingertips brushed the cake, he recoiled as if burned, but soon began to nibble at it delicately. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the wisteria leaves, illuminating his face and revealing tiny hairs, lending him a livelier appearance than usual. Alu lifted her water bowl, watching the two brothers with a faint smile gracing her lips. The bitterness of barley tea mingled with the sweet fragrance of sakura cakes, enveloping the courtyard, softening even the breeze. Yuan-e was chewing on the sakura cake. His cheeks puffed like a little hamster. Alu noticed his delicate fingers, slender yet steady, and suddenly recalled how he had observed their sparring with keen clarity despite his timid demeanor earlier. Yuan-e, she picked up a spare wooden sword from the wall, extending it towards him. Would you like to try holding a sword? The wooden sword was longer than Yuan-e's arm. He lifted his gaze, his dark eyes resembling obsidian submerged in water. Yin Sheng raised an eyebrow, having never heard Yuan-e speak, even when their father asked him questions. He merely nodded or shook his head. Yet, he watched as Yuan-e set aside the unfinished sakura cake, his small hand gently resting on the sword's hilt, replying softly, "Mm." The sound was so faint, akin to a feather brushing against one's heart. Yin Sheng's eyes widened, and even Alu was momentarily taken aback, before a smile blossomed in her eyes. "Then I shall teach you." She moved behind Yuan-e, her warm palm enveloping his small hand, adjusting his grip on the sword. "Your fingers should hold it like this, keep your wrist relaxed, and generate strength from your waist." Her voice was exceedingly gentle, her dark blue ponytail cascading over her shoulder as she leaned forward, swaying slightly with the motion. The hem of her blue garment brushed against Yuan-e's hand, carrying a faint fragrance of soapwort. Initially, Yuan-e's body was somewhat stiff, but following Alu's guidance, he executed his first strike. The wooden sword sliced through the air, producing a soft whoosh. He himself was taken aback, a flicker of melancholy crossing his bright eyes. "Yes, just like that." Alu released her hold, stepping aside to observe him. "Try again." Yuan-e bit his lip, mimicking the previous motion with the sword. Though still somewhat clumsy, he demonstrated marked improvement. Yin Sheng, arms crossed beneath the wisteria tree, watched as Alu patiently instructed his brother, the earlier sense of awkwardness suddenly fading away, replaced by an unexpected tranquility in the scene. They had not practiced long when a servant's voice echoed from afar. "Young Master Yuan-e, where are you?" Yuan-e paused, glancing at Alu, his small face expressing reluctance. Alu ruffled his hair. "Come again tomorrow. I will teach you something new." Yuan-e did not nod. Instead, he returned the wooden sword to the wall, deeply bowing before Alu, his voice clearer than before. Thank you, sir." After saying this, he turned to follow the servant, taking a few steps before glancing back, meeting Alu's gaze. He hurriedly turned away but continued on. Yin Sheng watched the white figure vanish around the corner before turning to Alu. He has never spoken so much to anyone. Alu picked up the wooden sword from the ground, sunlight glimmering in her dark eyes like stars fallen from the sky. "Yuan-e, like you, is a good child." As the wind rustled through the wisteria trellis, Yin Sheng suddenly felt that this was, in fact, quite wonderful. Chapter 4. Will you always be here? Before the morning dew had fully evaporated, the sandy ground of the wisteria courtyard had been swept clean. Yin Sheng crouched beneath the tree, counting the newly sprouted third cluster of tender buds, which had unfurled a fraction more than the previous day. Upon hearing the gentle creak of the shoji door, he immediately rose to his feet, his wooden sandals scraping softly against the sandy ground, akin to an eager little creature seeking praise. "Master, I have cleared away the fallen leaves." Alu had just finished her morning ablutions, her deep blue ponytail accentuating the graceful curve of her neck, while her dark eyes sparkled with clarity in the morning light. She glanced at the neatly stacked dead branches on the stone table, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Indeed. Yin Sheng, you are the best little one today." The sounds of wooden swords clashing during morning practice resonated more crisply than in any other courtyard. Alu's techniques were unyielding, causing Yin Sheng's wrist to redden from the impact, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to utter a sound. It wasn't until a feint led to the back of Alu's sword striking his knee, sending him stumbling to the sandy ground, that he could no longer suppress a sharp intake of breath. Just as he was about to push himself up, a cool cloth suddenly pressed against his wrist. Unbeknownst to him, Alu had retrieved a cloth soaked in cool water. As her fingertips brushed against his heated skin, Yin Sheng instinctively recoiled, his ears reddening more than his wrist. I'm fine." Enduring the pain, he knew his technique would only falter further. Alu placed the cloth into his hand and turned to pick up the fallen wooden sword. "Take a break." Yin Sheng clutched the still moist cloth, watching her retreating figure. The hem of her blue haori swayed gently with her movements, and he suddenly recalled the nightmare he'd had the previous night, where his father's blade struck with relentless ferocity, and he lacked the strength to even parry. Yet now, observing Alu's steadfast stance, the remnants of his fear began to dissipate. "Master," he ventured suddenly, his voice softer than usual, "I dreamt yesterday that I could not hold the sword." Alu, engaged in polishing the blade, paused at his words. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the wisteria leaves, casting mottled shadows on her profile. when her dark eyes turned to him. They bore the same gentleness as always. Practice until you can no longer hold it, and then you shall fear no more. Yen Sheng remained silent. Yet he exerted himself with unusual vigor in the ensuing sparring session. Amidst the swishing sounds of the wooden sword slicing through the air, he felt, in that moment, that Ailu's gaze upon him offered a sense of security more profound than his father's watchful eye. Yuan Yi always appeared midway through their training. Clutching the old chess manual gifted by his mother, its pages frayed yet meticulously cared for, he would sit quietly on the stone bench, occasionally lifting his gaze to observe the two sparring, his bright eyes resembling a deep pool hiding stars. After teaching Yen Sheng a new technique, Ailu would join him, drawing a chessboard in the sand with a stick. In chess, you can move however you wish, she would smile, watching as Yuan Yi's stone pieces leaped across the board, even stacking atop her own. Does that count as a win? Yuan Yi, pursing his lips, would nod slightly, a flicker of anticipation hidden in his dark eyes. Ailu laughed at his antics, deliberately allowing her pieces to dwindle down to 2, raising her hand to flick his forehead, only to be abruptly blocked by Yen Sheng, who lunged forward. He's still young. Flick me instead. As the warmth of her fingertip lightly grazed Yen Sheng's forehead, he froze momentarily. Ailu's fingers, calloused from years of sword practice, were unexpectedly soft, akin to the first raindrop of spring upon skin. Once she withdrew her hand, he muttered, shielding his forehead, "That didn't hurt at all." Time sped by, and as the autumn breeze carried the fragrance of osmanthus, Yen Sheng's cough would inevitably echo through the crisp morning air. In the barley tea that Ailu served, a spoonful of honey had been added, the amber strands slowly dissolving in the water. "It's too sweet," Yen Sheng grimaced after a sip, yet when Ailu attempted to take it back, he quickly cradled the bowl and gulped it down, honey smudged at the corners of his mouth. "Actually, it's not bad." On the rainiest day, when Yen Sheng dashed into the courtyard clad in a poncho, he resembled a drenched chick. He tightly held on to an oil paper parcel, and upon unwrapping it, found the sweet soup inside softened and soggy from the rain, its edges stained with mud. "I bought it from the street." He wiped the rain from his face, his eyes sparkling. "The shopkeeper said it's the sweetest." Ailu noticed his nose, now a shade of purple from the cold, and was suddenly reminded of her own childhood, when unfamiliar adults would insist on placing their dearest possessions into her hands, perhaps a wrinkled plum or a melting piece of candy. She broke the soft, soggy sweet soup in half, feeding one piece to Yen Sheng. As the sweet red bean flavor spread across his tongue, he beheld Ailu nibbling on the other half, her dark eyes glimmering with the faint light beyond the rain curtain, warmer than any lantern flame. The first snow of spring's arrival fell, and Yen Sheng had fallen asleep on the stone table. The exertion of sword practice had drained his energy, and his little face was nestled in the crook of his arm, snowflakes dusting his lashes. Ailu gently draped her blue haori over his back. The garment still carried her warmth, mingled with the scent of soapberry and a hint of blade oil. In his dreams, Yen Sheng instinctively licked his lips and snuggled closer to the warmth. "When I grow up," he suddenly exclaimed, raising his head, his dark eyes shimmering in the twilight, reflecting the distant lights of the temple. "When I become strong like the master, able to stand on my own, I will go to my father and bring Yuan Yi home." Clenching his fist, his knuckles turning pale from the cold, he declared, "I will have him live in the courtyard next to mine, just as my master is close to me. I will plant wisteria in my yard, set up 2 braziers in winter, one for warmth and one for hot fruits. I will teach him to practice the sword, ensuring he never has to endure the cold alone." The cold wind swept through the wisteria trellis, the bare branches emitting a soft, whimpering sound, as if echoing his words. Ailu gazed at the child before her, with a nose reddened by the chill, and reached out to gently tousle Yen Sheng's hair. The hair tie of his ponytail slid through her fingers, carrying the coolness of the snow and the warmth of childhood. "You will." Yen Sheng blinked in surprise, looking up into her eyes. Ailu's dark irises reflected the flickering flames of the brazier, stronger than ever. "When you are strong enough, you will surely be able to." With the affirmation he craved, Yen Sheng's lips broke into a wide smile, his purple-tinged cheeks flushing with warmth. He raised a hand to touch his tousled hair, as if suddenly reminded. He stomped his feet and edged closer to the corridor. "By then, I want to build a warm shed in Yuan Yi's yard, so the wisteria can sprout anew in winter, just like here at the Master-S. Even when it snows, there will be a warm place." "Sounds good," Ailu replied. The sparks from the brazier crackled softly, her deep blue ponytail cascading over her shoulder, her profile softened in the glow of the fire. Yen Sheng drifted into slumber, and when he groggily awoke, he found her adjusting the coals, the blue sleeves slipping down to reveal a faint, almost imperceptible mark on her wrist, as if etched by the passage of time. "Master," his voice still laced with sleep, "will you always be here?" Ailu paused in her motion of cleaning the sword. The fear of uncertain years stretched before her like an endless wasteland. The embers in the brazier flickered weakly, yet she did not rise to add more coals. Instead, she stared out at the sand dampened by melting snow, her gaze vacant as if shrouded in mist. Memories of the past life would often emerge on such rainy nights. The year when the plague spread, she lay on a white hospital sheet, listening to the intermittent coughs around her, surrounded by rows of bodies covered in white cloth. She, too, was an orphan, having survived on the kindness of society since she could remember, yet at the final moment, there was not even a hand to offer her a cup of water. In her last moments, clutching the white sheet, she felt only cold, not the cold of her body, but the chill that seeped from her bones, a loneliness that even death could not dispel. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in this world. Her hands gripping the sword were no longer frail, her body filled with a strength never before felt, yet in the dead of night, that bone-chilling cold would still envelop her. She feared that feeling immensely, the sensation of being the sole breath in an empty world, her shadow deemed a burden. She once thought that wandering was the only direction until this wisteria took root in her courtyard, until this 8-year-old child swept fallen leaves for her every morning. She lifted her gaze to Yen Sheng, his dark eyes reflecting the snowy light outside. Quieter than the coals, yet warmer. As long as you are willing to practice the sword, I will be here. Yen Sheng buried his face in the scent of the soapberry emanating from her haori, mumbling a muffled agreement. The warmth of the charcoal seeped through the fabric, and he suddenly felt a sense of comfort that surpassed the warmth of the heater in his father's study. Ailu gazed at his curled-up, sleeping visage, her fingertips gently gliding over the intricate patterns on her wrist. It was a gift bestowed by the unknown, despite the imminent specter of death looming over her. At that moment, it felt as though this child's innocent reliance had smoothed out some of the dread. She lowered her head to continue polishing the blade, the edge reflecting the snow-laden wisteria trellis outside, and for the first time, she realized that beyond mere strength, there existed moments worthy of pause. Unbeknownst to her, that white light suspended in her memories became vividly clear once more. It was the last moment before her demise, as the plague gnawed at her throat. In the haze of fading consciousness, the light bore no warmth yet appeared to possess eyes, quietly observing her as she drew her final breath in the grass shed. A transaction, perhaps? The voice of the white light was unvaried, like the wind whispering through a desolate valley, offering her an everlasting body that could survive any dire predicament. At that time, she lacked even the strength to nod, only hearing the light continue. The price would be its betrayal at unpredictable moments, perhaps through a chill, an acute illness, or a sudden loss of strength while wielding a blade, making her endure the agony of near death countless times. She would rise after death, yet would never return to the world she once knew. What benefit would this hold for me? She managed to rasp, her voice hoarse like a broken gong. You can live, the white light replied, living as you wish, becoming any form you desire. Then, 2 silver-red blades materialized within the light. The long blade shimmered coldly, while the short blade blazed with a blood-like crimson. They will accompany you. The charcoal crackled, sending sparks flying, and when Ailu returned to her senses, her fingertips had already turned red from the heat. She gazed at the snow swirling outside the corridor, suddenly gripping the hilt of the short blade hidden within her sleeve. The silver red gleamed with dark patterns in the firelight, as if reminding her of the words of the white light. Live according to your own will, she whispered to herself. A familiar, near-death sensation rising in her throat. But this time, it was not born of pain, but from a thought. Perhaps the essence of immortality was never about evading death, but about daring to seize those moments that made her reluctant to close her eyes amidst countless brushes with mortality. Such as the warmth of the charcoal basin at this moment, the sight of Yen Sheng energetically tidying the chess pieces, or the warmth transmitted through her fingertips when Yuan-Yi offered her fruit. The snow continued to fall, thickening the white blanket upon the wisteria branches. Ailu retrieved the silver-red blades from the weapon rack, gently wiping them. The blade reflected her face, her dark blue ponytail cascading over her shoulder, and for the first time, the black depths of her eyes held no fear of death, only a faint yet resolute light. Even if she were to suddenly collapse tomorrow, so what? At least at this moment, she was living according to her own will, in this courtyard adorned with wisteria, warmed by the charcoal fire, filled with the laughter of children, more vividly than any time in her previous life. Chapter 5. Let's go out and have a look today. While the morning dew still clung to the bamboo sword, Ailu had already grasped Yen Sheng's wrist, correcting his posture. The tips of her fingers, carrying the morning's crisp moisture, occasionally brushed against the back of his hand, causing him to unconsciously loosen his grip on the sword by half. The blade must be swung with a grounded waist. She half-squatted to meet him at eye level, her hair cascading onto his shoulder. You are too eager to prove yourself, Yen Sheng. He pressed his lips together in silence. but from the corner of his eye. He caught sight of a petal from a cherry blossom adorning her temple, having clung to her while she passed through the courtyard. Later, that petal landed on the wooden target he practiced on, shattered by the bamboo sword, leaving him with an inexplicable emptiness in his heart. The sound of the bamboo sword slicing through the wooden stake abruptly ceased. Elu looked at the small droplet of blood seeping from her fingertip, yet before she could speak, her wrist was gripped by a force that was not overly strong, but remarkably tenacious. Yin Sheng tilted his head to look at her, his 8-year-old features still bearing childlike innocence, yet his gaze was as heavy as waterlogged stone. Let go, it's just a scrape. She attempted to retract her hand, but he tightened his grip. Unbeknownst to her, his other hand had found the medicine box, and his small figure squatted before her, awkwardly opening the wooden box and pouring a bit of ointment onto his fingertip. It will hurt, he whispered, his tone leaving no room for argument. The ointment, infused with a refreshing mint scent, touched her wound, causing Elu to instinctively flinch, and his movements halted, his gaze lifting to hers, revealing a hint of helplessness akin to a puppy that had erred. It's fine. Continue, she smiled, patting the top of his head, her hair brushing against his cheek, carrying a faint scent of soap. He lowered his head, his eyelashes drooping, carefully using a clean cloth to dab away the blood droplets, then gently spreading the ointment. The ointment was cool, yet his fingertips felt slightly warm, causing a tingling sensation to ripple through her heart. The ointment was cool, mingling with the warmth of the boy's fingertips as it settled upon the shallow cut on Elu's fingertip. In truth, the wound was very slight. Merely a red mark where the bamboo sword had grazed her, now gently pressed by his thumb with a tenderness that seemed to fear shattering something fragile. Her fingers were not particularly slender, bearing the calluses of years of wielding a sword, and her knuckles, often immersed in cold water, bore a faint pink hue. The droplets of blood had ceased to flow, leaving only a shallow red beneath her pale skin, reminiscent of a piece of unmelting vermilion resting upon the snow. Yin Sheng's fingertips were a size smaller than hers, his nails neatly trimmed, yet they trembled slightly at this moment. He held her finger, his gaze fixated on the wound, his lashes casting shadows over the emotions swirling in his eyes. The ointment was kneaded in his palm, transforming into a transparent layer that he slowly spread with his fingertip. His touch is delicate, as if caressing fragile porcelain. Elu's fingers curled slightly, not from pain, but from the warmth of his fingertips causing a gentle itch. She could see the delicate veins on the back of his hand, the slight tension in his knuckles from exertion, and even catch the scent of grass that clung to his sleeve from their morning sword practice. It's all right now. She attempted to withdraw her hand, but he gently held her fingertip, insisting, it truly doesn't hurt. He said nothing, stubbornly taking a clean cloth and wrapping it around her finger in circles. The cloth was a fine cotton, imbued with the scent of sunlight. When he reached the second round, he suddenly lowered his head, biting through the end of the fabric with his teeth, then tying it securely with his fingertips. The knot rested on her second phalanx, perfectly covering the shallow mark, effectively locking away the warmth of the boy beneath the cloth. Elu gazed at her finger tightly wrapped, suddenly sensing that within that coolness lay something quietly budding, like a tender sprout breaking through stone in the thawing earth of spring, imbued with a reckless determination. The bandaging cloth was a pale blue that he had deliberately chosen. After wrapping it twice, he found it too loose, unwrapped and re-wrapped several times, finally tying a crooked knot around her wrist. He stared at the knot for a while, then suddenly muttered, "It 1T happen again." "What 1T? I 1T hurt you again." He stood, turning his back to her to tidy the medicine box. Yet the tips of his ears had quietly turned red. Sunlight filtered through the wooden lattice of the corridor, casting a golden halo upon his head and illuminating his pale knuckles, which had turned white from gripping the sword so firmly. The steadiness he had shown earlier now gave way to a rising panic within. The wind swept through the corridor, carrying the distant clamor of the training grounds. While in the shadows outside the corridor, an unknown gaze rested upon that hand wrapped in cloth, cold as if dipped in ice. A warrior's sword must be sharp, and the heart must be resolute. One should laugh heartily when severing an opponent's wrist, and remain indifferent when piercing an enemy's heart. This is how the bloodline of the nation ought to manifest. But what was Yin Sheng doing now? Frowning over a mere scrape, trembling over a drop of blood. He resembled nothing more than a weaned child. What he had been taught was not the art of the sword, but a poison that corroded the very sinews of the soul. The head of the family clenched his fingers slowly within his sleeve, his nails nearly embedding themselves into his palm. As he watched Yin Sheng tie the final knot around her finger, a softness flickering in his gaze that he had never witnessed before. He suddenly felt a tightness in his throat. It must be dealt with swiftly. Not the wound itself, but the source that had tainted Yin Sheng with futile compassion. He turned, disappearing into the deeper shadows, his wooden clogs making a sound as subtle as a cat's tread across the corridor. Behind him, The youth's low murmurs lingered in the air, advising him to exercise greater caution in his sword practice, infused with an awkward seriousness. A cold, hard smile curled at the corner of the clan leader's lips. Rest assured, soon enough, you will come to understand that the so-called caution is utterly worthless in the face of true battle and the honor of the family. He would extinguish this unwarranted warmth with his own hands, steering Yin Sheng back onto the path he was meant to tread, even if it required the most painful of methods. The candlelight in the Inokuni estate flickered in the depths of the night as the clan leader addressed his kneeling subordinates. His voice as frigid as the depths of winter. Let him teach. He tapped his fingers against the table, the rhythm slow yet imbued with an undeniable weight of authority. Instructing until Yin Sheng could withstand her 10 moves, 20 moves, until he could decisively surpass her. One subordinate hesitantly raised his gaze, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. But that person, he is of use, the clan leader interrupted. His gaze fixed on the direction of Yin Sheng's room outside the window, where the lights had long since extinguished. Yin Sheng required a sufficiently solid whetstone, and he was precisely qualified for that task. What he desired was not a docile heir, but rather a blade capable of severing all obstacles in its path. Ailu's swordsmanship was sharp and astute, perfectly poised to hone Yin Sheng's brilliance, while her untimely compassion could evolve into the sharpest contrast when the time came for severance. Seek out a particular herb. The clan leader's voice lowered further, the candlelight casting a sinister shadow in his gaze, colorless and tasteless, undetectable in tea or broth. It must be a slow process, so gradual that she believes it to be the toll of practice, that she is simply weak by nature, little by little draining her strength. The subordinate trembled. Do you mean? When Yin Sheng is able to surpass him with her sword, the clan leader slowly rose. The hem of his robe whispering across the floor, he would have to disappear. He approached the window, gazing at the old cherry blossom tree in the courtyard. Last spring, Ailu had taught Yin Sheng evasive footwork there, and when the youth accidentally collided with him, the blush on his face resembled a cascade of cherry blossom petals. At that moment, he had found it bothersome. Now, in retrospect, it appeared to be a splendid opportunity. In the world of warriors, there are no eternal master-student relationships. The clan leader's voice carried a near-cruel tranquility. To become the best, one must tread upon the remains of the former best. Yin Sheng needed to comprehend this truth, and he would serve as the finest teaching tool. The candlelight crackled, illuminating the icy smile that graced his lips. Patience. He possessed an abundance of it. Once that blade was sharpened to perfection, he would naturally sever the ropes that bound it, along with the unwarranted warmth that clung to those ropes, reducing it all to ashes. Before the morning mist had fully dissipated, Ailu thrust a newly sharpened short sword into Yin Sheng's hands. The scabbard was a light brown, wrapped in non-slip hemp rope, fitting snugly against his now larger grip. Today, we shall not practice the fundamentals. She lifted a bamboo-woven bag from the corner. As morning light filtered through the gaps in his hair, casting fragmented patterns on the ground, let me introduce you to a true adversary. Yin Sheng tightened his grip on the sword. He understood she was not referring to the guards of the estate, but to the wandering Ronin warriors roaming the streets and mountains, their blades stained with blood, their eyes filled with wildness, starkly contrasting the decorum instilled by the Inokuni clan. Are you afraid? Ailu glanced back at him, her fingertips unconsciously brushing the hilt of her old sword, where a faint mark remained from the last time he had wounded her. He shook his head, but couldn't help but focus on her hands. She had often mentioned her restless nights, her fingers occasionally trembling, yet at that moment, her grip on the sword hilt was tighter than usual. Their movements were unstructured. Ailu spoke as they walked, her tone light as if discussing the weather, yet fierce enough to leave an impression. Remember, the reverse grip is not for show. It is to protect oneself from an unexpected angle. When she spoke of self-defense, her fingertips lightly tapped the back of his hand. She has left. Ailu had already stepped beyond the courtyard gate, the sunlight stretching her shadow long. If you linger, you might miss the morning market's buckwheat noodles. Yin Sheng hurriedly followed, watching her retreating figure, suddenly tightening his grip on the new sword. The blade glimmered coldly in the morning light, yet within him burned an inexplicable fire. Meanwhile, beneath the distant eaves, the Inokuni clan leader observed their departing figures, his hand steady as he raised the teacup. A withered leaf floated on the surface of the tea, mirroring the slender silhouette in his gaze that was gradually moving toward a trap. The whetstone must leave the greenhouse to weather the storms. Of course, it must also begin to decay slowly. The steam from the ramen stall enveloped the aroma of pork bone broth as Yin Sheng watched Ailu shove the last piece of tempura into her mouth. Suddenly reminded of his father's expression when he had inspected his studies yesterday. The timing for the reverse grip was right. His father stood beside the practice grounds, twirling the ancestral short sword in his hand, his tone revealing neither pleasure nor displeasure. That boy teaches well. This was his father's most direct assessment of Elu, devoid of dissatisfaction or reproach, as if discussing the utility of an ordinary tool. Yin Sheng had replied affirmatively, yet inwardly he had quietly exhaled. He had always felt that his father's attitude toward Elu was akin to that toward the functional guards of the estate, sharp blades, evaluated solely on their usefulness. What are you dazed about? Elu tapped her chopsticks against the rim of his bowl, where a soft-boiled egg rested atop the noodles, deliberately left for him. If he didn't eat it soon, it would spoil. He lowered his head, breaking the egg, watching the golden yolk flow into the broth. Elu had already finished her third bowl of soup, holding a water pouch and sipping delicately, her throat moving gently with each swallow. The contours of her neck appearing distinctly in the morning light. Yin Sheng recalled the first time he met Elu, finding her strikingly attractive. She always wore her hair in a high ponytail, stray strands neatly pinned back, revealing a smooth forehead and a pair of exceptionally bright eyes. The corners of her eyes tilted slightly upward, and when she smiled, it formed two delicate arcs, her pupils a pure black, reminiscent of obsidian submerged in water. Her nose was elegantly defined, and her lips bore a natural redness, occasionally biting her lower lip unconsciously while speaking. At that moment, she sat before the ramen stall. Her outer robe removed, the collar of her short garment open, revealing a neckline sharply defined as if carved by a knife, yet tapering gently at her throat. Nearly imperceptible in its rise and fall. Her shoulders were not particularly broad, and when clad in loose clothing, she appeared as upright as a slender bamboo. Yet when she bent to retrieve fallen chopsticks, the curve of her back bore an indescribable resilience. What blurred the lines of gender were her hands. When gripping a sword, her knuckles stood out prominently, and her veins slightly protruded when exerting force, radiating youthful vigor. Yet when she peeled the soft-boiled egg, her fingertips delicately tore the shell. Her movements light as though handling something fragile, her nails neatly trimmed and exuding a healthy pinkish hue. Yin Sheng found himself momentarily entranced until Elu raised her hand to tap his forehead. What are you staring at? The noodles are getting cold. He snapped back to reality. Noticing that as she lifted her hand, her sleeve slipped down, revealing a faint scar on her forearm, a remnant of the wooden sword's cut during their last training session. The scar was so faint it was nearly invisible, yet it stood out starkly against her fair skin, resembling a red thread upon the snow. It's nothing. He lowered his head, pushing the noodles around in his bowl, his ears feeling slightly warm. Despite wearing the same warrior attire as him, and despite her deliberate attempt to mask her voice, Yinsheng always felt she was more beautiful than any youth he had ever encountered. Even more so than those noble girls praised for their beauty by the retainers, possessing an indescribable air of gallantry and liveliness. At that moment, as she tilted her head back to drink water, the sunlight illuminated the contours of her profile, casting a small shadow with her eyelashes, while a droplet of moisture clung to the tip of her nose. What should have been a neat action inexplicably reminded Yin Sheng of the white plum blossom that had fallen on the windowsill last night. Cold yet imbued with an irresistible vibrancy. He ultimately felt that Elu was an extraordinarily attractive boy, captivating enough to occasionally make him forget to breathe. In the afternoon, go and challenge that chain-wielding Ronin. You shall take the lead. She wiped her mouth, her gaze shining with an ethereal brilliance. I watched from the side, hoping she wouldn't embarrass me. Yin Sheng replied, mentally calculating his moves. His father had mentioned earlier that morning, practical experience is the best training. Let him take you out more often. The tone was casual, yet it made Yin Sheng feel that his father approved of Elu, at least believing that he could teach her to become stronger. He did not notice the slight furrow of her brow as she drank water, nor did he perceive the coolness of her fingertips when she returned the water pouch. He was utterly unaware that after his father retreated to the study, he immediately summoned his subordinates. Increase the dosage of the medicine. Do not delay his training. The world of a youth is quite simple. His father is pleased with his progress. Elu can take him to enjoy his favorite tempura. And he must quickly grow stronger, strong enough to withstand all of Elu's techniques. As for the undercurrents hidden beneath the calm surface, the calculated schemes that were deliberately concealed, he could not comprehend them at this moment, just as he could not understand why Elu subtly pressed her abdomen after finishing her drink. Nor could he interpret the fleeting glint in his father's eyes, one that had nothing to do with satisfaction, when he remarked that it was quite good. Chapter 6. Dangerous Victory. In the clearing at the entrance of the bamboo forest, the chain-wielding ruffian was slamming the iron chain against the stones with a resounding clang. Upon seeing Elu and Yin Sheng approach, he did not even lift his eyelids, cursing under his breath. Where did this little brat come from? Daring to cause trouble here? Just as Elu was about to speak, the ruffian suddenly snickered, his gaze fixated on her, as if ensnared, especially this one. Tender and delicate. Surely, she is not some young master who has wandered out? Can this frail body withstand a strike from me? As soon as the words left his mouth, Yin Sheng stepped forward, hand resting on the hilt of his blade, knuckles turning white. You're seeking death. Alu wished to intervene, but he shrugged her off. The boy's eyes glinted with icy determination, fixated on the ruffian. I am here to fight you. The ruffian paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Oh, the little one is standing up for the old? Fine if you win. I'll let you pass this hurdle. With that, he swung the iron chain fiercely, the sound slicing through the air, aimed directly at Yin Sheng's face. Yin Sheng sidestepped, drawing his short blade with a flash of cold steel. He did not employ a loose-taut reverse grip, but instead executed the most fundamental downward slash. His movements significantly swifter than usual. The ruffian's derisive words about Alu's frailty stung him like a thorn, igniting a fierce desire to tear that mouth apart. The iron chain in the ruffian's hand moved like a venomous serpent, whipping unpredictably at the ground, splattering gravel onto Yin Sheng's face, yet he did not even blink. Alu stood behind, observing the barely contained fury in his techniques, her brows knitting together subtly. This was not how practical combat should unfold. The little brat has some strength. The ruffian, forced back by Yin Sheng's advance, glared with malice as the iron chain suddenly shifted, ensnaring Yin Sheng's blade. As they struggled, the ruffian deliberately glanced towards Alu, taunting, Your little disciple is quite protective, but alas, the master resembles a woman. Shut your mouth. Yin Sheng roared, suddenly releasing his grip, using the ruffian's own momentum to stagger forward. With his other hand, he drew the short blade hidden in his boot, the very one Alu had gifted him. The blade sliced past the iron chain with such swiftness that it left only a fleeting afterimage. Employing the reverse grip technique Alu had taught him just the day before, when the iron chain struck the ground for the final time, it emitted a jarring, teeth-grating sound. Yin Sheng knelt on the ground, his right hand buried deep in the earth to steady himself, while his left hand pressed against the side of his waist, where blood seeped through his fingers from the chain's blow. He gasped heavily, each breath pulling painfully at his wound, blurring his vision. Yet he fixed his gaze unwaveringly on the ruffian across from him. That last move had been perilously close. He had instinctively ducked at the moment the chain coiled around his neck, the blade narrowly slicing through the ruffian's wrist that gripped the chain. Had he hesitated for even a moment longer, he would have been the one sprawled on the ground. The ruffian had one leg rendered useless, the chain now in two segments dragging behind him, blood streaming down his face, yet he still retained a glint of ferocity in his eyes. You little bastard, he spat. You've lost. Yin Sheng's voice was hoarse, but remarkably clear. Alu approached without glancing at the ruffian, first crouching down to examine Yin Sheng's wounds. When her fingers touched the blood at his waist, her movements hesitated momentarily. She looked up at him, her gaze carrying a hint of complexity. What are you trying to prove? He insulted you. Yin Sheng gritted his teeth, cold sweat dripping into his eyes. He deserved to be hit. Alu remained silent, simply retrieving some medicinal ointment from her pack, warming it in her palm before pressing it firmly against his wound. Yin Sheng stifled a groan of pain but did not recoil, watching her lowered eyelashes and suddenly feeling that this pain was trivial in comparison. The ruffian struggled to rise. But Alu didn't turn back. She casually threw a stone, which landed with precision beside his knee. The force not great, yet it carried a significant warning. Leave. The ruffian gazed at her slender silhouette, then at the still trembling blade on the ground. Finally gritting his teeth and dragging his broken leg into the depths of the bamboo forest. Get up. Alu helped him to his feet, resting a hand on his back to support his weight. His hand felt cold, trembling slightly, and Yin Sheng was unsure whether it was from exhaustion or something else. I won, he murmured, his voice tinged with the unmistakable pride of youth, alongside a trace of fear. In that moment, he genuinely believed he was on the verge of losing, and losing would mean he could not protect her. You won. Alu's voice was soft, the wind rustling through the bamboo forest, carrying her last words into a gentle whisper. But next time, do not corner yourself so dangerously. Yin Sheng did not respond, merely leaning more heavily against her. He could smell the faint scent of medicine mingled with fresh grass from her, which suddenly brought him a sense of comfort. Unbeknownst to him, Alu's hand, hidden beneath her sleeve, trembled increasingly with each passing moment. When Yin Sheng had been ensnared by the chain, she had nearly rushed to his aid, yet she had restrained herself, her nails digging deep into her palm. As the sunset filtered through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, casting dappled shadows upon them, Yin Sheng gazed down at their intertwined silhouettes. He suddenly felt that even if each encounter was fraught with peril, as long as he could protect the one beside him, it seemed worthwhile. However, before the echo of the iron chain striking the ground had faded, the ruffian suddenly produced a copper whistle from his bosom and blew it forcefully 3 times. The sharp sound pierced the bamboo grove. And just as Yin Sheng was helped to his feet by Alu, a crimson firework erupted in the distance, blooming against the azure sky with startling brilliance. What are you doing? Alu's voice deepened, her grip on Yin Sheng tightening. The ruffian grinned malevolently, clutching his bleeding wrist. My brothers are arriving shortly. Today, none of you shall escape. Indeed, within moments, the bamboo forest echoed with the sound of hurried footsteps as 7 or 8 ruffians armed with clubs and knives surged forth, encircling the clearing with no escape. Leading them was a burly man with a face full of coarse features. Upon seeing the severed iron chain on the ground, he glared fiercely. Who dares to harm my brother? It was these 2 little brats. The injured ruffian pointed at Yin Sheng and Alu, particularly singling out Yin Sheng. Especially this pretty boy. He looks weak as a kitten but strikes with great malice. Yin Sheng, suppressing the pain in his side, stood a bit straighter and coldly declared, I am Yin Sheng of the Jigua. Do you dare to touch me? Jigua? The burly man hesitated for a moment, scrutinizing him. Then glancing at the fine short blade at his waist, his bravado faltered significantly. The name of Jigua held a reputation in this region that even this group of scattered ruffians could not provoke. His eyes darted, and suddenly he turned his hostility towards Alu, his tone growing vicious. The young master of Jigua can certainly leave, but this pretty boy must remain. He injured my brother. He will have to pay with his life. The other ruffians immediately echoed, yes. Let the young master go, but keep this brat. Just look at his delicate skin. He is perfect for giving my brother some relief. With their filthy words raining down, Yin Sheng stepped forward, placing himself protectively behind Alu. The pain from his waist flared sharply, yet he was oblivious. She is my master. If we leave together. Little master. The burly man sneered. Why protect an unknown wild child? In the face of the nation's dignity, one must not falter before such individuals. He waved the knife in his hand, declaring, you tread your own path, and we shall settle our grievances, remaining entirely unconnected. Behind him, Alu gently tugged at his garment. Her voice barely a whisper. Do not act impulsively. You must leave first. I shall not depart. Yin Sheng's voice tightened, his grip on the knife's handle causing his knuckles to whiten. He was aware that these men feared the nation's reputation, yet they regarded Alu with disdain. To them, a frail outsider was inconsequential, merely a casualty that would not warrant inquiry. The breeze in the woods carried a chill. The blades of the Ronin glimmered coldly in the afternoon sun, and Yin Sheng positioned himself protectively in front of Alu, akin to a young bamboo yet to take root. Defiantly refusing to yield an inch, he suddenly loathed his earlier impulsiveness that had thrust them into this predicament, and despised the way these men regarded Alu, as if she were an object to be disposed of at will. Should you dare to harm her? Yin Sheng's voice rang out clearly in the stillness of the woods, imbued with the stubbornness and ferocity unique to youth. You shall first tread over my corpse. Alu observed his slightly trembling silhouette and suddenly raised her hand, gently placing it on his shoulder. Her palm was cool, yet it radiated a peculiar sense of calm. Close your eyes. Her voice deepened, infused with an undeniable command. Yin Sheng instinctively obeyed, feeling her grip tighten around his palm. The pressure so intense it nearly crushed his bones. The air was suddenly pierced by the sharp clang of metal clashing, accompanied by the Ronin's cries of pain and the muffled thud of heavy objects falling, creating a chaotic symphony reminiscent of boiling water. 1. Her voice lingered near his ear, imbued with a strange tranquility. Yin Sheng sensed her movement, her steps light as the wind, the airflow brushing past his ear. 2. Something grazed his shoulder and shot past, followed by a shriek. He wished to open his eyes, but found her grip constricting further. 3. The crisp sound of metal striking the ground mingled with the Ronin's yelps. He caught a faint whiff of blood alongside Alu's familiar, refreshing scent. 4, 5, 6. Her cadence was steady, as if counting the ordinary passage of the sun. Yin Sheng's heart pounded like a drum, with each number. The sound of another heavy object hitting the earth reverberated in his ears, the shouts and curses dissipating with astonishing rapidity, akin to an illusion. He only felt her hand pulling him, spinning him around once before abruptly retreating 2 steps, the wind swirling with the scent of crushed grass and earth. 7, 8. The voices of the Ronin faded to mere indistinct groans, devoid of their former ferocity. Suddenly, Yin Sheng recalled her words when she had taught him the reverse grip. The swiftest strikes often lie concealed within the most inconspicuous movements. 9. The last cry of pain was abruptly silenced, and the world fell into stillness, leaving only the rustle of wind through the bamboo leaves. 10. The moment Alu released her grip, Yin Sheng's eyes flew open. The moonlight filtered through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, illuminating the scene before him. 7 or 8 Ronin lay sprawled on the ground, some with broken limbs, all grimacing in pain and unable to rise. Fragments of the katana, splintered wooden staffs, and severed iron chains were strewn about. Alu stood before him, her back to the moonlight, her garment still swaying slightly. She held the old knife, its tip touching the ground, a droplet of blood sliding down the blade and splattering onto the fallen leaves, darkening them. Her breath was slightly hurried, beads of sweat forming at her temples, clinging to her skin like a sprinkle of stardust. Her eyes shone brilliantly, reflecting the moonlight, carrying a sharpness that softened the moment they met his gaze. All is well. She raised a hand to wipe her face, her fingertips brushing her mouth, smudging a bit of blood, which she nonchalantly wiped onto her clothing. We may leave now. Yin Sheng gazed at the moaning ronin scattered around, then at her slender attire, suddenly rendered speechless. He had always known Lu to be strong, yet never imagined her strength could reach such heights. 10 counts, executed with precision, without revealing a hint of her technique. What are you dawdling for? Lu approached, extending her hand to touch his wound, only to have him seize her wrist abruptly. Her wrist was delicate, the veins that had bulged while wielding the knife still not fully receded, and the blood on her palm marked his hand with warmth. Yin Sheng's voice trembled, uncertain whether from fear or something else entirely. Lu chuckled softly, withdrawing her hand and ruffling his hair. What's the matter? Are you frightened? She turned and walked toward the edge of the bamboo grove, her steps light as if nothing had transpired. If we linger, when they awaken, we may truly be unable to leave. Yin Sheng watched her retreating figure, suddenly realizing that the 10 numbers she had counted had etched a mark within his heart. The one he had desperately sought to protect was, in truth, stronger than anyone. Yet, for reasons unknown, the sight of that glaring red on her garment left him with an unshakable dread. As they exited the bamboo grove, the moonlight had already blanketed the path. Lu helped Yin Sheng rebind his waist injury, her movements far gentler than those in the clearing, yet she spoke little. It was not until they neared the town that she suddenly let out a self-deprecating laugh. That earlier line about leaving together sounded quite impressive. Yin Sheng lowered his head, kicking at the small stones by the roadside. They should not have spoken to you that way. I mean, Lu halted, turning to face him, the moonlight illuminating her eyes to an almost blinding degree. What if those who arrived were not merely a band of ronin, but true demons capable of taking lives? Or swordsmen 10 times stronger than I? Would you still stand in front of me and say, over my dead body? Yin Sheng abruptly raised his head. You would never lose. He spoke with certainty, as if proclaiming an indisputable truth. You are the strongest. Lu gazed into the seriousness of his eyes, and an unexpected tightness gripped her throat. She raised her hand, intending to tap his forehead, but halted in midair, her fingertips curling quietly at her side, her palms still resonating with the strength she had wielded while holding the knife. No one remains perpetually the strongest. Her voice softened, tinged with an exhaustion she had not fully acknowledged. I too will tire, will be injured, and will encounter opponents I cannot defeat. Yin Sheng remained silent, merely watching her. In his heart, Lu was omnipotent, capable of vanquishing a horde of ronin within 10 counts, able to teach him the most formidable sword techniques, and even slipping him a piece of candy when he was scolded by his father. As Lu beheld the trust in his eyes, a wave of guilt washed over her. She had failed to protect him, leading him into the realm of blades and bloodshed at such a tender age, even compelling him to assert himself in her defense. Do not do this again. She turned away and continued forward, her voice light, as if swept away by the wind. If ever true danger arises, do not concern yourself with me. Just run. I will not. Yin Sheng immediately followed, his waist injury causing him to lag slightly, yet he did not falter. You taught me swordsmanship to make me stronger, not to have me flee in the face of danger. Lu did not look back, merely clicking her tongue softly. The moonlight elongated her shadow, and Yin Sheng gazed at that slender yet upright silhouette, suddenly feeling that he harbored no regrets about the words exchanged in the bamboo grove. Even if Lu were not eternally the strongest, he wished to grow quickly, to become strong enough to stand before her and shield her from the storms of life. Meanwhile, Lu, as she walked, suddenly pressed her hand against her chest, where a familiar pain began to throb, as if countless fine needles were pricking her. She gazed toward the distant lights of the town, her heart harboring a singular thought. At least for now, she could still protect him. So let her safeguard him a little longer. Chapter 7. Herbs. Upon returning to the manor, Yin Sheng's medicinal ointment had already been warmed over the fire. A servant brought forth a bowl of medicine and bowed to Lu, saying, Master Chuanming has sent word, stating he is in search of a nourishing herb for you, claiming it would greatly benefit the vitality depleted from years of sword practice. However, this herb is rare and will take some time to procure, so there is no need for you to rush. Lu had just unfastened the knife from her waist when she chuckled at the news. I appreciate his concern. Please convey my thanks to him. She accepted the water pouch from Yin Sheng, taking a sip, her fingertips pale from the recent exertion, yet oblivious to the subtle bitterness that lingered in the water. Yin Sheng, drinking his medicine, noticed her untroubled demeanor and could not restrain his curiosity. What sort of medicine does Master Chuanming prescribe? It must be some sort of tonic, I presume? Alu casually replied, adjusting the disheveled collar of his garment. My master has been a bit fatigued lately. It's just the right time for a little nourishment. The family servant interjected at the opportune moment. Master Chuanming mentioned that the herbs are gentle in nature, most suitable for those who have exhausted their vital energy from years of sword practice. However, young master is still quite young, and these remedies are not yet necessary for him. Yin Sheng acknowledged with a simple "oh," refraining from further inquiries as he finished the last sip of the medicinal concoction. He trusted Master Chuanming, and even more so, Alu. If it was meant to restore health, it must surely be beneficial. Meanwhile, in Master Chuanming's study, the family head observed him meticulously categorizing several herbs. Alu is too impatient. She neglects her own well-being in her sword training, the head remarked, his tone calm and seemingly considerate of Alu. You know her constitution is not particularly robust. If she continues to deplete her energy like this, I fear she may falter in her duty to teach Yin Sheng. Master Chuanming sighed, stroking his beard in agreement. Indeed, when I saw her a few days ago, her complexion had worsened. The family head handed him a piece of paper. I have come across a formula. Adding a pinch of moonshadow grass to ordinary restorative herbs can yield remarkable results. However, this herb is rare, and I trust you will take the trouble to seek it out. He paused, then added, you are close to her. If you deliver it, she will surely consume it properly. Master Chuanming took the formula, scrutinizing it with a furrowed brow. While moonshadow grass can invigorate, it possesses a rather potent nature. I have already instructed the physician to prepare it in a very light dosage, merely as an auxiliary remedy. The family head interrupted, his tone resolute. It is solely to expedite her recovery. Once Yin Sheng matures further, it can be discontinued. You have watched her grow. You wouldn't want her frailty to hinder her own progress, nor that of Yin Sheng, would you? Master Chuanming fell silent for a moment before nodding in acquiescence. He indeed felt a pang of compassion for Alu, having rescued her from the depths of the alley. Her extraordinary talent was evident, yet she often seemed to drift on the periphery of this world. Initially, the family had intended for him to instruct the eldest son, but upon first laying eyes on the boy, Master Chuanming was convinced that Alu was the more fitting candidate. It was this unwavering intuition that led him to conceal her gender and introduce her instead. He was well aware of Alu's condition. She had been on the brink of death, yet had miraculously survived. He recalled their first encounter, when Alu had just recovered from her illness. Her pallor still evident as she sat in the courtyard basking in the sun. Master Chuanming had brought her a bowl of warm medicinal soup, placing it beside her, his gaze resting on the pair of wrapped weapons in the corner of the room. Are those yours? He inquired, his voice low. Alu looked up, nodding slightly, her voice still tinged with the remnants of her illness. Yes. After a brief silence, he gestured towards the open space in the courtyard. May I see your swordsmanship? Without question, Alu rose and unwrapped the cloth. As sunlight glinted off the silver-red blades, an ethereal glow danced along their edges. The moment she grasped the hilt, the familiar aloofness in her eyes faded, replaced by an instinctive focus. When she unleashed her technique, it was as if flames entwined with the blade's tip. There were no ostentatious flourishes. Each strike was chillingly precise, imbued with a tranquility and strength that belied her age. Slicing through the air with a crispness that was almost palpable, Master Chuanming watched in awe, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He recognized that her prowess had already surpassed his own. As she sheathed her blades, Alu's fingertips trembled slightly, her gaze returning to its prior haze. Master Chuanming, regaining his composure, gently asked, do you have any dreams? Alu lowered her head, her long eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath her eyes, and simply shook her head. After a moment, she lifted her gaze to meet his, her voice barely above a whisper. Sir, could you grant me a task? Master Chuanming regarded her frail figure, recalling how she had once huddled in the alley, and he sighed. The dojo is in need of someone to sweep and assist. If you are willing, you may stay. Alu's lips curved into a faint smile, the first semblance of joy he had witnessed from her, akin to a thin crack in an icy lake, quickly replaced by tranquility. Then it shall be as you wish, he replied, tucking the formula away. I shall send someone to procure the herbs. However, they are rare and may take some time. The family head observed his earnest demeanor, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. No rush, it is better to be cautious. I appreciate your efforts. Days later, Alu returned from a practical training session with Yin Sheng, only to find Master Chuanming waiting for her in the corridor. The elder was holding a small cloth pouch, and upon seeing her, he rose. At last, you have returned. I have located the herbs. Alu's eyes brightened as she hurried towards him. Thank you so much, Master Chuanming. Child, there is no need for such formality, he replied. handing her the pouch filled with fragrant herbs, the faint scent of bitterness wafting from it, with several pale purple leaves standing out prominently. Take a little daily and prepare it as a decoction. Do not be lazy. You must restore your health to nurture even more formidable disciples. Understood. Alu beamed, shaking the pouch before turning to Yin Sheng. Quickly, thank Master Chuanming. Yin Sheng immediately bowed deeply. Thank you, Master Chuanming. He gazed at the pouch of herbs, contemplating how Alu would soon regain her vitality, and then they could indulge in that delicious tempura again. Master Chuanming patted Alu's shoulder, reiterating a few points regarding the medicine before taking his leave. Sunlight streamed through the paper window as Alu carefully stored the pouch in the cabinet, her smile lingering. Unbeknownst to her, as Master Chuanming turned to depart, a flicker of concern crossed his eyes, and the moonshadow grass glimmered with an almost imperceptible, eerie sheen in the sunlight. As the medicinal liquid poured into the bowl, the steam blurred Alu's vision. She blew gently on it, and, tilting her head back to drink, felt the bitter taste slide down her throat, causing her to cough and cover her mouth. Her fingertips accidentally brushed against her collarbone, where a barely visible blue vein pulsed beneath the skin, recently feeling an unusual warmth. How distasteful, she grimaced, shaking her head. Yet she finished the last remnants of the concoction. Over the past few months, she had sensed something was amiss. During her sword practice, her wrists would suddenly weaken, and at night, it felt as though something squeezed her chest, making it hard to breathe. Once, when she coughed up phlegm tinged with red, she stared at it for a long time, suddenly recalling a vague thought that had crossed her mind on the day she arrived. This body might be defective. At the time, she had dismissed it as mere illusion from having transitioned into a new vessel, but her conviction grew stronger. Surely, this body was inherently flawed, like an old artifact destined to fall apart. She had not encountered any white light since then, nor understood the concept of exhaustion, relying solely on her misguided judgment. She concluded that Heaven's deadline for her was fast approaching. Thus, when Master Chuanming delivered the herbs, she nearly snatched them from him. You have finally arrived. She smiled as if seizing a lifeline. I knew you would have a solution. Master Chuanming sighed, reminding her to take the medicine on schedule, and she nodded vigorously. Her mind fixated on a single thought. If she took the medicine, her health would improve. Then she could accompany Yin Sheng for another 3 hours of sword practice, and witness the stern-faced disciple of the family head truly grow into a formidable swordsman. When Yin Sheng brought her warm water, he noticed her staring blankly at the empty bowl, her complexion appearing unusually pale under the light. Master, is it still bitter? He offered her the cup, concern evident in his eyes. Not anymore, Alu replied, taking the cup and drinking deeply, her smile bright, yet seemingly concealing something. Bitter medicine is beneficial. Once I recover, I'll take you to the back mountain to practice the drawing technique. You always seem to be a beat behind on the last move I taught you. She did not utter a word about the inexplicable tremor in her wrist while drinking the medicine earlier, a moment that nearly caused the bowl to slip from her grasp. Nor did she confess that during the sleepless nights plagued by pain, she often questioned whether she could endure until dawn. Such thoughts were too burdensome to share, especially with Yin Sheng, whose trusting gaze brimmed with unwavering faith. Faith she could not bear to shatter. Little did she know that the agonies that kept her tossing and turning, the sudden waves of weakness that assailed her, were not innate flaws of her body. They were the consequence of the colorless, odorless powder from the State's study, the tonic that was surreptitiously mixed into her water day after day, and the calculated outcome that her elder, who always treated her kindly, had meticulously arranged for her. Clutching onto what she believed to be the truth, she felt as if she were cradling a fragile porcelain bowl. She was convinced that the issue lay within this borrowed body, that the bitter medicine would eventually lead to improvement, and that if she could just hold on a little longer, she would witness the vistas she yearned for. The medicine jar on the stove still radiated warmth, the dregs settling at the bottom like a secret she would never uncover. Everyone assumed they were acting rightly, the head of the household paving the way for an heir, Chuanming feeling for the younger generation, and Yanxing eagerly anticipating his master's recovery. Only the silent machinations hidden within the herbal concoctions awaited their moment to quietly unveil this tender deception, stripping it of its facade. As the setting sun elongated the shadows on the sword practice grounds, when Yin Sheng sheathed his wooden sword, the blade traced a shallow line on the ground. The sound muffled like the heaviness in his heart at that moment. Alu sat on the stone steps by the arena, absent-mindedly polishing the sun-will sword. Noticing his approach, she lifted her chin slightly. Your movements were a bit scattered today, rather distracted. Yin Sheng remained silent, squatting beside her, his fingers unconsciously picking at the gravel beneath him. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke in a low voice. I met Yuani today. He bit his lip, his throat tightening as he confessed. He wants to be the second best swordsman in the world. Alu paused in her actions. The second best? Yin Sheng's voice dropped further. But he is undoubtedly far superior to me. He recalled Yuan Es' demeanor, perpetually serene, his gaze gentle, and when he mentioned the desire to be the second best, it was as if he were merely commenting on the pleasantness of the day, devoid of arrogance. Yet, the more tranquil he appeared, the more suffocating it felt for Yin Sheng. It was not humility, it was a concealment of prowess. To possess the ability to surpass him, yet feign a desire to be second, was a mockery of Yin Sheng's own inadequacy. A reminder that he lacked the qualification to be seen as a rival. Alu observed the tension in his profile, the stubbornness and unwillingness in his eyes nearly spilling over. She set down the sword and gently tapped his forehead. Why are you upset over someone wanting to be second? He is deceiving me. Yin Sheng shot back, his eyes bloodshot. He is so much stronger than I am. The words that followed lodged in his throat, refusing to emerge. He wished to voice his feelings of inadequacy, to admit his fear that Yuan Yi might one day surpass him, and to acknowledge the jealousy that festered within him. A feeling so shameful that he could hardly bear it. Why, he pondered, could Yuan Yi, being the same child of the state, possess such innate talent? Why could he exhaust every ounce of effort, yet still find himself shadowed by Yuan Yi's brilliance? These thoughts felt too disgraceful, especially before Alu. He often praised his rapid progress and lauded his skill. He could not allow her to know the dark and cowardly thoughts that lurked within him. As Alu watched his struggle to articulate his feelings, a smile unexpectedly graced her lips as she tousled his hair. You silly boy. She picked up the wooden sword from the ground and tossed it to him. Practice the reverse cut from this morning again. Pay no mind to what others say about their prowess. All that matters is that you become a better version of yourself than yesterday. Yin Sheng caught the sword, his knuckles whitening with the grip. The sunlight glinted off the blade, blurring his vision. He recognized Alu's wisdom, yet the awkward emotions within him stubbornly lingered, like a splinter embedded in his flesh. He did not disclose to Alu that when Yuan Yi left. He cast a glance at the marks left by his sword practice, a look devoid of emotion that made Yin Sheng feel akin to a mere jester. Nor did he mention the dream he had that night, where Yuan Yi's sword was poised at his throat, rendering him too weak to draw his own blade. These words felt too trivial, too lacking in fortitude for him to express. Yin Sheng. Alu's voice called out softly. He inhaled deeply, gripping the wooden sword tightly, and turned to charge at the wooden post. As the blade sliced through the air, he heard the voice within his heart cry out, I cannot lose. I must not lose to anyone, even if this obsession was rooted in a jealousy he himself despised. Chapter 8. The Uncharted Journey. The summer afternoon was stifling, and when a thunderclap erupted, the downpour ensued instantaneously, merging into a curtain of white rain. Alu sat on a low stool by the window, her fingertips absently tracing the rain-splattered paper, her gaze lost in the swaying shadows of the trees outside, as if the sounds of rain and thunder were separated by a veil of water, rendered irrelevant to her existence. Master. The door burst open, and Yin Sheng stumbled in. Drenched from head to toe, water dripping from his hair, his complexion alarmingly pale. As he opened his mouth to speak, a burning lump lodged in his throat, and all that escaped was a broken whimper, tears streaming down his cheeks, mingling with the rainwater that soaked his collar. Alu rose without asking what was wrong, simply extending her arms. Yin Sheng, as if grasping at a lifeline, collapsed into her embrace, his shoulders trembling violently. His cries were drowned out by the rain, yet they reverberated against Alu's chest, sending a tingling sensation through her. She raised a hand, gently patting his back, her touch tender as if soothing a frightened creature. The rain continued to pour outside, thunder rolling intermittently across the sky, and Alu held him, allowing his tears to soak her clothing until his sobs diminished, and his breathing gradually steadied, resembling a lake calming after a tempest. Alu retrieved a clean cloth, gently wiping the tear stains from Yin Sheng's cheeks. When her fingertips brushed against his feverish skin, he still trembled slightly. She turned to pour a glass of warm water, offering it to him. The rim of the cup was neither too hot nor too cold, just warm enough to bring some comfort. What's wrong? Her voice was soft, as soothing as the rain filtering through the air. Yin Sheng's fingers turned white as he gripped the cup, his Adam's apple bobbing several times before he hoarsely replied. His voice still tinged with unspent tears. Father said he would send Yuan Yi to the temple tomorrow. He suddenly tightened his grip on the cup, his knuckles protruding from the strain. I argued with my father, but I couldn't do anything. The last few words were nearly squeezed out between clenched teeth, mingled with a profound sense of helplessness that made him bow his head, his shoulders beginning to tremble anew. Alu remained silent, simply sitting beside him, her hand gently resting on the back of his hand that clutched the cup tightly. Her palm, calloused from years of sword practice, was unexpectedly gentle, like a leaf providing shelter from the wind. It will be all right. Her voice was soft, merging with the rain, like a sigh that feared to disturb the air. At least there will be a moment to say goodbye. Yin Sheng did not respond, merely turning his head to gaze out at the stone steps glistening in the rain. His thoughts drifting far away. He recalled how Yuan Yi used to follow him closely as a child. Despite being twins, they were treated differently by their family. He remembered their clandestine sword practice on the back mountain, Yuan Yi's hands seemingly destined to wield a sword. Even the wind seemed to dance to the rhythm of his movements. He recalled how his father would scold Yuan Yi. The confusion in Yuan Yi's clear eyes never sparking a defense. He spoke intermittently, his voice transitioning from a choked sound to a low murmur. Like cotton thread soaking in rainwater, gradually losing its strength. The rain outside persisted, pattering softly, drumming against the eaves, drumming against the banana leaves, weaving a heavy net. Alu did not interrupt, simply listening quietly, occasionally reaching out to smooth the fabric of his clothes that the wind had tousled. Only when she noticed the steady rhythm of breathing beside her began to calm did she turn her head. Yin Sheng leaned against the wall, his brow slightly furrowed. The traces of tears at the corners of his eyes still wet, yet he had succumbed to slumber. As if he had finally discovered a moment of peace amidst the torrential rain. Alu gently rose, draping a thin blanket over him. The sound of rain persisted as she gazed upon Yin Sheng's sleeping visage, then turned her gaze to the white curtain of rain outside. The habitual layer of detachment in her eyes seemingly softened ever so slightly. The rain continued to fall, the water flowing from the eaves forming delicate lines. Alu carefully encircled Yin Sheng's shoulders, attempting to lift him, her hands meeting a body that felt significantly sturdier than she remembered, his shoulders broader. His bones exuding the robust vitality of youth. With a slight exertion, she managed to lift him horizontally, her steps light, as if fearing to disturb this fleeting tranquility. The tatami mat was laid with clean rush grass, and as Alu lowered Yin Sheng, his brow moved slightly, yet he remained asleep, instinctively curling toward the warmth. She tucked the blanket around him, observing his peaceful profile and suddenly recalling their first meeting when this boy still bore the remnants of childhood innocence. Now, his jawline had gradually sharpened, and even in sleep, the corners of his mouth held a stubbornness that defied defeat. He had indeed grown up. Gently, she pulled the sliding door closed, leaving both the sounds of rain and the serene face behind. The gravel path in the courtyard was slick from the rain, and as Alu stepped through the puddles, the sound of her wooden clogs echoed softly in the water. She wished to check on Yuan Yi. What would the boy, who was always as quiet as a shadow, look like when faced with the fate of being sent away? Would he bear the same anguish as Yin Sheng? Or would he remain enveloped in that placid calm? Alu tightened her grip on the umbrella as raindrops struck her cheek, bringing a sharp chill. The sky was steeped in inky darkness, the lanterns under the eaves dampened by the rain, their glow blurred. Alu wandered around Yuan Yi's room, the sliding door ajar. The inkstone on the table still held remnants of half-dried ink, clearly indicating he had departed some time ago. She turned to leave the courtyard, and as her shoes pressed against the muddy ground, she suddenly caught sight of faint footprints on the stone path at the back door, freshly made, leading towards the alley. Upon opening the door, she indeed found a small figure standing amid the rain. Yuan Yi, carrying a small cloth bag, had the edge of a faded garment peeking out, and he was bent down tying the straps of his straw sandals, his movements slow and steady, as if performing a most ordinary task. "Are you leaving?" Alu asked softly from inside the doorway, her voice barely audible over the rain. Yuan Yi looked up, his almost translucent eyes brightening momentarily in the dim light, yet revealing little surprise. "Yes," he replied, his fingertips tightening the knot on the bag. "My father is sending me to the temple, but I do not wish to go." He paused, gazing into the distance where the street was swallowed by the rain mist, his voice devoid of complaint, only a serene clarity. "I wish to leave here. To find a place where no one knows me. To cultivate a few acres of land, or help manage a shop, living a peaceful life like an ordinary person." The bag seemed light, likely containing nothing of value, yet resting upon his shoulders, it bore the weight of an entire future. Raindrops collected at the tips of his hair, forming tiny beads of water, but he seemed oblivious, simply looking at Alu with an indescribable expectation, almost as if bidding farewell. The rain continued to fall, soaking the ends of Yuan Yi's hair, yet he appeared utterly unaware. Alu regarded him and began to speak slowly. "I have always felt that you are different from others." Her voice was soft, mingling with the sound of the rain. "It seems you can see things that others cannot, from the very beginning." Yuan Yi lowered his gaze, his fingertips unconsciously brushing against the bamboo flute that peeked out from the bag, a gift from Yin Sheng the previous year, its body still bearing the clumsy etchings of his elder brother. "I call this seeing the transparent world," he murmured, devoid of any pride. Rather as if discussing a burdensome encumbrance, "a gift I was born with." He lifted his eyes, and for the first time, there was a flicker of confusion within his clear gaze. "I do not know whether this is a blessing or a curse. I do not wish for this. I merely want to be like an ordinary person, worrying about daily necessities, fretting over the weather. That would be enough. Upon mentioning Yansheng, his eyes softened. Carrying the pure dependence of youth. My brother is strong. He should inherit the family legacy and become the greatest swordsman. I am content to be second. To watch him from afar. He retrieved the bamboo flute from the bag, clutching it tightly in his hand, as if holding on to the only thought that mattered. This is a gift from my brother. He looked at Lu, his gaze earnest. Lu, could you, please, always be there for him? He appears strong, but sometimes he is very lonely. Yuan-E's figure began to merge with the night. Lu watched him in silence for a moment before speaking. Her voice clear enough to pierce through the rain's melody. I do not know how long I can accompany him. She paused, her fingertips curling gently beneath her sleeve. Her tone imbued with a solemn determination. But as long as I live, I will stay by his side for one more day. This promise sank like a stone cast into a deep pool, settling with a reassuring weight. Yuani halted, glancing back at her. And in those eyes that could see through all things, only gratitude was reflected at that moment. Lu nodded slightly, her expression calm and gentle. Your decision is commendable. She raised her hand, as if to brush away the raindrops from his shoulder, but ultimately, it lingered in the air. I wish for you to find the life you desire soon, to live peacefully and smoothly, like an ordinary person, for a long, fulfilling life. Yuan-E bowed deeply, turned, and with the small cloth bag on his back, stepped step by step into the deeper rain. His footprints were quickly filled by the rainwater. As if he had never paused here at all, Lu stood at the back door until his figure completely vanished around the corner of the alley, then slowly withdrew her gaze. The rain continued to fall. She raised her hand to smooth her wind-tossed garments and turned to return. The lanterns in the corridor swayed in the wind, casting light upon her slender silhouette, echoing the weighty promise that settled silently in the rainy night. As Lu pushed open the sliding door, Yansheng was just propping himself up on his arms, his tousled hair clinging to his face, and his eyes still misty from a recent awakening, mingled with the remnants of confusion, akin to a small creature drenched by the rain. Where have you been? His voice was hoarse, tinged with an instinctive urgency. Lu closed the door behind her, keeping the sound of rain at bay. I want to see Yuani. She sat beside the tatami mat, her tone as calm as if she were discussing a mundane matter. He left on his own, saying he didn't want to go to the temple, wishing to be an ordinary person, to cultivate a few acres of land or manage a shop. Yansheng's body stiffened abruptly, his fingers clenching the mat beneath him, knuckles paling. He said. Lu paused, recalling the sight of Yuan-E clutching the bamboo flute. You should inherit the family legacy and become the greatest swordsman. He is content to be second. She observed as Yansheng's eyes gradually reddened, and continued. He took the bamboo flute you gave him and asked me to take good care of you. The final words fell into the silence, and suddenly, Yansheng bowed his head, his shoulders shaking violently. This time, there were no cries of despair, only suppressed sobs, as if something lodged in his throat, tightening his chest with an unbearable weight. The rain outside continued to fall, tapping against the window panes, as if providing a silent accompaniment to this farewell between brothers. Chapter 9. Beneath the wisteria. The wisteria vines climbed over the bamboo framework in the corridor, delicate petals swept up by the autumn wind, fluttering down onto the bluestone slabs, forming a thin layer of pale purple velvet. As Yansheng sheathed his sword, the wind stirred by the blade brushed past the trellis, sending another petal tumbling down, landing perfectly on the silk ribbon binding his hair, its hue subtly complementing his violet eyes. The 16-year-old boy had grown tall and upright, his hands firm around the sword, executing movements imbued with undeniable strength. At this moment, he stood facing Lu, the petals beneath the bamboo trellis swirling around them like silent witnesses to their encounter. Yansheng's techniques had long since shed their youthful naivety. Each strike was imbued with the formidable essence of the national swordsmanship, and his violet eyes burned with an unwavering determination. As the sword's edge swept towards Lu's shoulder, she deftly deflected it with the scabbard, her movements still swift, though a subtle hint of hesitation lingered in the rotation of her wrist. With a crisp clang, the moment their weapons met, Yansheng distinctly sensed a reduction in Lu's strength by half. He instinctively withdrew, beads of sweat trickling from his brow onto the bluestone tiles, creating a small, damp stain. Lu coughed softly, clutching her chest, her complexion paler than the wisteria blossoms that had fallen upon her shoulder. When she raised her eyes, there was no trace of despondency in them. Instead, they reflected Yansheng's upright figure, accompanied by a faint smile. She could now withstand 70% of my strength. Yansheng said nothing, merely tightening his grip on the sword hilt. Over the years, he had trained relentlessly, evolving from being easily repelled by Lu to enduring 100 strikes, and now he recognized that she was no longer exerting her full power. Her breaths grew increasingly labored, her fingers trembling slightly around the hilt of her knife, yet she always managed to evade his lethal blows at the last moment. As if deliberately maintaining the facade of equality, the wind rustled through the trellis, lifting a flurry of petals into the air. Yen Sheng gazed at Alu's hair tousled by the breeze, and suddenly sheathed his sword. This is where we conclude for today. Alu paused, then lowered her hands, the scabbard lightly tapping against the stone as she did so. Another fit of coughing seized her, longer than before, as if trying to expel her very lungs. And the handkerchief covering her mouth revealed a stark crimson stain on its lavender fabric. No more delay on the physician's matter. Yen Sheng's voice was as unyielding as the sword's edge, but softened upon seeing her pallid face. The wisteria is nearing its end. Once you feel better, I shall accompany you to the back mountains to see the wild chrysanthemums blooming. Alu caught her breath and looked up at him, a petal still clinging to her eyelashes, and softly affirmed with a barely audible sound, as delicate as a falling petal. Yen Sheng approached, gently pressing his hand against her back, feeling the tremors of her frail body. He wanted to say, "You could easily win," but the words faltered on his lips. Alu regarded him, her violet eyes reflecting a clear outline. "Your sword should move forward. You need not wait for me." Her voice was soft, underscored by the wind that stirred the wisteria, as if echoing their unspoken agreement, lamenting the fleeting bloom that may not withstand the passage of seasons to come. Yen Sheng's fingers clenched tightly. Gazing at her pale yet tranquil face, he suddenly understood that the notion of equality had never been his victory, but rather a path paved by Alu, using her diminishing strength. The sun today managed to break free from the clouds, casting its warm light upon the wisteria trellis, enveloping the petals in a cozy glow, filling the air with a sweet fragrance. Alu sipped her barley tea, seated on the stone steps, observing Yen Sheng as he practiced his swordplay amidst the dappled sunlight, a faint smile gracing her lips, a rare expression of ease these days. As Yen Sheng sheathed his sword, beads of sweat glistened on his forehead under the sun's rays. Suddenly, Alu rose, reaching for a perfectly blossomed wisteria flower from the trellis, its petals soft and glistening with a touch of golden sunlight. "Stay still," she whispered. Yen Sheng froze, instinctively halting his movements. Alu tiptoed, carefully tucking the flower behind his ear, her fingertips brushing against the curve of his ear with a cool touch. His ears flushed a sudden crimson. Just as he was about to speak, he saw her pluck another flower, deftly placing it behind her own ear. Then turning to admire her reflection in a copper basin beneath the corridor, her eyes shimmering with a myriad of sparks. "Doesn't it resemble the hairpin we secretly wore as children?" She tilted her head to look at him, the purple flower accentuating her softened visage. Yen Sheng stared at her, memories flooding back from years ago when they frolicked in the back mountains, he clumsily inserting wildflowers into her hair. At that time, she had been slightly taller than him. Now, he could easily discern the whorl at the crown of her head, yet her image of adorning herself with flowers melded with his memories, warming his heart with a tremor of nostalgia. He reached up to touch the flower at his temple, remaining silent as the sharpness in his gaze gradually softened, like ice melting under the sun, leaving behind gentle traces. The wind swept through the trellis, showering them with petals, mingling with the sweet scent of sunlight, akin to a dream from which one would not awaken. In the depths of the family estate study, sandalwood incense burned steadily, casting the sunlight outside in a muted golden hue. The patriarch's emaciated fingers clasped the teacup as he listened to the hushed report from the servants below, relaying that Yen Sheng and Alu were frolicking beneath the wisteria trellis, adorning each other with flowers, their demeanor remarkably intimate. His murky eyes betrayed little emotion, save for a slight pause when he learned that Alu's spirits had improved recently. Once the servants departed, the study was enveloped in the lingering scent of sandalwood. The patriarch set down the teacup and approached the family tree hanging on the wall, tracing Yen Sheng's name with his fingertip before pausing at an empty space meant for the heir's sword and accomplishments. "The time has come," he murmured to himself, his voice rough like wood scraping against wood. The child's purpose must now be revealed. Outside, the sunlight shone brightly, yet it failed to penetrate the shadows lurking in his eyes. He rapped his fingers against the table, and a black-clad servant emerged from behind the screen, bowing in anticipation of orders. "Prepare as planned." The patriarch's voice was as cold as ice, according to the original scheme. The servant nodded and retreated, leaving the study in silence once more. The ink on the family tree glimmered coldly in the light, as if foretelling the impending machinations cloaked under the guise of cultivation, destined to ensnare the youth adorned with flowers in an irrevocable vortex. As dawn light spilled over the street corner lanterns, Alu stood at the alley's entrance, her twin blades at her side, their scabbards bathed in the warm glow of the rising sun. Yen Sheng followed closely behind, his high ponytail swaying with each step. His violet eyes sharp as ever, a routine that had become customary over the years. Today we head to the dojo in the west of the city. Alu glanced back at him, her tone neutral. Yansheng nodded in agreement. Over the years, they had traversed numerous dojos nearby, evolving from a phase where Alu offered him discreet guidance to now, where he could single-handedly best the strongest disciples. The name Yansheng of the G Nation had already spread far and wide. As they strolled through the marketplace, they invariably attracted many gazes, some filled with admiration and a desire for challenge from martial artists, while others were shy glances from young maidens. Yansheng typically remained expressionless, avoiding their stares. While Alu occasionally came to his defense, he absorbed the surrounding sounds, catching a glimpse of Alu's graceful profile. Over the years, many had sought to introduce suitors to her, suggesting a need for someone to care for her. Each time, Alu merely shook her head, her voice as gentle as the wind. My constitution may burden others. He recalled a conversation from earlier that morning when a servant had casually mentioned wanting to marry his sister off to him. At that moment, Alu had been cleaning her sword, merely shaking her head in silence, her fingertip tracing a shallow line on the scabbard. What are you thinking? Alu suddenly halted, turning to face him. Yansheng snapped back to reality, shaking his head. Nothing. He raised his gaze toward the direction of the West City, where the faint sounds of clashing swords echoed. Let us go. We shouldn't keep them waiting. Alu nodded, stepping forward first. The sunlight fell upon their figures side by side, casting two elongated shadows, reminiscent of a double-edged sword, each blade sharp yet accustomed to the other's trajectory. Yansheng watched Alu's retreating figure, and suddenly felt that the discussions surrounding marriage were somewhat jarring. Someone like Alu seemed ill-suited to be confined by the mundane matters of life, yet apart from swordplay and each other. He couldn't fathom what else could be worthy of her. As the clashing of wooden swords gradually ceased within the dojo, Yansheng, victorious, sheathed his sword, still feeling the lingering vibrations in his palm. Alu handed him a water pouch, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against his hand, carrying the usual coolness. The two sat on the stone steps behind the dojo to rest, the distant sound of girls' laughter wafting through the air, likely drawn to the spectacle. Yansheng observed Alu's profile as she drank, dust clinging to her temples, yet it did nothing to diminish her elegance. For reasons unknown, he suddenly recalled the whispers of others regarding marriage. What sort of wife would he have? Yansheng shook his head to dispel the thought. Perhaps she ought to be the kind his father favored, a daughter from a well-matched family, gentle, dignified, adept at managing household affairs. The sort who would leave a lamp burning for him upon his late returns from sword practice. Yet the image that surfaced in his mind was always tinged with Alu's likeness, the one who would hand him a wooden sword in the morning light, whose eyes would sparkle with a gentle smile when he triumphed in a contest, who would tuck flower petals behind his ear beneath the wisteria. Even the way her brow furrowed when she coughed occasionally was vividly clear. Suddenly snapping back to reality, Yansheng felt his throat constrict and his ears grow warm. He took a hearty swig of water, attempting to suppress this absurd notion. Alu was Alu, the one who practiced swordsmanship with him, who had nurtured him as he grew. Moreover, he was the heir to the country, and matters of marriage were never within his control. His father had long hinted that his wife must bring strength to the family, a choice not made at will. What are you thinking about? Your face is so red. Alu turned her head, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Nothing. Yansheng averted his gaze, looking towards the distant sky. The sun was too glaring. Oh, Alu replied, not probing further, merely raising her hand to shield him from the sunlight. Her shadow fell gently upon the back of his hand, slender and warm. Yansheng tightened his grip on the water pouch, his fingertips turning pale. Some thoughts were destined to remain hidden in his heart, like seeds buried deep, never to see the light. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, scattering into patches of light upon the stone path. Alu walked ahead, her steps lighter than usual, suggesting they visit Mr. Chuanming, as it had been quite some time since they last attended the dojo. Yansheng followed her closely, listening to the soft rustle of the wind through the leaves, a smile unexpectedly tugging at the corners of his lips. Speaking of which, I have nearly beaten all the disciples from the nearby dojos. He deliberately slowed his pace, leaning closer to Alu's ear, his tone teasing. Do you think Mr. Chuanming might hold a grudge and throw us out? Alu turned to look at him, a gentle smile illuminating her eyes, playfully tapping his arm. Mr. Chuanming, wouldn't he do that? She paused, reminiscing about their days sweeping the dojo, her voice softening. Besides, it's them who get beaten. He would only say you were too harsh. Yansheng chuckled softly, warmth blossoming in his violet eyes. They had traversed this path countless times, from when he was a half-grown boy needing Alu's protection to now walking alongside her, occasionally able to fend off approaching troubles. The wooden door of the dojo came into view, the characters Chuanming slightly faded by time, but still standing proud. Here we are. Alu halted, raising her hand to smooth the stray hairs at her temples, as if concerned that her appearance might worry Mr. Chuanming. Observing her slight nervousness, Yansheng suddenly felt that his earlier jest had been excessive. For Alu, Mr. Chuanming was perhaps the only person besides him who could be considered family. He pushed open the slightly ajar wooden door, the hinges creaking softly, startling a few sparrows resting beneath the eaves. Mr. Chuanming, we're here, Yansheng called out, his voice carrying a rare lightness, dispelling the usual chilliness. As the back door of the Chuanming dojo swung open, a scent of age would wafted through. Mr. Chuanming was seated in the corridor, sunning herbs. Upon hearing the commotion, he turned his head, a smile immediately spreading across his aged face. Though his cough was heavier than their last encounter, causing his shoulders to tremble slightly. You've come. He waved his hand, his voice a bit raspy. Alu hurried forward, a brighter smile gracing her features than usual. Mr. Chuanming, I made your favorite chestnut daifuku. She raised her voice intentionally, her tone imbued with a deliberate cheerfulness. Her steps steady, devoid of the usual lightness. Yansheng stood to the side, observing closely. Just moments ago, Alu had coughed lightly, clutching her chest. Yet now she stood tall, her spine straight, her fingers steady as she presented the treats without a hint of tremor. Mr. Chuanming accepted the daifuku, his gaze resting on Alu's face, a flicker of understanding passing through his murky eyes, though he refrained from voicing it, merely saying with a smile, You look much healthier. Indeed, I'm doing quite well. Alu beamed, bending her eyes, gently tidying the scattered herbs for Mr. Chuanming. Her movements delicate as if handling fragile porcelain. Sunlight streamed down upon her head, and a wisteria petal, which had somehow adhered to her hair, swayed gently, lending her complexion a touch of rosy hue. Yansheng settled down nearby, watching Alu converse with Mr. Chuanming, occasionally chiming in. His tone as natural as if the nights spent coughing in agony had never existed. Suddenly, he comprehended the reason behind Alu's meticulous grooming and deep breaths before each visit. She was concealing her vulnerabilities, never allowing those she cared for to witness her fragility. As Mr. Chuanming coughed again, Alu swiftly offered him warm water, her palm resting on the back of his hand as she softly recounted amusing recent events from the dojo, never once mentioning her own nighttime cough. The sunlight was warm and inviting, the bitter scent of herbs mingling with the sweet aroma of fruit, resembling a tranquil afternoon devoid of worries. Chapter 10, Birthday Gift. The stone path on their return still retained the warmth of the sun. Alu walked slowly, her fingertips occasionally brushing against Yansheng's arm, as if borrowing his strength to stabilize her unsteady steps. The smile she had forced at the dojo had yet to fade from her face when the itch in her throat resurfaced. She turned slightly, coughing lightly into her handkerchief, when she suddenly heard Yansheng's voice. In a few days, it will be my birthday. Alu looked up, noticing the faint flush on his ears, and his fingers curled around the hilt of his sword as if summoning the courage to speak. She smiled, intentionally elongating her tone. Oh? How fortuitous. I fear this year's gift may not be ready in time. Yansheng, predictably, became flustered, abruptly halting, his dark robe sweeping across the dry grass at the roadside. No, this year's wish, you must grant it. His voice grew tense, yet his eyes sparkled brightly. Observing his rare discomposure, Alu couldn't help but tease him. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, a sudden wave of dizziness struck the stone path before her, swaying. Thankfully, Yansheng's quick reflexes steadied her waist. She gathered her wits, standing upright with his support, only to realize her fingertips were trembling slightly. The strength she had mustered at the dojo had nearly dissipated. What's wrong? Yansheng's tone became serious, his grip on her waist tightening. Nothing. Alu shrugged off his hand, taking a couple of steps forward, attempting to mask her earlier stumble. So what's your wish? The setting sun stretched their shadows long against the path. Yansheng gazed at the loose strands of hair blown by the wind at Alu's temple, and suddenly, in a hushed tone, he said, I wish, on my birthday. He paused, adding, forget it. After all, we always celebrate it together. Alu froze, turning to meet his gaze, which sparkled with anticipation, like a night sky filled with stars. The itch in her throat surged anew, yet this time she refrained from coughing. Simply staring into the deepening twilight, softly responding with a gentle Yansheng's eyes brightened instantly, akin to a lamp ignited. Yet only he knew that his true wish was for her to stand by the martial arts arena, not just for a fleeting moment, but year after year. He longed for her to be free from the confines of medicine, to bask in the sun of every season, to let the pains buried within her bones dissipate, allowing her to live longer than anyone else. These words remained unspoken, merely repeated silently in his heart as he watched Alu's garments flutter in the wind. As she walked ahead, he quietly lagged a half step behind, his gaze fixed on her slender figure, suddenly feeling that the warmth of the setting sun was insufficient. Wishing to share all his warmth with her, the wind rustled through the treetops, carrying a chill. Lu quickened her pace, her silhouette appearing somewhat frail in the twilight. Yet her back remained resolutely straight. This year, for her birthday, she continued the tradition of gifting a peachwood figurine. The figurine, as crooked as ever, had a tilted head and one leg longer than the other, yet she held it aloft, shaking it towards Yin Sheng, who had just entered. "Look, this year's has an extra scabbard compared to last year's," she exclaimed with a smile, her fingertips dusted with fine wood shavings, the carving knife still in hand. Despite the figure resembling little more than a wooden lump, as Yin Sheng accepted it, his fingertip brushed against the rough edges of the figurine, feeling the marks of her repeated modifications. Last year's figurine had lost an ear, and the one from the year before had barely a face carved at all. Yet each time she handed them over, the brightness in her eyes outshone even the warmth of the charcoal fire. "Happy birthday." Lu settled onto the low table, her movements slightly slower than usual, but she did not forget to push the warmed wine towards him. "Now, tell me, what is your wish this year? Last year you mentioned wanting a good whetstone. I searched the mountains for one. This year, it should be something more challenging." Yin Sheng caressed the wooden figurine in his hands, suddenly noticing that she had carved the edges of its clothing into the pattern of the haori she often wore. When he looked up, he found Lu tilting her head at him, her eyes bright with a hint of mischief. She never concealed her clumsy affections. Just as each year on her birthday, she would always be here, waiting for him to return, offering him a handful of wood shavings and her most sincere concerns. "A wish, you say?" Yin Sheng placed the figurine close to his heart, where he could still feel the lingering warmth of the wood. "I would like you to carve a taller figurine for me next year, one that stands straighter than this year's." Lu paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, suppressing a cough. How difficult can that be? She picked up a fresh piece of peach wood and lightly tapped her carving knife against it. "Once spring arrives, I'll find a smoother piece and carve you a figure that stands proud." Despite years of practice, Lu's craftsmanship had not noticeably improved. But as Yin Sheng watched her select the wood, a few strands of hair fell over her face dusted with wood shavings. What he did not voice was that his true wish lay hidden within that crooked figurine. He wished for her hand holding the carving knife to tremble less, for her to sit by the charcoal fire without secretly pressing against her aching waist, and for her to be able, at this moment next year, to hold up the newly carved figurine with grace and inquire about his wish for the year. Yin Sheng produced a delicate wooden box, placing it on the table. Under the dim light, the candle flickered, casting dancing shadows. Lu accepted the box and opened it to reveal a pristine set of purple clay tea utensils, intricately engraved with patterns of wisteria from their courtyard. She recalled many years ago when Yin Sheng had asked her when her birthday was. At that time, he was still a child, and Lu had bitten her finger in thought before saying, "Oh dear, I've forgotten. Why don't we just squeeze together and celebrate on your birthday instead?" Lu set the tea set aside and gazed at the row of wooden figurines on the low table. From the earliest one, which was missing an arm and a leg, to this year's, which could barely be recognized as striking a sword-wielding pose, there were 10 in total, strung together by Yin Sheng with a red thread, prominently displayed. "Look at this one." Lu selected the oldest figurine, its wood polished to a shine, the initial carving almost worn away. 10 years ago, you were this tall," she continued, recalling how his face turned red when he took it and remarked how the figurine was even shorter than him. Yin Sheng stared at the palm-sized wooden carving, his throat tightening. A decade ago, he had only reached Lu's waist. She had crouched in the corridor, teaching him how to hold a sword, clutching this very figurine, saying she would carve him one each year until he grew tall enough to string them together and embark on his journey. Now, he was already a head taller than her, and those figurines had indeed been strung together, gently swaying in the firelight. 10 years have passed. Lu added the newly carved figurine to the string, her movements slow yet steady. "This year, you are 16. Lu reflected on the fleeting nature of time as the wind swept through, tousling her hair, while the snowflakes outside danced softly, blanketing the training ground in the courtyard. She looked at Yin Sheng's youthful face, the weight of 10 years resting on his clenched fingers around the wooden carving. On the new coals he added to the charcoal fire, and within the warmth of the first snowfall. This marked her 10th year in this world. And she was now 25. At 25, aside from the hair that had grown and been cut again, her height and figure had shown no signs of change, accompanied by whispers and rumors that slipped through the curious gazes. An immortal monster. Was there truly such a thing as an immortal monster? Lu felt as though she were nearing her end. The price of fate had been marked from the very beginning. She was all too aware of her body's flaws. An inevitable unknown death awaited her. This was the cost of rebirth, and Lu could only accept it. At least, as it stood, she felt quite content. Yin Sheng was doing well. She had taught him well, and even if she were to die, Alu believed he would continue to pursue his goals. After early winter, Alu's health declined sharply. She curled on the couch, wrapped in a thick, dark haori, the ties at the collar hanging loosely, exposing a neck so thin it appeared fragile. The cold air of the first snowfall crept through the cracks of the sliding door. And when she coughed violently, the sleeves of her haori trembled along with her shoulders, resembling a frozen butterfly. The medicinal soup brought by the servant still steamed. Yet she barely had the strength to lift her hand to pull back the haori. Her fingertips brushed against the warm rim of the bowl, and she suddenly recalled her visit to the dojo the previous day, where Mr. Chuanming had held her exposed wrist, and sighed. "Your pulse is even weaker than mine. This winter will be difficult." At that time, she had laughed and adjusted the collar of her haori, claiming it was warm enough. Now, she understood that some decay cannot be hidden. The head of the Inakuni family sat in the shadow of the main hall, perusing the confidential report presented by the servant. His skeletal fingers brushed over the inkstone on the table. His voice as cold as the layers of ice hanging from the eaves. "That haori of hers will likely not see spring. Yasuda Yukikich, your death will aid me in placing Yen Sheng upon the highest altar." The samurai bowed and retreated, encountering Yen Sheng as he passed by, carrying a newly sewn cotton shirt. The hem of the boy's purple haori swept over the frost-laden wooden floor, leaving faint impressions. He pushed open Alu's door and found her pushing the medicinal bowl towards the edge of the couch, a handkerchief pressed against her lips. The front of her dark haori stained with a small patch of dark red, resembling a fallen plum blossom. "I made soup today," Yinsheng said, placing the cotton shirt on the low table. He reached out to adjust the collar of her haori, his fingertip brushing against her icy collarbone. "I had the servant sew the cotton shirt into your haori. It should keep you warmer." Alu smiled faintly, attempting to lift her arm to touch the newly added cotton shirt, but was halted by a fit of violent coughing that gripped her chest. The sleeves of her haori slipped to her elbows, revealing forearms so thin that the blue veins were visible. Yinsheng hurriedly adjusted her sleeves, his palm resting against the fabric, feeling the protruding bones of her back. Over the course of 10 years, he had gone through one haori after another, each fitting him better than the last, while hers seemed perpetually loose, draping over her increasingly frail form. Outside, the remnants of snow glimmered coldly in the sunlight. Alu watched Yinsheng's hands as he arranged the ties of her haori, feeling the winter chill heavier than in previous years. When her coughing subsided slightly, Alu tugged at her haori, her gaze drifting to the bamboo fence outside, still laden with residual snow, and she suddenly spoke. "I heard you were going to a small town in the south?" Yinsheng paused in his task of adding new coals to the fire, the sparks flickering in the ashes, and replied, "Yes, my father mentioned that things have been unsettled there lately and asked me to attend to some matters." He tried to keep his tone light, but dared not meet her gaze. The departure date set for the following day. "It is time for you to gain some experience." She smiled, her cough now subdued. "Those who manage a family cannot simply guard a tiny piece of land. You will return soon, right?" Yinsheng emphasized his words with a tone of assurance, declaring that within a fortnight, he would attend to matters on that side and return post-haste. He gazed at her cheeks, flushed from the glow of the charcoal brazier, and was suddenly reminded of his childhood when she would deftly adjust the ties of his kimono. Back then, her hands were steady, unlike now, when even lifting her arms required a moment's pause. "No need to rush." Alu shook her head. Her fringe having grown slightly long, he instinctively tucked it behind her ear, only to brush against her cold cheek. Yinsheng's heart tightened abruptly, as if gripped by an unseen hand. "Before I depart, I will ensure the charcoal is well stocked." He rose, fastening the ties of her kimono, his fingertips grazing her neck, which felt as icy as ice itself. "You must take your medicine on schedule, and have the servants keep an eye on you." "I understand." More verbose than Mr. Chuanming, Alu replied somewhat vaguely, yet warmth blossomed in her gaze. Yinsheng chose not to utter another word, casting one last glance at the intricately carved wooden figure swaying in the firelight. He longed to confide in her that he had implored his father to wait until spring to depart, only to be rebuked for his sentimentality. Yet, witnessing her brave facade, those words were swallowed back down. He needed to return swiftly. The wind picked up again, causing the icicles at the eaves to chime. Alu watched Yinsheng's retreating silhouette, his purple kimono swirling in the snow and wind. Slowly, she raised her hand to press against her tightening chest, the metallic sweetness rising in her throat once more. The world outside was tumultuous, but what she feared most was not the chaos beyond, but the prospect of not waiting for his return. After all, upon her death, only Mr. Chuanming would be left to claim her remains. Chapter 11. At the moment of departure, the wheels of the cart creaked over the frost-coated path, emitting a dull sound. Yinsheng, bundled in his purple kimono inside the ox cart, felt his fingertips remain frigid. Before setting off, he cast one final glance at Alu's window. uncertain if she lay awake coughing or had succumbed to a drowsy slumber. Outside, the wind swirled remnants of snow, seeping through the crevices of the cart, bearing a biting chill. When he departed that morning, she had leaned against the couch, the collar of her kimono hanging loosely, and upon seeing him enter, she straightened herself with a forced effort, handing him a half-finished sword tassel, for self-defense on your journey, though you may not need it now. Its crookedness mirrored the clumsy carvings she made. Yen Sheng traced the unfinished cherry blossom pattern on the tassel. A sudden wave of discomfort washing over him in the stifling cart. He abruptly lifted the fabric curtain. Faster. The servant driving the cart hesitated. Young master. The road is slippery with snow. Going any faster might. I said, faster. Yen Sheng's voice deepened, his fingers gripping the tassel turning pale from exertion. He understood Alu's nature. She would undoubtedly feign strength, unwilling to let her maid discern any weakness, just as she never warned him to take care on the road. Instead insisting he return with treats from the south. The wheels turned more swiftly, the jolting intensifying. Yen Sheng leaned against the cart wall, closing his eyes. Envisioning her curled up from coughing last night, her thin form wrapped in the kimono, resembling a leaf caught in a cold wind. He could even smell the lingering scent of the medicinal herbs in her room, blending with the faint aroma of charcoal, a fragrance he had cherished for a decade. How long until we reach the ferry? He inquired again, his voice tinged with an urgency he was unaware of. Young master, it is just ahead. Yen Sheng lowered the curtain once more, plunging the cart into darkness. He tucked the half-finished tassel close to his heart, where he could feel the warmth of the fabric. He dared not contemplate the extent of her ailment, focusing instead on counting the distance. Cross the river, traverse the pine forest, and after 3 more days, they would reach the southern city, settle the turmoil, and return post-haste, perhaps. Perhaps he could still make it back in time to see her count the embers in the brazier awaiting him. The cart left 2 deep tracks in the snow, akin to indelible marks upon his heart. Yen Sheng's gaze remained fixed on the fleeting scenery outside, his grip tightening around the dagger at his waist. He yearned to hasten, to reach her swiftly, to present the southern delicacies he wished to bring back before her. The scent of blood mingled with melting snow, fermenting into a thick, metallic sweetness. Yen Sheng stood amidst the clearing, bloody dagger in hand, his purple kimono riven with slashes, dark brown stains having frozen solid, adhering to the fabric like a scab. When the first blade had swung toward him last night, he instinctively tilted his head, recalling Alu's lesson on evasion. Yet he had forgotten that in this moment, his adversary's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. It was only when the blade grazed his ear, the gust it created slicing through his skin, that he snapped back to reality, his grip on the hilt turning white from strain. When the first blow fell, he heard his heartbeat thundering louder than the crunch of footsteps in the snow. The enemy's blood splattered onto his face, warm and reeking of iron, causing his stomach to churn. He recalled Alu's words when she taught him to wield a blade, hoping that one day, your knife will protect others, not take lives. Yet now, as the enemy's blade lunged toward his heart, he could only shut his eyes and swing his own, uncertain of how many strikes he had delivered or how long it had taken. The bodies began to accumulate in the snow, warriors from opposing clans, as well as his own guards. He transitioned from initial trembling to numbness, ultimately to a mechanical motion of his arm as he swung the blade, as if the hesitant boy within him had been frozen alongside the splattering blood. At this moment, the dawn light began to break over the horizon, and the last enemy fell beneath his blade. Yen Sheng gasped for breath, surveying the chaos around him. Suddenly gripped by a sharp pain in his stomach, bending over to retch violently. The hem of his purple kimono trailed in the snow, sullied. But no one would witness the turmoil in his eyes. Young master, it is all settled. The surviving servant's voice trembled, unable to meet his gaze. Yen Sheng straightened, wiping the blood from his face with the snow. The chill of the ice shards stung his skin, yet it offered a semblance of clarity. He recalled Alu's crooked little figures, her constant reminder that no matter how chaotic the blade, one must not let the heart become chaotic. Yet now, his hand clutching the dagger trembled, even his fingertips quivering, devoid of any semblance of calm. Yen Sheng stood within the makeshift shelter, the bloodstains on his purple kimono half frozen, feeling as rigid as iron upon touch. When the surviving servant entered, carrying the ledger, he found Yen Sheng cleaning his blade, droplets of blood falling to the ground, spreading into small pools of dark red. Young master, the remnants of the opposing clan have been subdued, but the merchants in the territory are in a state of panic. You may need to personally reassure them. The servant's voice quivered, unable to meet the bloodshot gaze of his master. A testament to a sleepless night, and the blood still fresh upon him. The records. He set down the dagger, his voice hoarse, yet carrying an undeniable weight. Bring me the roster and the records of the damaged lands. They must be clarified. The servant hesitated. But young master, you have already. Go now. Yen Sheng interrupted. his gaze sweeping over the pale horizon outside. He understood that should he turn and leave at this moment, he might arrive half a day earlier to Alu. Yet the mess left behind would destabilize the foundation his family had in the south. He could not abandon it. The purple kimono was draped over the back of a chair, revealing the bloodied inner garment beneath. He seated himself at the desk, poring over the ledger by the light of the oil lamp, his fingertips gliding over the recorded losses. Suddenly reminded of the way Lu had taught him to calculate in their youth, her fingers dancing upon the abacus, resembling a performance, unlike now, when his fingers remained stiff from wielding the blade. Outside, the snow fell and ceased, the oil lamps within the room flickering one after another. A retainer entered to report on matters, witnessing his unblinking gaze as he pressed the bloody dagger upon the scattered pages. His voice as cold as the ice outside. Handle it according to the rules. Do not be lenient. No one dared to speak further. They could only observe this 16-year-old master, who had shed all semblance of youth overnight. The bloodstains upon his purple kimono became the most conspicuous insignia. Simultaneously a burden he was compelled to bear. Time passed, though he could not tell how long it had been, until the final ledger was closed. Yinsheng rose, his bones creaking softly, reminiscent of a door long devoid of oil. He donned the kimono from the chair, the mingled blood and melting snow forming dark streaks along the hem. It has come to an end. He is heading home. A corner of the carriage curtain is lifted by the wind, revealing the swiftly passing scenery outside. Yinsheng clutches the oiled paper package in his arms, containing the plums he has just purchased from the southern market, green tinged with yellow, still carrying the faintly sour scent of their branches. He has specifically instructed the servant to drive the ox cart at a brisk pace. The sound of the wheels crunching over the frozen ground echoes his uncontainable eagerness. He has arrived a full 5 days earlier than anticipated. Last night, as he closed the final ledger, the horizon was just beginning to brighten with the dawn, and he hadn't even had time to change out of his ink-stained robe before he dashed into the cart with the plums. He could already envision Alu sitting beneath the eaves, the sleeves of her haori draped over her knees, raising an eyebrow and smiling as she asks, "Who has come back?" "Hurry," he urges once more, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the plum package, the oiled paper crumpling slightly beneath his touch. He imagines her expression as she receives the plums. Perhaps she would first bring them to her nose to sniff, then wrinkle her brow in response to their sourness, yet secretly tuck a couple away in her sleeve pocket, much like she did last year with the candied fruits he had gifted her. The landscape outside the window gradually becomes familiar, as they draw ever closer to the territory of the Jigua. Yinsheng's heart feels as if it is being warmed by glowing coals, swelling with anticipation. He recalls her loosely draped haori collar before his departure, her shoulders trembling as she coughed, and suddenly feels that the 5 days of travel have all been worthwhile. He wishes to stoke the coals even brighter before she notices, and replace the medicinal bowl with sweet soup. To tell her just how fresh the plums from the south are, without mentioning the bloodied glint of the knives. Wherever she is, she can steadfastly absorb all his anxiety and turmoil. As the ox cart rounds a mountain pass, he can already see the eaves of Jigua in the distance. Yinsheng suddenly flings open the fabric curtain, and the purple haori is lifted by the wind, resembling a flickering light. He seems to hear the gentle sound of the door being pulled open, and her laughter ringing through the courtyard. Almost there, he whispers to himself, his eyes brimming with expectation. The plums in his arms still carry a hint of tartness, mingling with the faint dust of travel on his person, a testament of his safe return meant for her. The wind and snow, accompanied by icy pellets, strike his face. Yinsheng's purple haori is already drenched, yet he feels no chill. He stands before Alu's door, his fingertips barely brushing the wooden frame of the door when he hears an unsettling silence from within. There is no crackling of the charcoal brazier, no sound of her low cough, and even the medicinal scent that usually lingers has been swept away by the storm. He violently pulls the door open, the biting cold wind surging in with him, instantly freezing him in place at the sight that greets him. The bed is empty, the neatly folded bedding devoid of any impressions, the low table polished to a shine, and even the corner where she kept her carving knife is bare. The wooden figurines that had adorned the space for a decade, the box for her hair clippings, and even the celadone pot she often used to warm wine, all are gone. The wall is stark, where her dark blue haori should have hung. Only a faint outline remains, like a scar left by something cruelly taken away. Yinsheng's gaze frantically sweeps across the room, the snow at his feet melting into water, leaving a small damp patch on the tatami mat. He remembers how she had leaned against the bed before he left, her bright smile as she told him to bring back specialties for her. Those words, once a source of comfort, now pierce his heart like an icicle. He cannot bear to think, nor does he wish to confront the worst of possibilities. The wind and snow sweep through the corridor, and the figure of the Jigua patriarch appears beside the door, his robe blending almost seamlessly with the shadows. He looks at Yin Sheng, standing in the empty room, his gaze sweeping over the excessively clean tatami mat, his voice cold as if tempered by ice. You have returned. Yin Sheng abruptly turns, the snowflakes from his purple haori cascading down. The bloodshot in his eyes stands out starkly in the dim light. Where's my master? She has died, the patriarch replies, his tone flat as though stating an inconsequential fact. On the third day after you left, she coughed and could not catch her breath, and did not survive the night. He pauses, his gaze falling to Yin Sheng's clenched fists. Mr. Chuanming also brought many doctors to examine her. Her old ailment had relapsed, and there was no hope. Yin Sheng's throat feels as though it has been blocked by something, rendering him voiceless. He recalls the forced smile on Alu's face before he left, the pallor of her neck beneath the loose collar of her haori. The images exploding in his mind, mingling with the smells of blood and medicine, making him feel nauseous. Her body, along with the two blades she never parted with, has been taken back to the dojo by Mr. Chuanming. The patriarch continues, his tone devoid of emotion. She was buried yesterday, in the wisteria grove behind the dojo. If you wish to pay your respects, you may do so in a few days. Impossible, Yin Sheng finally manages to utter, his voice hoarse like sandpaper. She promised to wait for me to return. Life is filled with unexpected turns. The patriarch interrupts him, stepping forward, casting a shadow over Yin Sheng. You are the heir of the Jigua. You must learn to accept these truths. When a person dies, they are gone. There is no need to dwell on it. Not dwell on it, Yin Sheng exclaims, raising his head sharply, the crimson in his eyes almost spilling over. His purple haori flares with his intense movement. Alu was my master. She was the master my father found for me. The patriarch's expression darkens, an undeniable pressure in his gaze. And what of it? He turns to leave, the wind and snow lifting his robe. You should be concerned with whether the affairs in the south have been properly handled. Not with a dead person. Remember your position, Yin Sheng. The sound of footsteps fades away, leaving Yin Sheng alone in the empty room. The words died of illness strike him like a hammer, pounding against his heart. He recalls Alu's two gleaming blades. The doctor's helpless sighs as they looked upon her, the details he had overlooked now knitting together, yet they are nailed in place by the finality of burial. Outside the window, the snow intensifies, blanketing the paths in the courtyard. Yin Sheng leans against the cold, low table, his fingertips brushing against the smooth wood grain. Where once lay the half-carved figurine she had been working on. Now, there is nothing. Just as his father had said, she has died, taking with her the warmth of a decade, buried within the soil of the plum grove. But why does the pain clenching his heart feel as though it is whispering that something is amiss? Chapter 12, South of the South. Yin Sheng almost stumbles as he rushes through the gate of Mr. Chuanming's home. The wind chimes beneath the eaves ringing in response to the gusts. Mr. Chuanming sits on a low stool in the corridor, clutching half a cup of cold tea. Upon seeing Yin Sheng enter, he slowly raises his eyes, the weariness in his gaze resembling the accumulation of several days of rain. You have come, he begins, his voice hoarse as if scraped by sandpaper. Alu has passed. Yin Sheng freezes in place, the stones at his feet kicked away to a distant corner. He opens his mouth, but his throat feels as though it is stuffed with warm cotton, and he cannot produce any sound. Mr. Chuanming lowers his gaze, staring at the interplay of light and shadow on the ground. It was the day you departed for the south. She was well in the morning, saying she would wait for you to bring her specialties. But in the afternoon, he does not continue, merely raising a hand to wipe his face. The hydrangeas in Mr. Chuanming's courtyard have wilted significantly, drooping on their branches. Yin Sheng recalls how, just before he left, Alu had stood at the door, waving at him, her hair being tousled by the wind against her cheek, smiling as she cautioned him to be careful on the road. The sun had been bright, so bright that he believed this parting was merely a fleeting few days. She has already been buried. Mr. Chuanming's voice is light, as if carried away by the wind, in the pine forest behind the mountain. She mentioned she liked the tranquility there. Yin Sheng stands rooted to the spot, gazing at the untouched cup of cold tea in the corridor, suddenly feeling all the strength drained from his body. He hurried back from afar, thinking all the way about how he would tell her about the smooth flagstone roads of the southern town, how he wanted to take her to see the bougainvillea that blooms year-round, only to realize that some farewells never had a chance to begin with. Fate, it seems, is inscrutable. In one moment, he is contemplating how to express his thoughts upon his return, and in the next, it has turned into an everlasting regret. Like the wind chimes at the eaves, they resonate with a gentle breeze, yet the wind can neither be grasped nor predicted. Some individuals and events, seemingly secure in our grasp, can suddenly become distant, separated by vast expanses or even the chasm of life and death. What you perceive as a mundane farewell may indeed be an irrevocable parting inscribed by fate long ago. In this capriciousness lies a multitude of unspoken words and unfinished deeds. No, my master will not perish. Yin Sheng abruptly lifted his head, the bloodshot veins in his eyes spreading like a spider's web. Impossible, he hoarsely shouted. His voice laced with an unyielding stubbornness. He promised to await my return. He swore he would wait for me. Before his words could fully escape, he had already turned and burst through the wooden door, plunging into the tempestuous wind and snow outside. The snowflakes stung his cheeks, yet he remained oblivious. His feet plunging into the snow-dusted earth as he ran, the cries behind him torn to shreds by the howling wind. The pine forest on the back mountain stood like a silent silhouette amidst the storm, the snow accumulating on its branches swept away into the air. He stumbled through the trees until he beheld the freshly mounded grave, marked by a wooden plaque inscribed with the name Lu Sheng Yujiang. Its newly carved edges dampened by the snow. Yin Sheng abruptly halted, his chest heaving violently, the white mist of his breath instantaneously consumed by the tempest. He gazed at the patch of moist yellow earth, a strangled whimper escaping his throat, realizing that Mr. Chuan Ming spoke the truth. Snow settled in his hair and upon his shoulders, quickly forming a delicate layer of white. He reached out, intending to touch the plaque, yet his fingertips froze mid-air, as if encased in ice. The wind, laden with snow, slapped against his face, chilling him to the bone. Yet that searing disbelief in his heart felt suddenly doused by the biting cold. Enough! Yin Sheng shuddered, turning abruptly. His father stood a short distance away in the snow, his embroidered garment flapping in the wind. A decade had passed, and his father's hair, now silver-tipped and flecked with snow, bore a gaze colder than the surrounding storm. Two servants followed behind, heads bowed in silence. Is the death of merely a swordsmanship master worthy of your madness here? The patriarch approached, each step crunching heavily in the snow, a figure of authority meant to embody a heart of iron, not one weeping mournfully at a solitary grave. Yin Sheng clenched his fists, knuckles whitening, a suppressed roar escaping his throat. No, stop. The patriarch's voice sliced through the air, his gaze sharp enough to carve into Yin Sheng's flesh. Do you truly believe this is how you should present yourself? Like a lost dog. Do not forget your identity. The future of the family rests upon your shoulders, not to be squandered in trivial emotions. The storm intensified, whipping pine needles into his face. The patriarch scrutinized Yin Sheng's crimson eyes, his tone unyielding. Return with me at once. From this day forth, abandon these useless thoughts and fulfill your duties. This is your rightful obligation to live. Yin Sheng stared at the fresh grave, then at his father's rigid profile, suddenly feeling as though the relentless storm had suffocated him. It dawned on him that, in his father's eyes, Alu's existence held so little weight that it did not even merit sorrow. He was taken back to the family estate, the lanterns swaying violently in the wind, casting shadows that flickered erratically in the corridor. The patriarch cast Yin Sheng into the center of the hall, taking his seat at the head table, the steaming tea in front of him untouched as he fixated on Yin Sheng's drenched clothing and lips turning purple from the cold. Yin Sheng bowed his head, his shoulders still trembling slightly. I shall tell you. The patriarch's voice echoed in the spacious hall, carrying an uncompromising coldness. From the moment you crossed this threshold, you must stow away those useless tears. As the heir to the family, your spine should be harder than the bluestone slabs in the courtyard, your gaze sharper than the edge of a blade. What you present now is utterly disgraceful. He paused, lifting the teacup to take a sip, the steam failing to soften the ice in his eyes. Do you think I wish for you to become this way? Born into these turbulent times, a soft heart could easily be devoured, leaving nothing but bones behind. The matter of Lu Sheng Yujiang serves as your first lesson. Emotions are the most futile of burdens, only serving to hinder your progress. Yin Sheng suddenly raised his head, his eyes still red. But there are no buts. The patriarch slammed the teacup down onto the table, splashing a few drops of tea. The path I have laid out for you is meant to secure the family's foothold in these chaotic times. By any means necessary, hardening your heart. This is not cruelty. It is your duty to survive. Do you believe that the whims of love and beauty can shield you from the sword? He stood, advancing toward Yin Sheng, his gaze as icy as steel. Either shoulder this burden and become a worthy heir, or leave this household and perish in the cold. Which will you choose? The wind and snow continued to howl outside, and Yin Sheng looked at the threads of white in his father's hair, pondering the myriad unspoken calculations and struggles within. Suddenly, he found himself unable to comprehend. Yet that phrase, the duty to survive, felt like a heavy stone, crashing down upon his heart. Yes, father. Yin Sheng's voice still bore a hoarse rasp, like a stone worn by the storm. I wish to keep Alu's silver-red twin blades. The patriarch, engrossed in wiping down the long sword on the table, did not even lift his gaze, the blade gliding across the cloth with a soft rustle. Bury them with him. He replied flatly, as if discussing an inconsequential item. With the person gone, what purpose do they serve? They only bring unnecessary attachments. Yin Sheng's heart plummeted, as if gripped by an unseen force. But they are his. Enough. The patriarch interrupted, sheathing the polished sword with a harsh clang. The metallic sound resonating painfully in the air. Everything that needed to be said has been said. Return and prepare for tomorrow's matters. He waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away an annoying pest. Do not trouble me with these matters again. Yin Sheng stood rooted in place. Watching high, he lifted his gaze to the howling snowstorm outside, his eyes resembling the frozen surface of a lake. Blood ties are the ropes etched into our bones. When clutched tightly, they ensure we share life and death. As for others, he scoffed, tracing a cold line on the desk with his fingertips, useful when needed. Yet when their utility fades, they should be discarded like a broken blade. The flickering candlelight danced, casting a cold glimmer on his graying temples. That child Yagyu is clever. But ultimately, he is of a different clan. Do you think those so-called bonds of affection can withstand the clash of blades? Can they safeguard the lineage of the nation? He picked up the jade tablet on the desk, an ancient piece etched with the family crest, its edges worn smooth. I have witnessed too much. Today we may call each other brothers, yet tomorrow one could stab the other in the back. A smile shared in this moment could swiftly turn to enmity over a piece of bread. Only blood ties cannot deceive. And only blood ties are worth risking your life to protect. The wind and snow battered against the window, as if echoing his words. In his eyes, this chaotic world is a vast furnace, where all non-blood ties are merely flammable kindling. Once burned away, they dissipate. In the instant consciousness plunged into darkness, Alu suddenly encountered a familiar white light. It was softer than her memories yet pulsated with a distinct rhythm, as if, surprise? Your physical deterioration has yet to reach a critical threshold. The voice of the white light was devoid of fluctuation, yet carried an undercurrent of disrupted calculations, detecting residual toxins. Chronic erosion of tissues, ultimately leading to organ failure. Alu gazed vacantly at her hands, the mounting heaviness of fatigue, the faint red upon the handkerchief, and the sudden sharp pain that had seized her at the end, was not illness, but poison. The halo of white light slightly contracted, as if processing a complex program. According to initial parameters, your life trajectory should adhere to natural decay. Any demise caused by external interference constitutes an algorithmic deviation. It paused, adding, it does not conform to the rules. Before Alu could react, the white light surged forward, like a warm current enveloping her limbs. The chill that had resided in her marrow, the stagnation within her organs, slowly dissolved in this luminance. Even her breathing became lighter. The toxins have been eradicated. The white light stabilized, correcting the deviation. We shall not meet again. As darkness wrapped around her mouth and nose like a damp cloth, Alu abruptly opened her eyes. Surrounding her were impenetrable wooden barriers, the coffin lid pressing down low, the thin air tinged with the scent of earth and pine resin. The sensation of suffocation coiled around her throat like a vine. She groped frantically around, her fingertips suddenly colliding with a familiar curve, the hilts of her twin silver-red blades. With a sharp clang, the blades sliced through the coffin's muffled sound, exploding in the stillness of the forest. Gritting her teeth, Alu drew upon her body's momentum to strike fiercely, splintering wood as she finally broke a gap. The moment fresh air rushed in, she tumbled out into the snow. Snowflakes splattered across her face, and as she coughed and looked up, she froze. Not far away, two youths clad in uniforms were being cornered by a ghastly creature with exposed fangs, its claws poised to grasp one of their throats. As Alu rolled out from the cracked coffin, the monster, the two team members, and three pairs of eyes fixated on her, their movements seemingly frozen like ice sculptures. The creature's drool dripped onto the snow, steaming, but it forgot to continue its attack. The hands of the two team members, wielding their Nicaran blades, trembled. Their expressions a mix of fear towards the monster and shock at the sight of a living person emerging from the coffin. Alu gripped her still warm, silver-red blades. Glancing at the bewildered creature and the wide-eyed team members, she found the scene of her resurrection rather absurd. The creature's form twisted like crumpled paper. Its upper body crowned with a head covered in compound eyes, 8 hairy appendages protruding from its back, 2 of which were firmly gripping a nearby pine tree. The bark marred with deep gashes. Where did such a monstrosity come from? It opened its mouth, lined with barbed edges, its voice sharp and raspy, akin to spider silk scraping glass. Before Alu could steady herself, a viscous white thread suddenly erupted from its abdomen, reeking and lunging towards her face. Instinctively, she sidestepped, her silver-red blades carving an arc through the snowy air, swiftly severing the web. The sticky residue fell onto the snow, instantly corroding it into small pits. Yet, the creature paid her no heed, twisting its spider-like head towards the demon slayers behind it. its remaining appendages crashing onto the ground. Let us deal with these two pesky insects first. The two team members, just emerging from their shock, saw the claws approaching and hastily raised their blades in defense, only to be jolted backward by immense force. One of the youths had his arm slashed open. Grunting in pain, Alu tightened her grip on the hilt of her blade. The snow continued to fall, melting into droplets upon the blade's edge. Taking a deep breath, she charged forward through the fresh snow, her figure amidst the pale landscape resembling a sudden flare of fire. Chapter 13. The Monster. Alu fixated on the spider-headed creature, her stomach tightening. She had never encountered such a being. Its compound eyes glimmered with green light in the shadows. Its limbs caked with snowflakes, unmistakably humanoid in shape, yet adorned with the fangs and claws of a beast. The two youths in matching uniforms appeared like blades of grass in the wind, their frantic strokes failing to land, already marred with several wounds. Run, one of them shouted, yet was struck in the chest by the creature's appendage, collapsing into the snow with a muffled thud. Alu clenched her silver-red blades tighter. Witnessing the monster open its maw, revealing sharp teeth that aimed to bite the fallen youth, intent on murder. Just like a wolf in the wild pouncing on a farmer's child, just like a bully swinging a knife at an innocent passerby. Hey, she suddenly called out. The spider demon abruptly turned its head, all compound eyes locking onto her. Ignoring its gaze, she positioned the sheathed blade against her waist. In the moment the twin blades were drawn, their silver-red brilliance cleaved through the swirling snow. Do not harm them. She knew not what she faced, nor who the two being hunted were. All she understood was that she could not bear to witness living beings torn apart by the monster before her. Alu's figure danced across the snow, the wind kicked up by her blades swirling the snowflakes, moving so swiftly that only two trails of iridescence remained. As the creature's limbs rose, one blade severed them, green blood splattering onto the snow like a grotesque flower. It let out a piercing shriek, attempting to lunge at her, but the other blade struck its back, splitting it in two. Is it over? A flicker of surprise crossed Alu's eyes. Yet in the next instant, the bisected body of the spider demon began to writhe like melting wax, viscous white threads oozing from the severed edges, reattaching the split body. Even the severed limbs regrowing at a visible pace. Alu raised an eyebrow, unperturbed, curiosity flashing in her gaze. Such a creature? It can reattach itself after being severed? Instead of retreating, she advanced, her silver-red blades moving faster, weaving a web of light. This time, it was no longer about cleaving but about spinning, slicing, and entangling. The blades glided along the monster's body, swiftly dismembering it into countless fragments. Even the threads attempting to reconnect were cut into disarray. The snow was littered with large and small pieces, green blood staining the ground. Alu stood in the center, breathless as she surveyed the scene. This time, the fragments merely twitched slightly in the snow, showing no sign of reattachment, and the foul odor gradually dissipated, as if melting away. Alu nudged the scattered remains with her blade, confirming they truly would not regenerate, before straightening up. She shook the blood off her blades, pondering, so even something that can regenerate cannot survive when shattered to this extent. She turned to the two still stunned youths and lifted her chin. What did you say just now? The Nichiren blade held by Tanaka-rin clattered to the snowy ground as he fixated on the utterly still fragments at Alu's feet. After a prolonged moment of silence, he finally regained his voice. You, what have you done? Sato Yu, leaning against a tree trunk, struggled to maintain his balance. Blood continued to seep from the wound on his arm, yet the pain was the least of his concerns. He vividly recalled how he and Tanaka had exerted every ounce of strength to counter the strike of that spider demon, but the girl before him, who had just emerged from a coffin, wielded two vividly colored blades and effortlessly reduced the monster to mere fragments, even extinguishing its troublesome regenerative abilities. Who are you? Sato Yu swallowed hard, his gaze shifting from Alu's hair dusted with snowflakes to the iridescent silver and red blades she held. Alu glanced at her weapons, then at the motionless remnants on the ground, sheathed her blades, and brushed the snow from her hands. My name is Alu. Pausing for a moment, she pointed at the debris and inquired, what exactly is this? It can be severed yet still regenerate. Tanaka-run and Sato Yu exchanged a glance, each reflecting the same astonishment. This girl not only possessed extraordinary skills, but was also oblivious to the existence of demons. Tanaka-rin first retrieved the Nichiren blade from the ground, wiping the blood off its blade with snow before addressing Alu. The monsters you refer to, we call them demons. They are malevolent creatures that sustain themselves by consuming humans, possessing immense strength and rapid regeneration. Ordinary blades cannot kill them. He gestured to the uniforms worn by himself and Sato Yu. We are members of the Demon Slayer Corps, an organization dedicated to hunting demons. The blade in your hand is a Nichiren blade, forged from a special metal that absorbs sunlight. Only such blades can utterly annihilate demons, for instance, by severing their heads. Sato Yu added, demons fear sunlight. When dawn breaks, they turn to ash. However, they predominantly operate at night, and many remain unaware of their existence. Since you just emerged from a coffin, have you never encountered a demon before? Ailu recalled the eerie folktales she had heard long ago about travelers being dragged away at night, realizing that they were not mere legends. She touched the hilts of her silver and red blades, suddenly comprehending. So my blades could shatter it, not due to their quality, but merely by chance. No. Tanaka Rin shook his head, his eyes filled with admiration. Even with a Nichiren blade, it is incredibly challenging to sever a regenerating demon so swiftly. Your skills are undoubtedly exceptional. The speed and force you displayed surpass many formal members. As the snowfall gradually lightened, sunlight peeked through the clouds, illuminating the melting remnants of the demon on the ground. Ailu felt an overwhelming sense of peril, as if she had unwittingly stumbled into an entirely unfamiliar world. Tanaka Ren's eyes brightened, and he stepped forward. Ailu, given your remarkable abilities, would you consider joining the Demon Slayer Corps? We are in dire need of someone as formidable as you. Sato Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, with you, more lives can be saved. Furthermore, having just awakened, you might benefit from a sense of purpose. Ailu hesitated, instinctively touching the hilt of her blade. She still had unanswered questions. Why had she been poisoned? What had become of Yensheng? What secrets lay hidden within the depths of her family's estate? Without clarity on these matters, she could not hastily agree. I have some matters to attend to, she spoke softly. May I have some time to consider joining? Though Tanaka Run felt a pang of disappointment. He nodded in understanding. Of course. If you come to a decision, you may seek us at any time. However, to join the Demon Slayer Corps, you must pass the final selection. He paused, explaining. The final selection takes place on Mount Fujisaki, where many demons still roam. Surviving for 7 days in the mountain's wilderness is considered a successful passage, granting you membership. Ailu lifted her gaze toward the distant, undulating mountains. As sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the ridges, she tightened her grip on the scabbard, her voice soft yet resolute. Understood. 7 days. I will contemplate this carefully. Sato Yu produced a clean cloth from his pocket and handed it to her. This contains our contact details. Should you decide to go to Mount Fujisaki or find yourself in trouble, you can reach us using the address provided. Ailu accepted the cloth, folding it neatly and tucking it into her garments. As she observed the two of them supporting each other in preparation to depart, she suddenly spoke. Thank you. Tanaka Ren turned back with a smile. We should be the ones thanking you. Take care, Ailu. The footprints in the snow were quickly covered by fresh flakes as Ailu watched their retreating figures, then looked down at her silver and red blades. Having faced death once, she felt an unexpected courage, unafraid of the rules of her family or the demons of Mount Fujisaki. All she desired was to uncover the obscured truths that lay before her. When Ailu stood before the gates of her family estate, she saw only the peeling vermilion paint of the door and the half-opened courtyard gate, where weeds had grown to the threshold. And even the copper bell at the eaves had rusted to a dark red hue. Pushing open the door, she stumbled over a toppled wine jar. The empty courtyard echoed only with the wind's passage through the corridor. The main hall was coated in a thin layer of dust and a string of prayer beads. Once held by her family's head, lay broken in a corner, the wooden beads riddled with wormholes. It was not a place fit for habitation. It was only when she spotted a new grave beneath an old elm tree behind the woodshed that she tightened her grip on the hilt of her blade. The inscription on the stone read, "The grave of the Kin Nation." A neighborly old woman trembled as she brought a bowl of hot porridge, informing her that the estate had been vacant for several years. The previous head had perished in the spring, having encountered a demon at night, and when discovered, alas. The young master of the household moved away the following day. That young master, Ailu's voice tightened, was it Yensheng? The old woman nodded. Yes. That child changed completely upon returning from the south. He spoke little and rarely displayed emotion. It was said he had previous ties with the Kawanami dojo, but the connection was severed later. Those years were prosperous for the Kin Nation. However, after the creatures arrived in the city, following the head's demise, he distributed some belongings to us, then vanished without a trace. Ailu gripped the edge of the bowl, her fingertips turning pale. Suddenly, she recalled Yensheng waving goodbye to her at the door 5 years ago. It dawned on her that during these 5 years, he had not only had to accept the reality of her death, but had also witnessed the successive loss of family, elders, and subordinates. Those suppressed emotions, those unspoken worries, eventually transformed into the burden he bore and his resolute path toward the Demon Slayer Corps. Ailu thanked the old woman and treaded along the fractured stone path toward the town center, the weeds brushing against her ankles. The once lively tavern in her memories now stood with only half a collapsed earthen wall, its awning reduced to tattered strips fluttering in the wind. She remembered that the Kawanami dojo was just around the corner, The Grand Vermilion Gate was always half ajar, revealing the wooden training dummies and the long sword used by Mr. Kawanami. Yet as she approached, she discovered that the dojo's entrance had been charred black. The characters spelling Kawanami on the doorframe were now mere indistinct outlines. The grass in the courtyard towered above her, and the wooden dummies lay broken in two, buried within the overgrown weeds. Ailu pushed aside the waist-high grass to enter, where in the center of the former training ground, she spotted a simple wooden plaque inscribed with grave of Mr. Kawanami, the writing blurred by rainwater. She knelt down, her fingers brushing over the indistinct strokes. Memories of her last encounter with Mr. Kawanami flooded back. He sat in the corridor sipping cold tea, urging her to take care of her health. Back then, the dojo was alive with the shouts of apprentices practicing swordplay, and the wind chimes at the eaves rang melodiously in the breeze. How had it come to this? From behind the neighboring broken wall, a commotion arose. An old man, wrapped in a tattered cotton coat, peeked his head out, his murky eyes brightening momentarily upon seeing her, only to quickly dim again. "You are Yagyu?" Ailu nodded, her voice slightly hoarse. "Grandfather, Mr. Kawanami, he passed away 3 winters ago." The elderly man sighed deeply, spitting a mouthful of blood-stained phlegm onto the ground. A monstrous entity had appeared during the night, setting fire to a significant portion of the dojo. In a valiant attempt to protect the 2 apprentices who could not escape, the master had faced the creature. She refrained from elaborating, merely wiping her face, recalling how the master had clutched his blade until the very end, resolute in his belief that he could not allow the demon to destroy the dojo. Ailu gazed at the solitary grave, suddenly reminded of what Mr. Chuanming had said when he saw her wielding a knife. A blade is meant to protect, not to kill. Yet, in the end, he too perished at the hands of the demon, and the dojo he sought to defend was reduced to ruins. The wind swept through the ash-laden remnants of the walls as Ailu rose, brushing off the grass clippings clinging to her knees. The twin silver-red blades at her waist clinked softly against one another, producing a delicate sound. Unsure of where to pay her respects, she bowed slowly before the charred eaves, the wooden plaque half buried in the overgrown weeds, and the ghost town that once thrived. Then, she turned and walked towards the direction of Mount Fuji. The path ahead remained long, yet she understood that her blade must not falter. Chapter 14, Mount Fuji. Upon returning to the temporary headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, Tanaka Ren had just hung his Nichiren blade when Sato Yu tugged at his arm, pulling him towards the campfire, which blazed brightly. "Where do you think Ailu learned those incredible skills?" Sato Yu added another log to the fire, sparks flying upwards. She just crawled out of her coffin, covered in snow. And when she swung her blade, it was as if the wind followed her. That spider demon was like a rag doll in her hands. Tanaka Ren rubbed his numbed hands together, exhaling a cloud of white breath. "In all my years, I've never seen anyone wield a common blade with such finesse." He paused, suddenly chuckling. But if she truly participates in the final selection, she might become a formidable figure. Sato Yu, gnawing on a sweet potato, gazed out the window at the darkening sky, suddenly sighing. Honestly, what could Ailu be dealing with? I can't shake the feeling that she carries countless stories within her. Who knows? Tanaka Ren replied while adding another log to the fire, which flared high. Whatever it is, I hope she resolves it smoothly. Do you think we'll have the chance to see her again? Sato Yu's voice softened, the sweet potato peel crumpled in his grasp. Mount Fuji is perilous. Even if she possesses great skill, ultimately, we will definitely see her again. Tanaka Ren interrupted, his tone resolute. Have you forgotten the determination she exhibited when she faced the demons? Her eyes never wavered. She is not someone who easily finds herself in trouble. Besides, she promised to give it serious consideration. I have a feeling she is not one to make empty promises. The campfire gradually dwindled, leaving only dull red embers. Sato Yu tossed the remaining sweet potato peel into the flames, watching it curl into a pile of ashes. Indeed, I truly hope she will come to Mount Fuji, and then we can fight side by side. Tanaka Ren smiled, breathing warmth into his hands. She will. We'll find out once the final selection concludes. The embers in the fire crackled softly, and Sato Yu suddenly recalled something, leaning closer to Tanaka Ren. By the way, have you heard? There's been talk in the Corps that Lord Moon Pillar, Kikwin Yeshu, is apparently the elder brother of Lord Sun Pillar, Kikwin Ye. Tanaka Ren paused, then nodded. I heard a senior mention it. They share the Kikwin surname, and it seems they possess some extraordinary talent in their bloodline. Otherwise, how could they achieve the rank of Pillar at such a young age? He added another log to the fire, the flames reflecting admiration in his eyes. Especially Lord Ye. I heard he was born with the ability to use breath techniques and severed a demon's head with his very first strike. Truly, a legendary figure. But their personalities seem entirely different. Sato Yu scratched his head, recalling his distant encounter with Lord Yeshu during a previous report. I saw him from afar once. He stood there like a block of ice, his gaze so cold it deterred anyone from approaching. Lord Ye, on the other hand, is said to be gentle but often solitary, rarely engaging in conversation. Tanaka sighed. After all, they are pillars, unlike us ordinary members of the Corps. But speaking of which, Lord Yeshu has only been with the Demon Slayer Corps for a few years, hasn't he? His progress is astonishing. I've heard that he has perfected his moon-breathing technique, capable of seeing the moon's phantoms while wielding his blade, able to cleave through a demon's blood demon art with a single stroke. How can they be brothers, one called Sun Pillar and the other Moon Pillar? Sato bit into his roasted sweet potato, mumbling, "It sounds like day and night." Tanaka chuckled. Who knows? Perhaps it is a matter of talent. They hail from the same lineage yet tread entirely different paths. However, having such two figures among us gives us more confidence when battling demons. As the embers dimmed, they reflected the glimmers of aspiration in their eyes. They remained oblivious to the profound history concealed behind the revered brothers, knowing only that the surname Kikwin was, in itself, a legend within the Demon Slayer Corps. As the night fog enveloped the mountains, two silhouettes raced through the treetops. The sound of their garments slicing through the air sharper than the wind itself. Kikwin Yeshu's blade unsheathed first, the silver-white gleam resembling a cascading waterfall under the moonlight. Executing the third form of moon-breathing, eclipsing moon. The trajectory of the blade etched a pale blue moon shadow, instantly shredding the limbs of the demon that lunged at him. As he landed, one knee touching the ground, the demon's blood staining his purple haori glistened ominously in the night dew, yet his gaze was colder than the moonlight. "Brother, over here," Kikwin Ye's voice echoed from above. He had yet to draw his blade. It was only when the demon roared and lunged forward that he slowly unsheathed the Nichiren blade from his back. The blade reflecting the last stars of the twilight sky, executing the first form of sun-breathing, round dance. A blazing streak of light flashed, more dazzling than the midday sun. The demon, having just regrown its limbs, along with the surrounding fog, was cleaved in half, green blood splattering onto the fallen leaves, quickly dissipating into azure smoke. Yeshu stood, wiping the blood from his blade, his tone devoid of emotion. "You need not intervene." Ye sheathed his blade, the moonlight illuminating his face, his expression remaining serene. "It is trying to escape. I can catch up." Yeshu tightened his grip on the hilt, his knuckles turning white. In the years since joining the Demon Slayer Corps, his moon-breathing had grown increasingly refined, yet every time he accompanied Ye, he felt as though he were chasing the shadow of the sun. No matter how hard he tried, an insurmountable chasm remained between them. Distant cries of demons echoed, and Ye looked up, his figure already several paces ahead. 3 more remain. Yeshu pressed his lips together, following closely behind. The interplay of their blades within the forest created a symphony of moonlit clarity and blazing intensity, both emanating from the same source, yet forever tracing two divergent paths as they slew the evil entities. Only when the last demon crumbled to ash beneath the Nichiren blade did Ye finally glance at the unhealed wound on Yeshu's wrist. "You're injured." He reached out to touch it, but Yeshu abruptly recoiled. "It is nothing." Yeshu turned and strode deeper into the thicket, his silhouette taut in the moonlight, still harboring unvanquished demons. Ye watched as Yeshu's figure receded, the wood grain of his scabbard glimmering faintly in the moonlight. He understood better than anyone when his brother's ironclad demeanor had begun to take shape. It was 5 years ago when the news of Ailu's death reached them. Yeshu had locked himself in the training grounds for 3 days and nights, shattering 7 blades, ultimately kneeling in the snow while clutching a broken hilt, his shoulders trembling like withered branches in the cold wind. At that time, their father was still alive, scolding him from behind the door for his lack of ambition, berating him for being ensnared by his own feet. Those words pierced Yeshu's heart like needles dipped in ice. Later, when their father perished at the hands of a demon, Yeshu shed not a single tear while handling the aftermath, merely gathering every item related to Ailu, including the silver-red twin blades he had desperately wished to keep. When Ye returned, he found the empty blade box tucked away in a corner of the storeroom, the marks on the red velvet still vividly etched. Eventually, Yeshu joined the Demon Slayer Corps, pouring his soul into mastering the blade, gradually infusing his moon breathing with a sense of hostility. He no longer smiled, nor did he reminisce about the past. Even his gaze, when directed at others, bore a coldness akin to a sharpened blade. Yuani understood that this was not his true nature, but rather a deliberate act of locking his heart away in the deepest recesses of his being. Encased in frigid armor, fearful of being shattered once more. Just moments ago, when he had vanquished that specter, Yen Sheng's wrist had been grazed by the claw of the ghost. He could have easily evaded the attack, yet it seemed as though he had intentionally chosen to bear that wound. Yuan Yi's eyes fell upon the bloodstains left on the ground, and he was suddenly reminded of their childhood, when Yen Sheng would always hide his injured fingers behind his back, afraid of being discovered by Ailu, yet would sneak a smile at him nonetheless. The moonlight filtering through the trees had dimmed slightly, and the horizon was tinged with the pale light of dawn. Yuan stood a good distance behind Yin Sheng, observing him as he tightly bound the injury on his wrist with a cloth. He suddenly spoke. Will you be attending the final selection at Tengshi Mountain next month? Yin Sheng hesitated momentarily, his voice as frigid as ice. No. The Hashira have their own duties. I have no time to witness a group of inexperienced youth struggle. Yuan paid no heed to his tone and continued. The team suggests that perhaps some promising talents can be found in this selection. Have you considered taking on an adopted son? The term adopted son held weight within the Demon Slayer Corps, where the Hashira would impart their breathing techniques to promising disciples. The very mention of it pricked at Yin Sheng, causing him to abruptly lift his gaze, an unmistakable aversion flickering in his eyes. There is no need. I have no interest in teaching others. With that, he turned and walked away, his violet haori slicing through the morning light like a stark line. Yin Sheng's rejection was anticipated, yet Yuan gently nodded, as if affirming his own thoughts. Then I shall go and see for myself. The wind rustled through the forest, carrying with it the coolness of dew. Yuan tightened his grip on the Nichiren blade, its surface reflecting his composed visage. He remained uncertain about how to unravel the knots within his brother's heart, and could only deliberately slow his pace during their battles, allowing him more space to wield his sword. Perhaps one day, when sunlight truly dispels all shadows, the ice within Yin Sheng's eyes will once again melt into water. Yuan gazed in the direction Yin Sheng had vanished, exhaling softly before following suit. The moonlight in the forest stretched their shadows long, yet maintained a distance neither too far nor too near. At Tengshi Mountain, Alu stood at the entrance, gripping a piece of cloth in her hand until it wrinkled. She had spent 2 whole days following the marks given by Tanaka Ren, taking numerous detours and even unwittingly wandering into a grove filled with the anguished cries of demons, ultimately relying on the waning crescent moon to discern her direction. Her habitual sense of direction had not improved, even after having faced death once. At the entrance stood a sparse gathering of a dozen or so individuals, most wearing tense expressions. Some were sharpening their blades while others sat with their backs turned, eyes closed in meditation. Alu stepped into a corner, her fingers brushing against the silver-red twin blades at her waist, the only vibrant hue amidst the oppressive atmosphere of impending doom. Clang! The sound of a gong pierced the night, prompting everyone to abruptly lift their heads. At the end of the mountain path stood 2 figures, one clad in black and the other in white, their attire resembling the duality of yin and yang. Their faces were identical. One bore a smile at the corner of his mouth, while the other remained expressionless. I am Heizi, announced the twin in black, his voice as chilling as ice. I am Shirozi, the twin in white replied, his tone nonchalant. In unison, they declared, the final selection at Tengshi Mountain begins now. Heizi raised his hand, gesturing towards the forest behind him. Within the mountain dwell demons that have yet to be eradicated. They feast upon those participating in the selection. Shirozi added, the rules are simple. Survive within the mountain for 7 days. Those who stand here after 7 days will be deemed successful. Someone could no longer contain their anxiety and asked, what if we encounter a demon we cannot defeat? Heizi replied with a cold smirk, then you shall die. Shirozi shrugged, or let the demon die. Alu stared into the abyss of the forest, where moonlight illuminated only the stone steps beneath her feet. Beyond that lay an impenetrable darkness. She recalled Tanaka Ren speaking of the Demon Slayer Corps, remembered Mr. Kawanami's grave, and thought of the desolate courtyard of the Yukinika family. Enter, the black and white twins parted to the sides, and remember, from the moment you step into the forest, survival is the only objective. A few murmurs of anxiety rippled through the crowd. Some gripped their blades tighter, while others instinctively stepped back. Alu took a deep breath and stepped onto the stone steps first. The silver-red scabbard glimmered faintly in the darkness, like an unquenchable flame, as she ventured into the unknown depths, as the night breeze bore a sweet fragrance. Alu had just crossed the threshold into the trial grounds when she encountered a demon with a serpent's tail. She stepped back, retreating amidst the fallen blossoms. And as she looked up, she suddenly froze. Above her, clusters of wisteria blossoms showered down like delicate rain, dusting her shoulders in soft hues. Moonlight filtered through the flowers, casting a dappled shadow upon the ground, momentarily merging with the image of Yukinika's small courtyard. She recalled how that courtyard had been meticulously tended by Yin Sheng. She often remarked how easy it was to care for wisteria, yet he would rise early each morning, watering each inch of soil beneath the trellis with a kettle in hand. Once, she had secretly plucked the largest blossom and tucked it into his hair. He had blushed and attempted to discard it, yet in turning away, had instead placed it in a porcelain vase on the windowsill. The sunlight back then was always warm, and beneath the trellis, the buzzing of bees could be heard. After Yin Sheng returned from his sword practice, Alu would sit on the stone steps, teaching him to read the sword manual, her fingertips gliding over the pages more gently than the spring breeze. Yen Sheng, Alu unconsciously murmured, her fingers plucking a fallen petal. It had been 5 years. She wondered how he was faring now. Beneath the wisteria, she found no demons. Alu turned and walked away, heading deeper into the forest. As the serpent demon's forked tongue flicked rapidly, almost grazing her nose. Her silver-red blades were drawn in a flash. The wind they stirred, sending a cascade of leaves spiraling down. Swish. The sound of the blade slicing through scales echoed like tearing silk. Alu did not even glance at the demon's contorted face, relying solely on the sound of the wind to gauge its position. With her left blade, she deftly deflected its sweeping tail, while her right blade swiftly severed its neck. Her movements swift as a fleeting shadow. The demon's head tumbled amidst the wisteria blossoms, its green blood splattering onto the grass, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion. Yet its body continued to convulse, a gaping wound appearing at its midsection, threatening to sprout a new head. Alu raised an eyebrow. Recalling the spider demon in the snow, she granted it no chance for regeneration, her twin blades intertwining as she spun. The silver-red aura enveloping her as a fierce wind swept through, instantly shredding the remaining body into fragments. It seemed they were all the same. She flicked the blood from her blades, her tone as flat as discussing the weather. The remnants on the ground soon lay still, and Alu crouched down to sever its head. She returned her blades to their scabbard, but as she turned, she kicked against a hard object. Looking down, she discovered it to be a half-broken Nichiren blade, likely left behind by a failed participant before her. The hilt bore a crooked character, suggesting that it belonged to someone who had faltered. In silence, Alu buried the broken blade beneath the grass. Fallen leaves landed in her hair, reminiscent of the time Yen Sheng had brushed them away for her years ago. She brushed the dirt from her hands and ventured deeper into the forest. This was only the first day. She had to survive, to live until the day she could uncover the truth. Leaning against a tree trunk, her fingertips unconsciously scratched at the bark. Her mind felt like a tangled mass of threads, impossible to unravel. Suddenly, Mr. Kawanami's visage surfaced in her memory. Yet that elderly figure, who had imparted wisdom like a father, had ultimately perished at the hands of a demon, leaving only the charred remains of the dojo. Alu clenched the hilt of her blade tightly, her knuckles whitening. The silver-red twin blades trembled softly in their scabbard, as though resonating with her surging emotions. Revenge. The thought entwined around her heart like a vine. She was determined to find the demon that had slain Mr. Kawanami and ensure that those who devoured human lives paid the price. Yet, she was reminded of Mr. Kawanami's silhouette as he stood protectively before his apprentice. He wielded his blade not for vengeance, but to shield those behind him. Much like when she had rescued Tanaka Ren and Sato Yu. She had not considered who she was. She simply knew she could not bear to witness the living being torn apart. Guardian, Alu whispered softly, a tightness constricting her throat. Just as she was lost in thought, the sudden sound of hurried footsteps jolted her back to reality. She turned to see a young boy dashing past, clutching a plain Nichiren blade, pursued by a grim-faced demon. Help me. The boy's voice trembled, his strikes with the Nichiren blade lacking any semblance of skill. Alu unsheathed her sword, a flash of silver-red light, and the demon's head rolled to the ground. She watched as the boy collapsed, gasping for breath. And only then did she recall what Tanaka Ren had said about the Nichiren blade. It dawned on her that her twin swords were unlike those of the Demon Slayer Corps. Thank you. The boy looked up at her, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Are you here for the selection too? Your blade doesn't seem like a Nichiren. Alu sheathed her sword and shook her head. I'm not entirely sure. She had little knowledge of the many Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps, nor did she understand the breathing techniques, let alone the rules and signals among the members. When she had overheard 2 candidates discussing water breathing and thunder breathing, she had merely assumed it was some form of swordsmanship mantra. The boy stared at her in disbelief. You don't know? How could you dare come to Fujikage Mountain? Alu gazed at the distant, swaying wisteria, and softly replied. Someone told me that surviving 7 days here would allow me to join an organization capable of slaying demons. As for the people and the rules within that organization, she was completely unaware, as if she had stumbled blindfolded into a battlefield. All she wanted now was to grip her sword tightly, survive these 7 days, and gradually unravel the mysteries of the Demon Slayer Corps, and to discover her own place in this chaotic world. The boy continued to ramble about the Corps, but Alu barely listened, her attention caught by the sound of the wind rustling through the wisteria, reminiscent of a gentle sigh. The moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows on her face. As her confusion faded, her steps became steadier than before. Chapter 15, The Selection. My name is Hyasuke, and I practice water breathing. The boy wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he watched Alu sheath her sword with such deftness. You're amazing, sister. That last strike was so fast I could hardly see it. Ailu was momentarily taken aback. Water breathing? That was the term she had just heard. She remained silent, merely brushing the petals off her clothes. Hyasuk, however, moved closer, his tone slightly ingratiating. Sister, since we're both alone, why not team up? I know where the wisteria is dense. Demons 1T dare approach. He rubbed his hands together, grinning sheepishly. And my water-breathing ISN T too shabby. While I may not be as skilled as you, I can definitely be of assistance. In essence, he was eager to cling to this unexpected ally. The speed of that demon had been astonishing. Had Ailu not intervened, he would likely have become its meal. Following such a formidable fighter would undoubtedly increase his chances of survival. Ailu, observing the sincerity in his eyes, was about to respond when her gaze caught the flickering shadows of trees in the distance, where faint scratching sounds echoed. She abruptly changed her mind. Turning away from the cave Hyasuk had mentioned, her silver-red scabbard gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Hey, where are you going, sister? Hyasuk hurried to catch up. That way has sparse wisteria. It's where the demons are most numerous. Shouldn't we find a place to hide first? Ailu halted, turning to face him. Her expression impassive. I'm going to slay demons. Hyasuk was taken aback. Slay demons? Now, it's night. That's when demons are most active. Shouldn't we find somewhere safe and wait until dawn? Wait until when? Ailu's voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable tenacity. In 7 days, hiding 1T suffice. She recalled the dojo that Mr. Kawanami had burned to the ground, the anguished cries of those at the mercy of demons. If everyone simply chose to hide, the number of demons in these mountains would only continue to grow, and during the next selection, more youths like Hyasuk would meet their demise. I intend to find them all. Ailu clenched the hilt of her sword, her knuckles turning white. While I still can. Hyasuk gazed at her profile, the moonlight outlining her sharp features. There was no hint of hesitation in her eyes, only a near-obsessive resolve. He recalled his master's words. True strength never waits for the enemy to come knocking. But there could be dozens of demons in these mountains. Hyasuk swallowed hard, tightening his grip on his sword. Maybe we should. If you're afraid, go to the cave and wait for me, Ailu said. Not even glancing at him, already stepping into the deeper darkness, her silver-red silhouette swiftly swallowed by the night, leaving behind a light remark. Or, follow me. Hyasuk stood frozen, watching her disappear into the shadows before glancing down at the Nichiren blade in his hand. The techniques of water breathing swirled in his mind, ultimately transforming into a surge of determination that rose in his throat. Wait for me. He gritted his teeth and, brandishing his sword, pursued her. You can't slay demons without me. The night wind lifted their garments, the fragrance of wisteria fading into the distance. Ailu's pace remained unbroken, while Hyasuk's breath quickened. Yet he remained steadfastly by her side. Perhaps these 7 days were not meant for evasion, but for confrontation. On the first day, as dawn barely broke, Ailu emerged from the forest, dragging a plump mountain chicken behind her, dew dampening her hair tips, and the scabbard of her silver-red blades adorned with a few blades of grass. Hyasuk, napping against a tree, was startled awake by her footsteps. Rubbing his eyes, he watched as she skewered the chicken over the fire, nearly jumping in surprise. Sister, you can hunt? Otherwise, would you prefer to starve? Ailu added some dry twigs to the fire, the flames licking at the chicken's fat, sizzling with a sound that echoed in the air. During the day, demons tended to hide, making it the perfect time to forage for food. Taking advantage of the demon's aversion to sunlight, she chose open spaces to navigate during the day, allowing her to orient herself while effortlessly hunting birds and beasts to satiate their hunger. After 2 days of following her, Hyasuk witnessed her knock a wild boar unconscious with the back of her blade and ensnare a hare with vines. The dual swords, lethal in her grasp, proved to be more effective than any hunting spear. But shouldn't we conserve our strength for the selection? Hyasuk mumbled through a mouthful of crispy chicken leg. Killing demons at night is exhausting enough. Strength is honed, not conserved. Ailu shot him a glance, offering him a roasted chicken wing. Her energy at night was indeed formidable. As soon as the sun set, she transformed, her eyes shining fiercely in the darkness, pursuing the scent of demons for miles without a hint of fatigue. Hyasuk's water breathing was barely sufficient for self-defense at night. Most of the time, he found himself watching as Ailu's silver-red blade darted through the shadows of demons, swift as lightning. Often, by the time he assumed a fighting stance, the demon had already met its end. On the third night, they encountered a tree demon skilled in disguise, hiding within the vines and nearly ensnaring Hyasuk's ankle. Without waiting for it to strike, Ailu's dual blades sliced through the vines, the wind from her strikes carrying a deadly force that cleaved the demon and half of an ancient tree in two. Sister, you seem even stronger at night, Hyasuk remarked, staring at the scattered wood chips, his heart still racing. Ailu wiped the viscous residue from her blades, remaining silent. Only she understood how the darkness of the night reminded her of being buried in the earth, of Mr. Kawanami's charred corpse. Those fears and angers surged through her veins, transforming into the strength behind her strikes. She could not stop, for pausing would plunge her deeper into the abyss of her memories. When dawn broke, she returned with a mountain hare, finding Hyasuke soundly asleep against a rock. She skewered the rabbit meat over the fire, allowing it to roast slowly. The morning light filtered through the leaves, casting a rare softness upon her features. Hunting by day, slaying demons by night. Like an unyielding top, spinning under the relentless lash of hatred and obsession. Ailu gazed at the mountain peaks in the distance, taking a bite of the warm rabbit meat. She had to endure until she could personally shatter all darkness. On the morning of the 7th day, as sunlight cascaded over the entrance of Fujikage Mountain, the twin brothers in black and white stood upon the stone steps, observing the figures emerging one by one from the forest, their expressions betraying a rare hint of surprise. Hirakawa was dragged out by Ailu, his arms firmly grasped, and despite the heavy dark circles under his eyes and his unsteady gait, he wore a brilliant smile. Following them were a dozen ragged participants, each bearing wounds, yet their eyes gleamed with the relief of survival. 14 had managed to endure this round. Baito raised an eyebrow, the roster in his hands rustling ominously. In previous years, it was a triumph to have 3 remain. Kuriko's gaze settled on Ailu, whose silver-red sheath was stained with dried black blood, a petal of wisteria nestled in her hair. Her demeanor as tranquil as if she had merely taken a stroll in the mountains. He smirked slightly. I've heard that the demons in the mountains have been nearly eradicated. A stir arose within the crowd as several survivors exchanged glances, ultimately directing their attention towards Ailu. It's that sister, someone exclaimed, unable to contain themselves. On the 4th day, trapped in the valley, she charged in with her sword and cleaved that winged demon in one stroke. Me too. I was nearly sent tumbling off a cliff by a demon at night. And she leapt down from a tree, slicing with her dual blades. Among the murmurs, Hirakawa puffed out his chest proudly, as if to proclaim, behold, this is the thigh I cling to. Ailu paid no heed to the gazes, instead lifting her eyes to the sunrise on the horizon. Over the course of 7 days, she had lost count of how many demons she had slain, only aware that with each swing of her sword, the weight in her heart lightened. When the last demon turned to ash just before dawn, she even recognized the claw marks on its face, reminiscent of the demon from the ruins of the Kawana dojo. Perhaps, vengeance had been partially fulfilled. Those who have passed, follow us, the twin siblings commanded, their tone devoid of emotion. As of today, you are all members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Ailu moved forward with the crowd, and Hirakawa mimicked her steps, whispering excitedly, Sister, we'll be teammates now. I've heard the Hashira are formidable, especially the Flame Hashira and the Moon Hashira. Ailu halted momentarily, her gaze drawn to the distant mist-wreathed mountains, her silver-red dual blades glinting softly in the morning light. There, she spotted a familiar figure, Kaneo Yuen. The hall of the base was filled with a faint aroma of herbs, and the 14 newly promoted members stood in 2 rows, listening as the twin siblings introduced the Hashira of the Corps. The one overseeing the final selection is the Flame Hashira, Kaneo Yuen. Kuriko stepped aside to reveal the figure behind him, his tone unexpectedly laced with respect. Lord Yuen is a once-in-a-century genius, mastering the breath of flame. He is the strongest Hashira in the Corps. Ailu followed his gaze, her breath catching sharply. The man standing in the hall wore a uniform adorned with golden patterns. His Nichiren blade slung across his back, its sheath reflecting the morning light, warm like a flowing ray of sunlight. His features were soft, yet possessed a peculiar gentleness. But when his gaze swept over and locked with Ailu's, Kaneo Yuen's pupils abruptly constricted, and his fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword. Ailu, the very person presumed dead 5 years prior, the one who had taught him swordsmanship beneath the wisteria of the Kawano estate, the one who had opened the door to him, now stood before him. The silver-red dual blades hung at her waist, the wisteria petals in her hair long since withered. Yet her eyes were unmistakably those of his memories. Ailu was frozen, her mind buzzing. Yuen? Didn't he return to the shop? And he has become a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps? What of Yinxing? Countless thoughts exploded in her mind. She opened her mouth, but could utter no sound. She had believed the Kawana family was lost. Lord Yuen? Baito sensed the odd atmosphere and gently nudged his arm. Kaneo Yuen abruptly snapped back to reality, his gaze drifting from Ailu's face, yet his fingertips still trembled slightly. He noticed the silver-red dual blades at her waist, the faint scar on her wrist. It was real, not an illusion. Ailu lowered her head, her heart pounding as if about to shatter her ribs. What should she say? Inquire about Yinxing's whereabouts? Or feign ignorance? The hall was so silent that the flickering of the candle flames could be heard. Hirakawa stood beside her, sensing the tension, and subtly tugged at her sleeve, whispering, Sister, do you know Lord Yuen? Lu remained silent, gripping the hilt of her sword tightly, her knuckles turning white. Kaneo Yuan inhaled deeply, suppressing the surging emotions. His voice betraying no hint of abnormality. Congratulations to all for passing the selection. Next, there will be personnel assigned to guide you in familiarizing yourselves with the core regulations and breathing techniques. When his gaze swept over Lu once more, it lingered for a moment, as if brimming with unspoken words, yet ultimately transformed into a mere nod. Lu's heartbeat quickened. She understood that from this moment forth, those buried pasts, the answers she had desperately sought, would finally resurface. Chapter 16, Reunion. After the crowd dispersed, Lu gazed at Yuan's serene profile, unable to suppress the question that had lingered for so long. How did you also join the Demon Slayer Corps and become the Flame Hashira? Yuan's gaze fell upon the distant undulating mountains, as if peering through layers of time into the past. After leaving the Kawano estate, I experienced a period of great freedom. His voice was soft, imbued with a hint of warmth. I settled in a village, met many kind individuals, and lived a simple yet stable life, rising with the sun and resting at dusk. But that stability was ultimately fragile. He paused, the warmth in his tone fading, tainted by an inescapable gloom. Until one day, a malevolent demon invaded the village. The crimson hue of that night and the cries of despair seemed to echo still. He had fought with all his might to protect the remaining villagers, but the horror before him had become indelibly etched into his heart. From that moment on, I understood. Yuan's gaze grew resolute. My mission is to eradicate all evil demons in this world, ensuring that such a tragedy never recurs. Thus, he embarked on the path to join the Demon Slayer Corps, transforming that resolve into the Nichiren blade in his hand, cleaving through countless nights drenched in blood and chaos. And what of your master, Lu? Yuan inquired. Lu's death was news brought to me by my brother. When I returned to the Kawano estate, everyone was gone. Yuan's thoughts were yanked back to that chaotic afternoon. He had rushed desperately to the Kawano estate, the path beneath him stained red by the setting sun, reminiscent of the color that had washed over the village in blood. When he pushed open that familiar door, the courtyard lay in an eerie silence. Even the sound of the wind passing through the corridor was unnaturally clear. Then he saw his brother. His brother knelt with his back to him on the floor of the main room, tightly holding their father's corpse. The body was already cold and stiff, yet Yansheng remained motionless, cradling it, undisturbed even by the sound of footsteps entering. Yuan stood at the threshold, staring at Yansheng's bowed head, observing his fingers turning white from the pressure of his grip. Something lodged in his throat prevented him from uttering a single word. The only sounds in the room were the crackling of burning wood, with Yansheng remaining silent, but the emotions roiling in that silence were more suffocating than any cry. Perhaps some things had already shattered quietly. Yuan's gaze locked onto Lu, filled with inquiry and confusion, and once again he pressed, Master Lu. My brother mentioned that you were hastily buried after your death, yet here you stand alive. What on earth is going on? I truly cannot comprehend. Upon hearing Yuan's question, Lu's gaze flickered momentarily, her heart tightening, yet she feigned calm, lowering her head as her fingers unconsciously tugged at the hem of her clothing. Yuan, it was not an illness back then, it was poison. The boy with the fiery red ponytail furrowed his brow slightly, observing Lu's reluctance to discuss the matter, and chose not to press further. He sighed softly, his expression becoming somewhat complex as he began to speak. After our father's passing, my brother joined the Demon Slayer Corps alongside me. He was endowed with extraordinary talent, and, through diligent training, he devised the moon breathing technique, ultimately ascending to the rank of Moon Hashira. His elder brother was revered as a formidable warrior within the Demon Slayer Corps. Come, allow me to introduce you to my brother. Upon hearing of your arrival, he will undoubtedly be overjoyed, Yuya said, leading Lu through the corridors of the Corps headquarters. Halting before a modest wooden door, the faint sounds of blades slicing through the air resonated within, imbued with a steady strength. He is within, Yuya's voice was soft, and as his gaze brushed the door, a fleeting tenderness crossed his features. You too, converse well. Lu clenched the sleeves of her garment, her fingertips growing slightly cold. Yuya offered no further words, turning to depart along the path they had come, the hem of his attire sweeping against the stone steps, his footsteps fading away, leaving behind a profound silence punctuated only by the barely perceptible sound of breathing. The wooden door stood ajar, revealing a tall figure within the courtyard practicing his sword-drawing technique. His raven hair was tied back, and the sunlight caressed the sharp contours of his profile, reminiscent of an unsheathed blade. As the door creaked open, a gust of wind from outside swept in. Lu stood at the threshold, her gaze fixed upon the familiar yet unfamiliar figure in the courtyard. At 21, Yansheng stood tall, his black ponytail swaying gently with his movements. The violet haori he wore shimmered with a subdued luster in the sunlight. and the lines of his taut arms from earlier wielding the blade had yet to fully relax. Suddenly, Yansheng halted, gripping the sun blade with a slight tightening of his hand, the shadow cast upon the ground quivering in response. He looked at Alu, his pupils constricting sharply, as if rooted to the spot, even forgetting to regulate his breathing. Yansheng, Alu's voice trembled slightly, but before she could utter more, he interrupted her sharply. Silence. Yansheng's voice was hoarse, tinged with an imperceptible tension. He fixed his gaze on Alu, his eyes swirling with shock, disbelief, and a hint of concealed dread. Do not speak. This must be a dream. If you call my name, I shall awaken immediately. He slightly turned his head, avoiding Alu's gaze. His atoms apple moving as if desperately trying to maintain a balance, fearful that this fleeting figure would dissipate like morning mist. At that moment, the wisteria in the courtyard bloomed fervently, the aged vines twisting like a dragon around the wooden frame, its branches stretching outward to form a canopy of pale lilac. Delicate petals cascaded in layers, fluttering down with the breeze, resembling a gentle fall of purple snow upon the bluestone pavement. Landing at Alu's feet alongside the hem of Yansheng's haori, he recalled the murky yet alarmed eyes of his father in his final moments, when his father, torn apart by demons, clutched at his sleeve, his fragmented words piercing like poisoned icicles, still deeply embedded in his heart. Alu, it was not an illness. It was me. I was the one who administered the poison. In a world of chaos, only an iron-fisted approach can ensure survival. My father taught me this. I was not wrong. Yansheng, I was not wrong. That revelation struck like a thunderclap, shattering his understanding of Alu's demise over the past decade. All those nights of longing and the melancholy of midnight reveries had been built upon such a sordid secret. His father had poisoned the companion of his 10 years, and he had remained blissfully ignorant for so long. The nation had long been consumed by demons, and the blood debts and sins of his family were meant to turn to ash with the great conflagration. Yet this secret clung to him like a festering wound, dragging him into the abyss at a moment when he believed he could start anew. How was he to confront his father? The man who had been so harsh to him in his youth, bordering on cruelty, yet in his final moments revealed both cowardice and brutality, leaving behind not even a complete corpse, nor a single word of repentance. How was he to face Alu? She stood there alive, her eyes harboring an intricate array of emotions he could not decipher. Was it hatred? Resentment? Or, like him, was she torn asunder by the belated truth? Yansheng suddenly recoiled, the sun blade clattering to the ground, startling the sparrows resting beneath the flower trellis. He buried his hands in his hair, his knuckles whitening from the pressure, a suppressed whimper escaping his throat, like a cornered beast on the brink of suffocation. The fragrance of wisteria turned suddenly acrid, the petals clinging to his sweat-drenched neck, chilling him with the memory of Alu's last touch upon the back of his hand. Why? His voice was hoarse, indistinguishable whether he was inquiring of Alu, of his deceased father, or of this absurd fate. Why do I dream of you once more? His reason crumbled. Emotions tore at him. He felt ensnared by invisible chains, each movement causing him pain as if he might shatter. Witnessing Yansheng's collapse, Alu felt her heart constricted in a tight grip, quaking with pain. Almost instinctively, she rushed forward, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. He was much taller than she remembered, his broad shoulders capable of supporting all her insecurities. Yansheng, do not be afraid. Now. She could only bury her face in his back, her voice soothing in a manner reminiscent of her childhood when she would comfort him. Her fingertips gently patting his trembling back, akin to countless evenings when he struggled with his sword training. It is all right, it has all passed. My poison has been undone, and I have returned. Wisteria petals fell between them, and Alu felt his tense muscles gradually ease within her embrace, hearing his labored breathing begin to stabilize. She stood on her tiptoes, resting her chin on his shoulder, murmuring softly as she had in their youth. No matter what has transpired, I am here now. Yansheng's hand hovered in the air for a long while before slowly descending, hesitantly, with a fragility that bordered on breaking. He returned her embrace. Please, stay a little longer. Time slipped away, and at last, Yansheng's taut spine began to relax, his rapid breaths gradually steadying. Alu released her hold and stepped back slightly, looking up at his reddened eyes, softly asking, "Do you not wish to ask why I have suddenly appeared?" Yansheng gazed down at her, his eyes still holding traces of lingering bewilderment, yet now imbued with a warmth that felt tangible. He raised a hand, gently brushing a purple petal from her hair, his touch unexpectedly tender. His voice, low and resolute, declared, "I do not wish to know." Why? Alu was momentarily taken aback. It does not matter. He met her gaze, enunciating each word with care, regardless of how you arrived or why you came. It is inconsequential. He paused, his throat shifting slightly, before finally articulating the words he had withheld for far too long. As long as you are alive. That is all that matters. The wind rustled through the flower trellis, causing petals to cascade once more, as if to underscore the tenderness of that simple declaration. From that day forth, Alu remained with the Demon Slayer Corps. Unlike her fellow members who retrieved their sun blades from the swordsmith village, she kept the pair of silver-red twin blades at her waist. The longer blade was nearly the length of her forearm, its edge gleaming with a cold silver sheen. The hilt entwined with dark red cord, capable of cleaving through the tough hide of demons with ease. The shorter blade was just slightly longer than her hand. Narrow and pointed, exuding a faint crimson glow, ideal for close-quarter combat, allowing her to strike unexpectedly at a demon's vital points. When she drew her blades, there was an enchanting rhythm to her movements. The long blade would lead, its weight forcing the demons back with a powerful momentum, while the short blade followed closely, darting like a nimble red shadow to strike from the side, catching them off guard. Her comrades often remarked that watching her wield her blades was akin to witnessing a silent dance. The long blade was steady, the short blade agile. And amidst the interplay of silver and red, the demons would find themselves severed from their heads. At first, her teammates were curious as to why she did not wield a sun blade. However, as they observed her deftly behead demons with her twin blades alone, it gradually became a commonplace sight. Occasionally, when pillar-level members passed by the training grounds, they would catch a glimpse of her practicing her self-created sword techniques against wooden posts. The wind stirred by her silver-red blades harboring a fierceness that rivaled any breathing technique. Alu never lamented her lack of a sunblade. To her, these twin blades that had accompanied her through life and death were already the most fitting weapons, as long as she could vanquish demons and protect those she cherished. What did it matter what color her blades were? After becoming a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, she paid little heed to the division of the 10 ranks. Whenever the crow perched upon her shoulder called out the whereabouts of a demon, she would seize her twin blades and depart, indifferent to whether the menace lay in a rural hamlet or lurked within the depths of a primeval forest. Her accomplishments were swiftly recorded in the headquarters ledger. Within just a month of joining, she had slain 49 demons, and even rescued an encircled A-rank member during a mission. Initially thought to be a promising recruit, it now seemed she had directly acquired a Hashira. When the uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps arrived, Alu was polishing her silver-red twin blades beside the training grounds. A member of the Corps presented her with a neatly folded package, which she opened casually, revealing a deep blue-black fabric tailored to accentuate the waist, with a knee-length skirt unmistakably designed for women. Alu also requested a pair of trousers conducive to movement. The haori she donned was embroidered with several budding lilies, the delicate silk threads exuding an elegant charm. As she held the uniform up for comparison, the crow's call echoed from a distance, announcing her summons from the master. Alu secured her twin blades at her waist and carried her new attire toward the master's residence. Just as she stepped onto the corridor, she encountered Yin Sheng, who was approaching. His gaze first fell upon the uniform cradled in her arms before sweeping over her figure. Typically clad in practical attire that concealed much of her form, the sight of the women's uniform displayed in her embrace accentuated her slender neck and the softness in her brow and eyes. He paused, seemingly ensnared by an invisible force, his fingers tightening around the hilt of his sword. Details he had overlooked countless times surged forth, her gentle inflection when she spoke, her keen awareness of his calloused fingertips from training, and the way she would smile shyly when a wisteria petal landed in her hair. "Master, it turns out you are a girl." This realization struck him like thunder, rendering him momentarily speechless, even forgetting to breathe. Alu, noticing his stillness, looked up and smiled. "Yin Sheng, are you also going to see the master?" This jolted him back to reality, and he managed a vague affirmative. Yet his gaze involuntarily followed her as she proceeded toward the master's quarters, the image of the lily-embroidered women's uniform lingering in his mind, causing his ears to warm. Inside, the master awaited. Upon Alu's entrance, he spoke gently. "I often hear the members speak of a talented fighter wielding silver-red twin blades who slays demons with remarkable speed. Today, I finally meet her." Just as Alu was about to bow, Yin Sheng entered as well, his eyes still reflecting a hint of lingering astonishment upon seeing her. The master observed this and smiled even more warmly. "Yoshida Alu, what motivates you to become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps?" Alu lowered her gaze to her silver-red twin blades, and when she raised her eyes again, they shimmered with clarity. "Master," she replied, her voice steady yet imbued with undeniable sincerity, "I have personally experienced the despair wrought by demons and witnessed the disbanding of those dear to me because of them. I joined the Demon Slayer Corps not for fame, but to wield my blade and protect those still trapped in fear." She hesitated, her gaze unconsciously drifting to Yin Sheng, before quickly returning to the master. "Moreover, there are those I wish to stand alongside. We all aspire for a world free from demon menace, where the night can truly find peace." The master listened intently, the warmth of his smile softening considerably as he nodded gently. I see. With such a heart. You are already a worthy demon hunter. After the gathering dispersed, Elu felt a slight warmth in her palm, where she gripped her twin blades. Turning to Yin Sheng. Then to the figure emerging from the side hall, Yuani. Her eyes sparked with eager anticipation. Yin Sheng. Yuani, shall we head to the training grounds for a spar? Yin Sheng raised an eyebrow, lightly tapping the hilt of his Nichiren blade twice. That is precisely my intention. Yuani nodded. The golden-red hem of his attire fluttering in the breeze, his calm gaze resting on Elu's silver-red twin blades, revealing a flicker of warmth beneath his tranquil exterior. Very well. The training ground's blue stone was warmed by the sun, with various depths of blade marks etched into the wooden posts surrounding it. Elu took her stance, drawing her long blade, which gleamed like silver lightning, followed closely by her short blade, its crimson edge reflecting in her eyes. I shall not hold back. Yin Sheng unsheathed his Nichiren blade, the purple blade emanating a chilling glow, the aura of moon breathing unfurling in an instant. I would expect nothing less. Yuani did not draw his sword, but instead bent slightly, assuming a ready posture, as the air around him seemed to still with his movement. They formed a triangle, the wind brushing past their feet, carrying the scent of grass. Elu was the first to strike, her silver-red twin blades darting towards Yin Sheng. Her long blade aimed directly at his face, while the short blade suddenly veered, targeting his lower body. Employing the most cunning tactics she had developed in her encounters with demons, Yin Sheng pivoted to evade, the blade's wind swirling with the brilliance of the moon, forcing her to leap back to avoid it. Just as she regained her footing, Yuani's figure appeared silently at her side, his long blade wielding an irresistible force. Elu swiftly rotated her wrist, crossing her twin blades to block, the sharp clang resounding as it reverberated through her arms. Yet she harnessed this force to leap into the air, her long blade slicing down towards Yuani's shoulder. The training ground was alive with the clash of blades, at times as fierce as a tempest, at others as serene as a deep current. Elu's twin blades wove through the sharpness of moon breathing and the intensity of sun breathing, their silver-red brilliance accelerating, enduring against the onslaught of both opponents. Even thriving amidst the pressure, the blue stone trembled under the collision of their energies, as if the surrounding air had been torn by an unseen force, stirring up a cloud of dust. To outsiders, this spar had devolved into a breathtaking stalemate, as Elu's silver-red twin blades danced like intertwining streams of light, the long blade unleashing thunderous roars while the short blade flickered like crimson lightning. At times, she would meet the force of Yin Sheng's Nichiren blade head-on, sparks flying like rain, and at others, she would deftly entangle Yuani with her short blade, the whispering edge barely grazing his sleeve, concealing lethal potential within its finesse. Yin Sheng's moon breathing had reached the seventh form, the purple blade arcing with a ghostly light. The moon dragon dance, unleashing a circular blade of energy attempting to ensnare Elu within its grasp. The wind from his strikes shattered rows of wooden posts into splinters. Though Yuani had yet to draw his sword, the heat of sun breathing swirled in his palms. With a deceptively calm gesture, the ground beneath was scorched with invisible pressure, each movement akin to a blazing sun, nearly suffocating in its intensity. Yet Elu adeptly navigated between these two extreme forces, her silver-red twin blades weaving an impenetrable web, showing no signs of faltering. The onlooking members were awestruck, some unable to suppress their gasps, exclaiming, This is truly a Hashira-level duel." However, the three within the fray understood the subtle shifts concealed beneath the surface. Yin Sheng's knuckles had turned white from gripping his blade, his palm tingling from the reverberation. The rhythm of moon breathing faltering beneath Elu's alternating tempo of attacks. What he had intended to use as a flurry of blade trails to seal her retreat was deftly countered as she utilized the momentum from her short blade to spring into the air, her long blade striking against his blade's spine, the cunning maneuver causing his power to waver. He looked up at Elu, beads of sweat trickling down her cheek, her beauty enhanced by the playful glimmer in her eyes amidst the fluttering fabric of her attire. Yuani observed this slight imbalance, positioning his blade seemingly haphazardly to deflect Elu's short blade, effectively relieving Yin Sheng of the acute strike. Realizing this, Yin Sheng's ears flushed with heat, his strike intensifying, the purple blade surging forth like a crashing wave. Yet within the sharpness of moon breathing, a hint of undeniable sluggishness crept in. As they all finally withdrew, Elu and Yuani sheathed their blades, with droplets of sweat striking the blue stone beneath them, while Yin Sheng turned away to steady his breath, the hem of his purple haori billowing in the wind, revealing his tightly grasped hilt, fingers pale. "It seems we have reached a stalemate." Elu smiled as she wiped her face, her voice tinged with a slight hoarseness from exertion. "Is it a tie?" "No." He lowered his gaze to his slightly trembling hand. the numbness in his palm still lingering. While Aliu and Yuan Yi remained steadfast at the pinnacle, he felt as though he were ensnared in place. Even the rhythm of his breath easily disrupted. What are you thinking? Aliu approached, offering him a clean cloth, her eyes still sparkling with mirth. Yansheng accepted the cloth. His fingertips feeling a chill, he turned his face away, unwilling for her to witness his embarrassment. It's nothing. Yet within him, the youth felt as if he were ensnared by vines, wishing to see Aliu soar even higher, yet fearing he could not keep pace with her. And even more afraid that one day, he might lose the right to stand beside her and Yuan Yi. The setting sun elongated his shadow, casting it upon the scarred stone slab, resembling a timorous hesitation that dared not advance. Chapter 17, Daily Life of the Demon Slayer Corps. The mornings of the Demon Slayer Corps were invariably accompanied by the sounds of training shouts and the clash of blades, yet Aliu's routine bore a gentler hue. At the break of dawn, she would carry her homemade herbal soup to check on the veteran members responsible for logistics. Those who had been relegated to the sidelines due to injuries often rambled on about trivial matters within the team, and she never found it bothersome, patiently listening. She would occasionally offer them a piece of freshly baked fruit, engaging in their discussions that ranged from the mundane to the intricacies of herbal medicine. Yet amid this tenderness lay an unacknowledged busyness. Sometimes, just after finishing her teaching, she would be summoned by Yuan Yi to discuss improvements in breathing techniques. Her fingertips would indicate a certain point, and in the moment Yuan nodded, they shared a tacit understanding that required no further words. She would then turn to assist Yansheng with administrative tasks. He always piled the documents like small mountains, and she would quietly sit down, sorting them by urgency. Occasionally, she would glance up to remind him, "Don't overexert yourself. I've left water on the table." The moments the three spent together were pitifully scarce, often resulting in Aliu just lifting her bowl when she would see Yuan Yi hurriedly pass by the door, clutching an unfinished manuscript. Or late at night returning to the camp, encountering Yansheng standing in the corridor gazing at the moon. She would walk over, offering him a coat, and they would stand side by side in silence, yet it felt as though they had exchanged 1,000 words. Later, when everyone learned she had once been the Moon Pillar's apprentice, they were left astounded, struggling to envision such a gentle soul wielding a blade in her past. A daring member inquired, and just then, Yuan Yi happened to pass by, pausing with a calm yet warm voice. She has illuminated the paths for many. Aliu happened to arrive, and, overhearing, smiled and waved her hand dismissively. That is all in the past. Sunlight kissed the tips of her hair, bestowing it with a golden sheen. This is quite enough for now. Indeed, she was busy, yet she also radiated warmth. This was Aliu's daily life within the Demon Slayer Corps, ordinary, yet it became the most stable light in the hearts of many. Although days of leisure were even more luxurious. Whenever the three managed to gather, Yuan Yi would often fidget with his blades while Aliu basked in the sun on the porch, and Yansheng leaned against the pillar, listening as she spoke of which child in the team had made remarkable progress or which old logistics member had honed their craft. The wind brushed against the eaves, carrying the fragrance of herbs, and his tense shoulders would subtly relax. Once, after Aliu peeled an orange, she offered him a segment, its juice glistening on her fingertips. Oblivious to the sensation, Yansheng gazed at the vibrant orange hue, suddenly reminded of years gone by, when he had often fretted over surpassing Yuan Yi. Those days felt like a taut bowstring, with never a moment flowing as slowly as this. What are you daydreaming about? Aliu's voice snapped him back to reality. He took the orange, his fingertips brushing against her warmth, mumbling, "It's nothing." Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon his face. The scene was reminiscent of the past, yet with her presence, even the air seemed to soften. Yansheng thought perhaps true happiness was just this. No need to remain perpetually on edge, no need to constantly strive to outshine others. Merely watching her smile and speak made the weight of burdens feel as if it had truly lightened considerably. Aliu. He no longer called her as he did in his youth. Perhaps some wish to transcend the confines of their teacher-student relationship and begin anew. Shall we go for a stroll? Upon hearing the word stroll, Aliu had been focused on cleaning the old sheets used by their comrades, her movements pausing momentarily. When she looked up, her eyes sparkled as though stars had fallen. "Sure, the herbs in our supplies are nearly depleted. I might as well check the herbal shop." Yansheng responded with an affirmative hum, yet warmth crept into his ears. He had intended to suggest visiting the newly opened fruit shop at the street corner or letting her choose some fabric she liked. Those sentiments, which he had buried in his heart, felt oddly out of place next to her mention of buying herbs. As they set off, Yuan Yi happened to return from the training ground with his sword slung over his back, a sheen of sweat gracing his brow. Noticing the two about to leave, he blinked. "Do you need to bring anything back?" Aliu replied with a smile. "Help me see if there are any new blade tassels. Yours is nearly worn out." The marketplace was livelier than anticipated. The shouts of vendors and the laughter of children mingled with the aroma of food wafting through the air. Aliu walked ahead, her steps light as if dancing on the wind, occasionally stopping to point at trinkets on the stalls, glancing back at him, her smile brighter than the sun. "Look at this," she said, picking up a bamboo basket. "It's just the right size for holding herbs and quite portable." Yansheng took it, his fingertips grazing the texture of the bamboo, and then he heard her softly suggest, "It seems there are fruits you like over there. Shall we take a look?" He paused, suddenly recalling that he had only mentioned it in passing once. It dawned on him that she had committed such trivial details to memory. Sunlight filtered through the throng, bathing the two in warmth. As Yansheng watched her hair dance in the breeze, he felt that amidst the bustling surroundings, there was a profound sense of comfort that surpassed the silence of paperwork. The crowd surged like a tide, pushing people forward. Yansheng instinctively extended his arm, creating a small sanctuary beside Aliu, his posture straight as a tree firmly rooted in the ground. She was sheltered within, able to catch the faint scent of herbs wafting from his clothing, unable to resist glancing up at him, only to find his brow slightly furrowed, his gaze intently fixed ahead, as if confronting a formidable challenge. "Sir, may I sell you a bouquet?" A clear, bright voice interjected, as a young flower vendor, holding a bamboo basket, looked up at them with a beaming smile. "These lilies are in full bloom. Wouldn't they suit your lady's grace?" The term lady caused Yansheng to freeze momentarily. He looked down at the young girl, then swiftly cast a glance at Aliu beside him, his throat tightening, momentarily at a loss for words. The warmth creeping up his neck felt as if scalding water had been poured over him. Aliu too was taken aback, then burst into laughter, her eyes shining even brighter. Such a charming young lady. She bent down to pick up a bouquet of lilies, their petals carrying the morning's dewy freshness, a gentle purple hue, undeniably beautiful. Only then did Yansheng recover his voice, albeit somewhat muffled. "How much?" The girl quoted a price, and he promptly retrieved his money, handing the bouquet to Aliu with a swiftness akin to delivering an urgent document. Aliu cradled the flowers, her fingertips brushing against the soft petals. When she looked up, their gazes met, his feigned calmness evident. As the wind swept away the cacophony of the marketplace, she suddenly murmured, "It smells lovely." Yansheng responded with a quiet his gaze drifting toward the distant wine banners, the corners of his mouth curving into an unconscious smile. The throng remained as bustling as ever, yet this time, the arm he had encircled around her seemed to hold an added steadiness. As they passed stalls brimming with trinkets, Aliu's pace naturally slowed. Spotting a wooden plaque inscribed with the words "Safe Passage," she picked one up, examining it for a moment before turning to Yansheng. "Let us bring a few for the children on patrol. They could hang them on their sheaths." She then picked up several colorful knots of string, exclaiming, "These are beautifully crafted for the logistics grandmothers." In but a moment, she had amassed a collection of delicate wooden carvings, fragrant sachets, and sugar figurines, even selecting 2 of those slender-handled combs that Yuan Yi had mentioned previously. The vendor smiled as he tallied the total, while Alu busily fished through her coin purse. Yansheng had already retrieved his own purse from within his robes, his movements as decisive as if he were managing a squadron, deftly pinching out copper coins without needing to count them, and presenting them directly to the vendor with an air of brisk urgency, yet devoid of any impatience. "I can handle this myself," Alu protested, attempting to return the coins, only to be gently thwarted by his elbow. "No, let us discuss this next time we go out," he stated with utmost seriousness, even as the nape of his neck betrayed a slight blush. In truth, everyone knew that next time he would still not permit Alu to pay. Yet, as he meticulously folded the change and placed it into Alu's hands, and naturally accepted the various parcels she held, a smile unexpectedly graced her lips. This man, so stern in words, was undeniably earnest in his actions. On their way back, Yansheng carried the bulging paper bag on the outer side, while Alu, cradling flowers, trailed beside him. He murmured softly, "Is this enough?" "There's a vendor selling bamboo dragonflies ahead. I noticed the young team members staring at them for quite a while last time." Navigating through the crowd, Alu crouched before the stall, haggling over a batch of bamboo dragonflies, her fingertips tracing the wood's grain, her laughter causing her eyes to curve delightfully. Yansheng stood half a step behind her, his gaze drawn to the understated sign of a nearby ready-to-wear shop. The kimono store's entrance was modest, its blue fabric curtain embroidered with faint bellflower patterns. His steps faltered imperceptibly as his eyes fell upon a set of kimonos hanging at the door's edge. The kimono was a striking shade of blue-green, its hem adorned with silver threads depicting scattered moonlight and fireflies, the fabric appearing to be of exquisite silk, glistening softly under the setting sun. He found himself pondering how Alu, who always donned the team's uniform with its slightly faded cuffs, might look in this garment, accentuating her gentle features. Alu was captivated by a nearby vendor crafting dough figurines, standing on tiptoe to peer over. Unbeknownst to her, Yansheng's gaze lingered on the sign that read Moonlit Hall, and he discreetly noted the arrangement of the kimono, as if memorizing vital intelligence. What's wrong? Alu turned to him, holding 2 freshly purchased fox masks. This one is for Yuani, and this one for you? He diverted his gaze, accepting the masks, his fingers brushing against the cool paper surface as he replied nonchalantly, either will do. After taking a few steps forward, he couldn't resist glancing back at the shop once more. A corner of the blue curtain fluttered in the breeze, revealing glimpses of that blue-green hue in the shadows. Yansheng pressed his lips together, his resolve crystallizing. Once this busy spell concluded, he would seek an opportunity to return. As they stepped through the gates of the Demon Slayer Corps, the cacophony of voices greeted them. Exhausted members of the squad gathered around, their eyes sparkling as they fixated on the bounty in the duo's hands. Even the usually composed logistics elder leaned forward to catch a glimpse. We're back, Alu exclaimed, placing the items onto the stone table with buoyant energy, untying the knots with an eager flourish. Let us see if there's anything you like. The first to be snatched away were the piece wooden plaques, with the young team members clamoring over them, some playfully holding them up to their sheaths, muttering that this would surely ensure success on their missions. The elder women from logistics accepted the colorful strings, trying them on their wrists, praising Alu for her thoughtfulness. When Yuan-e received the slender-handled comb, she paused momentarily, then lowered her head to gently run her fingers along its teeth, her ears tinged with a faint blush. Yansheng observed from a distance, watching as Alu was surrounded by laughter and chatter, still holding onto the last paper bag that contained a bamboo tea canister for the elder in charge of the fire. He stepped forward, offering it, and the elder cheerfully accepted it, teasing, "Who bought this beautiful lily for Alu? Ah, even Lord Yansheng has joined in on the shopping spree today. It looks like you bought more than Alu." Yansheng felt a slight flush creeping up his ears just as he opened his mouth to respond, only to be interrupted by Alu's laughter. "He helped me carry it all the way. Otherwise, I would never have brought back so much." As she spoke, she rummaged through the bag to produce one last sugar figurine, shaped like a valiant warrior, and placed it into Yansheng's hand. "This is for you. Thank you for the financial support, Lord Yuzhu." He held the warm sugar figure, watching the candy coating glisten in the sunset, then glanced at Alu, who had turned to deliver the newly purchased soft brushes to the injured, enveloped by a crowd, her laughter radiating warmth even more than the evening glow. The paper bag had emptied, yet his heart felt as if it had been filled with something substantial, heavy, yet imbued with an inexplicable buoyancy. It turned out that sharing the joy with others could warm one's own heart in return. Yansheng lowered his head to lick the sugar figurine, the sweetness blooming within him, and he suddenly realized that such days were indeed worthy of being etched in memory. After the revelry subsided, the sunset bathed Alu's small courtyard in a warm orange hue, while the herbs hung on a line exuded a bittersweet, yet reassuring fragrance. The two sat side by side on the steps of the porch, the clamor from the gift distribution still lingering in the air, now softened by the dusk. Alu rambled on about the amusing happenings in the market, the flower girl who had chased after her, insisting on giving her a sprig of mint for the adults to invigorate them, the master of the dough figurines who praised her good taste by crafting an extra little fox, and the comb with the patterns of wisteria that Tianzhong Lian would surely adore. Yansheng offered little in response, merely nodding occasionally, his gaze resting upon the sun-kissed tips of her hair. Her voice flowed like warm water, gently enveloping him, far more relaxing than the shouts of the training field. As she spoke, Alu's voice gradually softened, eventually dissolving into a light sigh. Yansheng turned his head to see her tilting, a lily pinned delicately on one ear, her cheek pressed against his arm, her breathing steady, with her lashes casting gentle shadows on her eyelids. She had fallen asleep. The sun dipped lower behind the mountains, its afterglow caressing her face, soft as a layer of gossamer. Yansheng froze for a moment, instinctively holding his breath, fearful of disturbing her. The warmth radiated from where she leaned against him, mingled with the faint scent of herbs, and he found himself hesitant to move, adjusting his posture to sit more firmly, as if guarding a fragile porcelain treasure. In the distance, the sounds of the evening training concluded, and the wind rustled through the leaves, while Alu's gentle breaths brushed against his sleeve. Yansheng gazed at the last streak of twilight on the horizon, and suddenly, a profound tranquility enveloped him, serene enough to hear the drumming of his own heart intermingling with her steady breathing. It dawned on him that true peace comes from having someone by your side, allowing you to sleep soundly. He raised his hand, intending to smooth the wind-tousled strands of her hair, but hesitated midair, ultimately retracting his fingers gently, maintaining his position, and accompanying her as they watched the sun descend ever so slowly. Chapter 18, A Fragile Life. The wisteria blossoms had once again filled the courtyard, the breeze scattering fragments of purple, their subtle fragrance permeating the air. Sunlight filtered through the flowers, casting mottled shadows on the green bricks. Even the air felt imbued with a hint of sweetness. Raising his eyes, he beheld the bounteous purple blooms above, while lowering them revealed the fallen petals at his feet. As if spring had poured its most profound poetry into this small courtyard. As Yinsheng stepped into the yard, the wisteria enveloped the space in a mist of purple. The intricate shadows cast by the trellis cloaked him, while delicate purple petals drifted onto his shoulders, bringing a slight chill. Just a few steps away, sunlight spread warmly over the grass. Alu and Yuan sat side by side, golden rays cascading over their hair and garments. Even the wisteria petals resting on their laps sparkled as if gilded. They whispered to one another, occasionally sharing glances and smiles. The light swirled around them like an invisible wall, isolating Yinsheng in the shadows. He watched the brightness embraced by the sun, unconsciously tightening his grip on his sleeve. Beneath the same wisteria, they basked in the light, while he remained trapped in the darkness of the flower shadows, even his breath weighed down by a sourness. As the wind blew, the petals on either side of the trellis rustled softly. One side basked in warm light and camaraderie, while the other felt the chill of solitude. Like an invisible fissure silently spreading across the green brick ground. The shadows of the flowers flickered and danced. Aliu caught a glimpse of Yinsheng hidden in the shadows. As she rose, a few fallen petals danced around her, and the hem of her garment brushed against the grass. As if trying to carry away the warmth of that radiant light, she stepped towards the dense shade. The tips of her shoes barely grazing the edge of darkness when Yuan Yi's voice gently called out, Aliu. Before the words had fully left his lips, Yinsheng's hand had already reached out. His fingertips, imbued with the coolness of the wisteria, gripped her wrist firmly, and without waiting for her to turn back, he yanked her into the profound purple shadows. The sunlight was abruptly blocked behind them, and the fragmented light dancing on Aliu's shoulder instantly faded, leaving only the scattered glimmers filtering through the wisteria flowers, flickering upon her face. Yinsheng stood before her, their shadows intertwining beneath the trellis. While a few steps away on the grass, Yuan Yi remained seated in the light, gazing towards the shadows like an observer separated by a chasm cleaved by light and darkness. Yinsheng loosened his grip on Aliu's wrist, his fingertips lingering with the warmth of sunlight that had brushed against her sleeve, yet an emptiness gnawed at his heart. That moment felt more like an instinctual snatch, as if he feared the light before him would slip through his fingers. Yuan Yi remained still for a moment, his brow slightly furrowing before he lowered his gaze, meticulously folding the sheet of paper resting on his knees. The outline of a robot was distinctly etched upon it, faintly echoing his visage. Yet the 6 mechanical arms extending from its side, which had once gleamed with rigid lines under the sunlight, were now neatly tucked into his sleeve. As if concealing an unuttered secret, the light and shadows on either side of the trellis continued to sever the scene. In Yinsheng's purple shadow, even the air felt heavy and stagnant, while the grass where Yuan Yi had sat still basked in sunlight, though the warmth had dissipated. The shadows cast by the wisteria seeped into Yinsheng's very bones. He fixated on Aliu's side profile, warmed by the sun, and caught sight of the glimmer still clinging to Yuan Yi's fingertips as he folded the drawing, an unattainable brightness for him. The moment Yuan Yi had called out to Aliu, their shared scene basking in sunlight, now felt like 1,000 needles piercing his heart. What right did they have? What right did they possess to stand so unabashedly in the light, discussing those incomprehensible drawings and planning a future beyond his reach, while he, confined to the dark corner of this floral shadow, felt like a worm in a gutter, needing to cling and snatch just to get closer. Jealousy twisted like a vine, growing uncontrollably through his veins, tightening around his heart. He instinctively tightened his grip on Aliu's wrist, fearful that too much pressure might draw a frown from her. He even thought, if only he could drag this touch of light entirely into the shadows, locking it away with him, perhaps he would no longer have to endure this agonizing sense of division. The wisteria petals continued to fall from the trellis, shimmering like fragments of gold in the light. Yet upon his shoulder, they left only an unyielding chill. The knuckles he had retracted turned pale from exertion, the red marks on his palm resembling glaring scars. He gazed at her, his throat constricted as if choked by a burning iron. The bubbling jealousy and resentment, nearly tearing his chest apart, surged at the tip of his tongue, yet no words escaped his lips. While sunlight shimmered brightly near Yuan Yi, the shadows on his side felt like congealed ink. Even the wind carried a sense of heaviness. He could only clutch Aliu tighter, as if such an action could validate something. Yet the warmth of her touch and Yuan Yi's calm gaze from afar felt like 2 resounding slaps, sending tremors through his very being. Frenzied thoughts clashed within his mind like a wild beast trapped in a cage, causing his temples to throb. Yet he merely pressed his lips together firmly. His eyes dark as a deep pool, suppressing all the tumultuous emotions into that shadow, forming a suffocating silence on the verge of explosion. Aliu turned towards Yuan-E in the light, her voice gentle. You should return and check the areas that need revising in the drawings. I'll find you later. Yuan-E nodded, rising as his garments brushed against the grass, stirring a few purple petals. He glanced at Yin Sheng. Brother, I shall take my leave. Then he turned and exited the courtyard, the sunlight trailing behind him, casting a gradually fading shadow on the ground. Aliu did not look back, walking straight through the shadows beneath the trellis and out of the courtyard. Wisteria petals landed on her shoulder, only to be whisked away by the wind as she passed. Yin Sheng remained rooted in place, watching her retreating figure, as if drawn by an invisible thread, almost instinctively following. Maintaining a half-step distance, he walked behind her. Their shadows elongated by the setting sun, always trailing at the edge of hers, yet never able to touch the faint halo of light she carried. The flagstone path warmed under the sun. Aliu's shadow danced lightly ahead, while Yin Sheng's shadow trailed behind, like a heavy burden. Is something bothering you lately? Aliu's voice drifted on the wind, light, yet brushing against his heart like a feather. Yin Sheng hesitated, eyeing the hint of wisteria violet at the tips of her hair. His throat tightening. The jealousy and irritation lodged within him, suddenly stifled by her gentle inquiry. He yearned to deny it, to fabricate a lie, even to seize her as he had moments earlier, but ultimately, only a single word escaped his lips, no. The sound came out muffled, even to himself, sounding petulant. Aliu halted, turning to face him, the setting sun casting a radiant glow in her eyes, bright enough to make him avert his gaze. Yin Sheng lowered his eyes, his fingers curling and then relaxing at his sides, his throat working for a moment before he finally spoke in a hoarse voice, tinged with an almost imperceptible bitterness. You and Yuan-E are so close. The golden rays of the setting sun illuminated his head, yet could not penetrate the darkness in his eyes. He is always in the light. I feel like an outsider standing beside you, unable to interject in your conversations. He raised his gaze to Aliu, his eyes swirling with the long-suppressed emotions. I fear that in your eyes, you will see only him. Once the words were out, it felt as if he had shed a heavy burden, exposing the most vulnerable corners of his heart. He turned his face away, his ears slightly flushed, the evening breeze suddenly feeling a touch scorching. Aliu listened quietly, revealing no trace of surprise, instead letting out a soft sigh, stepping closer. She raised her hand, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately rested it on his taut shoulder, the warmth of the sun radiating from her palm. Foolishness. Her voice carried a gentle exasperation. Yuan-E is Yuan-E. You are you. How can they be the same? The setting sun stretched their shadows long, nearly intertwining. I have light in my eyes. And shadows too. In light, there are Yuan-Ye's drawings. In shadows. She paused, lifting her gaze to meet his. There has always been you. Look at the sky. She pointed towards the darkening horizon. The sun has not yet set, and the crescent moon has quietly ascended the eaves. The sun blazes. The moon glimmers. They have never replaced one another, each possessing its own light. She turned back to him, her gaze earnest. Yuan-E has his ingenuity. You have your meticulousness. You are simply not on the same path, so why compete? She reached out to brush away the last wisteria petal from his shoulder. Her fingertips' warmth transmitting through the fabric. For me, the sun and the moon have always been indispensable. As dusk deepened, the distant crescent moon brightened slightly, while the setting sun retained its final golden blush, as if providing a gentle transition for these two distinct lights. Yin Sheng gazed into her eyes reflecting the stars and moon, and in that moment, the knot of tension within him suddenly unraveled. The evening breeze carried the lingering fragrance of wisteria, slowly melting away the stiffness in his shoulders, while the surging jealousy within his heart seemed to be smoothed out by her gentle words, gradually sinking down. I am already 21 this year. The evening breeze paused, stirring the loose strands of hair on his forehead. He did not look up, his gaze fixed on their overlapping shadows, as if emphasizing something, or concealing unspoken words. As if this number could validate something for him, or quietly shorten the vague distance in his heart by an inch. Aliu paused, then smiled as if having an epiphany, lightly tapping his arm with her fingertips. You have indeed grown up, no longer that little brat who used to trail behind me, snatching things away. The night enveloped the rooftops like cotton soaked in ink, heavy and oppressive. Yin Sheng gripped the sun-wheel knife at his waist, the wooden grain of its sheath slick with the sweat of his palm. He cast a glance at Aliu beside him. Her breathing was steady as always, the tips of her hair glistening with the night dew, shimmering with a cold luminescence under the moonlight. Typically, a ghost would not possess blood magic that was overly outrageous. Yet caution was warranted. Yin Sheng's voice was low, the soft crunch of his boots on broken tiles resonating sharply in the stillness. The winding alley resembled a labyrinth, the walls seeping with a faint, sickly scent. This was not the odor of livestock blood, but a sweet, cloying essence belonging to humans. Alu suddenly halted, tilting her ear as if to listen intently. In the third house to the east, something was battering against the door. Her knife was already drawn, the moonlight flickering off its blade. Yansheng nodded, and with an unspoken understanding, they split to encircle. The wooden door of that house creaked ominously. Grotesque fingerprints emerging on the door panel, mingled with a faint, childlike wailing that echoed through the splintering wood. It was a lure. A low growl escaped Yansheng's throat as he noticed that what seeped through the crack of the door was not blood, but a viscous, putrid black mist. The lower-tiered ghost excelled in manipulating human emotions. This crying was likely crafted to evoke their pity. The black mist suddenly exploded, the door splintering in response. A hunched figure swayed within the fog, its neck elongated like a serpent, its head upside down, yet its eyes fixed directly upon them. A grin stretching from ear to ear. "Found you." The sun wheel knife blazed to life, and Yansheng's breath deepened. Tonight's hunt had only just begun. The black mist had yet to disperse when Yansheng, like a specter, lunged forward. He poised himself on the shattered door panel, the sun wheel knife humming as it sliced through the air, its silvery blade quickly infused with the cold glow of the moonlight. Embodying the first form of the moon's breath, the palace of the dark moon knight. The blade's wind, entangled with specks of moonlight, surged towards the inverted demon. The demon cackled, its elongated neck twisting abruptly, its head spinning like a top, black mist gushing from its neck, instantly forming dozens of pitch-black spikes. Clang! The sharp sound of blade meeting spike reverberated, jolting Yansheng's eardrums. He used the momentum to flip backward and landed atop a broken wall. Casting a glance at Alu, who hesitated not for a moment, her silver-red twin knives twirled in her palms, emanating a stream of light. She moved with agility, exuding an eerie grace, like a butterfly flitting through flowers, sidestepping the black mist to pounce at the demon's side. Useless little thing. The demon, sensing Alu lacked the breadth of technique, hurled its upside-down head towards her, foul saliva mingling with black mist spraying forth. Alu crouched and spun, her twin blades crossing to carve a silver-red arc, accurately striking the demon's outstretched arm. TSK. The demon recoiled in pain, its neck abruptly shortening, its form becoming indistinct in the black mist. Yansheng was already on to his second form, the moon's breath, second form, pearl flowers in the moonlight. The knife's light transformed into a dense cluster of silver points, chasing the shadow within the black mist like shooting stars. Alu cut its legs. Yansheng's command mingled with the rush of blades. Alu responded, adjusting her stance, gripping her twin knives in reverse. She used the demon's evasion of the knife's light as an opening. With the tips of her feet pushing off the wall, she soared forth like an arrow. Her silver-red blades aimed directly at the demon's knee, where the black mist was thinnest, faintly revealing the bluish-gray flesh beneath. The demon's furious roar shattered the moonlit silence, while Yansheng's third form of blade light had silently coalesced. Suddenly, a maniacal laughter erupted from within the black mist, unlike the previous shrillness. It now exuded a chilling composure. The demon's hunched form abruptly unfurled, the bluish-gray flesh tightening with bulging veins, its elongated neck returning to normal. As its upside-down head righted itself, its eyes no longer bore mockery, only a frigid indifference. Moon's breath? It tilted its head, its voice lowering abruptly. Like wheels grinding over gravel, you're a bit more competent than those rabble, but unfortunately, you've mistaken your prey. Before the words could fully escape its mouth, a deluge of oppressive force descended like a dark cloud. Yansheng felt his grip on the knife tremble violently. The sun wheel knife emitted a mournful hum, resonating with an unimaginable terror that surpassed ordinary ghosts. Yansheng's throat tightened. The previously fluid moon's breath now felt sluggish. The demon's form suddenly vanished from sight. Be careful. Yansheng managed to shout 2 words before a colossal force flung him away, his back crashing against the brick wall, a metallic taste surging in his throat. Struggling to lift his head, he caught sight of the demon standing behind Alu, its gaunt fingers almost grazing the nape of her neck. Alu, as if possessing eyes on the back of her head, suddenly crouched and spun her knife, her silver-red blades tracing arcs against the ground, forcing the demon to retreat a half-step. Alu. Yansheng's eyes widened in desperation. Suppressing his injuries, the sun wheel knife erupted with unprecedented brilliance. Moon's breath. Sixth form, the solitary moon of endless night. The silvery blade light unfurled like a full moon, illuminating the surroundings in a moment of resplendent glory. The demon's claws tore through the air once more, wielding the power to shatter stone, targeting Yansheng's throat. His pupils dilated as the knife light of the moon's breath shifted direction abruptly. The seventh form, evil mirror reflecting the moon, wove 3 silver light screens beside him, each accurately reflecting the demon's remnant image, a technique he reserved for critical moments, using the blade light to refract and disrupt its judgment. Trivial skill. The demon roared in fury, shattering the light screen with its claws, only to find Alu had already darted to its side like an unleashed arrow. The brightness of her blades exceeded that of before. Seizing upon the opening Yin Sheng created, she crossed her twin knives to stab at the demon's ribcage, precisely targeting the old wound previously inflicted by Yin Sheng's fifth form, Moon's soul shattered. SSS. The twin blades plunged in without handles, freezing the demon's entire body. At that moment, Yin Sheng advanced, seizing the demon's moment of vulnerability, the sun wheel knife carving a perfect arc through the air, Moon's breath. 10th form, slashed the moon through the facade. The blade light sliced through the demon's neck like a crescent moon piercing the clouds. The demon's regenerative ability was indeed terrifying. The flesh at its neck writhed desperately to heal. Yet Alu's twin knives remained embedded in its ribcage, draining it of the strength needed to employ blood magic. Alu yanked her blades free, striking at the demon's joints with a ferocity that lacked the precision of breath techniques, yet carried a life-or-death intensity. Each slash targeted the old wounds, intertwining the silver-red blades with flesh like a net and snaring the demon. Meanwhile, Yin Sheng employed the expansive techniques of the Moon's breath, preventing the demon from fixing on a singular target. Impossible, just the two of you? Panic finally tinged the demon's roar. It attempted to unleash blood magic to escape. But as soon as black mist began to rise from its body, Yin Sheng's blade light severed it, and Alu, seizing that moment of weakness, hurled one of her knives straight for its left eye. Thud! The muffled sound of the eyeball bursting echoed, and at last, Yin Sheng's sun wheel knife decisively severed the demon's neck. In the instant its head rolled away, Alu lunged forward, stepping on its face and driving her other knife deep into its forehead. The black mist gradually dissipated in the haze of the silver-red twin blades, and the demon's body finally ceased its writhing. Yin Sheng leaned heavily on his knife, breathing heavily. Alu turned to him, a smile breaking across her lips. Fortunately, we are together today. Yin Sheng's gaze fell upon the knife at his feet, its blade reflecting the turmoil brewing in his eyes, yet unable to conceal the deep sense of near agony within. Alu grasped his hand, the warmth from her sleeve brushing against his skin lingering like a brand, igniting a tingling sensation in his fingertips. He knew all too well, when the demon's blood magic brushed against his neck, he could even smell the fear mingling with his cold sweat, an emotion he had loathed throughout his life, yet now it coiled around his heart like a vine, constricting his breath. The moment Alu's short blade pierced its shoulder, he distinctly saw the fleeting astonishment in its eyes, contempt for the weak, as well as the surprise at their ability to slip through its fingers. He clenched his fist abruptly, his nails digging deeply into his palm, the metallic taste of blood spreading across his tongue. Hatred surged through him like a poisonous vine, coursing through his veins, fueled by the overwhelming pressure of strength, and even more so by his own frailty. At that moment, the night dew dampened the stone steps, each step imbued with a cool, refreshing moisture. Yin Sheng, injured, leaned on Alu for support, his profile brushing against the top of her head, from which he could catch a faint scent of smoke intertwined with the fragrance of grass and wood, delicate yet tenacious, gently tethering his heavy consciousness. The wound on his back throbbed faintly, but this pain paled in comparison to the peculiar ache in his heart at that moment. He deliberately slowed his pace, allowing his arm resting on her shoulder to grow heavier, hoping to prolong this mutual support. The lanterns along the street swayed gently in the wind, their glow seeping through the paper covers and casting their intertwined shadows onto the blue bricks, sometimes elongating, sometimes drawing close. He could sense her hand at his waist trembling slightly, yet it remained steady, each step measured as if she was gauging something. Are you tired? He asked hoarsely, his voice unexpectedly soft. Not tired, Alu responded from above, a hint of muffled concern in her tone. Just make sure you lean a bit more securely. Don't fall, he murmured in acknowledgement, choosing silence thereafter. Yet, as his gaze swept over the increasingly near courtyard gate, an inexplicable melancholy blossomed within him. If only this path could stretch on indefinitely, devoid of bloody confrontations, simply basking in moonlight, listening to her breath, step by step, walking until dawn breaks, until the end of the road is reached, with no endpoint in sight. He subtly tightened his hold on her shoulder, wishing to seize this fleeting moment of tranquility. The logistics department's wooden cabin was thick with the scent of herbs, the dim yellow oil lamp casting swaying shadows upon the walls. Yin Sheng faced away from Alu, his taut muscles quivering slightly as he shed his outer robe, not from fear of pain, but from the discomfort of exposing his wounds, particularly with Alu standing nearby. When the physician's fingers pressed against the wound, he let out a muffled groan, a vein in his temple pulsating. The cut was not deep, yet it was fierce. Had it been off by half an inch, it would have struck bone. The old physician, while dabbing the wound with a cloth ball soaked in medicinal alcohol, muttered, "Lucky you returned in time. Had it dragged on, it might have become inflamed." The sting of the cloth ball scraping against his flesh pierced through him. Yet Yin Sheng remained silent, his gaze drifting past the wall crevice to the doorway. Alu stood there, clutching a clean cloth, her brow furrowed. The worry in her eyes unmistakable. He suddenly relaxed slightly, allowing the physician to apply the ointment to his wound. The cool salve soothed the burning pain, imparting a strange sense of comfort. All done. Avoid strenuous activity for the next few days. Remember to come back for a change of dressing, the physician said, securing the bandage and tidying his medical kit. Just as Yin Sheng prepared to rise, Alu swiftly approached, reaching out to assist him, but recalling his back injury. Her hand hesitated midair before settling on his arm. "Take it slow." He stood up, guided by her support, a twinge of discomfort flaring in his back. Yet when he met her gaze, he consciously relaxed his lips into a smile. "It's nothing." As they stepped out of the wooden cabin, the night breeze carried a chill. Yin Sheng glanced at Alu beside him, suddenly finding the earlier sting of the medication transformed into a moment worthy of remembrance. At least for now, they could walk side by side. His wounds would heal, and the person next to him still remained. As Yuan Yi entered the courtyard, his footsteps were as light as falling snow. He held an oil paper package containing freshly brewed ointment from the logistics department, enhanced with additional analgesic components. Yin Sheng, seated on the porch with his eyes closed in rest, opened them at the sound, and upon seeing Yuan Yi, his brow furrowed imperceptibly. He had never been fond of being caught in such a disheveled state, especially by Yuan Yi. "How is your recovery?" Yuan Yi's voice was calm and unyielding as he placed the medicine package on the stone table, his gaze sweeping over the bandage on Yin Sheng's back. "The logistics department mentioned the wound is quite deep. You need to rest." Yin Sheng made no move to rise, merely responding with a faint his tone laced with a barely perceptible distance. He understood Yuan Yi's intentions, merely concern, but this care served only as a reminder of their disparities in strength. Had Yuan Yi been present, he would never have found himself in such a predicament. Alu approached with freshly brewed tea, smiling as she attempted to ease the tension. The physician said as long as you avoid vigorous activities, it will heal in a few days. Yuan Yi's attention shifted to Alu, a slight nod acknowledging her. "You sustained some abrasions as well?" "It's just surface wounds, nothing serious," she replied. Throughout their conversation, Yin Sheng remained silent, lost in thought as he gazed at the bamboo thicket in the corner of the courtyard. Just as Yuan Yi prepared to leave, Yin Sheng suddenly spoke, his voice heavy. "Next time we undertake a mission, I will be stronger." Yuan Yi halted, turning to look at him, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes before it solidified into a simple reply. "Good." The soft sound of the courtyard door closing resonated, and Yin Sheng slowly released his tightly clenched fist. Alu handed him the teacup, softly saying, "Yuan Yi means well." He accepted the cup, his fingertips brushing against the warm ceramic, lingering in silence for a moment before quietly admitting, "I know. Yet this kindness only serves to highlight my shortcomings, making it all the more evident that to protect those around me, I must strive even harder." Alu neatly folded the freshly dried medicinal cloth, raising her head to meet Yin Sheng's gaze. She spoke plainly. "Your back injury needs at least half a month to heal. During this period, I will take over your night patrols." Alu twirled her twin blades under the moonlight, the silver gleam of the blades reflecting the light in her eyes, sparkling like embers. "I've memorized the night patrol route. I could count it with my eyes closed." As she spoke, she adjusted the bandage on his back, her fingertips playfully tapping at the hollow of his shoulder. "Have you forgotten who I am? Your master." Just as Yin Sheng was about to frown in protest, her knowing glance silenced him. Alu raised an eyebrow, her confidence nearly overflowing. "Don't worry, I have it all under control. But you, refrain from trying to prove your strength. If your wound opens up, I won't let you off easily when I return." She slung her blades over her shoulder and turned to leave, her footsteps light as if treading on the wind. Upon reaching the courtyard gate, she looked back and waved. "Wait for me. I'll bring you freshly baked pastries from the logistics department." As the wooden door gently closed, Yin Sheng gazed at it, the sound of her laughter still resonating in his ears. He suddenly recalled the look in her eyes just days before, when she had pulled him away from danger, calm, resolute, and utterly unflinching. In truth, she never needed his protection. Her strength was far more resilient than his blade. The sound of her footsteps receded into the distance. Steady and light, Yin Sheng slowly relaxed his tightly clenched fist, the thread of worry within him curiously soothed by her unwavering confidence. On the night patrol, Alu stepped into the moonlight, rounding the corner with her twin blades swaying at her waist, their silver-red sheaths glimmering in the lantern's glow. Yuan stood in the shadows at the end of the alley, his gaze fixed on her pair of short blades, distinct from the usual sunwheel swords. With narrower blades and a more intricate curve, the silver-red patterns embedded along the spine resembling smoldering embers. Is Alu still not using the breathing technique? Yuan Yi's voice floated from the shadows, tinged with curiosity. Alu tapped her fingers on the hilt of her blade. A light laugh escaping her. I don't need those. No sooner had she spoken, two demons suddenly leapt down from the wall, their claws glinting in the moonlight. Without turning back, she flicked her wrist, and her twin blades were drawn, the silver-red edges crossing into a perfect X, skillfully intercepting the demon's claw strikes. With a crisp clang, she utilized the rebound force to leap into the air, her left foot pressing against the demon's head, twisting her body at an exquisite angle. Her blades descending in a swift diagonal cut, not aimed at the neck, but precisely striking at the demon's elbow joint. The demon's arms fell as if severed, and before they could emit a cry, Alu landed, spinning, the flash of her blades tracing a line along the ground, targeting their ankles with surgical precision. In but a few breaths, two specters lay prostrate upon the ground, their efforts to writhe in vain. As Alu sheathed her blade, droplets of blood traced the silver-red patterns, cascading down to the earth, blooming into small crimson flowers. To deal with such entities, severing limbs suffices. She decapitated them with a nonchalant tone, as if discussing the weather. Yuan emerged from the shadows, his blade flashing as he cleanly severed a ghost's head. It was quite remarkable. He observed the patterns on Alu's blade, akin to a dance. Fortunately, I did not teach you these things back then. Alu wiped her blade, her eyes glinting with confidence. Utility is what matters, is it not? The subsequent night patrol transformed into a peculiar synergy. Alu moved like a nimble shadow, her twin blades at times weaving into a dense net, ensnaring the ghost's movements, and at other times, resembling two swift serpents, targeting the joints and eye sockets with precision. She never relied on brute force. Each strike was a graceful maneuver, utilizing her opponent's strength to pivot and evade. The silver-red light of her blades tracing a dynamic trajectory in the night. Yuan, on the other hand, stood resolute like a mountain, only striking during the moments Alu intentionally left openings. Sometimes, when she pressed the specters into a corner, his blade would coincidentally find its mark at their necks. And at other times, when she used a ghost's body to obscure their view, he would preemptively counter another specter's ambush. They exchanged no words of coordination. Yet their actions mirrored the finesse of a well-rehearsed performance. She crafted the entrapment with her twin blades, and he delivered the decisive blow. On their return, Alu flicked her wrist, the silver-red blades twirling elegantly under the moonlight, producing a gentle sound as they returned to their sheath. You need not teach them. Both of you brothers are among the finest in the world. Yuan gazed at the shimmering shadows dancing on her scabbard, unusually verbose, indeed. My elder brother is a genius. Alu's smile curved her eyes into crescents. In the nights that followed, their conversations dwindled to almost nothing. Alu, like a lively spark, always engaged the specters at the moment of their emergence, her twin blades targeting the joints and vulnerable angles. Never seeking to kill, but merely to hinder. Yuan remained a silent star in the darkness, his blade illuminating only at critical junctures. Each strike landing cleanly on the ghost's necks with precision. On one occasion, they encountered a ghost capable of splitting into multiple forms, with 7 or 8 shadows lunging simultaneously. Rather than retreating, Alu advanced, her twin blades forming a silver-red circle, deliberately luring 3 shadows towards a narrow alley on the left, where the steep walls made the splitting technique difficult to execute. As she sealed the alley's entrance, Yuan Yi's blade sliced through from the right, causing the remaining shadows to disintegrate in the brilliance of his strike. The left wall, dampened, posed a risk of slipping. On their way back, Alu suddenly spoke, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the hilt of her blade. Yuan responded. When you drew them towards the alley, your steps deliberately paused for half a beat. That brief pause served as a reminder for him to be mindful of his footing. Alu chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate, as the night breeze enveloped them. Their footsteps gradually synchronized, neither hurried nor slow, akin to a silent melody. It dawned on them that the best cooperation was never born of deliberate concession, but rather the seamless exchange of each step, where one partner instinctively grasped the other's intentions, hidden within their movements, easily comprehensible. Just like the moonlight and shadows at this moment, seemingly separate, yet intricately woven into an impenetrable web that shielded them from all dangers. Yansheng stood at the entrance of the fabric shop, his injuries considerably healed, though the bandages on his back still throbbed faintly. The wooden door creaked under the wind's pressure, and the scent of freshly laundered fabric wafted from within, easing his tense nerves. This was the shop he had visited during his last outing. Sir? The proprietress, balancing on a wooden ladder to arrange the shelves, nearly dropped her measuring stick upon seeing his solemn face. What brings you here? He remained silent, placing the bundle of fabric he had wrapped in his arms on the counter. The azure fabric shimmered softly under the light, densely woven, with delicate clusters of unopened lily buds embroidered at the edges, the stitches so fine they were nearly invisible. This was the material he had arranged to be brought from Kyoto a few days prior, intended as a gift for Alu upon the completion of his next mission. But fate had turned it into a memento for his recovery. To make a kimono, he stated, his voice still hoarse, his fingertips brushing over the lilies on the fabric. It must fit well. She prefers a simple style, nothing too elaborate. The proprietress finally regained her composure, marveling at the fabric. This is a tribute-level Yuuzhan dye. You have exquisite taste. Your wife will look stunning in it, especially with these lilies. He interrupted her, his tone resolute. She likes them. He recalled last summer when Alu had spotted lilies in the courtyard of headquarters, crouching there for a long time, her eyes sparkling brighter than any blade. The proprietress tapped the lily patterns on the fabric with her soft measuring tape, grinning. Your intentions are hard to conceal, sir. Leaning closer, she lowered her voice. Such fine material, especially chosen with your wife's favorite flowers in mind. You must hold her dear. Yan Sheng's ears flushed crimson, as if scorched by embers. Just as he opened his mouth to retort, his throat constricted, and he could only manage a vague syllable, nonsense. I am not speaking nonsense, she laughed merrily, playfully poking the fabric. If not for someone special, who would be so thoughtful? With a thud, Yan Sheng's fist inadvertently struck the counter, and he abruptly turned away, his back to the proprietress, though the flush on his ears crept down his neck. The fabric trembled slightly on the counter, its azure sheen reflecting his tense silhouette, as if speaking on his behalf. Seeing his demeanor, the proprietress ceased her teasing and kindly assured him, rest assured, it will be tailored perfectly and beautifully, ensuring your wife understands your affection. Yan Sheng did not turn back, merely grunting a low response that resembled a mosquito's buzz as he paid and turned to leave. As he stepped out of the fabric shop, a sharp pain shot through his back again, yet his grip on the hilt of his blade remained steady. It was only after walking a considerable distance that he paused to touch his flushed cheek, swallowing hard. The sun dipped lower in the sky, and he gazed at the sky, now a hue reminiscent of the azure fabric, as the evening breeze carried the sweet scent of locust flowers toward him. Yan Sheng slowed his pace, yet his mind raced uncontrollably with the proprietress's words and the azure fabric, pondering how Alu would look in it. He envisioned her in a short jacket, sleeves rolled up to her elbows, revealing the faint blue veins on her forearm. Her muscles taut and graceful as she drew her blade. If she were to don the kimono, the azure fabric would accentuate her fair neck, with the lily patterns subtly visible at her waist. Would she find the sleeves cumbersome, instinctively rolling them up? Perhaps she would tilt her head and ask, does it look good? He could even visualize that scene. The cherry blossoms in the courtyard of headquarters were in bloom, petals cascading over her. She would twirl in the corridor, the hem of the kimono rising gracefully, akin to a butterfly in flight. Leaning against a pillar, he would likely say it looked good, though his gaze would be transfixed, his throat tightening as he managed to stammer. And then what? Perhaps she would laugh and come over, tugging at his wrist to lead him inside, chattering about changing his bandages. Her fingers would delicately touch the bandages on his back, her movements gentle, as she murmured about not moving around too much, or she wouldn't bring him good things. Sunlight streamed through the paper windows, illuminating her hair, and tiny strands floated in the light. Yan Sheng abruptly halted, his ears burning once more. He raised a hand to press against his brow, attempting to suppress these thoughts. But the more he resisted, the clearer the images became. No ghosts, no battles, just ordinary days, serene and gentle like the azure fabric, imbued with a faint scent of lilies. What he desired was never merely to grow stronger, it was also her. In truth, he could not pinpoint when this sentiment had crystallized. Perhaps it was in childhood when she shielded him from their father's reprimands, providing warmth and comfort. Beside her, he could always be himself, flaws and all. For she would accept every part of him. After 5 years of her passing, she followed Yuki to the Demon Slayer Corps, leaving him in a state of disarray. Each time they embarked on a mission, his gaze would instinctively trace the silhouette of Alu. As she wielded her blade, he would subconsciously calculate her escape routes. And witnessing her injuries ignited an unnameable fury within him, surpassing the pain he felt from his own wounds. He had grown accustomed to her presence trailing behind him, to offering her warm cups of tea, to her teasing remarks about his stoicism, yet always being the first to extend a clean handkerchief during his moments of vulnerability. Even the flaws he occasionally displayed during his sword practice were etched in her memory, and during their next encounter, she would casually offer a reminder. On that day at the fabric shop, the proprietor's words struck him like a pebble, creating ripples in the stillness of his heart. He recalled the sight of her donning a deep blue kimono, her laughter echoing as she approached him, causing his heartbeat to falter. Affection is never a grandiose affair. It resides within every exchanged glance, every moment of pause, and behind each seemingly blunt concern, hidden even from oneself. At that moment, he had transformed into a young man. His hair tied in a high ponytail reminiscent of hers, gazing at the wisteria tree in the courtyard, where the wind rustled the leaves, mirroring her habitual chatter. He gripped the sword at his waist, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Once his wounds healed, he must become stronger, strong enough to protect her, and this concealed affection nestled in his heart, enduring for a long, long time. Yet, outside the courtyard, discussions concerning Yuki and Ailu permeated the air. Their words pierced through his ears like icy needles, causing his eardrums to ache. I never expected Yagyu to collaborate so seamlessly with Lord Nichiren. They seem like longtime partners. Indeed, Yagyu's technique was fluid, and Mr. Yuki's blade swift. It was said that the demons they faced last night had no chance to react before they were vanquished. When they stand together, they truly seem well matched. The conversation faded into a blur, and Yin Sheng felt as if the wound on his back was being tightly clutched, causing his breath to hitch. He clenched his fists, knuckles turning white, as the warmth he had felt at the fabric shop instantly turned to ice at those remarks. Well matched? He recalled Yuki's eyes, which seemed to see through everything, his indomitable blade, and the light in Ailu's eyes when she spoke of Yuki's sword. Yes, they were both exceptional swordsmen, capable of understanding one another amidst the clash of blades, while he, at this moment, could only remain confined to this limited space. The discussions outside persisted, with someone jesting that they might often be seen teaming up in the future. Yin Sheng suddenly stood up, the pain in his back causing him to grunt. Yet he paid it no mind, fixating on the courtyard's entrance, emotions swirling within him, resentment, agitation, and a hint of panic he was reluctant to acknowledge. Affection, beyond the tender yearnings, concealed sharp thorns. Chapter 20, The Flower Token. The sharp clashing of wooden swords echoed in the training grounds, forming a harmonious symphony. Ailu's figure danced through the morning light, each strike imbued with a force that cleaved the air, her movements as fluid as Yuki's speed. Look, today it's Yagyu and Lord Nichiren practicing together again. A young attendant stole a glance at the arena, reminiscing about the lively atmosphere when Lord Suki would also join. The older swordsman beside him sighed. Lord Suki was injured during the last demon hunt. He'll need some time to recuperate. It was curious indeed. Despite Yagyu not being a Hashira, she held her own against them. Most swordsmen would falter within 10 exchanges. Indeed, another chimed in. Just the other day, I watched from afar when she swung her blade. Even Lord Nichiren had to take a few steps back. The intensity surpassed that of many Hashira we've seen. I wonder how she trains. For the first time, a noticeable fluctuation appeared in Yuki's gaze. He no longer merely evaded. As the wooden sword soared, a gust of wind stirred the dust beneath their feet. Ailu always managed to respond the instant he altered his approach, and at the moment their blades met, the muscles in their arms tensed, neither yielding an inch. With a resounding clash, their swords collided for the third time, the force propelling them both half a step backward. Ailu shook her slightly numb wrist, excitement glimmering in her eyes. When you get serious, you truly are different. Yuki nodded, his fingertips brushing the hilt of his wooden sword, acutely aware of the resilience within Ailu's strikes, seemingly fierce, yet laced with countless variations, ready to counter if one was not careful. As he shifted his stance, he surged forward, his speed increasing yet again. However, Ailu appeared to anticipate his movements, intercepting him with her blade in the narrow space, their wooden swords intertwining rapidly. The sun climbed overhead, shortening their shadows, which entwined tightly, indistinguishable from one another. They exchanged a glance, and the wind in the training grounds suddenly sharpened. Ailu spun, her blade slicing the air. The sound reminiscent of tearing fabric, aimed to push Yuki back a step. Yet, to her surprise, his evasive maneuver was less pronounced than usual. With a quiet yet distinct sound, the blade severed through the air. Yuki halted abruptly, and Ailu instantly ceased her advance, both turning to glance at his left ear. The ear ornament, a sunwheel flower token meticulously crafted by Junai, had its red cord sliced in two by the blade's force. The petals adorned with golden threads dangling perilously close to his earlobe. The sunlight illuminated the petals, their once vibrant red now appearing almost blinding. The air in the training ground became still. Ailu's grip on her wooden sword tightened, her knuckles pale. I'm sorry, Yuki. I lost control. Her voice trembled with an unrecognized anxiety, as she understood the significance of that token to him. As a child, Junai believed her son to be deaf, thus seeking the sunwheel ear ornament to bless him with the ability to hear. Yuki gently pinched the half-hanging flower token, his movements tender as if handling fragile butterfly wings. His fingertips brushed over the severed cord, still retaining a hint of warmth from the blade's passage. Silence enveloped them. Even the wind seemed to slow its pace. "It's all right." He eventually spoke, his tone calm, though his gaze upon the flower token bore a hint of unspoken melancholy. "It was my distraction." Elu watched him carefully tuck the severed flower token away. A sudden wave of realization washed over her, rendering the earlier display of swordsmanship devoid of color. Lowering her weapon, she murmured, "Once this is over, I'll help you fix it, even if it won't compare to Zhu Nai's craftsmanship." Yuki lifted his gaze to meet hers, the melancholy in his expression softening slightly as he nodded. The wooden sword rose once more, their resolve unwavering. "At this rate, we won't resolve anything before sunset," Elu panted. Yet she did not retreat an inch, her sword angled toward the ground, poised to strike again. Yuki's breath quickened, a rare occurrence for him. He regarded Elu. A hint of a smile in his voice, indeed. As soon as the words left his lips, they moved almost in unison. Their wooden swords carved arcs through the air, ultimately meeting in the center, perfectly balanced, neither yielding an inch. The training ground fell silent, leaving only the sound of their heavy breaths, intertwining amidst the afternoon breeze. In the courtyard, Elu placed the broken sunwheel ear ornament on a low table, the silver disc still dusted with remnants of dirt, the severed cord marked by charred lines where the blade had grazed it. She gathered a small spool of silver thread, a few polished shards of red glass, and a length of soft deer hide cord, her best approximation of the original materials. The arc of the sun wheel must be precisely calibrated. Elu held the half earring in her hand, the serrated pattern along the silver rim meticulously even. This was her greatest concern. She first took a length of silver wire, attempting to mimic the curvature of the wheel, but her fingers proved uncooperative, bending too steeply or twisting the teeth askew, lacking the original's sharp brilliance. In frustration, Elu swept the pile of silver wire and shattered glass to the edge of the table, her fingertips still sticky with uncleaned glue. After another attempt at the sunwheel earring, the silver arc resembled a leaf trampled underfoot, the crimson glass embedded haphazardly, resembling a complete failure. Staring at the broken sunwheel earring, impatience washed over her, and she snatched up scissors, snipping the silver wire with a decisive snap. Enough, no more repairs. Biting her lip, she gazed at the sunwheel earring, recalling a most extraordinary flower she had seen in her past life. Petals edged with ice crack-like patterns. A nearly transparent white center, capable of taking root in crevices, blooming defiantly under the scorching sun. By some strange impulse, Elu gathered her materials anew, adopting a different approach. She selected the finest silver wire, not to bend the sun wheel, but to delicately coil it into a curling flower stem. She then cut several shards of glass that shimmered with a pale blue-white sheen into slender petal shapes, deliberately creating irregular notches along the edges, resembling the appearance of that blue spider lily. Her movements quickened, no longer cautious but rather imbued with a hint of cathartic frustration. The silver wire danced between her fingers, swiftly forming entwined branches, and the glass petals were affixed one by one, eschewing crimson entirely in favor of the translucent azure hue. Even the flower center replaced with finely coiled silver filaments. When threading the string at the end, she intentionally left it longer, tying a loose knot. When a pair of blue spider lily earrings lay upon the table, Elu herself was momentarily taken aback. Lacking the sunwheel's sharpness, the glass shimmered under the light with a cool, ethereal blue, reminiscent of the flowers swaying in the blazing sun from her memories. She raised her hand to tuck the earrings into her hair, glancing at her reflection in the bronze mirror. They were not unpleasing. The glass earrings still bore the warmth of her fingertips, the blue-white light filtering through the translucent fragments cast delicate shadows on the table, mirroring the patterns on the petals from her memory. Yet, no matter how similar, it was not genuine. With a sigh, she resigned herself to her tools, preparing for another round of labor. At dawn, the stone path of the training ground was still coated with a thin layer of frost. Elu hurriedly traversed the courtyard with a cloth pouch, her fingertips slightly chilled from the late night, yet the contents of the pouch were warmed by her grasp. She had toiled through the entire night. The silver wire had left fine marks upon her fingers, the crimson glass painstakingly embedded 7 times to achieve the right angle. The broken string meticulously wrapped with extremely fine silver wire, nearly concealing the repair. As she inspected her work under the morning light, her eyes were slightly reddened. Although it ultimately fell short of the seamless creation by Zhu Nai, the curvature of the sun wheel and the luster of the glass were finally secure. Yuan Yi's dwelling was in the eastern courtyard, the paper window glowing faintly, suggesting he was already awake. Elu paused in the corridor, inhaled deeply, and then gently knocked on the door. "Yuan Yi, it's me." The door opened swiftly, revealing Yuan Yi standing in the morning light, his brow slightly furrowed upon seeing the dark circles beneath her eyes. So early? Lu extended the cloth pouch, her fingertips trembling slightly. For you. It's repaired. See if it meets your approval. As the pouch was unwrapped, the sun wheel earring rested in the palm of his hand. The silver wheel radiating a warm glow in the morning light, the break cleverly concealed, the crimson glass still bright as a small flame. Yuan reached out to take it, hesitating as his fingertips grazed the string, feeling the tightly wound silver wire, imbued with a careful force. It's wonderful. He lifted his gaze to Lu, his eyes softer than usual. Thank you, Lu. Watching him reattach the earring, the silver wheel swaying gently by his earlobe. The fatigue from her night of toil suddenly dissipated. She smiled, the redness at the corners of her eyes still present. Then I'll head to the training ground first. Shall we go together? Yuan nodded, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against the sun wheel at his earlobe, where the warmth of Lu lingered. In that moment when Yuan fastened the sun wheel earring, his gaze fell upon Lu's weary smile, his throat constricting slightly. He had long noticed that during every spar, his eyes would unconsciously track her blade's trajectory, when only the two of them remained in the training ground. The air felt softer than usual. Last night, catching a glimpse of her candlelight glowing late into the night, he found himself waiting a moment in the corridor until that light extinguished before he could turn away. As Lu turned to walk towards the training ground, the frost-laden tips of her hair sparkled in the morning light. Yuan watched her retreating figure, his left hand subconsciously brushing against his earlobe, where the sun wheel earring still radiated warmth, akin to the heat of her fingertips. He had never spoken of it, yet each time she called his name, an unrecognized softness lingered in his response. Even just now, when he received the earring, he lingered for an extra heartbeat, merely to feel the faint sweat from her palm. The wind swept through the courtyard, rustling a few fallen leaves. Yuan stepped forward, matching her pace at a distance, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her shoulder. He thought, perhaps during their spar, he could slow down a bit, fight more leisurely, and maybe next time, he could join Lu on a night patrol. As this thought emerged, the sun wheel at his earlobe seemed to grow warmer. The sound of wooden swords clashing in the training ground ceased. As Lu concluded her stance, beads of sweat trickled down her forehead, and with a playful tilt of her chin, she smiled. You seem a bit slower today? Yuan tightened his grip on the wooden sword, his gaze drifting past her shoulder to the distant corridor, where Yansheng stood, his shoulder injury still not fully healed. Yet he stood tall, his heavy gaze fixed upon Lu. Yuan recognized the concern in that expression. He withdrew his gaze, swallowing hard, unable to respond. The deliberate slower movements he had just employed now felt like a clumsy disguise, unaware of his unease. Lu turned to the resting area to pour herself a cup of water. As she passed by Yansheng, she remarked, Yansheng, your injury looks much better. Do you want to give it a try? Yansheng's lips twitched imperceptibly, yet his voice remained grave. No need, I'll just watch for a while. He stood there like a silent statue, his gaze never leaving Lu in the center of the training ground. Yansheng's eyes fell upon the sun wheel earring at Yuan Yi's earlobe, the silver wheel glinting coldly in the sunlight. In an instant, his gaze shifted to Lu's temple, where, unbeknownst to him, she had donned the pair of blue spider lily earrings, the blue-white glass swaying gently with her movements, resembling two flickering ethereal flames. The two stood in the center of the training ground, their ear adornments echoing a silent resonance, making Yansheng, standing in the corridor, feel increasingly out of place. Yansheng instinctively touched his own earlobe, where there were only faint marks left by years of binding his hair, empty and void. He had once possessed adornments. In his youth, his mother had gifted him earrings bearing the family crest, but they shattered during a skirmish. Subsequently, as he became engrossed in mastering his blade, he deemed such items a burden, only hindering his movements during combat. Yet at this moment, witnessing the brilliance in Yuan and Lu's ears, that thought of burdensome adornments suddenly shifted in meaning. They were marks of their bond, a place where he found himself absent. The wind swept through the training ground, stirring up dust at his feet. Yansheng abruptly withdrew his hand, his fingertips turning pale from the tension. As he turned away, the dull ache in his shoulder flared, reminding him, whether in the pursuit of swordsmanship or this inexplicable disparity regarding a pair of earrings, he seemed perpetually one step behind. Yuan observed this scene, his knuckles whitening as he gripped the wooden sword. He understood his brother's temperament better than anyone, a proud man who would pause to wait for someone, who would instinctively shield the other's vulnerabilities during sparring. Its weight was unmistakable. Lu offered him a teacup, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against the back of his hand. What are you daydreaming about? The warm touch jolted Yuan back to reality. He swiftly sidestepped and murmured, It's nothing. The hesitance in his voice was palpable, even to himself. What was he supposed to say? That his earlier delay was not an error, but rather intentional? That each time she mended her earrings, he lingered outside the window for an eternity? Yet, the thought of Yin Sheng's gaze, as heavy as a frigid abyss, silenced his words, leaving them lodged in his throat. The tacit understanding among the three of them resembled a fragile sheet of ice, with he and his elder brother treading cautiously upon it, neither daring to shatter the stillness first. Perhaps Alu remained blissfully unaware, but he could see clearly that his brother's concern was unmistakably veiled, while his own feelings had long since overflowed the banks during every exchange of glances and every sparring session. As the wooden sword rose once more, Yuan Yi's movements regained their former sharpness, even surpassing his usual swiftness. Alu raised an eyebrow in surprise. How did you get faster again? He offered no reply, merely turning to catch a glimpse of Yin Sheng in the corridor. The sunlight fell between them, seemingly carving an invisible boundary that made even stealing another glance at Alu feel like an infringement. The sound of clashing wooden swords echoed across the training ground, while Yin Sheng stood in the corridor, his knuckles nearly embedding themselves into the column beside him. He watched the scene unfold, noting the ethereal grace in Alu's strikes, and the arc of their garments brushing against one another spoke of an intimacy that outsiders could not intrude upon. When Alu had offered water to Yuan Yi, the fleeting touch of her fingertips against his hand had elicited a momentary pause from him, a barely perceptible flicker in his gaze, all of which Yin Sheng absorbed with a keen eye, a fiery knot lodged in his throat. He understood better than anyone the depths concealed beneath Yuan Yi's seemingly placid demeanor. Once he cared, it enveloped him silently yet densely, like an intricate web. Yin Sheng pressed his hand against his still aching shoulder, a remnant of the injury sustained while protecting Alu from Yuan Yi's sudden assault during a bout. In the arena, Alu's laughter rang out, sunlight illuminating her hair's tips, causing a sharp pang in Yin Sheng's eyes. He abruptly turned away, the pain in his shoulder pulling at him sharply, yet this discomfort paled in comparison to the turmoil roiling within his chest. Why was it that Yuan Yi always maintained an air of effortless calm, easily garnering Alu's attention, while he, with his every frown and every protective gesture, felt like an outsider, relegated to standing in the corridor, watching their silhouettes entwine on the ground? The wind carried echoes of Alu's teasing remarks to Yuan Yi, and Yin Sheng's clenched fists alternated between tightening and loosening, his fingertips grazing the rough surface of the column until they bore crimson marks. Jealousy crept up like vines, tightening around his breath, while the turbulent undercurrents in his gaze revealed an unwillingness to acknowledge his own smoldering resentment. Chapter 21, Patterns. Recently, the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps was enveloped in an inexplicable atmosphere of exhilaration. The once quiet training grounds echoed with the suppressed gasps of swordsmen, their foreheads, cheeks, and even wrists adorned with patterns resembling flames, thunder, or waves, glowing like ignited sparks, shimmering across their skin. Each time a pattern illuminated, the warriors' auras surged dramatically. The winds they summoned with their blades grew fiercer, and the rhythm of their breaths resonated with a newfound vigor, signifying a breakthrough of limits. A roaring testament to the power coursing through their veins. The news spread like wildfire from one squad to another. Even the logistical personnel wore smiles they could hardly contain, their steps lighter with joy. Before these newly awakened warriors adorned with patterns, history had already etched two names into its annals. Yu and Yuan Yi. The genius seemingly born for the breathing techniques, bore a mark on his forehead since birth, resembling the cyclical dance of the sun and moon. A divine imprint granting his sword the might to sever all. Meanwhile, Yin Sheng, through countless days and nights of arduous training under the shadow of Yuan Yi's brilliance, had carved out a path of his own. The moment he first felt his body temperature soar like molten lava and his heartbeat quickened to the point of nearly shattering his ribs, the blazing pattern finally blossomed on his cheek. In that instant, it felt as if the very air had ignited with his breath. His grip on the sword as steady as a mountain, reflecting not merely an obsession to surpass Yuan Yi, but the indomitable brilliance that belonged to a true swordsman. He was the first to manifest patterns among mortals after Yuan Yi. Now, as new patterns blossomed upon the younger generation, it seemed to resonate across the ages, rekindling the burning will that once belonged to Yin Sheng, weaving it anew in this era of promise. Yet, amidst this wave of excitement, Alu's presence stood out in stark contrast. She remained unusually silent. The stone slabs of the training ground echoed under the feet of newly awakened warriors. The sharp clang of blades slicing through the air mingled with their stifled gasps, a testament to their soaring temperatures and heartbeats that drummed with exhilaration. Alu stood nestled in the shadows of a cherry tree in the corner, her long, raven hair neatly tied into a high ponytail, the ends swaying gently with her rapid breaths. Strands dampened with sweat escaped and clung to her temples and neck. Her hands gripped a pair of silver-red twin blades, their scabbards gleaming with the sheen of perspiration, her slender wrists flushed from the repeated exertion, the calluses on her fingertips firmly embedded in the grips, revealing her resolute strength. She had attempted countless times, adjusting her breath to match her comrades, feeling the painful expansion of her lungs as they filled with oxygen, striving to push her blood to every extremity, yet that damn temperature always fell short. No matter how rapid her heartbeat, it never reached the chaotic crescendo that could shatter her ribs. Each time someone nearby cried out in pain, only to erupt with even stronger energy. Alu instinctively brushed her fingers against her cheek, where only the cool trace of sweat remained, smooth as porcelain untouched by flames. On one occasion, during a simulated duel, she found herself cornered, the opponent's blade almost grazing her throat. In a sudden whirl, her silver-red twin blades carved intersecting arcs beside her, and for a fleeting moment, she felt a searing pain radiate from her heart, as if sparks were attempting to burst forth from beneath her skin. Yet before that sensation could crystallize into a pattern, it was overwhelmed by the dizziness of overexertion. She crashed heavily to the ground, grass clippings tangling in her disheveled hair, the tie of her ponytail loosening, strands falling into her eyes, obscuring her view of the opponent. The glimmering pattern on their face shone faintly in the sunset, while a metallic taste surged in her throat. Her twin blades rolling away a short distance, their silver-red surfaces flickering in the twilight, like two dying fish. "Alu, will you try again?" a fellow swordswoman called out, her tone imbued with the warmth of camaraderie. She shook her head, wiping her cheek with the back of her hand, and as she pushed herself up from the ground, her ponytail swung back, revealing her smooth forehead and tightly pressed lips. Bending to retrieve her twin blades, the warmth of the handles seeped into her palms, and the reflection of the silver-red blades mirrored the stubbornness still flickering in her eyes. The surrounding light grew brighter, the newly awakened patterns illuminating one after another like stars, while she stood amidst the celestial gaps, akin to a camellia yet to bloom, silently amassing strength that may or may not reach its critical point amidst the brilliance of others. The ends of her hair brushed against her back, slightly damp with sweat, the gentle clinking of her twin blades at her waist sounding like a countdown to the yet unformed pattern. The sunset stretched long shadows across the training ground, and Alu sheathed her silver-red twin blades, her fingertips tracing the fine scratches worn into the scabbard. Another stifled gasp erupted nearby, a new pattern glowing beside an ear, like a jagged flash of lightning. Alu glanced up, then lowered her head with a faint smile. Perhaps her physique simply did not align with the demands of this moment. That 39-degree fervor and the drumming heartbeat felt as if separated by a thin veil of mist, forever out of reach. She brushed off the grass clippings from her clothing and turned to walk back. Her high ponytail swayed gently behind her, devoid of any lingering hesitation. The momentary sense of wistfulness had dissipated. Why must she contend with herself? She caressed her cheek, its smoothness enduring, which was hardly a cause for concern. Having mastered her breathing techniques, the arc of her dual blades could precisely lock into the joints of demons when crouching in the shadows at night. Her eyes were sharper than any. Just the other day, she had managed to predict and, with the cover of 3 companions, sever the neck of that swift demon. Hadn't she? "Alu, aren't you going to give it a try?" Someone inquired from behind. Turning around, she waved a hand, the setting sun gleaming brightly in her eyes. "No, there are too many mosquitoes here. After all, only a skilled swordsman could make demons bask in the sun." She glanced down at the silver and crimson dual blades at her waist. Their sheaths glimmered softly in the twilight, as if resonating with her thoughts. The evening breeze swept the dust of the training ground, and Alu tucked the last stray hair behind her ear, polishing the sheaths of her dual blades until they shone, reflecting the deepening dusk. "Alu." The sound of footsteps approached from behind, steady as if treading upon stone stairs. When she turned, she found Kirigakure Yushu halting in his tracks, the hem of his dark haori still exuding residual warmth, evidently just finished with his instruction. A few steps behind him stood Kirigakure Yurichi, his moonlight-like gaze resting upon her blades at her waist. He said nothing, yet his presence felt gentle. "Do you feel unfit, perhaps?" Yushu's voice was lower than usual. He pressed a hand against the fiery mark on his cheek, the warmth still lingering beneath his skin. "I nearly ruptured my lungs trying to keep up with this temperature." Alu paused momentarily before laughing, her high ponytail swaying lightly as she tilted her head back. "Perhaps my body might inherently lack some fiery essence." She patted the sheath of her blade. "But it's fine. Look, these blades are sharp enough. I calculated it right, didn't I? That jumping demon was cornered by me last time." Yurichi suddenly stepped forward, his voice as clear and gentle as a flowing stream. "The mark is like fire. Yet a stream can also wear away stone." He raised a hand, his fingertips lightly tracing her wrist where she held the blade. "When you wield your sword, your breathing rhythm is steadier than anyone's, akin to a rooted tree." Yushu scoffed but refrained from retorting, merely adding, "In the past, I always believed one couldn't surpass Yorichi without a mark. It was only later that I understood. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the gleam in Ailu's eyes. What wins is never the mark, but the one who wields the sword. Ailu regarded the two of them, one a once-obsessed warrior who had ultimately transcended, the other a naturally gifted genius who stood at the pinnacle yet remained gentle. At this moment, both had paused for her. The evening wind lifted her ponytail, carrying the fragrance of grass and wood, and she suddenly felt that the absent mark was hardly a regret at all. Rest assured, both of you. She raised a hand to grip the hilt, the silver-red blade glinting in the dusk. I know how to make demons bask in the sun. Yorichi's lips seemed to curl slightly, while as Yushu turned away, the corner of his purple haori brushed the stone steps as he remarked, in the future, at the training ground, I shall see just how precise your calculations truly are. Ailu watched their retreating figures, laughter escaping her lips unexpectedly. Her high ponytail danced behind her, much like a reed swaying in the wind. She touched her cheek once more, still smooth, yet the faint sense of wistfulness, which had been negligible, was blown away by their words, imbued with both sharpness and warmth. The night patrol commenced as usual, the beams of the dilapidated temple creaking in the wind and rain, resembling an elderly figure burdened beyond its capacity. Ailu shoved the last dry twig into the fire. The sparks erupted, illuminating half of her face brightly. The rain outside showed no signs of relenting, with pea-sized droplets hammering against the damaged tiles, trickling down the broken eaves to form a fine stream, pooling into small puddles on the ground. She edged closer to the fire, her damp clothing steaming in the heat. The depths of the ruined temple were shrouded in darkness, concealing who knows what. Only the wind, as it swept through, stirred up the scent of dust. The flickering light from the fire cast dancing shadows upon the walls, almost as if someone were lurking in the darkness. Ailu tightened her grip on the blade at her waist, her fingertips brushing against the cold metal. Outside, the rain was slanted by the wind, resembling an impenetrable curtain. In that blurred reflection of water, a figure slowly became discernible. Not the disheveled appearance of a typical night wanderer, but rather moving with an air of composure, emerging from the depths of the rain-soaked darkness. Ailu instinctively held her breath, her hand inching toward her blade. The fabric of the stranger's attire shimmered with a warm luster in the dim light, clearly of high quality, contrasting starkly with the desolate temple and the torrential downpour. His figure was tall, his steps unusually light, as if he barely touched the ground. Even the splashes of mud lessened compared to others. The firelight illuminated only his approaching silhouette, obscuring his face. Yet the luxurious hem of his garments barely swayed in the rain, and even his hair appeared meticulously maintained, showing no signs of disarray. Ailu frowned. Having patrolled at night for years, she had never encountered someone so adorned in such a place. Was he a lost scion of the wealthy, or suppressing her doubts? She was about to inquire when he halted at the temple's entrance, gazing at her through the rain curtain. His gaze, when it fell upon her, bore an inexplicable penetrating quality, rendering the warmth brought by the fire momentarily hollow. Ailu dismissed further thoughts, assuming him to be a mere passerby seeking shelter from the rain, and turned her attention back to adding another piece of wood to the fire. Unbeknownst to her, as she lifted her gaze, the flickering light cast upon Kabutsuji Musen's soulless eyes, which regarded her like a fragile plaything, ready to be crushed at any moment. Raindrops cascaded from the temple's eaves, creating a monotonous rhythm against the ground. The stranger's gaze transcended the flickering flames, landing precisely on the delicate earring dangling from Ailu's ear, where the azure petals' intricate patterns glimmered in the firelight, resembling flowers kissed by morning dew. Musen's fingertips barely curled inwards, his heart racing within his chest, a sensation so intense it had not been felt for nearly a millennium. The azure-hued higanbana, a flower he had pursued for centuries, had appeared in such a trivial form upon a mortal's earring. Elation threatened to shatter the calm facade he maintained. Yet the tumultuous emotions roiling beneath his surface were quelled in an instant, leaving only an abyss of indifference. "Your earring," he spoke, his voice crystal clear amidst the rain, devoid of any tremor. "What flower is it? Its appearance is quite distinctive." He leaned slightly, the luxurious fabric sweeping across the puddles at the threshold without catching a single drop of moisture. His gaze remained fixed on the earring, as if genuinely curious, his tone as casual as if inquiring about a stone by the roadside. Only he understood the fervent yearning for perfection concealed beneath that calm exterior. Ailu brushed her fingers against the earring, the cool petals of the azure flower gliding beneath her touch. The firelight flickered in her eyes as she spoke with a hint of nonchalance. "This flower, you see, I found it when I was gravely ill as a child. On my way to find a doctor in the mountains, I spotted it by the stream on my return." She paused to add another log to the fire, the sparks bursting higher. "At that time, I thought the color was beautiful, a deep blue, like jade submerged in water. Later, once I recovered. When I tried to find it again, the stream was long gone. I crafted this pair of earrings from memory. They serve as a keepsake. Unbeknownst to her. As she spoke of the stream that had long vanished, the stranger's pupils constricted abruptly, as if pricked by an invisible needle. Beneath the luxurious hem, his fingers tightened, clenching the momentary surge of anger and resentment within his palm. Oh, Musen's voice remained steady, even adopting a hint of deliberate softness, rendering it quite rare. Besides its unique color, does this flower possess any other peculiarities? The rain continued to pour, the flickering firelight casting shadows across half of his face concealed in darkness, obscuring the frenzied curiosity lurking beneath his calm demeanor. I've forgotten. Forgotten? These two words pierced through Musen's carefully maintained tranquility like a needle, shattering the facade he had upheld. His gentle demeanor shattered in an instant, as the seemingly tranquil pupils erupted with a crimson madness. A millennium of obsession and yearning spiraling into chaos at that very moment. How could one forget? A piercing scream suddenly tore through the silence of the dilapidated temple, drowning out the sound of the rain and the crackling of the firewood. Ailu felt a fleeting blur before a magnificent figure lunged at her like a specter. The pallid hand emanating a chill, fingers curling like claws, pressing menacingly towards her throat. You must remember. You must tell me where that flower is. The voice, twisted with desperation, echoed as the luxurious hem of his garment fluttered wildly, mud splattering onto his robes, an unthinkable act for one who usually shunned filth. The crimson depths of his eyes roiled with ferocity as he seized Ailu by the throat, forcefully pinning her against the cold wall. The sensation of suffocation surged, and as she struggled to grasp the dagger at her waist, his other hand clamped down fiercely on her wrist, gazing into the suddenly ferocious visage before her. The madness in those eyes sent chills coursing through her body. Since he refused to speak, a cruel smile twisted his lips, sharp fangs glinting under the firelight. Then become a ghost that belongs solely to me, to remain by my side until you remember. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, his sharp fingernails pierced his own wrist, dark crimson blood pooling in his palm. The ominous scent of the blood, infused with his frenzied strength, was pressed against Ailu's neck. He sought to claim her as his possession, to extract every last fragment of memory regarding the azure ghost flower from her consciousness through eternal life and inescapable control. Within the dilapidated temple, the flames flickered violently, casting shadows that mirrored the near-manic obsession on his face. The rain continued to fall, yet it seemed to be frozen in the wake of this sudden eruption of bloodshed and madness. Chapter 22. The Ghost King. Ailu's gaze held an almost frigid calm, akin to a rock at the eye of a storm. Release me. Her voice, though soft, bore an undeniable authority, resonating like the clash of metal. Just as the ghostly blood was about to touch her neck, the wrist held captive erupted with astonishing force, not the brutish strength of an ordinary human, but a refined essence that radiated a burning heat, numbing his fingertips. What? His pupils constricted sharply. This power was far beyond that of a mere mortal. Ailu's elbow sank with purpose, striking at his forearm from an unexpected angle. There was a sharp crack, and suddenly, the pressure gripping her throat dissipated as he staggered back, incredulous at the sight of his slightly deformed arm. How could this nearly perfect body be injured by a mere human? Ailu stood tall, her dagger unsheathed without her realizing, its blade shimmering with a cold arc in the firelight. She did not immediately attack. Instead, she simply gripped the weapon, her gaze steady upon him, devoid of fear or anger, merely an indifferent observation of prey. You, ghost, are rather more formidable than the others. Her words were laced with a chilling detachment, emanating an aura that made him feel an unfamiliar sense of pressure. In a mixture of surprise and fury, the crimson depths of his eyes churned with deeper madness. Who are you truly? Ailu offered no reply, merely raising her dagger slightly, its edge slicing through the air, conjuring a wave of scorching wind. The temple's wooden beams trembled beneath this presence, and even the rain outside seemed to part momentarily. You wish to turn me into a ghost? A faint, cold smile graced her lips. You are far from capable. Before her words had fully dissipated into the air, her figure darted past the flames like lightning, her blade aimed directly at his face. The speed and force of her assault startled the Ghost King, who had lived for nearly a millennium. This woman, adorned with azure ghost flower earrings, was an enigma of monstrous proportions. Pain exploded in his wrist as he staggered back, the luxurious hem of his garment sweeping through the puddles on the ground, sending splashes arcing through the fire's glow. The woman before him retained an ordinary dagger, yet the aura she radiated felt like an invisible blade, tightening the skin over his body with a burning pressure that was both foreign and perilous, compelling him to instinctively retreat. You. His voice betrayed a hint of disbelief, his crimson pupils locked onto Ailu. You are not immortal? having witnessed countless self-proclaimed strong humans and transformed many into wretched beings at his feet. He had never encountered a moment like this. A seemingly ordinary night watchman was capable of striking back when he attacked, even exuding a threatening presence. This power belonged to none of the entities he had ever known. It was neither the sorcery of monks nor the brute force of warriors, but something purer and more refined. Lu held her dagger, its point angled towards the ground, a drop of rain sliding down its blade, evaporating into steam upon contact. She regarded the astonishment in his eyes, her expression still calm. Rather than who I am, you should be more concerned about whether you can leave this crumbling temple alive. His countenance darkened utterly. Anger eclipsed his surprise, and a sense of insult surged within him. He was the Ghost King, above all, and no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Yet the force of that previous strike still lingered in his wrist, compelling him to reassess the woman before him. Interesting, he slowly straightened, the wounds on his arm visibly healing, the fractured bones emitting faint clicks as they returned to their original state. The crimson depths of his eyes roiled with brutality, now tinged with caution. What is this power you possess? This unfamiliar pressure stirred his irritation, yet ignited an even more frenzied desire for possession. Both her strength and the secret of the flower adorned in her earrings must belong to him. Lu offered no response, gripping her dagger tighter, its blade beginning to emit a faint glow. He licked his lips, his sharp fangs glinting in the firelight. Regardless of what you are, you shan't leave today. Before the words could fully escape his lips, he lunged once more, this time with even greater speed, his claws slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, aimed directly at Lu's throat. He refused to believe that any existence could elude his grasp. No matter how peculiar her powers, she would ultimately become his possession. Much like the azure ghost flower he had pursued for centuries. Within the dilapidated temple, the flames swayed violently in the wake of their intertwined figures, reflecting the madness in his eyes and the icy resolve in hers. The rain continued to fall, yet it seemed to serve merely as a backdrop to this unknown confrontation, concealing an impending clash that would shatter the night. In the moment his claws tore through the air, Lu's wrist spun lightly, revealing two silver-red curved blades that blossomed in her palm. There were no supernatural phenomena, no overwhelming force. The blades simply shimmered with the cold light characteristic of metal. Yet upon clashing with his claws, it produced a crisp crack, not from damage to the blade, but from his claws, capable of rending steel, being severed by half an inch. His pupils constricted in disbelief as pain shot through his fingertips. He stared incredulously at his broken claws, then back at the blades in Lu's hands. They were merely two exquisitely crafted curved daggers, devoid of any extraordinary aura or malevolence, even lacking the sharpness typical of ordinary weapons. Yet the force behind that previous strike felt like a mountain pressing down on his fingertips. How is this possible? He murmured, his tone tinged with unprecedented astonishment. His body, tempered over centuries, had become as hard as iron. Ordinary swords could not even leave a mark on him. Yet this woman's blades could slice through his claws as though they were mere tofu. Lu did not afford him much time for contemplation. The tips of her toes barely grazed the slick ground, and her figure shot forth like an arrow released from a bowstring. Twin blades crossing with deadly intent aimed squarely at his throat. Her movements were devoid of any discernible pattern, yet they were executed with a velocity that left onlookers in a daze. Each strike landed with precision upon the unguarded vulnerabilities of Muzan, imbued with a ferocious penetrating force. Muzan was compelled to retreat repeatedly, his opulent robes sliced open by the gusts of the blades. He attempted to parry with his claws, only to find his arms numbed by the reverberating impact of the silver-red blades. What astonished him further was the apparent invincibility of these weapons. No matter how swift or powerful his attempts, the moment the blade made contact, his protective demonic aura melted away like snow under the sun, tearing flesh apart with ease. A tremor laced Muzan's voice, not born of fear, but of profound astonishment. What manner of weapon was this? Having lived nearly a millennium and witnessed swords forged from celestial steel, blades honed from the bones of extraordinary beasts, and even relics blessed by eminent monks, he had never encountered a weapon of such caliber. It bore no extraordinary abilities, yet could sever that which he had deemed unbreakable, including his own near-immortal form. Alia's only response was the glimmer of her blades. Her gaze remained focused and serene, as if she were merely engaged in a mundane task. The silver-red twin daggers in her hands seemed to possess a life of their own, each swing carrying an irresistible force that shattered the temple's wooden beams, sending splinters flying as yet another deep wound appeared on Muzan's arm, exposing the bone beneath. This time, the injury did not heal as swiftly as usual. It was not due to any poison on the blades, nor some unusual power. It was simply a clean severance, akin to water being split by a rock. causing his regenerative abilities to momentarily falter before this absolute cleaving. Panic engulfed Muzan entirely. For the first time in battle, he felt utterly at a loss. A disorientation born from the unknown and an overwhelming sense of impotence. The woman before him and her blades represented a precise paradox. Shattering all his preconceived notions, there were no flashy powers, no intricate techniques, merely the pure act of severance, tearing apart the pride he held in his immortal existence. Rain continued to pour, drumming against the crumbling temple walls with a dull thud. Aliu's silhouette danced between the flickering flames and shadows. The silver-red light of her blades forming an insurmountable barrier, cornering Muzan against the wall. As he beheld the ever-approaching blade, he grasped a chilling truth. The woman's weapon was not merely severing his flesh, but was dismantling his unassailable arrogance. In the fleeting moment before the blade sliced through his throat, the last vestige of pride in Muzan's eyes shattered completely, leaving only pure terror. He felt the chilling presence of the blade drawing near, a lethal aura capable of cleaving him in two. As the instincts honed over nearly 1,000 years overpowered any remnants of dignity. Impossible, he shrieked, his body suddenly swelling like an inflated balloon. His luxurious robes burst apart, flesh and bone churning violently within him, a wave of destructive energy surging forth. This was not an attack, but a desperate act of self-detonation in a moment of dire straits, a frenzied attempt to rend his own form to preserve his life. Let us perish together. Muzan's voice emerged from the grotesquely swollen mass, contorted beyond recognition. Even in death, I will drag you down with me into monstrosity. Crimson blood mist erupted from his surface. The essence of his primal power transformed into his final weapon. As his body was on the brink of explosion, numerous finely honed lines of blood shot forth like venomous serpents, reeking of a hot, metallic scent, circumventing Aliu's blades to rush toward her wounds with alarming speed. He aimed to forcibly inject his demonic blood into her, even if there remained but a sliver of possibility, to transform her into one of his kind. Aliu's eyes sharpened, her wrist twisting rapidly as the silver-red twin blades wove an impenetrable barrier before her. The clang of metal echoed as the blood lines were cleaved apart, dissolving into a rain of crimson droplets. But in that fleeting moment of hesitation, Muzan's inflated body detonated with a thunderous roar. A deafening explosion resounded through the crumbling temple. Debris flying in all directions, flames propelled skyward by the shockwave. Aliu was hurled backward, crashing against a remaining pillar, the metallic taste of blood filling her mouth. Instinctively, she shielded her vital areas, yet felt a slender bloodline pierce through the chaotic smoke, scraping across her hand and leaving behind a searing trail. A cold, indistinct chuckle emerged from the depths of the smoke, tinged with a morbid satisfaction. Aliu swung her blade to sever the bloodline, only to find Muzan's form had vanished from the smoke, leaving only a faint wisp of dark energy escaping through the cracks of the temple, disappearing into the curtain of rain. The force of the self-detonation exceeded her expectations, yet it was evidently a mere ruse. He had sacrificed the majority of his corporeal form to allow a fragment of his soul to escape, not forgetting to leave behind this lethal bait at the last moment. As the bloodline grazed her hand, the searing scent burrowed into her skin like a parasite. Aliu could distinctly sense something attempting to spread through her bloodstream. A chain of demonic blood infused with a frenzied obsession, seeking to ensnare her into an eternal prison. But this sensation lasted but an instant. The demonic blood that had invaded her body struck an invisible barrier, coming to an abrupt halt deep within her veins. There was no agonizing pain, no dislocated bones. Not even the faintest hint of heat remained. Aliu glanced down, witnessing the blood mark on her hand fading at a visible pace, ultimately leaving behind a faint red imprint. As though she had never been tainted by that lethal essence, she sensed the fate of that blood. It was neither consumed nor assimilated but dissolved quietly like a stone sinking into the deep sea. Just as water leaves no trace upon oil paper, Muzan's demonic blood, potent enough to alter mortal destinies, stirred not a single ripple within her being. Aliu furrowed her brow slightly, raising her hand to touch the back of her hand. The skin was warm as ever, the power within her flowing steadily, undisturbed. She was not of this world, an accidental visitor in this temporal realm. Like a foreign bookmark trapped between pages, she existed in subtle dissonance with the laws of this universe. No matter how bizarre Muzan's demonic blood was, it ultimately arose from the rules of this world, and how could it possibly taint a soul that did not belong here? The rain outside the temple gradually lightened, the horizon beginning to glow with the faintest dawn. Aliu flicked her wrist, the silver-red blades gleaming coldly in the morning light. She gazed toward the direction of Muzan's escape, her eyes devoid of any emotion. The creature that had proclaimed himself the Demon King would likely die without ever comprehending that the seed he desperately sought to plant could never take root in her foreign soil. She sheathed her twin blades and turned to exit the ruins. The air after the rain carried the scent of damp earth, and the path of her night patrol lay ahead. As for the trace of demonic blood that Muzan had considered his final hope, it had long since transformed into inconsequential dust within her, unworthy even of a second glance. The temple had become a wasteland, the fire long extinguished. With only scattered embers struggling against the rain, Aliu stood amidst the devastation, gripping her twin blades. Her gaze cold and resolute as she looked toward the direction of Muzan's flight. The creature had escaped, yet she knew this was far from the end. Chapter 22. Tranquility. In the conference hall of the Demon Slayer Corps, Aliu unfastened her twin blades from her waist, leaning them against the wall. Droplets of water cascading down the silver-red blades and pooling on the floor in small, circular stains. She stood before the head seat, her voice steady as she recounted the events of the temple ambush, omitting details of her azure-hued flower earrings and the demonic blood, merely stating that she encountered an unusually powerful demon, and after a confrontation, the adversary self-destructed to escape. Kagaya Ubuyashiki sat on a wooden chair to the side, sunlight filtering through the paper windows to illuminate the tips of his hair, his profile appearing particularly serene amidst the interplay of light and shadow. He remained silent until Alu mentioned self-detonation as a means of escape, at which point he slowly lifted his gaze, his serious inquiry reflecting in his pupils. How powerful is that demon? The atmosphere in the hall seemed to freeze for a moment. Everyone was acutely aware that Yuan Yi's standards for strength diverged vastly from those of ordinary individuals. Any demon that could prompt his questioning of its might was undoubtedly formidable. Alu unconsciously fiddled with her earrings, recalling the crimson eyes and the body capable of instantaneous regeneration from the previous night. After a moment's contemplation, as if weighing her words, she finally spoke with a nonchalant air. It's hard to say. It is remarkably swift, with formidable healing abilities. Yet it reveals too many vulnerabilities in combat, losing its composure when emotions run high. She paused, looking at Yuan Yi, her tone imbued with a degree of certainty. In my opinion, it is likely a hasty, ascending minor demon. Too impatient. It hasn't even fully formed the words it ought to have inscribed in its eyes. I did not catch sight of them. Upon hearing this, several individuals in the hall exchanged glances. A demon that could compel Alu to wield dual blades and still require self-detonation to escape could hardly be classified as a minor threat. Yet, no one questioned her judgment, for she was recognized as a formidable warrior, even by Yuan Yi's standards, and thus had a distinct perspective. Yuan Yi's brow shifted ever so slightly, a flicker of contemplation passing through his heterochromatic eyes. He refrained from further inquiries, simply nodding gently. Understood. I will arrange for personnel to patrol the vicinity. Alu nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave. As she reached the doorway, something seemed to come to mind, prompting her to add, by the way, that demon was dressed quite flamboyantly, rather more refined than the typical malevolent spirits. No one noticed Yuan Yi's hand, resting on his knee, subtly tightened. Flamboyant attire? Self-detonation? This was starkly different from his understanding of malevolent demons. However, since Alu described it as a hastily ascending minor demon, it must indeed be of little concern. Only Alu herself knew how much embellishment lay within her previous words. She did not intend to conceal the truth. She simply felt it unnecessary to make a mountain out of a molehill. The demon, while strong, had yet to reach a level that warranted the entire Demon Slayer Corps to stand on high alert. As for the words in its eyes, last night, she had only caught a fleeting glimpse of the madness that flickered deep within its pupils, and she couldn't be bothered to elaborate. The morning breeze wafted into the hall, carrying the scent of distant woodlands. Yuan Yi gazed out at the brightening sky, his fingertips unconsciously tapping against the armrest of the wooden chair. For some reason, he felt that the minor demon spoken of by Alu might be far more complex than it appeared. As the setting sun cast its final golden rays, the wind chimes in the corridor chimed occasionally, accentuating the surrounding tranquility. Indeed, recent days had been exceedingly leisurely. Even the patrolling members found time to gather during training breaks to share laughter, their conversations eventually meandering towards the upcoming summer fireworks festival, where it was rumored this year's display would surpass last year's by 30%. The sweet shop on the corner would surely release a limited edition. Their fragmented anticipations swelled like clouds in the sky, as it had been a long time since they had such leisurely moments. Alu was crouched beside the stone steps watering a potted plant when she suddenly heard the faint sound of fabric brushing against itself from behind. Turning around, she encountered Yansheng standing a short distance away in the corridor. He still sported the high ponytail, strikingly reminiscent of her own from the past. His black hair glistening softly in the evening light, though now the ends hung well above her head. The signature purple haori draped over his shoulders, its edges casting faint shadows across the wooden railing with his slightest movements. Alu. Are you busy? Yen Sheng's voice was softer than usual, his gaze falling on the water jug in her hands. He instinctively crouched down beside her, picking up another water jug to join her. When Alu tilted her head back, she could just make out the line of his jaw and the strands of hair fluttering gently in the breeze. He had grown from a boy into a young man, no longer that child from before. Before she could respond, he had already shifted his gaze to the darkening horizon, casually inquiring, "The fireworks festival, would you like to go together?" A breeze from the depths of the courtyard carried the fragrance of bellflower. Alu tightened her grip on the water jug, her heartbeat mingling with the distant laughter of her comrades, softly drumming against her eardrums. The lingering chill of the jug contrasted sharply with her heartbeat, which fluttered like a dandelion caught in the wind, erratic and tumultuous. She opened her mouth, intending to find a more measured response, but all that emerged was a soft, simple, "all right." As soon as the words left her lips, she noticed the slightest lift of Yen Sheng's eyebrows. His normally pursed lips relaxed slightly, and a spark of warmth seemed to ignite in his eyes, infusing his tranquil purple haori with a hint of warmth. "That's great." His voice carried an unmistakable cheerfulness, as if a hidden restraint had been lifted. "I've ordered you a yukata." He paused, his gaze resting on Alu's mildly startled face, adding, "in a color suitable for summer. You will surely love it. Wear it when the time comes." Alu was about to voice her reluctance, perhaps to say it was too much trouble, but he interrupted her. "Don't refuse." His tone was not harsh, yet it bore an undeniable seriousness, as if to say it was a celebration of their recent respite. The evening breeze stirred the lanterns in the corridor, casting flickering orange light across his face. Alu gazed at the elegant curve of his neck revealed beneath his high ponytail, feeling an unexpected tightness in her throat. Ultimately, she merely nodded, holding on to her gratitude, which lingered just at the tip of her tongue. In recent days, the atmosphere within the Demon Slayer Corps had been exceptionally pleasant. So much so that everyone seemed to forget the existence of malevolent demons. Some even joked that the Corps could disband, for there would be no more demons left in the world. Even the evening breeze carried a hint of languid warmth. Amidst this serene atmosphere, the rhythmic syllables of someone's voice were abruptly shattered by a sudden, almost jarring sound of footsteps. The noise rushed down the corridor, the hurried clatter of wooden clogs striking the ground, cutting through the tranquility like a blunt knife. When the messenger burst into view, the color had drained from his face. He barely spared a formal greeting, his voice hoarse and laden with dread. "It's happened. Sasaki is gone." The moment those last 3 words fell, it felt as though some invisible force had shattered in an instant. The lightheartedness that had lingered in the air moments before evaporated, leaving only the tension in the spines of the members and the sudden chill in the atmosphere. Alu's grip on her teacup tightened instinctively, the coldness of the cup creeping up her fingers, swiftly overpowering the warmth that had resided in her heart moments ago. The wind shifted, carrying a hint of chill as it swept through the corridor, causing the lanterns to sway gently, transforming the warm yellow candlelight into a piercing glare. "Gone," someone repeated in a low voice, their tone detached. It was discovered this morning. The team member's voice was subdued, trembling with suppressed emotion. In the duty room, it was very sudden. It felt as if the body had simply collapsed. There were no further descriptions. Yet the phrase "collapsed" all at once sank like a stone into still waters, rendering the assembled individuals speechless. The swordsman who had activated the pattern blade had returned from patrol just days ago, cheerfully announcing that the peaches at the market were nearly ripe. How could this be? Alu's fingertips suddenly turned cold. She looked towards Yen Sheng, who stood in the corridor with his back to the deepening dusk, the folds of his purple haori seeming to accumulate a thin layer of frost. The warmth in his eyes from their earlier conversation about the fireworks had vanished, replaced by tight lips and a hard, cold jawline. No one spoke further. Even the wind had ceased. The physician, accompanied by apprentices, had remained in the duty room for a full 2 days. The medical kit's instruments had been replaced repeatedly, and the recorded pages had piled high, yet ultimately, he could only shake his head at the gathering members. The body's functions seemed to have reached an abrupt end. He removed his glasses to wipe them, fatigue and confusion permeating his voice. "There are no external injuries, nor any signs of poisoning. It can only be described as an accident." The word accident hung in the air, seemingly weightless, yet it pressed heavily upon the chest, suffocating. As the team members dispersed, their footsteps felt heavier than usual, and the corridor was devoid of the lively discussions about the fireworks festival. Even the shouts during training were markedly subdued. The yukata that Yen Sheng had sent hung beside the screen, its azure fabric reminiscent of a lake's surface kissed by morning dew, emanating a gentle sheen in the light filtering from the eaves. The collar and cuffs were adorned with clusters of blooming lilies, the silver-threaded edges of the petals exhibiting delicate undulations, as if they would tremble at the slightest breeze. Alu gazed at the shade of azure, her fingertips hovering in the air, reluctant to descend. The meticulous stitches of the lilies revealed the care taken in their mending. Yet, she felt an invisible mist cloaking the pristine petals, casting a shadow over the colors that should have been vibrant, imparting an inescapable heaviness. As Alu grasped the sleeve and stood before Yin Sheng's courtyard, she hesitated for a moment before gently pulling aside the wooden latch. The courtyard was eerily quiet, save for the whisper of the wind rustling through the bamboo curtains. She quickly spotted him seated on the stone steps of the corridor, his back turned towards the entrance. A high ponytail cascading down his back, a purple haori draped casually over his shoulders. He neither gazed at the sky nor at the teacup beside him, merely lowering his eyes, his gaze fixed on the ground, as if counting the elongated shadows of the stone seams cast by the setting sun. The tea on the stone table had long since cooled. Alu stood at the entrance, hesitant to speak, feeling as though Yin Sheng was enveloped in an invisible shell, with even the wind choosing to bypass him. The usual sharpness that characterized him was utterly absent, replaced instead by a tranquil bewilderment that felt more unsettling than his furrowed brows. She approached quietly, stopping just short of his shadow, and softly called out, "Yin Sheng." He seemed to awaken to her voice, his shoulder imperceptibly shifting before he slowly turned his head. The setting sun illuminated his eyes, revealing glimmers within the darkness, yet lacking warmth. "I'm here," he spoke, his voice tinged with a husky rasp, as though he had just awakened. Alu acknowledged with a soft settling down beside him at a half-foot distance, her gaze drifting towards the mountains, which were gradually becoming indistinct, suddenly at a loss for words. Yin Sheng's eyes lingered on the last remnants of red in the sky, and he suddenly spoke in a low voice. "Roughened like sandpaper. I have always wanted to be the strongest swordsman. I knew it. I have always known." Alu turned her head to see him unconsciously tracing the patterns of the stone steps with his fingertips, his knuckles paling. "Since you taught me to wield a blade as a child, I still remember that time when Yuan-Yi came and casually waved his sword, effortlessly surpassing me." He tugged at the corners of his mouth, as if attempting to smile, though his eyes held no mirth. "Later, when I joined the Demon Slayer Corps, I practiced relentlessly, believing I could prove myself, but I could never master Yuan-Yi's breathing technique. His sword strikes faster than light, and I cannot even keep pace with his shadow." He paused, his gaze falling upon Alu's hands, heavy with something complex. "Not even you." Alu's heart skipped a beat. "To lose to you is something I willingly accept," he continued, his voice softening as if lost in reminiscence. "But no matter how hard I try, I can never catch up to you all. I wonder if I am inherently inferior." The corner of the purple haori fluttered in the wind, revealing the darker fabric beneath, resembling a stone submerged in water. "The title of first has never seemed to belong to me." He lowered his head, his bangs falling over his brows, his voice barely audible against the wind, rendering even this dream a mere jest. Alu opened her mouth, wanting to say something, yet found her throat constricted. She recalled the image of Yin Sheng wielding his sword late at night in the training grounds, the scars on his shoulders, both new and old, overlapping like memories. Yin Sheng pressed a hand to his brow, as if attempting to repress the weight of his emotions. He took a deep breath, and when he spoke again, there was a hint of self-reassurance, albeit tinged with bitterness. "Actually, it's not that significant." He turned to face Alu, the sunlight casting a warm glow on his profile, outlining the contours of his high ponytail. "Following you isn't so bad," he said, a faint smile gracing his lips. "If I cannot be the first, then I shall content myself with being a steady second." The wind swirled the bamboo leaves down upon the stone steps, and he kicked one aside, his tone gradually regaining its familiar resilience. "If anyone wishes to vie for the title of the foremost swordsman, they must first surpass me. Only by defeating me will they earn the right to challenge you." Though it sounded like a jest, the earnestness in his gaze conveyed an unspoken resolve. The edges of his purple haori fluttered in the wind, rustling against the stone steps, as if echoing his words. In that moment, it didn't feel like a loss. He concluded casually, as if the vulnerable person from moments ago was not him. Yet Alu observed as his tightly clenched fist gradually relaxed, leaving faint white imprints on the stone steps, and suddenly understood the depth of unwillingness concealed behind this willingness to be second. She said nothing, merely inching closer to him, their shoulders nearly brushing. The evening breeze carried a chill, but the proximity felt as though it could share the burden of their thoughts. Chapter 23, The Fireworks Festival. After the incident with Sasaki, the Lord ordered everyone to undergo a physical examination to rule out any health concerns. The examinations proceeded smoothly, with the team doctor checking each pulse and listening to each breath, ultimately marking a red circle next to each name on the roster. "All is well," he smiled. "Sasaki's incident was likely an accident. Don't frighten yourselves unnecessarily." It was hard to tell who laughed first, the sound rippling like pebbles dropped into an icy lake, instantly warming the atmosphere. During the evening task distribution, even the veteran team members responsible for coordination chimed in. Tonight is the fireworks festival. Finish your patrols early to enjoy it. Are you going? Yen Sheng suddenly asked, his voice taut with an unnatural tension. Yuan Yi gazed down at his plain garment, softly responding with an The clamor of the fireworks festival enveloped them like a gentle shroud, temporarily concealing the shadows cast by death. At least for tonight. The sheaths could be momentarily set aside, and their worries tucked away within the folds of their yukatas, allowing the dazzling display above to provide them a moment of respite. As dusk fell and cicadas sang their lingering melodies, Yuan Yi stood on the corridor, clutching the neatly folded yukata, its white fabric adorned with pale purple freesia petals, as if freshly kissed by morning dew, revealing his clumsily concealed affections. He intended to hand it to Alu as she stepped outside, suggesting that this attire might be suitable for the fireworks festival. However, just as his fingers brushed against the knot of the door handle, the soft sound of a wooden comb gliding through hair from within halted his steps. The light spilling through the door crack fell perfectly upon Alu. The azure yukata unfolded gracefully, the lily patterns glowing softly beneath the lantern light, crafted with elegance by her elder brother. In that moment, the yukata he held felt as though it had been plunged into icy water, sending shivers through his fingertips. At the tailor shop, as his brother's fingers traced the embroidered lilies on the azure yukata, sunlight danced upon Yuan Yi's eyelashes. Yen Sheng had turned to him, inquiring, "Do you think this flower pattern would suit Alu?" Yuan Yi, gazing out at the birds flitting past the window, felt his throat tighten and could only respond with a soft He remembered the meticulous stitches of the lilies, the azure background reminiscent of moonlit waters. And though his brother often remarked on his lack of appreciation for such details, he could clearly perceive the emotions concealed within the design, weightier than any lavish garment in the shop. Now, standing in the corridor, the light spilling through the door illuminated Alu's yukata precisely as he had seen it at the tailor shop. The white lilies glowing softly under the lantern's glow, identical to that day. The white freesia in Yuan Yi's hands suddenly felt scorching, then immediately frigid, as if it had been cast into an icy lake. It dawned on him that his brother's inquiry had never been a discussion but rather an announcement. The patterns he had observed standing beside his brother, the words he had heard, transformed into sharp ice needles piercing through to his heart. Aliu's gentle smile as she gazed into the mirror, the collar of her yukata perfectly embracing the curve of her neck, and even the wisps of hair that fell delicately at her temples, mirrored precisely the portrait her elder brother had sketched that day. In the distance, the sound of fireworks began to resonate, golden red light filtering through the paper doors and casting flickering shadows upon the ground. Yuan Yi lowered his gaze to the neatly folded yukata in his arms, the pale purple petals of the freesia appearing as if veiled in a thin layer of dust. He had believed the floral pattern he chose to be sufficiently pristine, unaware that from the moment in the ready-to-wear shop, his brother had already paved a more thoughtful path for this fireworks festival than he could have imagined. The youth's fingertips pressed into the folds of the yukata, the fabric digging painfully into his fingers. He finally comprehended that some things were never meant to be his, just as his brother had once asked if it suited him. And his feeble had merely added an inconsequential footnote to this unfolding conclusion. Aliu adjusted her hairpin with a delicate movement before the mirror, the neckline of her yukata fitting her neck beautifully, the exposed skin glowing softly under the light. Yuan Yi stood in the shadows, watching her lift her hand to neatly tuck her hair behind her ear. The distant sounds of children laughing and playing hinted at the townsfolk preparing for the fireworks display. Yet, a chill coursed through Yuan Yi's veins, spreading from his heart to his limbs, even his breath tinged with frost. The freesia in his arms seemed to mock him silently. No matter how exquisite the flowers he had chosen, they could never rival the consideration his brother had already bestowed. The sound of a wooden comb ceased from within the room, and it seemed Aliu was about to rise. Yuan Yi instinctively recoiled half a step, his back colliding with a corridor pillar, producing a faint sound. He clenched the edges of the yukata, the fabric crumpling deeply beneath his grip, mirroring the turmoil within his heart. Should he present it, now that she had donned the gift from his brother? As the paper door was gently pulled open, Yuan Yi had yet to conceal the yukata in his arms. In the moment Aliu turned, the deep blue hem of her attire swept across the threshold, the lily patterns swaying gently in the twilight beneath the corridor. Yuan Yi, her voice brimmed with the excitement typical before a fireworks festival, her gaze falling upon the white fabric in his embrace. Is this for me? Yuan Yi's throat constricted as he felt his pulse quicken, his fingers gripping the edge of the yukata, a small patch already dampened with sweat. He heard his voice emerge, slightly hoarse. I wonder if you might like it. Aliu reached out to accept it, and as she unfolded it, the pale purple petals of the freesia blossomed in her palm, reminiscent of a moonbeam kissed with dew. How beautiful! Her eyes sparkled, her fingertips gliding over the intricately embroidered petals. The pattern you chose is truly lovely. She glanced down at her own deep blue yukata, then back up at him, a hint of regret flickering across her smile. But if I change now, I'll surely miss the beginning. Yuan Yi remained silent. Yet he felt the icy grip that had seized his limbs begin to loosen ever so slightly. How about this? Aliu suddenly rose on her toes, carefully folding the yukata and returning it to him, her fingertips brushing against his hand, warm and tender. We promise, next time at the fireworks festival, I will definitely wear this freesia yukata. A distant explosion of fireworks erupted, the silver-white light cascading into her eyes, akin to shattered stars. Yuan Yi watched as the wisps of hair at her temples danced in the wind, more vibrant than any pattern. He accepted the yukata, his fingertips finally steadying. All right, he replied, his voice light as a breeze caressing petals. It's a promise. Will you come too, Yuan Yi? Aliu asked, as she tucked away the unruly strands of hair, the deep blue hem of her attire gently lifting with the motion, the lily patterns gleaming softly in the brightening light of the fireworks. Yuan Yi's gaze fell upon her fingers grasping the waist tie of the yukata, still adorned with traces of the freesia embroidery from earlier. He hesitated, the words in his throat feeling as if they were swept away by the thunder of fireworks. I have to go on patrol tonight. Aliu's eyes widened momentarily, dimming slightly. But then she smiled again. Oh, I see. She stepped closer, her voice lowered as if afraid the wind might whisk it away. Will you come after it ends? At that moment, fireworks exploded in the distance, a golden red cascade filling the sky and illuminating her profile. Yuan Yi gazed at that brilliance, suddenly feeling that the path of his patrol might not be so long after all. Come, he heard himself say, his voice ringing louder than the fireworks. I will come after it ends, just in time for the finale. Aliu's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if the light of the fireworks had enveloped her. Then I will wait for you by the river with Yin Sheng, she said, waving her hand at him before turning to leave. Yuan Yi watched her retreating figure until it vanished from sight, then abruptly turned and dashed towards the dormitory. He gripped the freesia yukata tighter in his arms, the night breeze lifting his clothing, his footsteps quickening as if he were about to take flight. He needed to hurry, to ensure that the moon and stars of the night patrol would clear the way for him, so that he could stand beside her before the last fireworks extinguished. At the alley's entrance, Yin Sheng's fingers traced the ties of the purple yukata for what felt like the umpteenth time. The fabric was from the shop Aliu had mentioned last year as being comfortable. He had arranged for it to be ordered a month in advance. Now, the evening breeze lifted the edges, reminiscent of his restless heartbeat, quickening and slowing as it brushed against his ankles. As the soft sound of wooden clogs echoed from the alley, he turned abruptly, his throat tightening as he called out, Aliu. The deep blue yukata caught his eye first. As if a piece of summer sky had been torn away, the lily patterns floating gently in the dimming light. Aliu's hair was neatly styled, with two stray strands softly brushing against her cheeks, and as the wind swept them aside, she tucked them behind her ear, revealing her earlobes adorned with aquamarine flower-shaped earrings. Have you been waiting long? She asked, drawing closer, the hem of her yukata brushing against his trousers, carrying a subtle scent of soapberry. Yin Sheng suddenly found himself at a loss for words, as if the twilight-drenched sky had reflected back into her eyes. He reached out to straighten her slightly askew hairpin. But just as his fingertips grazed her hair, the first explosion of fireworks erupted in the distance, a golden red cascade instantly filling the night sky. Aliu looked up, her eyes sparkling like fallen stars, causing his hand to drop back to his side, quietly clenching in anticipation. It turned out that what was more nerve-wracking than the fireworks was the thought of her turning to hold his hand. As the night deepened, it pressed heavily upon the mountains and forests. Yuan Yi's footsteps were as light as fallen leaves, the scabbard of his blade occasionally clinking against his waist, harmonizing with the distant echoes of fireworks. He counted the 7th pine tree he passed, the raucous sounds from the riverbank drifting on the breeze. Likely children bumping into wooden tubs while trying to catch goldfish, mingled with the laughter and scolding of vendors, or the bamboo rings from the ring toss rolling to the ground with a crisp chime. He closed his eyes, imagining Aliu's deep blue hem swaying through the crowd, like a leaf immersed in a river of light. His brother must be by her side. Yuan Yi tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade, his fingers tracing the familiar patterns. He could envision the scene. Yin Sheng would deftly shield her from the throng, handing her a clean paper net while she tried to catch goldfish, and subtly guiding her aim in the ring toss with his gaze, just as he had done countless times before, providing a sense of reassurance. The blue hue he had glimpsed earlier must now be tinged with the sweetness of candy paintings or the bright red of toffee apples, shifting in and out of focus under the light of the fireworks. The scent of burnt grass and incense wafted through the air, prompting Yuan Yi to quicken his pace. The blade glided through the night, soon being licked clean by the night wind. He needed to move faster. To reach the riverbank illuminated by lanterns before the last burst of fireworks erupted. The sky brightened once more in the distance, this time with a cascade of silver-white light, as if someone had crushed stars and scattered them across the firmament. Yuan-e glanced upwards, the blade reflecting that brilliance. A flicker of warmth suddenly surfacing in the cold light. He knew that at this moment, the people by the riverbank would be looking up in cheer. Aliu's laughter mingling with the wind, and Yin Sheng's gaze resting upon her upturned face, while he, step by step, approached that lively conclusion. The river breeze, laden with moisture, swept over, causing the glow of the lanterns to shimmer slightly. Yin Sheng gently brushed aside the stray hairs clinging to Alu's cheek, his fingertips warming at the touch of her skin behind her ear. "Let us rest here for a moment," he suggested, choosing a stone step slightly removed from the crowd. The warmth lingering in the blue stone from a day under the sun seeped through his yukata, offering a surprisingly pleasant sensation. Alu settled beside him, her hand clutching a sparkler that blazed with fervor, golden red sparks cascading down, weaving a tapestry of luminous glow at her fingertips. "Look at this. Doesn't it resemble the glint of a sword?" she remarked, swaying the sparkler gently, the sparks tracing a crescent arc with her movements. Yinsheng followed her gaze, and in the distance, a cluster of fireworks erupted, silver light instantly enveloping the night sky, reminiscent of the cold brilliance when the sun wheel's sword is unsheathed. He remained silent, retrieving a piece of fruit wrapped in oiled paper from his pocket, a sweet treat beloved by Alu. "Would you like to try?" he offered. Alu extended a hand to accept it, her fingertips brushing against the warmth of the sparks, igniting a tiny flicker of heat that made his own fingers tremble slightly. As the sparkler dwindled to a charred bamboo stick, Alu tossed it into the nearby charcoal fire, where it crackled and sparked. When she turned her head, a glimmer of firework light caught her eye, illuminating her azure yukata, making the lily patterns appear as if bathed in moonlight. "Yin Sheng," she suddenly said softly, "this feels like our first time watching the fireworks festival together. I truly hope our family can remain together forever." Yin Sheng gazed at her illuminated profile, pondering the truth of her words. "Now, only you, me, and Yuan-e remain at home." Yuan-e said he'd be here shortly. Alu smiled, reaching over to adjust the collar of his yukata, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against his neck. In the distance, the fireworks continued to explode in clusters, the river's surface shimmering with golden flecks, while all he could hear was the relentless beat of his own heart, growing louder in the evening breeze, drowning out all the surrounding noise. They sat side by side, the fireworks still bursting above them, the golden red light painting the river's surface like flowing satin. He dared not look at her, straightening his posture to muster some courage. His voice mingled with the roar of the explosions, trembling like incense ash blown by the wind. "I know I am often too serious, unlike Yuan-e, but when I look at you here..." He pressed his hand against his chest, his knuckles paling. "It's already a chaotic mess." Alu remained silent. Yinsheng closed his eyes, propelling the final question into the gaps between the fireworks. "Alu, would you be willing to be with me? Not as a master and disciple, but because I love you." In that moment, the person beside him suddenly leaned heavily against him, resting her forehead against his shoulder, the faint scent of soapberry from her yukata wafting towards him. Yin Sheng's heart raced, surging up into his throat. He cautiously wrapped his arm around her shoulders, resting his chin gently atop her head, feeling the coolness of her ear pendant against his skin. In the future, his voice softened, as if fearing to disturb the one in his embrace. "I will learn to make the snacks and sweets you love, and I will accompany you to watch the fireworks every year. I will." But before he could finish, his fingertips suddenly grazed something cold. It was not the warmth of a summer night, but a chill akin to waterlogged frost, seeping through the fabric of her yukata, numbing his fingertips. He looked down to find Alu's hand resting limply on his knee, her azure sleeve slipping back to reveal a wrist devoid of any color. "Alu?" he called tentatively, but the person in his arms offered no response, not even the rise and fall of her breath. The weight that had leaned against him moments ago now felt like a body that had lost its support, plummeting. Yin Sheng held her tightly, but realized her body was alarmingly soft, like a lifeless doll. When the fireworks illuminated the sky again, he saw her eyelids drooping, devoid of any light beneath, shrouded in a blanket of desolation. "No," his voice shattered amidst the fireworks, transforming into a dissonant sob. Yin Sheng maintained his embrace, yet the form in his arms had grown cold. The azure yukata crumpled under his grip, the lily patterns fading into a ghostly white in the dimming light. He repeatedly stroked Alu's icy fingertips, a burning sand lodged in his throat, rendering him voiceless. The dreams of snacks and sweets, and the yearly fireworks, had morphed into poisoned needles, mercilessly piercing his heart. The consent he believed he had received was merely the final collapse of life. The love he had summoned the courage to voice could not catch up to her fleeting breath. Yuan-yi stood a few steps away in the shadows. The cold gleam of the sun wheel sword reflecting off his pallid face. The brightness in Alu's eyes as she accepted the soapberry when they last parted. The warmth of her fingertips promised for their next fireworks festival, shattered in the anguish of his brother's cries. He had thought that if he could just reach the finale in time, he could catch one last glimpse of her holding the fireworks. Yet he never imagined the finale would bring such profound silence. The unfulfilled gift of the soapberry yukata still lay in his arms, laden with unspoken love and blessings, now transformed into an irrevocable promise. The river wind swept through the remnants of the fireworks, tousling Alu's fallen hair and disrupting the breaths of the two youths. Yin Sheng finally broke into a wail. Like a child who had lost a cherished treasure, his cries echoed across the desolate riverbank, colliding with distant lanterns, shattering into sorrow. Yuan-yi remained motionless, fixated on the azure hue in his brother's embrace, until the remnants of fireworks burned his eyes, prompting him to slowly close them. The white soapberry flower ultimately did not witness its destined fireworks. They had once practiced swordsmanship beneath the same roof, shared the same moonlight, one clumsily preparing for everything, the other silently concealing his feelings. Yet now, only two hollow shells remained by the riverbank, one bereft of the person he had mustered the courage to love, the other stripped of the light he had quietly guarded. The fireworks had completely extinguished, even the last flicker of light sinking to the riverbed. The two youths stood in the thickening darkness of the night, separated by mere steps, yet sharing the same desolation. Their faith, that girl clad in azure, laughingly promising to don the soapberry flower next time, ultimately did not remain in this summer. He had come too late. Late enough that he could not even see her last glance clearly. Chapter 24. The year after her death, she passed away, like a fleeting firework, vanishing in an instant. Yin Sheng's arms clutched tightly, the azure yukata billowing in the wind as he ran. The cluster of white lilies embroidered on the lapel pressed against his chest, as if to meld with his very being. Alu's head tilted against his shoulder. A small paper lantern bought at the fireworks festival nestled in her hair, the bamboo frame digging painfully into his neck, yet he dared not loosen his grip. Even knowing that the person in his embrace had transformed into extinguished sparks, completely dissipated. Yuan-yi followed closely at his side, the straps of his sandals chafing his ankles, leaving red marks. He kept expecting Alu to open her eyes at any moment, to smile and say, "Yuan-yi, you're running too fast." But a glance at her dangling hand revealed the fingers that had so recently accepted the soapberry yukata were now pale and devoid of strength. His throat tightened. Recalling her promise to wear it next summer, her eyes shimmering with delight and anticipation for the upcoming fireworks festival. The lanterns at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters swayed in the night, and as Yin Sheng burst through the medical tent, the physician was in the midst of changing dressings for the wounded. The sight of the azure yukata abruptly invaded his consciousness, causing the physician's mortar to clatter to the ground. He had seen it just that afternoon, when Alu wore it to distribute candy at the camp entrance. The lily embroidery flickering in the firelight. Check. Yin Sheng placed Alu on the examination table, his voice splitting in desperation. She was perfectly fine this evening. She ate 2 skewers of meatballs. She said the waist tie of the yukata was a bit tight. He stammered, pointing at the neatly tied sash of the same color, his fingertips trembling violently. "Look, this is the knot I tied for her later. She said it wouldn't come undone while running." The physician's fingers pressed against Alu's carotid artery, lifted her collar to inspect, before finally resting on her pulse. The tent was enveloped in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the crackling of the candle flames and the heavy, drum-like breaths of Yin Sheng and Yuan-yi. After a prolonged moment, the physician's white coat brushed against the collar of Alu's garment, the sound grating like sand being swallowed. The pulse had ceased, breath extinguished. There were no wounds, no signs of poisoning, just as if the fireworks had reached their climax. Impossible. Yuan-yi suddenly gripped the edge of the examination bed, her knuckles blanching. She had made plans with me to attend the next fireworks festival, to release floating lanterns together and catch goldfish. The footsteps outside grew increasingly numerous. As the swordsmen crowded at the entrance, the sight of the azure blue robe on the examination bed drew gasps that startled the night birds from their perches. How could this be? A young girl, newly inducted into the ranks, covered her face and sobbed. Alu had helped me adjust my sword grip that very morning, saying my hands were too small and I should choose a lighter blade. Another young member could not restrain themselves from adding, "Sister, Alu praised my progress this morning," but was silenced by those beside them. The suffocating silence within the tent felt like a massive stone, rendering everyone breathless. A former comrade of Alu turned away, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, the sound of his suppressed anguish slipping through his fingers. Young swordsmen shielded their faces with their sleeves, their shoulders trembling violently. Memories of Lu's rescues suddenly pierced their hearts with sharp pain. Yin Sheng crouched beside the examination bed, slowly untying the intricate knot at Lu's waist, a knot he had taken 3 days to master. As the robe fell open, it revealed the white undergarment beneath. Adorned with a small fabric button of fragrant snow orchid, removed from the robe Lu had gifted to Yuan Yi at their parting. When she had said to wear it for the occasion, the candlelight flickered, casting shadows on Yin Sheng's profile as he caressed Lu's cold cheek. The embroidered lilies on the robe became drenched with tears, blurring into a hazy white. Outside, the wind carried the lingering scent of fireworks, mingling with subdued sobs, as if someone were repeatedly voicing an unspoken promise. Next year, we will watch the fireworks together. No one answered. Within the tent lay only the oppressive silence. And on that azure-blue robe, the white lilies of summer would never bloom again. Yin Sheng remained steadfast by the bed, his posture taut as a drawn bowstring. While Yuan Yi stood at the entrance, gazing at the encircled, bewildered, and anguished comrades outside. No words were exchanged. The only sound was the wind rustling through the wisteria trellis, a soft murmur akin to a farewell, or perhaps a lament for this sudden, incomprehensible end. The day of the burial was devoid of wind, the sunlight warming the hillside, even the soil exuding a dry fragrance. Only one household nearby sold charcoal. The smoke from the Tanji family's chimney rose gently in the distance, mingling with the scent of pine resin, adding a touch of earthly warmth to the solemn scene. Yin Sheng carried the slender wooden coffin, his steps heavy as if laden with lead. The coffin was light, containing only Lu's silver-red twin blades, intertwined like flames, along with a pair of jade-blue flower earrings, their edges bearing slight wear. Yuan Yi followed closely behind, cradling 2 neatly folded robes in her arms. The azure-blue lilies shimmered softly in the sunlight, while the pale white fabric of the snow orchid seemed to hold the warmth of the promise they had made. The grave was dug by Yin Sheng's own hands, each shovelful echoing with a dull thud that numbed his palms. Yuan Yi knelt beside him, meticulously polishing the twin blades, her fingertips tracing the patterns on the blades. Let us place them inside. Yin Sheng's voice was hoarse, as though scraped by sandpaper. He accepted the robes and gently laid them at the bottom of the coffin, the azure and white overlapping like 2 flowers out of sync with the seasons. Then came the blades, which he placed steadily atop the robes, their hilts directed towards the rising sun. Lu had once said that blades should face the light to avoid being consumed by shadows. Lastly, the earrings were positioned on either side of the blades, as if guarding something precious. The smoke from the charcoal seller's home continued to rise, faint sounds of children's laughter drifting through the air, accentuating the weight of silence upon the hillside. As the earth was covered, Tanji's young son peered over the fence, only to be gently pulled back by his mother. Yin Sheng filled the grave with earth, until the coffin was entirely buried, forming a small mound. Yuan Yi placed a wooden tablet at the front of the mound. The characters carved upon it were deep, the strokes of Lu Shengyu Jiang imbued with the differing strengths of the two. Yin Sheng's vertical strokes as firm as a blade, while Yuan Yi's horizontal strokes trembled slightly. A young man clad in a purple haori knelt before the tablet, his fingertips brushing over the uneven carvings. He recalled Lu, adorned with the flower earrings, wielding her blades, the silver-red twin swords tracing arcs brighter than the sun. Yuan Yi gazed at the distant horizon, sunlight gracing his face, yet failing to penetrate the chill in his heart. The wind rustled the wild grasses on the slope, a whisper as if someone were softly responding. Yin Sheng and Yuan Yi lingered for a long while, until the smoke from the Tanji home began to fade. Before turning to leave, after taking a few steps, Yuan Yi glanced back. The wooden tablet stood in the sunlight, the adjacent mound resting quietly as if in slumber. The imprints of the 2 robes still marked in the soil, awaiting the summer when their wearers would awaken them once more. Yet they both understood that the Lu who had laughed and played in the azure-blue lily robe, or who had promised to wear the pale white snow orchid robe to watch the fireworks festival, would never return. Only the sunlight upon the hillside, year after year, warmed that mound of yellow earth, as if guarding this secret of robes and unfulfilled promises. When the first blades of new grass sprouted upon Lu's grave, Yin Sheng and Yuan Yi still remained on that hillside. The days felt hollow, the sound of wooden swords clashing in the training grounds. The clinking of bowls and chopsticks in the dining hall seemed muffled and distant, as if separated by thick layers of cotton. Yin Sheng swung his sword at the target, and in the fleeting moment the sunlit blade struck the wooden post, he would often be momentarily lost, envisioning Lu in her azure robe standing opposite him, her silver-red twin swords tracing arcs brighter than the sun, yet upon closer inspection, only splintered would lay at his feet. Yuan Yi, on the other hand, would often find herself in the medical tent at midnight, poring over all the records, her fingertips brushing against the words cause of sudden death unknown. Until dawn crept onto the pages, revealing that she understood nothing. They felt like two soulless shells, going through the motions during the day on missions, and sitting in silence before a Lu's tablet at night. They wished to uncover the cause of her death, yet did not know where to begin. She had left no scars, uttered no strange words, as if some invisible hand had gently erased her from this world. The first piece of dreadful news arrived while Yin Sheng was polishing the blade once wielded by a Lu. The voice of the messenger trembled. Senior Hasegawa is gone. Hasegawa had awakened his markings a year prior, the flame-like pattern on his forehead a source of pride. Just days ago, he had laughed, vowing to slay all demons like Senior A. Lu. How did he die? Yin Sheng's voice was like rusted metal scraping against stone. He collapsed by the roadside on the return trip, just like Senior A. Lu and Senior Sasaki, without any warning. At that moment, Yuan Yi was organizing the roster of marked swordsmen. She abruptly lifted her head, staring at the names circled in red on the roster. Those with markings on their foreheads were all under 25. She recalled that Sasaki had died at 24, and that a Lu had fallen just after turning 25. The second and third pieces of grim news followed in quick succession. Some perished on the battlefield, having just slain a demon only to suddenly collapse. Others died in their sleep, discovered the next day with serene smiles on their faces. Aside from a Lu, without exception, they all bore markings on their foreheads and did not live past the age of 25. Yin Sheng slammed the roster onto the table before them, his fingers pressing down on the number 25, turning pale. Don't you see? Those who awaken their markings do not survive past this age. Someone retorted. It must be a coincidence, right? The markings are a divine gift of power. How could coincidence? Yin Sheng revealed the faint yet distinct line upon his forehead. And what of me? What of Yuan Yi? We too possess it. His voice suddenly soared, filled with a suppressed, agonizing shout. Those markings do not bestow glory and strength. They are a curse, a death sentence. The room fell into an oppressive silence. They exchanged glances, noting the faint markings on their foreheads, their faces gradually paling. The insignia, once a testament to strength, now loomed over them like a cold sword, glinting ominously. Yuan Yi approached the window, gazing at the young swordsmen engaged in their duel on the training grounds. One of them had just begun to manifest the markings, exuberantly showcasing his newfound power, blissfully unaware that his life had quietly commenced its countdown. And what of a Lu? Had she too awakened an unknown marking only to meet an untimely demise? This was the truth. Yuan Yi's voice was soft, yet it struck like a hammer upon each heart. Hasegawa was not an isolated case, nor was Sasaki. The price of these markings was a brief life exchanged for power. The night breeze slipped through the window, rustling the pages of the roster. A mournful sound reminiscent of mourning for those lost and those soon to be. Yin Sheng clenched the hilt of his sword, the pressure digging into his palm, drawing blood without him feeling pain. He finally understood that what they had lost was not merely a Lu, but also the resolve to survive. From the very moment they awakened their markings, their fates had already been inscribed. Yet, gazing at the youthful names on the roster, watching the figures outside still wielding their swords, Yin Sheng and Yuan Yi exchanged a glance, recognizing the same fervent flame in each other's eyes. It was a fire more intense than despair. Even knowing it was a curse, even facing imminent death, they were determined to seek the means to break this curse. Not for themselves, but for those young swordsmen who had yet to fully witness the splendor of life, to allow them to live through another summer. They devised countless plans. Yet tragedy never ceased. They could not find a way to avert the death brought on by the markings, even as they scoured the records of the Demon Slayer Corps, searching for a thread to unravel the curse. Yet all accounts concerning the markings were vague and ambiguous. That was not even the worst of it. Yin Sheng encountered the Wind Pillar at the training ground, where the latter was reprimanding his team. Draw your swords swiftly. Like, what was it again? He scratched his head for a long while, finally thumping his thigh. In any case, it must be quick. Yin Sheng's grip tightened around the hilt of his sword. He recalled the Wind Pillar had mentioned more than once. A Lu's blade could cleave the wind with its swiftness. But now, the name that accompanied that comparison had long since been swallowed by the fog of oblivion. When Yuan Yi went to the medical tent for healing ointment, the physician was flipping through an old atlas, pointing to a page with annotations, chuckling. What exquisite handwriting. I wonder which young lady penned this. Wisteria leaves crushed into a paste can staunch knife wounds. Rather effective. Yuan Yi's gaze fell upon the small script. The strokes hidden within revealed a Lu's distinctive penmanship. He wanted to say it was a Lu, but saw the physician casually turn the page, mumbling about trying this remedy next time. Entirely unaware of the gratitude he owed the original writer of the notes. During the pillar assembly, the conversation turned to the strongest female swordsman in history. And the water pillar's eyes sparkled. I remember a predecessor, a master of dual blades. What was her name again? A hush fell over the room. Some echoed that such a person might indeed exist, yet no one could provide further details. Yin Sheng observed their sincere confusion, and suddenly felt a tightness in his throat. Those who had once been shielded by Lu, those who had celebrated victories with her, now spoke of her as if recounting a vague legend. Her name a mere void. Yet they continued to search for a way to break the curse of the markings. But what would it matter if they found it? Yin Sheng's voice grew fierce. No one even remembers who she was. Guarding this truth is no different than guarding a pile of ashes. Chapter 25. The year after her death. Yuan Yi had once inquired of those who fought alongside Lu. Some recalled a formidable female swordsman wielding dual blades, but could not recall her name. Others gazed at the painted azure ghost flower earrings, puzzled. Were these earrings issued by the team? What chilled them most was one morning when the coal vendor was pulling weeds from Lu's grave, muttering, "Whose neglected grave is this? It has stood for so long without a single visitor." Yin Sheng rushed over, and the vendor looked back with innocent bewilderment. "My lord? Do you know the person buried here?" That day, they stood vigil at her grave until the sunset bathed the mound in a golden hue. Yin Sheng traced the wood plaque inscribed with Lu Sheng Yujiang, his fingertips repeatedly gliding over the engravings as if to etch the name into his very bones. "We cannot forget," he murmured, his voice tinged with a near-obsessive fervor. "They have forgotten, but we must not." From that moment on, Yin Sheng would suddenly call out techniques during training. Lu said to channel your energy like this. The young recruits exchanged glances, yet he paid them no heed, repeatedly demonstrating as if Lu stood before him, her silver-red dual blades clashing against his, producing a bright, ringing sound. Yuan Yi, while tying flower cords for new recruits, would softly say, "There was once a predecessor who always tied the knots in the shape of ghost flowers, claiming it could summon spirits." His fingers repeated the tying method Lu had taught him. Even if no one remembered, this was his stubbornness. In truth, they knew this was in vain. The world resembled a vast sand painting, gradually erasing Lu's traces, while they clung to fragments like foolish children unwilling to let go, guarding a secret only they understood amidst deepening despair. Would she blame us? Yuan Yi's voice was soft, as if fearing to disturb something. Yin Sheng stared at the name on the plaque, remaining silent for a long time before whispering. She would say, "As long as you remember, that is enough." The wind swept across the hillside, the grass rustling as if in response. Moonlight fell upon the markings on their foreheads, a vivid crimson that was startling to behold. They did not know how much longer they would live, or if they could find a way to break the curse, but as long as they stood here, as long as Lu's name resided in their hearts, that figure clad in a blue robe, wielding silver-red dual blades, would never truly vanish. Even if the entire world forgot, they would remain her last gravestone in this realm. Moonlight filtered through the fissures of Infinity City, casting a shadow upon Kokushibo's blade markings. He lowered his gaze upon his hands, identical to those of a century ago, fingers bent. And amidst the sound of knuckles grinding against one another, he could still hear the reverberation of the blade he once wielded. Memories surged forth. The bewildered faces of his comrades on the training grounds, the careless fingertips of the recruits flipping through the atlas in the medical tent, the silence at the victory banquet where no one dared to speak. These images pierced his already cold heart like poisoned needles. He had once believed that strength alone could preserve her existence in their memories, yet in the end, even the Demon Slayer Corps had forgotten the sight of her wielding a blade. Forgetting was the true death. Kokushibo's voice echoed within the desolate Infinity City, raspy with a demon's distinct timbre, yet tinged with a shiver not belonging to a fiend. He recalled the night he became a demon, under the blood moon. Staring into the mirror, his heart filled with a singular thought. As long as they lived, as long as he and Yuan Yi survived, they could always remember Lu. Even if he became a monster, even if he stood against the world, he would hold on to this final vestige of remembrance. He feared dying before Yuan Yi. Feared Yuan Yi succumbing to the curse of the markings. Feared that the final remnants of Lu's memory would extinguish like a flickering candle in the wind, utterly vanishing from this world. He could not bear the thought of her name being completely erased, of her scars being worn away by the winds and rains, of the one who had accompanied him from the clan to the Demon Slayer Corps ultimately being left with no one to remember her. Thus, he drank the blood of a demon, trading eternal life for a prolonged vigil. He believed that this would prompt Yuan Yi to make the same choice, that the two brothers could serve as her gravestone throughout the immortal years, until the day an 80-year-old Yuan Yi stood before him. The elderly man donned a faded kimono, a short flute tucked at his waist, and the patterns upon his brow remained, yet his gaze retained its clarity. They stood in confrontation within the bamboo grove. At the moment when the Nichiren blade clashed with the blood demon art, Kokushibo heard Yujiro summon the haunting melody of the Akiyama. The flute sound was aged, yet it pierced through his immortal form more effectively than any blade. The chosen gravesite lay adjacent to hers. Yujiro's voice was faint, imbued with the fragility of death. Close enough to Tanjiro's abode to hear the crackling of fire. Kokushibo's sword halted midair. He beheld Yujiro's gaze transcending him, directed toward the distant hillside, where sunlight graced the land, and Akiyama's grave must be thriving with fresh grass, while not far off, a new mound awaited its master. It turned out that Yujiro had never contemplated escape. He had already predetermined the conclusion in his heart, resolved to continue accompanying her in another realm. The stone walls of Infinity Castle seeped with a chilling dampness as Kokushibo stood amidst the thicket of blades. The wound upon his neck had long since healed, leaving merely a faint, bluish-gray mark, an indelible last trace left by Yujiro's blade. His fingertips grazed that scar, feeling akin to touching a lifeless stone. Yet within him surged a nearly searing emptiness. Yujiro had perished. This realization struck him like a rusted chisel, hammering against his already numbed soul. The last person to remember Akiyama's radiant smile, the final one with whom he could silently share that memory, had ultimately departed. Not due to the curse of the patterns, but rather from the aging he had willingly embraced. He succumbed on the hillside closest to Akiyama. 2 solitary graves, as though they could eternally accompany her. Coward, Kokushibo murmured, the words echoing within the hollow hall. He understood himself to be one who could not accept the inevitability of oblivion, who could not confront the conclusion that memories would dissipate with death. And so he retreated into this immortal shell, like a madman guarding an empty box, believing that as long as it was secured tightly, its contents would never vanish. Yet now, the box was empty. He had once believed that strength was meant to preserve something, to safeguard the evidence of Akiyama's existence, to cling to the remaining bond with Yujiro. But when Yujiro's breath finally ceased upon that hillside, he realized that the so-called strength was merely a means to fill the endless expanse of time with straw. He recalled the graceful arc of Akiyama's garments as she drew her sword, remembered her expression of feigned annoyance when she wore the blue and white yukata, and envisioned the embers of the festival still clinging to her lashes as she lay dying. These memories were vivid, as if they had transpired yesterday. Yet he could find no trace to corroborate them. The world had long since erased her. Yujiro's death was merely the final piece of a puzzle falling into place, rendering him utterly alone. The lucid madman, Kokushibo, lifted his hand, moonlight filtering through his fingers, illuminating the crimson turmoil swirling within his pupils. He was indeed mad. Mad enough to practice the techniques he once sparred with Akiyama before an empty stone wall. Mad enough to subconsciously mimic her rhythm of breathing during fierce battles. Mad enough to believe the sound of the wind rustling through the bamboo grove was her calling his name. Yet he could not bear to cease. The moment he halted, those memories would overwhelm him like a tide, drowning him in the bewildered gazes of the crowd in the training grounds, engulfing him in Yujiro's tranquil gaze as he drew his last breath, submerging him in the despair of a world that no longer remembered her. Thus, he could only grow stronger. With sharper swordsmanship, he severed all beings that dared to approach. With accelerated regeneration, he erased the scars of battle. And with an obsession for perfection, he forged himself into an emotionless blade. He cleaved, slaughtered, and devoured within Infinity Castle, allowing blood and bone to fill each vacant moment, making pain the only tangible sensation. Sometimes, in the depths of a silent night, he would stand before the stone wall, gazing at the silver-red twin blades embedded within it. The blades reflected his current visage, skin of a bluish-gray hue, intricate patterns of blades, and 6 eyes long devoid of warmth. He would recall many years prior, Akiyama laughingly stating, "Yamashiro, your sword practice looks too fierce, as if you wish to devour people." Back then, he would frown and retort, but now, he merely raised his hand, allowing the moonlight to cascade along the blade, illuminating the almost ghastly smile at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, he was now consuming people, devouring demons while also obliterating the last vestiges of his humanity. Yet in the instant the blade cleaved through the darkness, amidst the swirling mist of blood, he would always hear a faint sigh, imbued with the fragrance of flora, as though Akiyama were asking, "Yamashiro, are you not weary?" Kokushibo tightened his grip on the hilt, shattering that sigh within the wind of his blade. Weary? Yet in these endless years, what else could he do but grow stronger? Aside from using this undying body to clutch tightly to those memories that time sought to erode, he possessed nothing. When Muzan first attempted to touch Kokushibo's memories, his fingertips recoiled as if seared by a red-hot brand. Within those fragmented memories were glimpses of a blue yukata fluttering beneath the fireworks, the sharp sound of silver-red blades slicing through the night wind, and a young woman smiling as she adorned her hair with azure higanbana earrings. Yet in the next moment, the scene was torn asunder by another figure, Yujiro standing upon the hillside, the flute poised at his lips. the sorrow woven within the melody piercing through Musen's consciousness like a poisoned icicle. He feared Akiyama. More so, he feared Yujiro. He feared the Nichiren blade. Feared his breathing technique. Yujiro's very existence was a denial of Musen. This man, marked by patterns, transcended the world. And his blade left an indelible pain that could never be erased. He guarded a solitary grave, a person who no longer existed. And the steadfastness in his gaze was more blinding than any sunlight. Musen had once believed that transforming Yamashiro into a demon would easily sever his memories. But when he truly glimpsed that fragment of memory, he realized he could not bear it. Henceforth, Musen no longer dared to touch Kokushibo's memories. He allowed that demon to roam freely within Infinity Castle, permitted the wrath concealed within his blade's wind to remain unfathomable to all. He even deliberately avoided meeting Kokushibo's gaze, fearing that he might once again glimpse the figure clad in the blue yukata, see Yujiro standing upon the hillside, witness his own fragmented self fleeing in despair. Kokushibo would likely never know that he remained close not because of his strength, but rather due to Musen's cowardice. This demon, who proclaimed himself the progenitor of all, ultimately succumbed to fear. Akiyama perished without warning, just as the white light foretold. She had the chance for rebirth at the cost of never knowing when, where, or in what form she would meet her end. Before her demise, her eyes sparkled with the brilliance of fleeting fireworks. Yet, she truly longed to decipher what Yamashiro had said. Furthermore, she had yet to apologize to Yujiro. The raindrops fell like icy needles, pricking Akiyama's bare arms. She lay at the edge of the slope, her nails digging into the damp earth. With each effort, the loose soil crumbled beneath her. The stench of the mass grave mingled with the rain, and the distant mounds emerged through the mist like a cluster of silent shadows. She sensed certain memories and emotions being swiftly extracted from her, until her pupils blurred, only to be jolted awake by a peal of thunder. "Pull me up," she rasped, her throat dry and painful. At the base of the slope crouched a child of 7 or 8, clad in tattered clothing, facing away from her as he sobbed. At his feet lay a rigid man, clutching a half-rotten cake. The child abruptly turned, his small face obscured by dirt, yet his eyes shone remarkably, mingled with tears and rain, gazing at her with the timidity of a frightened creature. The deceased, his voice trembling, recoiled slightly, attempting to hide behind the man's lifeless body. "I will not harm you." Alu gently tossed her twin daggers aside, striving to soften her tone. "Please, lend me a hand, if you would." She shook her hands, caked in mud, her fingertips paling from the strain. The child bit his lip, glancing between her and the man at his feet, tears streaming down his cheeks with greater ferocity. "Father," he choked, his small hand clutching the man's clothing tightly. Alu's heart twisted suddenly. The sorrow in his cries felt achingly familiar. "First, pull me up, and then we shall devise a plan." The child hesitated for a long moment before gradually rising to his feet. As he extended his hand, Alu noticed the 3 rings of black tattoos encircling each of his arms, a punishment meted out to thieves in the city. "Do not be afraid." Alu grasped the cold little hand. The child's hand trembled, yet gripped her with surprising strength, his nails nearly embedding themselves into her flesh. Together, they exerted their efforts. Mud cascading down their clothes, mingling with the rainwater to form a trickle down the slope. At last, Alu clumsily scrambled to the top of the hill, collapsing onto the muddy ground, gasping for breath. Rainwater dripped from her forehead, obscuring her vision. The child crawled up as well, huddling a short distance away, watching her warily, his little hand unconsciously rubbing the tattoos on his arms. The rain continued to fall, the cold winds of the potter's field chilling to the bone. Alu gazed at the misty sky, her mind a blank slate, as if washed clean by the rain. She was unsure of her identity, why she had crawled out from the dirt slope, or even where to go next. Only the lingering sensation of coldness in her palm and the distinct shapes of the tattoos remained, sharp enough to tighten her chest. "What is your name?" she asked, her voice imbued with a tenderness she herself had not recognized. The child pressed his lips together, and after a long silence, he spoke in a voice as faint as a whisper. "Koji." "Koji," Alu repeated, her tongue brushing against a strange familiarity, akin to tasting an indescribable wild fruit. The rain, laced with chill, struck Koji's sharp little canines, casting a faint bluish sheen. He huddled beside Alu, seemingly unaware of whom he was addressing, his voice barely audible, buried beneath the mud. "Father said that if I continued to steal, I would truly become a malevolent spirit." Alu's heart sank suddenly. She observed the exceptionally sharp teeth revealed as the child spoke. The doctor had said that his father's consumption required the herb chuanbei to recover. Koji's voice trembled, crumbs of cold bread falling from the corner of his mouth, mingling with the rainwater to sink into the mud. "Every day, I wait in the back alley of the apothecary, seizing a handful when he is not looking. When my father found out, he whipped my back with a carrying pole, claiming he had failed to teach me well. He suddenly raised his hand, pointing to the bruise on the man's forehead. Father is dead. He did not wish for me to become a thief, but I only wanted him to live. I just wanted him to survive. Alu followed the direction of his finger, and indeed, the man's gaunt neck bore a deep purple mark, resembling a grotesque shackle. She suddenly recalled seeing an empty medicine pouch beside the man when she had crawled out from the dirt slope, remnants of crushed chuanbei inside. It turned out he had not died from illness. He had sacrificed himself to extinguish the child's desire to steal medicine. They all call me a malevolent spirit. Koji bowed his head, wiping his face fiercely with his sleeve, his sharp teeth leaving a red mark on his lips. They say my teeth are sharp, that I come to collect lives. But all I want is for my father to live. Alu extended her hand, gently resting it on his shoulder. The child's body tensed momentarily, yet he did not flinch away. Beneath the thin fabric of his clothing, she felt his bones jutting painfully, like a wild grass struggling between stones. Sharp teeth are not the mark of a malevolent spirit. Alu's voice was soft, but imbued with an inexplicable certainty. Even the little wolf cubs in the mountains have sharp teeth, yet they merely protect their den. Koji lifted his head, his eyes clouded with moisture, resembling glass after the rain. Is that true? Indeed, Alu nodded, her fingertip gently brushing against his sharp teeth. This is your strength, not your fault. She was unsure why she spoke thus, only feeling that this child should not be confined by such a moniker. The rain gradually subsided, a dim light breaking through the horizon. Alu fashioned a small grave for him, yet Koji suddenly stood up, bowing deeply toward the man's grave. His movements clumsy yet sincere. Father, I will not steal anymore, he whispered. I will listen to you. Alu stood up as well, observing his small figure, feeling as though the emptiness within her heart had been gently filled in a corner. She was unaware of where the road ahead lay, nor when the next destination would arrive, but in that moment, she wished to hold the hand of this little one with sharp teeth and walk out of the potter's field together. Koji, she extended her hand, her palm still stained with dirt and blood. Come with me. Koji paused, momentarily taken aback, yet before he could fully grasp the situation, her hand had tightly grasped his arms' tattoos pressed against her skin, and she did not flinch away in the slightest. What a peculiar person you are. Chapter 26. Working. Koji's black hair hung low, and the luster in his aquamarine eyes had dimmed, reflecting only the freshly piled mounds of earth. His pale pink eyelashes drooped, concealing the tumult of emotions beneath, and his slender eyebrows furrowed, as if still troubled by the sound of his father's final cough. The patched kimono he wore was soiled at the edges, its already dim colors appearing even more dreary, mirroring the depths of his current despair. Alu stood beside him, her newly tied samurai ponytail swaying gently in the wind, strands of hair clinging to her sweat-dampened forehead. The tattered garment she wore, barely recognizable in its original form, was speckled with grass, and she had leaped back into the pit that had almost claimed her, returning shortly with something wrapped in old cloth. As she unveiled the fabric, the silver-red blades glinted coldly in the dim light, accentuating the vibrant hues of the two neatly stacked yukatas beside them. The deep blue adorned with blossoming white peonies and the pink and white lilacs reminiscent of the warm spring sun. The garments appeared antique, well-preserved, yet when placed alongside the blades, they seemed incongruous. These, Koji's voice emerged hoarsely. From now on, follow me. Alu pushed the yukatas toward his feet, slinging the daggers over her shoulder as she spoke. Let's exchange for some money first. The pawnshop owner pinched the fabric of the yukatas, a shrewd glint flickering in his eyes, though his lips clicked in disapproval. They look old. The stitching is mediocre. I'll give you this much. The figure he indicated was scarcely a third of their market value. Alu feigned anger, slamming the yukatas onto the counter, causing a new seam to tear at the sleeve of the tattered garment. Isn't that a shameful thing to say, boss? The blue yukata is made of mulberry silk mixed with hemp, and who can still find the embroidery thread for white peonies these days? Do you think I can't tell? Her voice was not loud, yet each word was imbued with force, her high ponytail sweeping across her shoulder as she continued. You call the stitching ordinary? Feel this edge. What modern weaver still puts in such effort? The owner, flustered, turned red and pale, his hand fiddling with his beard. The young lady seems to know quite a bit. It's not knowledge. These items are worth their price. Alu stepped forward, lowering her voice to negotiate. We are in urgent need of money, but we cannot allow you to underprice us. Add 30%, and for the two garments, throw in an extra, or we shall not sell this yukata. We can always try another shop. Koji stood behind her, his aquamarine eyes fixed on Alu's back, his pale pink eyelashes fluttering, his grip on the patched kimono loosening slowly. The owner scrutinized Alu for a long moment before suddenly chuckling. Fine, you win. He counted out a few more coins from the cash drawer, adding, take this, buy yourself something decent to wear. That's all I can give. He then dragged over a dusty wooden box from the corner. opening it to reveal a shamisen, its lacquer peeling from the neck, but its strings still taut. This has been gathering dust. Consider it a little something extra. Alu accepted the pouch of coins, weighing it in her hand, then glanced at the shamisen. Finally exhaling a sigh of relief, she tugged at Koji's sleeve. Let us go. Komachi bent down to lift the shamisen, its body resting against his arm. And the coolness of the wood strangely alleviated some of the heaviness in his heart. Ahead of him, Alu walked with a high ponytail that danced in the morning light, casting fragmented shadows. He gazed at those shadows, and in his aquamarine eyes, a glimmer of brightness emerged. As they exited the pawnshop, the sun had already risen high, and the foot traffic in the street gradually increased. Alu and Komachi walked side by side, their tattered garments standing out like faded patches amidst the vibrant crowd. Passers-by instinctively sidestepped them, their gazes briefly lingering on the patched fabric before hastily averting their eyes, only to pause at the sight of Komachi's exposed forearm. The 3 blue tattoos coiled around his arm like chains, glimmering a deep blue-black in the sunlight. A mark well known among the neighbors as the sign of a thief stamped by the authorities. Look, it's a thief, someone muttered, the words soft yet piercing like a needle. Komachi tightened his grip on the shamisen, his knuckles whitening, his aquamarine eyes cast downward. The delicate pink of his eyelashes shielding his eyes as if to block out the unwanted stares. He instinctively shrank half a step behind Alu, the tattoos on his arm glaring under the sunlight. Alu sensed his tension and moved closer, deliberately raising her voice. Hurry up, let's buy some clean clothes first. She tightened her loose ponytail, her sidelong glance sweeping over the prying onlookers, her expression as cold as ice. A nearby woman carrying a basket spat disdainfully, young and unprincipled. Stealing. He steals to pay for his father's medical treatment. Alu suddenly halted, turning to glare at the woman, her tattered sleeve flaring with emotion. It's better than some who stand idly and criticize. The surrounding murmurs ceased abruptly, though the gazes remained. They now bore less contempt and more curiosity. Komachi glanced at Alu's resolute posture, a lump forming in his throat, but he ultimately remained silent, clutching the shamisen closer, quickening his pace to keep up with her. The sunlight cast long shadows behind them, tightly intertwined. They found a secluded eave to rest, where Alu counted the coins in her pouch. Sunlight filtering through the tiles and illuminating her tightly bound ponytail. Komachi sat beside her, still cradling the shamisen, his fingers unconsciously tracing the wood grain. The shadows obscured most of the tattoos on his arm, yet they felt like brands embedded in his flesh, compelling him to retreat his sleeves. Komachi, Alu spoke suddenly, her tone flat and unwavering as she secured her pouch and looked at him. Remember this. If you ever touch someone else's belongings again, I'll break your hands. Komachi's head jerked up, panic flashing in his aquamarine eyes, his pink eyelashes fluttering. I won't do it again. You better not. Alu's gaze fell on the tattoos on his arm before swiftly moving away to the passers-by in the distance. You pulled me out of the mass grave. I owe you. From now on, we must rely on each other. Yes, he lowered his head, his voice muffled. I'll follow you. Then remember my words. Alu stood, dusting off her tattered clothing. Let's go to the fabric store and get some cloth for new clothes. We need to be frugal. We will survive. Komachi stood as well, the shamisen digging into his ribs, serving as a reminder. He watched Alu's retreating figure, her ponytail swaying gently in the wind. He knew she was afraid he might fall back into the mire of his past. The ready-made clothes they acquired from the fabric store were merely ordinary indigo coarse cloth. Alu's outfit had been tailored with fitted cuffs and a cinched waist, giving her a distinctly martial appearance. She approached the shopkeeper to fetch a basin of well water and splash some on her face. The droplets cascaded down her jawline, washing away the grime and revealing her clean complexion. Komachi wore a matching kimono, the fabric not particularly fine but soft and imbued with a faint fragrance. He sat on the doorstep, dazed, feeling as if he had transitioned from a nightmare into a dream. As he idly glanced up, his breath caught in his throat. It was then that Komachi truly beheld Alu's features. Her brows were not sharply defined, but bore a resilient strength, akin to unrefined green bamboo. Her eyes were a light brown, reflecting the glimmer of water. When she blinked, her long, thick eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings. More vibrant than any girl he had ever seen. The forehead that had previously been obscured by disheveled hair was smooth, her nose petite, and her lips bore deep lines, likely from prolonged dehydration. Komachi still found the situation surreal. He had pulled someone from a mass grave and was now destined to rely on her. Strangely, he felt no aversion to it. Perhaps after lying in the mire for so long, one would grasp at any chance to rise. A voice within him urged him to follow her, to continue onward. What are you staring at? Alu, drying her face with a cloth, noticed his dazed expression and waved her hand before his eyes. Komachi snapped back to reality, warmth flooding his aquamarine eyes. and he hastily lowered his gaze. His fingers unconsciously plucking at the strings of the shamisen, producing a dissonant sound. His pink eyelashes drooped, concealing the turmoil beneath, and he mumbled, "Nothing, nothing." Lu raised an eyebrow but did not press further, turning to organize their meager possessions. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her newly donned indigo attire and Komachi's reddened ears. They sought out a restaurant, where the aromas of soy sauce and rice wafted in the air. Lu slid a bowl of brown rice in front of Komachi while she savored a miso soup, steam obscuring her freshly washed face. "Let us talk," she said. Swallowing her food, her light brown eyes fixed on him. "We are now homeless drifters. If we don't find work soon, we'll starve on the streets." Komachi hesitated, his hand gripping the chopsticks faltering as he glanced at the twin swords sheathed behind her. "Perhaps we could become bodyguards?" The thought felt weak as soon as it left his lips. Lu as a bodyguard? With the tattoos on his arm marking him as a thief. Who would employ someone with a criminal record? Yet Lu seemed undeterred, tapping the table with her chopsticks. "Bodyguards have too many restrictions. We should work at the docks, heavy labor. Paid the same day, and we can also gather information." She paused before adding, "I must have been someone remarkable in my past life." Her words sounded absurd. Komachi lifted his gaze to meet hers, his pink eyelashes fluttering. "Do you remember anything?" "I'm just kidding," Lu replied, her tone light. "I don't remember a thing, huh?" "We need to stretch our funds for a while," she continued, taking a mouthful of rice, her voice muffled yet resolute. "I can play the shamisen. And I'm strong enough. We'll leave this place. It isn't suited for us. We'll save money, and once we settle down, we can rent a small room. I can work at the docks, be a bodyguard, or even teach others to read. If worst comes to worst, I'll study medicine." She suddenly smiled, her brow softening. "Anyway, the two of us won't starve on the road. Don't worry." Komachi was taken aback, warmth flooding through him as he reflected her smile in his aquamarine eyes, his heart feeling as if it had been warmed by hot soup. He nodded vigorously, poking his chopsticks into the rice. "All right." Sunlight streamed in at an angle, casting a glow on the rough ceramic bowl before them. The few side dishes on the table were modest, yet they stirred within Komachi a sense of hope amidst this simple meal. At the break of dawn, Lu slung the shamisen across her back, wrapping the silver-red twin swords in cloth and handing them to Komachi. "Keep an eye on this. Don't let anyone touch it." As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves and walked towards the dock. Koji sat on the stone steps at the edge of the dock, clutching a knife, his aquamarine eyes fixed unwaveringly on Lu's departing silhouette. She blended seamlessly among the laborers, her posture erect as she hoisted a large burlap sack, demonstrating a dexterity that surpassed that of many men. During the occasional breaks, she would perch atop a pile of cargo and strum her shamisen, the sound of the strings mingling with the briny scent of the waves, not melodious yet imbued with a certain resilience. Passers-by would sometimes toss a few coins her way, and Koji would hurriedly collect them, turning to see her high ponytail sweeping through the morning light, dispelling shadows. After a long day, with the sun dipping in the west, Lu returned, grasping a not-so-heavy coin purse, beads of sweat trickling down her jawline. It was enough to purchase provisions for 2 nights. She handed the money to Koji, took the knife, secured it to her back, and sought a place to rest. They chose a household with a small courtyard. Standing at the entrance, Lu called out brightly, "Auntie, my brother and I are traveling. Could we borrow a roof over our heads? We can chop wood and fetch water." She gestured toward Koji behind her, a hint of just the right amount of sorrow flickering in her eyes. "My brother is earnest. He bore the blame for another and has the mark to prove it. Our parents left us too soon, and it's just the two of us now." The matron observed Koji's tattooed arm, then noted his downcast gaze gripping the hem of his clothing, sighed, and permitted them into the courtyard. Lu grabbed an axe and began to chop wood, indifferent to the splinters that flew onto her clothes, while Koji, familiar with the surroundings, busied himself at the stove, rinsing rice and kindling the fire. His movements surprisingly nimble for one so young. His aquamarine eyes were fixed on the flickering flames, his pale pink lashes lowered. Listening to the muffled sounds of Lu chopping wood, feeling an immense sense of stability within. That night, lying on a pile of straw in the woodshed, Lu placed the shamisen between them. The kind-hearted matron from that household promised to help her carry 2 buckets of water tomorrow. As she spoke, she yawned. Koji responded with a soft affirmation, inching closer to her, inhaling the faint scent of her sweat mingled with the aroma of wood. "Sister Lu," he whispered, "may I also help at the dock tomorrow? I can lift small boxes." In the darkness, Lu's laughter resonated softly. "Wait until you grow strong enough to best me first." The straw shifted with a couple of rustles. Koji fell silent, pressing his ear against the body of the shamisen, listening to Lu's steady breathing, akin to the soul's stable melody amidst their tumultuous lives. "Sister, where shall we go next?" In the darkness, Lu's voice seemed clearer than usual. To a place where we can survive, to live. A long silence ensued. Koji spoke again. Sister, I actually think your shamisen playing sounds a bit off-key. A gentle slap resonated against his cheek. Starting tomorrow, we will practice stances, build a foundation, and I shall train you in martial arts. Koji rubbed his face, confusion lingering in his eyes. Do I have to practice martial arts too? Indeed, I also believe I should have been an exceptional educator in my past life. Chapter 27. The Suryu Dojo. Ailu and Koji found themselves at the foot of a mountain in a small town. She leaned the shamisen against the inn's wall, watching Koji practice stances. The boy's back was straight as a rod. The previously empty sleeves were now filled out by sturdy arms, and his ankles, once slim, had thickened since she first found him. He stood there like a young bamboo sprout. At 14 or 15, the boy had endured chronic hunger, his physique previously frail. Yet within less than half a year, Ailu had nurtured him back to health. Widen your stance a bit more. Keep your knees from buckling inward. Ailu picked up a twig and lightly tapped it against the back of his knees. The muscles beneath her fingertips were firm, no longer resembling the small child she had sheltered behind her half a year prior. Koji grunted softly, adjusting his posture, droplets of sweat falling onto the bluestone pavement, creating small dark spots. His aquamarine eyes sparkled, reflecting the autumn light, now imbued with a newfound sharpness. He had grown taller like bamboo after the rain, his shoulders broadened, and his chest strengthened. The once snug short attire now seemed a size too small, revealing faded tattoos on his forearms that exuded a rugged charm. Koji inquired where they were headed next, and Ailu hesitated momentarily, recalling someone mentioning a small town in the south, a place likely filled with intriguing tales. Yet she struggled to grasp the details. Never mind. If it escapes me, it shall remain forgotten. Even in autumn, the road southward retained its warmth. The foliage along the way transformed, with leaves broad enough to shield half a face. Ailu's work opportunities gradually shifted from the dock to warehouses and orchards, occasionally assisting in mending leaky roofs. Her hands seemed capable of anything, gripping coarse ropes and deftly handling fine nails. Koji's physical training adapted to their journey by the riverbank. Ailu had him move pebbles from one side to the other until the sun cast long shadows upon the ground. Once they ventured into the mountains, he was tasked with climbing trees to retrieve wild fruits from the highest branches. On one occasion, he climbed too high, slipping and tumbling into a thick layer of fallen leaves. Ailu, just emerging from the forest with a basket of herbs, noticed him grimacing as he rubbed his knee. She said nothing but applied the heated herbs to his leg that night while they rested in a dilapidated temple. The herbs, with a hint of spiciness, provided warmth that Koji found more comforting than any blanket. Occasionally, they encountered fellow travelers. One evening, a wandering minstrel gathered around the campfire and regaled them with tales of the southern lands, speaking of a coastal city at the farthest reach, where the inhabitants thrived by the sea, each household owning small wooden boats. There were many merchants, and he recounted how long ago it had been the territory of a grand family. Following internal strife, the head of the family had entrusted a top swordsman heir to restore order in less than 7 days. The minstrel's exaggerated gestures and dramatic tone captivated Koji, his eyes sparkling as he nudged Ailu beside him. Is it really like that? Ailu gazed into the fire, the sparks dancing and casting fleeting shadows on her face. It seemed she recalled something, yet grasped nothing, murmuring softly, perhaps. That night, Koji awoke groggily to find Ailu seated by the dying embers, tracing shapes in the dirt with her fingers. By the moonlight, he discerned she was sketching a wisteria flower. After approximately half a month, they were caught in a torrential downpour. The mountain path became treacherously muddy, rendering the road nearly invisible. Ailu and Koji discovered a cave to seek refuge from the rain. Sister, Koji pulled a roasted sweet potato from the fire, handing it to her. Once we reach the south, I can also find work. I can lift things heavier than pebbles. Ailu did not turn around, merely replied with a soft, barely perceptible, all right. The journey stretched ahead, yet the air carried a hint of moisture. Koji sensed they were drawing near to that city. The stone lantern at the town's entrance still glistened with morning dew as Ailu led Koji onto the stone-paved road, the sound of their wooden clogs echoing lightly against the slick surface. The houses lining the streets were low, their lattice windows diffusing the hazy morning light. A woman slid open a door, carrying a wooden basin to the stream to wash clothes. The rhythmic thumping of her mallet against the bluestone anvil startling the wind chimes hanging from the eaves, their delicate sounds resembling scattered silver beads. Koji's gaze was drawn to a shop at the street corner selling taiyaki. As the bamboo curtain lifted, warm steam enveloped the red bean aroma wafting outward. He couldn't help but inhaled deeply. Sister, the scents here are unlike any I've encountered before. Indeed, they were different. The air was infused with the saltiness of the sea, mingled with the fragrance from the temple and the distant calls of the fish market. Townspeople clad in indigo garments carried wooden frames filled with glimmering fish, their tails gently flapping. Ailu's eyes brushed over the torii gate in the center of the town. Its vermilion pillars glistening from the rain, the tiles atop adorned with wave patterns, as if freshly plucked from the sea. They walked along the narrow path toward Machio, passing a humble abode adorned with a sign indicating a blacksmith's forge. The flames danced vigorously within, and the rhythmic clanging of metal reverberated, causing the window panes to tremble. Suddenly, Komachi halted before a wooden door, its lintel draped with a faded warm curtain, upon which several irises were painted. "Look, Ailu." He gestured towards a wooden plaque beside the door, inscribed with the characters Unju and Kana, their strokes softened by the passage of time. Ailu took down the plaque and replaced it with Yagyu. Pushing open the door, it creaked softly, revealing a modest courtyard where a camellia bloomed resplendently, its dew-laden petals cascading onto the verdant moss below. "This will be our home," Ailu mused, crouching down to smooth Komachi's wind-tousled hair. As her fingertips brushed against the warmth of the child's skin, the inexplicable emptiness in her heart was suddenly filled with the morning light, floral fragrances, and the distant sound of waves. The wind chimes continued to tinkle, gently marking the rhythm of this unfamiliar yet pristine day. Though the alleyways of Machio were barely wide enough for two to pass side by side, and the courtyard was as small as a remnant of fabric. Piled in the corner were half-worn wooden barrels, the sole advantage being the view of the neighboring Suri dojo's bamboo fence, where purple morning glories climbed exuberantly, more aesthetically pleasing than the dojo itself. The wooden door of the small courtyard bore the dojo's old insignia, an indistinct fist print, a remnant of Keizo's mishap while nailing the fence. The landlord mentioned that this had originally been the dojo's woodshed, later partitioned, transforming it into a habitable courtyard, with the kitchen adjoining the dojo, sharing a large iron pot. The first time Komachi followed Ailu into the kitchen, he nearly stumbled over the firewood stacked beside the stove. There, a burly man with thick brows and bright eyes, clad in a traditional training outfit, squatted before the fire, prodding it with an iron rod. Upon their entrance, he raised an eyebrow. "You're here? The left shelf is yours. The rice bin is in the corner, filled with freshly milled rice. Feel free to use it." This man was Keizo, the head of the Suryu dojo. Although the dojo had few disciples, Keizo always prepared a large pot of brown rice each morning, claiming that those who practice martial arts must have substantial nourishment. Sometimes, the aroma of cooking rice wafted into the small courtyard, prompting Komachi to peek through the doorframe. Watching as Keizo ladled the rice into coarse porcelain bowls with a long-handled wooden spoon, the door of the Suryu dojo was perpetually ajar, revealing several youths in white training uniforms practicing stances in the courtyard, their backs straight as the bamboo poles at the corners of the yard. Occasionally, Komachi would secretly compete with them, testing whose stance was more grounded and enduring. Ailu often witnessed Keizo demonstrating techniques, his fists slicing through the air with a soft whoosh. "Master Keizo," the landlady remarked when she came to collect the rice fee, "the Suryu dojo was once renowned, but nowadays the youth flocked to the neighboring Kendo dojo." Indeed, the Kendo dojo was bustling. The vermilion curtain was perpetually drawn open. Young men in deep blue hakama came and went, the sound of bamboo, swords clashing resonating even 3 streets away. The dojo's master, a robust middle-aged man, stood at the entrance welcoming visitors, his voice booming like a bell. "Come in and take a look. Our disciples ranked last year in the Kanto region." Komachi craned his neck for a glimpse within, but found it unimpressive. He recalled Ailu's silver-red twin blades, far superior to those flashy techniques. Ailu was expected back soon. He was supposed to prepare dinner for her. He wondered if she had found work, as he had long wished to assist, yet Ailu was adamant in her refusal to let him go out. As evening descended, while Ailu tended to the firewater for their bath, she noticed Master Keizo seated under the eaves of the dojo, a bowl of tea in hand, gazing blankly at the lively lights next door. The wind rustled through the fence, casting the shadow of morning glories upon him, as if to embroider his faded training outfit with delicate hues of purple. Ailu diverted her gaze, for she needed to seek work in town the next day. The sun was just right as she counted the day's earnings when she suddenly heard the clatter of wooden clogs crashing together at the street corner. Pulling her gaze upward in response to the startled gasps of the crowd, a young girl in a pink kimono, resembling a cherry blossom petal caught in the wind, was sliding down along the wall of a machiya, her kimono sleeves, adorned with small white flowers, crumpled in her grasp. Each breath she took was accompanied by a faint wheeze, akin to a little sparrow whose throat had been pinched. Beside her, a young swordsman clad in kendo protective gear stumbled backward, his bamboo sword clattering to the ground. Ailu noticed the flush of embarrassment creeping up his ears, yet he lacked the courage to extend a hand. "Useless," she scolded inwardly, clutching her silver coins tightly as she hurried through the throng. "Little sister, do not be afraid. As Alu crouched down, her clog strap brushed against the girl's shoe. She gently cradled the delicate wrist, her fingertips grazing the cold, sweat-soaked obi of the kimono. I will take you to the clinic. Bear with it. The girl could barely open her eyes, burying her face into Alu's embrace. The pink ribbon in her hair brushing against Alu's neck, leaving a hint of cherry blossom fragrance. Alu decided to carry her. The hem of the girl's pink kimono cascading down beside her indigo attire. The clinic is across the bridge. An elderly woman selling dried fish called out from behind. Alu acknowledged her, stepping with steady urgency, the weight in her arms surprisingly light, yet she dared not sway, fearing to startle the fragile breath of the little girl. When she shouldered open the paper door of the clinic, the old doctor was busy placing herbs into a clay jar with bamboo tweezers. It's asthma. Alu placed the girl on the examination couch, urging the doctor, please, take a look at her. The old doctor felt the girl's pulse, pried open her mouth to examine her tongue, and hastily prepared the medicine. Watching from the side, Alu noticed the girl's eyelashes flutter, and at last, she coughed out a small amount of phlegm. Her breathing gradually steadied, and Alu finally exhaled in relief. The clinic's paper door was blown ajar by the wind. Sunlight infused with the scent of herbs illuminating the girl's pink kimono. She clutched the edge of her clothing, her eyelashes lowered. Her voice so soft it resembled a whisper. Thank you, sister. As Alu helped the old doctor tidy up the medicine cabinet, she smiled at the girl. Crouching down to meet her gaze, what is your name? The girl timidly nodded, Rinshua. Alu inquired further, where do you live? I will escort you home. Rinshua twisted her fingers around the obi of her kimono, hesitating before softly replying, I live at the Surya dojo. Alu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly patted her back. What a coincidence. I reside in the small courtyard next to the dojo. Rinshua's eyes widened in surprise, her cheeks turning as red as the hue of her kimono. Alu took her hand and led her outside. The warmth of the little girl's palm, now steadier than before. As they passed under the cherry blossom tree by the bridge, petals fluttered down onto Rinshua's head, which she did not brush away, only smiling shyly, revealing 2 tiny teeth. Were you frightened just now? Alu softly asked, retrieving a piece of candy that Komachi had been reluctant to eat, unwrapping it, and offering it to her. Rinshua clutched the candy, her fingertips trembling as she managed to respond. My father said I shouldn't exert myself because of my asthma, and to stay obediently at the dojo. But Brother Chuanming said that not coming with him meant I looked down on him, claiming I was just pretending to be sick to avoid work. Alu paused, recalling the young swordsman's panicked retreat, the ember of indignation igniting within her. He yanked my wrist and dragged me toward the alley. Rinshua sniffled, tears spilling down her cheeks. I couldn't breathe, grasping his sleeve, begging him to stop, but he glanced back only once and then ran away. Her voice quivered, fragile as if it might shatter. I thought I was going to die. Alu wrapped her arms around Rinshua's shoulders, gently patting her back. The girl felt so light, like a feather that might be swept away by the wind, yet trembled with fear. That kind of person does not deserve to be called a swordsman. Alu's voice remained steady. A true martial artist understands the importance of protecting those weaker than themselves, rather than bullying them. She walked ahead, parting the throng for Lianxua. The little girl held Alu's hand, feeling an inexplicable sense of reassurance from the figure before her. Father. As soon as Lianxua's voice echoed, Qingzong abruptly turned around, only to find her standing at the door, her small face still pallid from illness. The cloth he held slipped from his fingers as he strode forward, enveloping Lianxua in his embrace. His rough palm brushed against her damp back, his voice strained with concern. Lianxua? What happened? Why aren't you at home? Where have you been? Are you injured? What transpired? Lianxua shook her head, burying her face against his chest, her voice laced with tears as she called out, Father. Only then did Qingzong release her, turning to Alu and bowing deeply, his waist bending low, the end of his black sash sweeping across the ground. I owe you my gratitude for today. His voice was thick with lingering fear. If anything were to happen to this girl, master, please don't say such things. Alu interjected hastily, steadying him. As long as Lianxua is all right. She glanced at Lianxua, who was peeking from behind Qingzong, her eyes shimmering with tears, but appearing much more composed than before. It was the little scamp from the dojo who insisted on taking Lianxua out to play, and she darted away faster than a rabbit. Fortunately, it's not my disciple. If it were, I'd break his legs. Chapter 28. Her blade. After the commotion of the day, Alu felt ravenous. She rushed to the courtyard, peering through the window. Where's Komachi? What as for dinner? A youth poked his head out from the other side, a smirk playing on his lips as the night breeze billowed through his sleeves. There's food. But what about the promise you made me? He extended his hand, inquiring, what about the candy you promised to bring me? Oh no, I forgot. Alu's face flushed crimson, like clouds kissed by the evening sun. She fumbled at her waist, only to find her pouch empty, devoid of even a trace of candy. It dawned on her then that she had given all the osmanthus candy she had intended for Komachi to Lianxue, who had been weeping on the stone steps, expressing her fear of dying on the streets. "I'm truly sorry, Komachi," she murmured, her voice dwindling, her fingers twisting the cuff of her sleeve. "I gave the candy to Lianxue. She was crying so sorrowfully. Of course it's like that," Komachi teased, his hand still suspended in the air. He raised an eyebrow at her, revealing no trace of anger, merely poking her cheek with his fingertip. "Oh, you gave my candy to someone else." Alu felt even more embarrassed, unwilling to lose face. "I'll go to town first thing in the morning to buy more, double the amount, I promise." Komachi lightly tapped his fingers against the porch pillar, his gaze drifting to the old tree in the corner of the courtyard, its branches still clinging to a few leaves that had fallen in the afternoon breeze. "I can forgive you, but under one condition," he drawled, his tone teasing, the mirth in his eyes crescent-shaped like the moon. "I want to see you wield your sword, that pair of silver-red blades. Didn't you say you were quite formidable before? So, let me have a look, please, pretty please, Alu sister." The youthful mischief vanished from his face, replaced by a sincere plea as he clasped his hands together. Alu hesitated, instinctively touching the scabbard at her waist. Those blades were what she had taken from the graveyard, their scabbards polished to a sheen, their silver-red lacquer glowing softly in the twilight. "You wish to see me dance with my blades?" She blinked, uncertainty tinging her voice. "What is so impressive about it? They are merely self-defense techniques." "Self-defense techniques are where true skill lies." Komachi straightened up, brushing off the dust on his hands. "Let us consider it a trade for candy. The moonlight is perfect tonight. Practice for a bit, and I'll fetch some meat from the kitchen. How does that sound?" The anticipation in his words was palpable, yet Alu's stomach grumbled audibly, her gaze drawn to the faint aroma of meat wafting from behind him. Ultimately, she nodded. "All right, but do be cautious. After witnessing my swordplay, you might run to the neighboring dojo, retching and covering your eyes." Alu playfully jabbed at him, and Komachi chuckled heartily, settling on the stone bench under the porch, adopting a spectator-esque pose. "I won't laugh. Hurry up. I'm still waiting for your meat." The moonlight draped like a delicate veil over the courtyard's bluestone slabs. Even the autumn insects in the corners seemed to hush, enveloped by the serene glow. Alu gripped the pair of silver-red short blades, the hilt-esque cord softened by use. As her fingertips brushed the familiar curve, vague shadows stirred within her heart, reminiscent of a time long past, when moonlight and this very grip on the blade felt familiar, though the identity of the person beside her then remained elusive. "I'm ready." Komachi leaned against the porch pillar, a hint of mischief in his tone. "Please don't disappoint me, sister." Alu snapped back to reality, her cheeks slightly flushed, casting a sidelong glance at him. "Today, I shall show you what it means to be the best in the world." Taking a deep breath, she lightly tapped her toes on the ground, and her form suddenly sprang into motion. Initially, her movements were somewhat awkward, akin to rusted gears finally meshing after a long pause. The silver-red blades traced delicate arcs of light in the moonlight, like fireflies dancing around her wrists, like stars flickering through the void. Gradually, the rhythms hidden deep within her memories awakened, with a flick of her wrist. The blade's wind stirred the fallen leaves in the courtyard, swirling them up, only to be gently dispersed by another flash of her blade. Her footsteps resonated on the bluestone, each step like a hammer striking stone, causing the very ground to tremble slightly beneath her. With each pivot, the gust of wind carried the fallen leaves straight towards the porch, yet she effortlessly cleaved them into fragments with a reverse stroke. The moonlight illuminated her taut jawline, her brows and eyes cold as frost. The glimmering cold light dancing upon the blade reflected in her pupils, and with the final stroke, the resounding clang of the blades returning to their sheath sent a ripple of heat through the scabbard. Standing at the center of the courtyard, her chest heaving with heavy breaths, beads of sweat trickled down her forehead and fell onto the bluestone, leaving small damp marks. Yet they did little to diminish the lingering sharpness that enveloped her. Komachi remained silent beneath the porch, simply gazing at her, his eyes seemingly filled with stars. "If I train hard every day, can I become like you?" Alu sheathed her blades and approached him, feigning a strike. "Not a chance. You will never be like me." Komachi laughed and dodged, casually handing her a piece of rice cake. "Why not? I believe I can do it." Alu accepted the rice cake, stuffing it into her mouth and muttering indistinctly, "Because I am me, and you are you. Why must you strive to become me? I think you would find more success in practicing martial arts than swordplay." The moonlight fell behind them, stretching their shadows long, the scabbard of the short blades resting against Alu's side, warmth still lingering. Just as Qingzong, the master, approached the courtyard wall, he heard a sharp sound echoing from within, reminiscent of metal slicing through the air. He paused, peering through the gap in the wall, and caught sight of Alu executing a reverse stroke, the silver-red blade carving a cold, fierce arc in the moonlight. Leaves scattered in the wind, some even embedding into the wooden door opposite, edged with the singe of Blade's passage. He swallowed hard, recalling how moments ago his daughter Lianxue had nestled in his lap, babbling about how Alu had given her all the candy and protected her from the crowd, escorting her to the clinic and back. At that moment, he had thought to himself, this girl appears gentle, yet her heart is warm. But now, witnessing Alu under the moonlight, her grip on the blade steady as a rock, her gaze fierce enough to freeze the surrounding light into a thin layer of ice, he realized that this girl harbored an inexplicable resilience within her. Lianxue's mother departed this world at an early age, leaving her in the care of her father, a man of robust nature, often preoccupied with his dojo, unable to provide the delicate attention a daughter requires. Were it not for Alu today, Lianxue might have suffered greatly at the hands of that ruffian. Master Qingzong observed Alu in the courtyard, sheathing her knife, her brow barely glistening with a light sweat upon the bluestone floor, her spine erect like a resilient bamboo weathering the storms. He suddenly recalled Lianxue's return, clutching an empty candy wrapper, her dimples appearing as she smiled, declaring that Alu, like her father, brought her a sense of security. He also remembered the sharpness of the blade earlier, pondering how dependable she must be in times of protection. Master Qingzong quietly took 2 steps back, his thoughts crystallizing. If only Alu could extend her care towards Lianxue, perhaps this girl might endure fewer grievances, and their lives could unfold with greater tranquility. With the knives returned to their sheaths, Alu turned towards the kitchen. Master Qingzong, watching her retreating figure, resolved to find an opportunity to converse with this young woman the following day. As dawn broke, a steady knock echoed from the courtyard gate. Imbued with the distinctive strength of a martial artist, Alu donned her outer garments and opened the door to find Master Qingzong standing in the morning light, carrying a cloth bag, bulging as if it contained freshly steamed buns. Master Qingzong, what brings you here so early? Has something happened to Lianxue? Alu's heart raced as she stepped aside to let him enter. Master Qingzong waved his hand dismissively, his resolute face revealing a hint of awkwardness. He placed the cloth bag on the stone table, steam wafting through the fabric, mingling with the aroma of wheat. Lianxue is well, she has yet to awaken. He rubbed his calloused hands together, his gaze settling on Alu. I have come to discuss a matter with you. Yesterday, I am grateful for your protection of Lianxue. Alu was about to wave her hand in protest, insisting it was unnecessary, when he continued, my dojo is burdened with too many responsibilities, and I often cannot attend to Lianxue, leaving her alone in the backyard, which weighs heavily on my mind. Considering you and Komachi reside here, and your temperament is steady, might I trouble you to look after Lianxue's daily needs? Prepare her meals, braid her hair, and ensure that those rascals do not disturb her. As he spoke, his throat bobbed, as if summoning courage. Of course, I cannot let you do this without recompense. I shall not charge you a penny for the rent of your accommodation. Additionally, if Komachi wishes to learn the Su-Lu boxing style, I shall personally instruct him without requiring a master's fee. Upon hearing this, Komachi, who had just emerged from the room, paused in his tracks. Leaning against the doorframe, he raised an eyebrow at Master Qingzong, surprise flashing in his eyes. Alu had spoken highly of Master Qingzong's Su-Lu boxing and had mentioned her desire to save enough money to send him to learn from him. Unexpectedly finding this opportunity presented today, Alu, momentarily taken aback, glanced at Komachi before turning back to Master Qingzong. I have no objection to looking after Lianxue. She is a well-behaved child. However, might the rent and the boxing lessons be too extravagant? Not at all, not at all. Master Qingzong quickly waved his hand, his voice rising slightly. Having someone to care for Lianxue is worth more than anything. Komachi is young, and to be honest, I have sensed his exceptional talent for some time. As he spoke, he retrieved a set of keys from his pocket and placed them on the stone table, the copper rings clinking softly. These are the keys to my courtyard. You may come and go as you please. Komachi approached, picked up the keys, and chuckled. Master Qingzong, trading rent and lessons for peace of mind seems quite a bargain. Master Qingzong, amused, replied, I think so as well, but you must assist around the dojo. Alu observed the mischief in Komachi's eyes and recalled Lianxue's smile as she clutched the candy wrapper yesterday, ultimately nodding in agreement. Then I shall accept. I will take good care of Lianxue. Morning light spilled over the courtyard wall, illuminating the cloth bag on the stone table, the scent of wheat mingling with the dawn, imparting a newfound warmth to their lives. Komachi tossed the keys in the air, nodding at Master Qingzong. Master, you must teach me well. Do not hold back, or else I shall seek to become a swordsman under Alu's tutelage. Master Qingzong patted his chest in assurance. Fear not, within 6 months, you shall be able to withstand her 3 punches and 2 kicks. Such an excellent prospect, he could not afford to let slip away. Meanwhile, the small shed in the backyard remained unpartitioned, still a part of the Su-Lu dojo's territory. As the sun climbed to the edge of the dojo's eaves, Komachi noticed Lu exiting with Lin Xue's herbal prescription. He stealthily approached Master Qingzong, who was busy polishing his boxing gloves. The wooden stakes on the side were glistening from the morning dew, still bearing the marks of yesterday's practice. Master Qingzong, he gently tapped the man's arm. You said you would teach me the Su Lu boxing style, and that I am a good candidate. Are you truly serious? Master Qingzong set down the gloves. Wiping his face with his hand, a smile breaking through his dark complexion. Of course, I am serious. I see in you the makings of a fine practitioner of Su Lu boxing. Komachi, intrigued, leaned closer. Oh, how did you come to that conclusion? I certainly did not notice it myself. Master Qingzong pointed to the stone steps in the corner of the training area. A few days ago, while basking in the sun on the steps, I happened to see you practicing your stances. In just a short while, you became lazy, and Lu kicked you in the back for it. Komachi felt a flush of embarrassment, recalling that day when he had indeed faltered, changing his posture to rest, only to be caught by Lu, who despised his laziness and struck him without restraint. Do you know what? Master Qingzong lowered his voice, his eyes sparkling. Anyone else would have collapsed after receiving a hit from her, but you staggered only a few steps and managed to stay upright, not even dazed, while still grumbling for her to be gentler. That resilience and toughness of yours is a rare talent indeed. Komachi was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled helplessly. Master, are you saying you disown my talent by watching me get beaten? Indeed. Master Qingzong picked up a nearby wooden stick, tapping it in his palm. The essence of Su Lu boxing lies in enduring blows. Being able to take a hit is far more crucial than merely being able to strike. You could withstand Lu's kick and still be defiant. Such tenacity is far superior to mere flashy moves. The breeze in the training area carried the scent of pine resin, and Komachi rubbed his lower back, recalling Lu's wide-eyed expression. Lazy? I shall punish you. Now that he was physically stronger, he had become lazy, hadn't he? Suddenly, Komachi broke into a broad smile. All right then, master, you must teach me diligently. Otherwise, if Lu hits me harder in the future, wouldn't that be a disgrace to you? Master Qingzong laughed heartily, slapping Komachi on the shoulder. Fear not, within half a year, you shall be able to withstand her 3 punches and 2 kicks. At that moment, far away in the apothecary, Lu sneezed. Who is talking about me? Chapter 29, Earrings. The medicinal pot bubbled on the stove, steam blurring the window panes. Lu was intently stirring the herbal concoction with bamboo chopsticks. The brown liquid bubbling with fine froth, the aroma of the medicine mingling with the warmth of the charcoal fire that filled the room. Lin Xue leaned against the headboard. Though winter had yet to settle in, she remained cocooned in a thick cotton quilt. She watched Lu's busy form, who occasionally glanced back at her, concern shining in her eyes like the gentle warmth of spring's melting snow. The medicine will be ready soon. First, drink some warm water to soothe your throat. Lu brought over a teacup, carefully helping Lin Xue to sit up, placing a soft cushion behind her. Lin Xue accepted the cup, her fingertips brushing against the warm porcelain, igniting warmth within her heart. In the past, when she fell ill, the room would be so quiet that she could hear her own breathing. Loneliness wrapping around her like vines, and the bitterness of medicine seemed even more pronounced. She understood her father's concern, yet he was always so busy, and the dojo's business was poor. She could not afford to be demanding. But now, with Lu's presence, adjusting her quilt, sharing amusing stories from the outside world, even the medicinal aroma in the air seemed to lighten. Today, the calico cat at the alley's entrance has given birth to kittens, all adorably pink. Once you feel better, let us go and take a look. Lu scooped up some medicinal broth, gently blowing on it to cool it before bringing it to her lips. Lin Xue took small sips. The medicine still bitter, yet her heart was filled with sweetness. She softly hummed in acknowledgement, her eyes and brows dancing with a faint smile. It turned out that having someone by her side made even illness more bearable. The wooden door creaked open, and with a sheen of light sweat from his morning exercises, Kiba stood at the entrance with a food container in hand. The steam rising from the container carried the rich aroma of udon noodles, mingling with the essence of bonito broth, teasing the senses. Lugia, your udon noodles, he announced, placing a generously filled bowl on the table, the noodles glistening like pearls, accompanied by a perfectly soft-boiled egg and scattered with green onions, everything tailored to Lu's preferences. His gaze swept over to the bedside, where Lin Xue was propped up by Lu, the edges of her blanket carefully tucked at her waist. Lu reached out to test the temperature of Lin Xue's bowl, speaking softly. Today's dish is a delicate radish soup noodles specially prepared by Kiba. It's quite light. Do give it a try. Kiba shifted slightly, as the morning light streamed through the paper window, casting a warm glow on their shoulders. The fragrance of medicine clung to Lu's hair, while Lin Xue's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, her soft words enveloping them like warm water. He recalled the past when he would return from practice. eagerly pestering Elu to share the latest happenings from the street, her attention solely on him at those moments. But now, as he observed Lianxue take small bites, her eyelashes fluttering like a startled little sparrow, he softened his tone. The soup contains dried clams. It's quite fresh. Do drink more. Lianxue looked up at him, her eyes crescent-shaped with a smile. Thank you, Kiba-kun. It's delicious. Elu also raised her gaze to him, her eyes twinkling with mirth. You've worked hard. Coming back from training only to cook. Kiba scratched his head, turning towards the door, his ears subtly tinged with red. There was a tinge of jealousy, akin to an unripe sour plum lodged in his throat. Yet, as he listened to Lianxue's gentle gratitude and Elu's soft reply, that bitterness slowly melted away, leaving behind an indescribable awkwardness, much like witnessing a solitary little bird perched on a branch, feeling reluctant to see it suffer, even if it was not his own. The steam from the udon gradually dissipated, leaving only a few remnants of pickled vegetables at the bottom of the bowl. Lianxue set down her chopsticks, gently patting her stomach, a satisfied blush gracing her face. Kiba-kun's noodles are truly delightful. I finished every drop of the soup. Elu smiled and dabbed the corner of her mouth. Look at you enjoying it so much. He must be very pleased. Kiba, busily collecting the bowls and utensils back into the container, let out a low hum in response. Unable to suppress the upward curl of his lips, he swiftly stacked the dishes and, lifting the food container, made his way to the door. Just before stepping out, he glanced back to see Elu tucking the blanket around Lianxue snugly and gruffly announced, I'll come back in the evening, before disappearing with light footsteps at the alley's entrance. The room fell into tranquility once more, with only the occasional chirping of birds filtering in from outside. Lianxue leaned against the headboard, observing Elu tidying up the table, finding warmth in the gentle embrace of these days spent in sickness. The sun climbed to its zenith, warming the sandy training ground beneath. Master Qingzong stood on the porch, appearing to be in his 30s, with a square jaw and a half-inch beard. His eyes etched with fine lines, yet standing tall and straight, clad in indigo training attire that accentuated his strong arms. He watched the figures moving in the training ground, his thick eyebrows slightly raised. Kiba was executing a series of foundational punches, the wind whistling as he struck, muscles taut beneath his short jacket. Each push against the ground sending slight tremors through the stone slabs. In just half a year, this boy had grown remarkably, his shoulders broader, even his fists thicker than before. Stop! Qingzong called out, his voice resonating like a hammer striking stone. Kiba halted, standing firm, sweat dripping down from his brow, splattering on the ground, forming small depressions. He breathed heavily yet steadily, his breath flowing like a gentle stream. Your physique is far sturdier than that of your peers, Qingzong remarked, stroking his short beard, assessing Kiba's well-defined arms, stronger than when I first met you. Kiba raised a hand to wipe his sweat, his eyes brightening. It's Elu who taught me. He recalled the time when he was often ill, catching fevers at the slightest breeze. Back then, Elu would pull him into the courtyard every day to practice stances, teaching him to breathe deeply through his nose and exhale slowly through his teeth, claiming it would cultivate his energy. He remembered the early mornings, with the mist still lingering, Elu adjusting his stance, the warmth of her fingertips penetrating through his sleeves. She would concoct various rice balls with brown rice, mixed with sesame and seaweed, saying they would grant him strength, though they were clumsily made and tasted rather unpalatable. It was the first time someone had cared for him since his father's passing. His sister had said that steady breathing would lead to a steady body. Kiba spoke, unconsciously straightening his back. Now, even if I train all day, I don't feel tired. Qingzong, observing the spark in his eyes, suddenly laughed heartily, deepening the lines at the corners of his eyes. I see now. I had thought her swordsmanship was exceptional, but it turns out she has hidden depths. He had indeed found two precious treasures and ought to cherish them even more. Strike with more weight, and do not forget the techniques I taught you for generating power. Kiba nodded in compliance and resumed his stance. Qingzong stood by, hands clasped behind his back, watching the young man's increasingly steady form as he punched, nodding inwardly in approval. In truth, Master Qingzong's first encounter with Kiba was not when Elu brought him to rent a place. That day, while on his way to the market, he had seen a crowd gathered at the corner, drawn to a performer playing the shamisen. Even from a distance, he could discern the man's extraordinary skill. The crowd had swelled to 3 layers deep, and he turned to head to the apothecary to fetch medicine for Lianxue, hoping to return in time to catch the performance. However, on his way home, the enchanting sound of the instrument was drowned out by the clamorous crowd, and he caught sight of a burly man gripping Kiba's arm, loudly accusing him of stealing his purse. The man tightened his grip on Kiba's arm, causing the boy's face to blanch with pain, yet he stubbornly denied, I didn't steal anything. Soon, a few people gathered around, whispers washing over like waves. He doesn't seem like a bad kid. How could he steal? A woman with a bamboo basket peered in, her eyes filled with a hint of suspicion. Yet, the old man selling sugar paintings sneered. In this day and age, you can't judge a book by its cover. Did you see the tattoos on his arm? TSK. TSK, last time a tidy-looking boy stole 2 strings of my sugar paintings. Indeed, the boy's clothing was worn and frayed at the sleeves. The murmurs fluctuated between sympathy and speculation, with some watching the scene unfold as if it were entertainment. Kiba held his head high, though his slender shoulders trembled slightly, and tears brimmed in his eyes. He bit his lip, refusing to let them fall. He wanted to defend himself, but his throat felt constricted. Only the buzzing in his ears and the man's increasingly fierce accusations ringing in his head. Everyone, look, this is the face of a guilty thief. He considered intervening. But just then, the shamisen case clattered against the stone path, producing a soft thud. Alu pushed through the gathered crowd, a sheen of sweat from her hurried journey glistening on her brow, and when her gaze fell upon Kiba's reddened wrist, that bead of sweat felt as if it had cooled instantly. Let him go. Her voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable strength as she stepped forward and grasped the burly man's wrist. The man was taken aback, seeing a slender girl before him, scoffing. Who are you? Mind your own business. He tightened his grip, causing Kiba to wince in pain. Alu remained silent, her eyes fixed on the hand that clutched Kiba. Her fingers, delicate yet steady, began to probe through the man's fingers, each nail gently pressing against his joints, seemingly without force, yet perfectly wedged at the connections of the bones. With a soft crack, the burly man's index finger first relaxed, followed by his middle and ring fingers. Although Alu's movements were slow, they possessed a peculiar rhythm, as if she were delicately disassembling some intricate object. The man wished to scold her, yet found his fingers unresponsive, loosening under her gentle flick. By the time he regained his senses, Koma was already cradled in Alu's arms. She shielded Koma behind her, the shamisen case slung across her shoulder, revealing a wrist marked with thin calluses from the strings. She raised her gaze towards the burly man, her eyes clear and resolute. He claims he did not steal, thus. He did not. Where's the money bag? How much does it contain? Are you daring enough to show it to me? I will accompany you to the enforcement office. If it truly belongs to him, I will accept any punishment. The man felt unnerved under her gaze, and as he glanced around, he noticed others beginning to nod in agreement. After a prolonged hesitation, he cursed under his breath and begrudgingly pushed through the crowd to leave. Little did he know the contents of the money bag. He merely sought to bully a child. Once he departed, Alu turned around, kneeling to gently massage Koma's reddened wrist, her voice softening. Does it hurt? Koma shook his head, yet tears fell onto her hand, scalding. He sniffled, saying, I couldn't defeat him. What foolishness. Alu interrupted, pulling out a clean handkerchief from her bosom to wipe his face. Why didn't you come find me? I wanted to see if you were hurt. She pointed to the shamisen on her shoulder, saying, Look, I've earned quite a bit today. Shall we buy your favorite red bean cakes? Koma gazed at the light in her eyes, sniffed again, and nodded earnestly. But you said you couldn't find the way. What if I came to find you and couldn't locate you? I was too afraid to go. Alu felt the stubbornness of the child. It's all right, it's all right. No matter where you are, I will always find you. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Kizu observed the entire scene, glancing at the pair of figures as the girl, with the shamisen case on her back and holding the child's hand, slowly made her way toward the alley's mouth. The sunlight stretched their shadows long, entwining them like an invisible thread. The setting sun bathed the training ground's wooden fence in a warm golden hue, signaling Kizu to call for a halt. Koma leaned against his knees, panting heavily, his short jacket soaked with sweat, clinging to him uncomfortably. Alu leaned against a post, waiting for him. And when he glanced her way, she smiled and waved the handkerchief in her hand. Come over and wipe off your sweat. The wind has cooled. Koma dashed over, just about to reach out when he remembered his hands were dusty and sheepishly withdrew. However, Alu immediately pressed the handkerchief against his forehead. Her touch gentle. Do you still mind such trivialities with me? The two walked side by side, their shadows elongated by the setting sun, swaying back and forth. Wild chrysanthemums broke free from the constraints of the cobblestones, blooming vibrantly. Alu bent down to pluck a yellow flower, tucking it behind Koma's ear. How did practice go today? Your master didn't punish you, did he? Not at all. Koma raised his hand to touch the flower, his mouth curving into a broad smile. Master said my punches are much steadier than last time, and he even praised your breathing technique for being effective. Alu chuckled at his enthusiasm, her eyes curving like crescent moons. That's because you are diligent. As they conversed, they arrived at the small courtyard. Pushing open the creaking wooden door, the herbs drying on the porch still carried the warmth of the day, while the house was enveloped in quietude. Alu first went to the kitchen to boil water, while Koma squatted by the well to draw water, intending to wash away the sweat stains from his training attire. What do you want for dinner? Koma called out from the kitchen, the wooden spoon clinking against the water jar with a clear sound. Udon noodles. Alu immediately replied. But then recalled something. Oh no, we had that for lunch. How about pickled radish, manteko, miso soup, and rice for dinner? From the kitchen, Koma's low laughter echoed. All right, I'll follow your lead. The evening breeze rustled through the bamboo thicket at the courtyard's corner, bringing with it a soothing sound. The dim yellow light spilling from the kitchen, along with the figure bustling at the stove, made him feel that no matter how exhausting the day as training had been, as long as he could return here with Alu, his heart felt utterly at ease. After the torrential rain at the mass grave, it was as if the clouds had parted from his life, allowing sunlight to shine through. The steam rising from the porridge pot blurred the features of the two under the lamp. Koma was digging into his bowl of brown rice when a thought suddenly struck him, his chopsticks halting midair. Sister, he looked up, his eyes filled with childlike sincerity. Why were you buried in the mass grave before? The air fell silent for a moment. It was a question he had hesitated to ask, after all. How could such fortune exist in the world, with happiness simply landing in his palms? He had lacked the courage to inquire before, but now he felt emboldened. The fire crackled softly in the kitchen, and Alu paused momentarily in her task of adding vegetables to the bowl, then naturally pushed the pickled radish toward him. Her voice gentle. I don't remember. Koma furrowed his brows. How could you not remember? That day the rain was torrential. If not for the rain washing away the soil. He faltered when he noticed Alu's lowered gaze, her long lashes casting a faint shadow beneath her eyes. Swallowing the rest of his sentence. Young master, I truly don't remember. Perhaps the person who buried me accidentally damaged my head. Alu took her bowl and sipped the soup slowly, her tone revealing no turbulence. When I woke up, I only saw a little flower cat crying. What could I do? She paused, lifting her eyes to Koma, a light smile blooming in her gaze. But it's all right. Not remembering doesn't hinder living day by day. Right? Koma looked at Alu's smiling face, and his doubts dissipated like mist. What did it matter who she had been? Now Alu was his Alu. The one who would enjoy the udon noodles he made and teach him the breathing techniques. He took a hearty bite of rice, mumbling, right? If I can't remember, then I won't think about it. I will be here for you from now on. Alu laughed, reaching out to tousle his hair, her smile radiating a warm glow in the dim light. Oh, Koma squinted and noticed a small hole in Alu's earlobe, so subtle that it was almost undetectable. What's wrong? Alu asked, is there something on my face? Koma took another bite of rice. No, it's nothing, just a mistake. So she used to wear earrings? The thought of her possibly having adorned her ears with someone else's trinkets left Koma feeling uneasy. But that was all right. He would buy her the latest and finest pair for her birthday. It was best that the past remained forgotten, wasn't it? He vowed to become strong. Chapter 30. The Melody of the Shamisen. Time in the small town flowed like raindrops falling from the eaves, gradually encompassing nearly a year's worth of days. Koma's life was perpetually drenched in the scent of sweat. Each day, before dawn, he followed Master Kizu to practice stances and throw punches. The sound of his fists striking the wooden post mingled with his master's deep admonitions, forming the earliest notes of the morning. Initially, he could hardly withstand the force. His fists swelled like doughy buns, and lying on the tatami at night, his bones felt as if they were falling apart. Yet, with the crowing of the rooster the next day, he still limped to the training ground. Master's boxing style was fierce yet concealed a subtle strength. And gradually he began to grasp some techniques, the wind generated by his punches becoming sharper than before. Alu's footsteps, on the other hand, revolved around Rinshua. The young girl, frail and often coughing, wrapped herself in thicker garments whenever the weather turned cool. Alu brewed medicine daily, the fragrant aroma mingling with the warmth of the kitchen, filling their small abode. She also learned to make soft pastries. When Rinshua ate them, her eyes would crescent into smiles, softly declaring that Alu's were the best. On pleasant days, she would support Rinshua to the courtyard to bask in the sun, watching passers-by and listening to the cries of the candy vendor, while time flowed slowly like the creek in front of their home. This year bore no earth-shattering events. Yet it wove together the threads of life, creating a tapestry of home in a foreign land. Aliu's birthday falls in early October, and Kamachi plans to present her with a birthday gift. As the smoke from dinner dissipates, he finds an excuse to step outside, claiming he has taken up a job to ease Master Kikazu's burden. I've been eating more and more lately, he has repeated to Aliu for nearly a year. Aliu has secretly followed him to observe. He plays the shamisen at a restaurant to assist the proprietor in attracting customers. The owner, troubled by a lack of patrons, initially doubts him, but as the first notes resonate, the melodious strains waft down the street, drawing in passers-by. Kamachi sits on the stone steps at the entrance, his fingertips dancing over the strings, sometimes playing pieces Aliu taught him, sometimes experimenting with new melodies of his own. Blending harmoniously with the laughter from the restaurant and the vendors' calls, creating a lively atmosphere. His technique has improved remarkably compared to before. Ailiu often advised him to take it slow, emphasizing that this art is meant for self-cultivation, not to be rushed. His temperament has not fully matured, yet he seems to have an innate understanding of the strings. In just half a year, his playing has acquired a crispness that even the owner often praises, claiming this young man's shamisen can attract autumn insects. Each time he receives his earnings from the owner, he discreetly stashes them in a wooden box beneath his bed. When he hears Ailiu calling for him from the courtyard, he hurriedly brushes the dust off his trousers, his palms still bearing the thin calluses formed by the strings. In the darkness, the neck of the shamisen digs into his leg, yet he cannot suppress a smile as he feels the coins, knowing that once he saves enough, he can buy Ailiu a pair of earrings. On an ordinary night, the sky enveloped in darkness, Kamachi's shamisen reaches a modulation in twilight, the notes imbued with a hint of coolness, mirroring the dimming light outside. Suddenly, the door curtain is swept aside, ushering in a gust of wind. Kamachi looks up to see a towering samurai standing at the entrance, nearly grazing the lintel. According to the old measurements used by the townsfolk, he must stand close to 2 meters tall, surpassing even Master Kikazu by a head and shoulders. Strands of striking red intermingle with his dark hair, resembling embers from a dying fire against the night sky. The hem of his purple kimono sweeps across the threshold, its embroidered patterns indistinct in the dim light, yet exuding an air of forbidding detachment. The samurai had been standing across the street for some time, his wooden clogs leaving deeper impressions than those of others, leading everyone to believe he was merely resting. Unexpectedly, he strides into the restaurant. As the owner approaches to greet him, he walks straight up to Kamachi, casting a shadow that envelopes most of the stone steps. The music halts abruptly, Kamachi's fingertips still hovering over the strings. The samurai's voice is deeper than expected, akin to stones rolling over cobblestones. Who taught you this piece? The cacophony in the air seems to freeze at this inquiry. The drinkers at the neighboring table pause, and even the crackling of the fire in the kitchen grows softer. Kamachi tightens his grip on the plectrum, the ginkgo-shaped bone pressing painfully against his palm. He recalls Ailiu's gentle guidance, the tenderness of her fingers pressing the strings, and swallows hard. Yes, my sister taught me. He lowers his gaze, fixating on the hem of the samurai's purple kimono. His father succumbed to a sudden illness years ago, leaving him unable to stay at home. Hence, he followed his sister southward, seeking a stable life. This statement is partly true. He indeed accompanied Ailiu to this small town. Yet he refrains from clarifying that they share no blood relation. Upon uttering the words, he feels a weight in his chest, as if the strings were constricting his heart. The samurai's gaze settles on his hand gripping the shamisen, those cold eyes glinting in the dim light, as if capable of piercing through the thin veneer of lies. He had been drawn in by the sound of the shamisen, the melody harboring a faint familiarity, like a dusty relic brushed against by chance, compelling him to halt. Sister? The samurai's voice remains level but carries an undeniable pressure. She can play this too? Kamachi's heart tightens, a reflexive instinct causing him to clutch the shamisen closer, as if it could provide him with courage. My sister isn't as skilled as I am, and she's been busy with work lately, so she hasn't played much. He dares not raise his eyes, feeling that piercing gaze like an ice-coated blade, threatening to unravel the secrets buried deep within his heart. The wind outside sweeps through the window, rustling fallen leaves with a soft sound. The samurai remains silent for a moment, the red strands in his dark hair swaying slightly in the lamplight, before he unexpectedly turns and walks toward an empty corner, leaving behind a low command, "Bring me a jug of sake." Kamachi stands frozen until the owner hurriedly passes by with the jug, bumping into him and jolting him back to reality. The plectrum in his fingers has become slick with cold sweat, and he watches the samurai's retreating figure, the purple kimono appearing like a heavy, oppressive cloud in the dim light, suffocating him. He cannot fathom why this stranger, this samurai, is so persistently inquisitive about a single tune, nor does he realize that within that melody lies a connection perhaps even he himself has yet to discern. The liquid in the cup shimmers as it sloshes, and the samurai gazes down at the flickering shadows, a barely audible scoff escaping his throat, tinged with self-mockery. Ailiu. That name rolls off his tongue like a block of ice thawed after decades. How could he forget? Forget the melody that danced from her fingertips across the strings. The way she would often tease him about being too serious, suggesting that a smile would make him more endearing. Yet she had perished, succumbed to the flames of a firework festival decades ago, during the years when he was still known as Yashiro Kinkatsu. He could not believe that he was ensnared by such a similar sound, like a foolish youth chasing a wisp of illusion. It is truly laughable. The youth claims her playing is not as good as his, that she must toil for a living. The samurai's grip tightens around the cup, the rim pressing into his palm like a knife's edge. How could Ailiu have fallen to such a state? If she were alive, He would have laid the softest cloud brocade beneath her feet, offering her the rarest string silk upon her table. There would be no need for her to labor for a living. His choice to become a demon was precisely to escape the shackles of that absurd lifespan, to possess and protect eternally. Yet now, it seems he has inadvertently achieved that goal. The night outside thickens, as impenetrable as the eternal life he bears. Those who remember Aliu have long turned to dust, including his worthless younger brother, who has likely already reincarnated several times. Only he, with this immortal body, clings tightly to the memories of her. What does it matter if the music is similar? It is merely a coincidence. A singular imitation among countless mundane replicas in this world. He tilts his head back, draining the cup, the liquid sliding down his throat, yet failing to warm the heart that has long turned to ash. Perhaps this is for the best. As long as he remembers, that is sufficient. Any superfluous thoughts, like the fleeting melody just heard, ought to disperse and fade away. The shadows in the corner deepen, wrapping around him tightly, as if to drown any unwarranted ripples in a sea of eternal solitude. As the last note of the shamisen sinks into the night, Kamachi sets aside his instrument, receives his wages from the owner, and, with a few coins clutched in his fingers, hurries home. The evening breeze lifts his garments, the lights of the restaurant growing ever more distant behind him. Inside, the restaurant gradually quiets, most of the patrons having departed. The owner yawning as he clears away cups and plates, yet he hesitates before the table in the corner. The samurai remains seated as before, the jug before him now empty, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the cold rim, his gaze lingering on the stone steps where Kamachi had just sat, as if the warmth of the shamisen still lingered there. He knows full well it is an illusion, a trick of memory. Yet the softness embedded within that melody overlaps with a hazy fragment from deep within his recollections. He recalls Aliu's shamisen from years past. She always loved to sit beneath the eaves, her notes carried by the wind, scattering across the mountains and fields. The proprietor, bearing a steaming cup of water, hesitated before inquiring if he desired a refill of wine. He merely lifted his gaze, his eyes, unfathomable in the dim light, startled the proprietor into retracting his hand. The night enveloped the window frame, stretching his shadow long. The edge of his purple garment was dampened by the night dew, yet he showed no inclination to rise. Perhaps, in this interminable existence, rare moments would evoke the mundane trifles of being alive, if only a fleeting melody or an inconsequential coincidence, sufficient to sustain his silent vigil until dawn. For him, time was, after all, the most worthless of commodities. Days resembled the strings of a shamisen, repeatedly plucked until they yielded a familiar tune. Each evening, when Kamachi arrived at the tavern, that violet figure was often already seated in the corner. Initially, he merely focused on tuning his instrument until one day, a samurai unexpectedly spoke, pointing at the knot on his string and asking, "Who taught you this binding method?" Kamachi paused briefly, replying honestly, "My sister. She said this way, the string is less likely to break." The samurai, holding an empty wine cup, listened as he played. Occasionally, they exchanged a few words, inquiring how long he had been practicing and whether he had acclimatized to the southern climate. Kamachi responded earnestly, gradually realizing that, despite the samurai's seemingly frigid demeanor, he was not as difficult to engage with as he had initially thought, no longer possessing the icy gaze that could freeze the very notes from his instrument. "My wife used to play this as well." Kamachi's fingers faltered on the strings. When he looked up, he found Kokushibo gazing out the window, his profile blurred in the lamplight, a strand of crimson hair cascading through his dark locks, adding an unexpected softness. This was the first time the samurai spoke of his past. His tone betrayed no emotion, yet it left Kamachi breathless. She played beautifully. The samurai's gaze drifted into the void, as if peering into a distant memory. "Especially spring cherry blossom. Our home was once adorned with a profusion of wisteria. She adored it. What happened afterward?" The question slipped from Kamachi's lips before he could retract it, and he hastily lowered his gaze, muttering an apology for prying. However, the samurai seemed unconcerned, his fingertips gently tapping the rim of the empty cup, the rhythm inexplicably synchronizing with the previous notes. Then, she left. The three words were uttered softly, like ashes whisked away by the wind, echoing a departure that had lingered for many years. The clamor of the tavern seemed to recede, leaving only the occasional cough from the kitchen. Kamachi was at a loss for words. On his way home after work, the evening breeze carried the aroma of roasted sweet potatoes from the roadside. He tightened his grip on the shamisen slung across his back, yet his mind incessantly replayed the samurai's silhouette. He could not quite articulate what it was that resembled. Akiyu was warm, akin to cotton sun-kissed in spring. Her voice always bore a soft, lingering tone. The samurai, by contrast, was cold, his purple garment dusted with frost, even his voice striking like ice against stone. Yet, when he spoke of his wife, The fleeting emptiness in his gaze evoked memories of Akio, who would occasionally gaze dreamily at the sky, though their expressions were distinct. The underlying heaviness connected them like vibrations on the same string. And then there was his familiarity with the shamisen. When the samurai casually pointed out errors in his finger placements, his tone was not that of an onlooker, but rather as if the melody had been etched into his very bones. Akio had her moments too, though he clearly played better when he strayed off key. She could identify the misstep without turning her head, simply by the mingling scent of medicinal herbs wafting from the kitchen intertwined with the notes. Komechi kicked a small stone at the roadside, watching it roll into a dark alley. He contemplated mentioning to Akio that the frequently visiting samurai bore a slight resemblance to her, but the words caught in his throat. Surely, she would laugh at his fanciful thoughts, perhaps even worry that the samurai might pose trouble. Yet, this notion clung to him, akin to the feeling of playing the shamisen, where he could press the strings correctly, yet sensed an invisible melody harmonizing alongside, familiar yet foreign. He touched the cloth bag cradled in his arms. The coolness of the strings seeping through the coarse fabric, as if reminding him that some matters hidden within the music ran far deeper than he had considered. The lantern at the alley's entrance flickered. Akio was surely waiting for him. Komechi quickened his pace, temporarily wrapping that elusive feeling of resemblance in the thickening night. Under the moonlight streaming through the window, he meticulously stacked coins on the table, the moonlight casting a silvery sheen upon them. Each coin bore the essence of the tavern's bustling atmosphere, the tremor of the strings, the scent of sweat from the practice grounds, and concealed within them were unspoken affections. As for the emptiness he perceived in the samurai's gaze and the vague resemblance to Akio, he decided to set those thoughts aside for now. At this moment, he simply wished to clutch the coins tightly, envisioning the earrings gently resting against Akio's earlobe in the October breeze. That was enough. Chapter 31, The Blade's Edge. Renshua, how does your body feel? Akio offered a cup of tea, warm to a pleasant temperature, just right for drinking. The girl's health had improved significantly. She was no longer so fragile that a mere gust of wind could topple her. On sunny afternoons, she was even able to stand in the courtyard to bask in the sunlight. Renshua nestled her face into Akio's neck, the cotton fabric warm with the sun's embrace. She nuzzled gently, listening as her own breath intertwined with Akio's heartbeat. From the corner of the courtyard, her father's voice mingled with the sound of fists and feet cutting through the air. When Komechi threw a punch, he would often tense his forearms, while their father stood opposite him, leisurely offering guidance and occasionally lifting a foot to kick aside small stones. The stones would land with a soft thud in the sand, creating shallow dents. The sunlight elongated their shadows, resembling two sturdy trees standing resolutely. The wind carried the fragrance of flowers from the courtyard walls. And Renshua nestled closer to Akio, her voice as delicate as a feather. It would be wonderful if we could stay like this forever. Akio tightened her embrace around Renshua's waist, resting her chin atop the girl's head, smiling as she gazed toward the sandy ground. Indeed, once Renshua is fully recovered, we shall venture out to play together. Really? The girl in her arms envisioned the scene, unable to suppress a smile. Then I want to watch the fireworks festival with Akio. I've heard there are many delightful things there. She never refused Renshua's wishes, instinctively replying affirmatively, yet her mind flashed back to familiar scenes that felt as though they belonged to another lifetime. It was akin to a lively night, where fireworks erupted in the sky, showering the ground with golden and silver light. Someone held her hand, guiding her through the crowd, their fingertips slightly damp yet warm. The sounds of vendors hawking their wares filled the air, the sweetness of candied treats mingling with the smell of fireworks. That person turned to smile at her, their lips moving, but their words were drowned in the thunderous bursts of fireworks, rendering them inaudible. There were scattered azure lights, as if someone had crushed stars and scattered them upon the ground. She bent down to collect them, only to find her fingertips brushing against something icy, reminiscent of cool stones submerged in water. Akio? Renshua's voice pulled her back, the girl gazing up at her with shining eyes full of anticipation. What are you thinking about? Akio blinked, suppressing the hazy memories, gently pinching the hem of Renshua's garment, and smiled. I was just thinking about buying the biggest cotton candy for Renshua when the time comes. The sounds of fists striking the sand continued. Her father was laughing as he patted Komechi's shoulder, sunlight filtering through the leaves and illuminating Renshua's hair, tangible and warm. Akio gazed at that patch of light, the earlier fleeting memories receding like a tide, leaving behind an indescribable melancholy, akin to a night sky scorched by fireworks, flickering, elusive, impossible to grasp. Renshua was already able to circle the sandy area twice. She leaned against a wooden pillar to catch her breath, turning back to smile at Akio. The sunlight graced her face, accentuating the soft flesh that had recently emerged. Akio, look, I can run this far now. She spread her arms wide, mimicking a fledgling bird just learning to fly. Ailu sat on the stone steps, playing the shamisen. Upon hearing the words, she set down her plectrum and approached, smoothing the damp strands of hair from her forehead. Marvelous. With a bit more nurturing, running to see the fireworks will be effortless. Rinshiwa's eyes sparkled as she grasped Ailu's garment. Shall we go buy some lanterns then? I've heard that the general store in town has rabbit lanterns. The ones with red eyes. Just as she spoke, a voice called from the sandy ground. Ailu's sister. Rinshiwa, come quickly, I want to show you a new technique. Master Qingzong stood nearby, wiping his sweat and smiling as he fanned himself, gazing at Komachi as though he were a child who had yet to mature. Rinshiwa, drawn in, hurried towards the sandy area, while Ailu watched her petite figure scamper away, her fingertips still tinged with the warmth of Rinshiwa's palm. The fleeting melancholy stirred by fragments of memory dissipated like a spider's web scattered by the wind. Time passed leisurely. Day by day, Rinshiwa grew stronger, learning to identify herbs alongside Ailu, squatting in the sand watching Komachi practice, occasionally picking up a smooth stone and slyly slipping it into Ailu's pocket. Yet Ailu's memories swelled like soaked beans, gradually expanding. She began to recall the red silk lanterns from the fireworks festival, remembering someone whispering in her ear about attending the next fireworks display together, a voice rich yet laced with tension and anticipation. In the evening, she unearthed an old drawing, depicting the turquoise spider lily earrings she had once sketched. At the sight of the earrings, Ailu was suddenly reminded of that year's fireworks festival, when the person holding her hand had bought 2 sugar-painted rabbits, saying, "One for you, and one for the rest." Of the words were swallowed by the fireworks. Who could he possibly be? During lunch, the dried fish still bore the aroma of charcoal. Komachi was pushing his rice around when he suddenly mumbled, "That kid from the dojo next door came by again this morning." Rinshiwa, sipping her miso soup, momentarily paused, her spoon clinking against the bowl's edge. She didn't glance up, but stuffed a piece of pickled vegetable into her mouth. He insisted on seeing Rinshiwa at the dojo's entrance. Komachi set down his chopsticks, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, saying, "I told him Rinshiwa, doesn't he want to see him?" And then he began rambling, pausing to glance at Ailu, his tone darkening as he declared, "Ailu's sister is a woman of unknown origins, and Rinshiwa has no good days following us." Ailu's chopsticks froze in midair, her fingertips growing slightly cold. She turned to Rinshiwa, who was huddled, her shoulders drawn in like a frightened little beast, burying her face in the rim of her bowl. Unable to contain herself, Komachi's voice dropped, yet the restrained anger was palpable. He landed a punch to the side of the boy's face, who fell onto the steps, losing part of his front tooth. As he rose, he spat a few harsh words before fleeing. The courtyard fell into a sudden silence, only the sound of the wind rustling through the clothesline remaining. Rinshiwa abruptly lifted her head, her eyes slightly reddened. "Komachi, brother, will you be all right?" "His father is the dojo master." "I'm fine," Komachi replied, ruffling her hair with a touch heavier than usual, yet reassuring. "That brat, relying on his family's influence, needed a lesson. Besides, he pushed me first." Ailu set down her chopsticks and walked towards the kitchen. Upon returning, she handed Komachi a cool towel, placing it in his hand. "Your fists aren't swollen, are they? I thought I saw your wrist wobble when you threw that punch." Komachi paused, realizing his right wrist did feel a bit numb. He chuckled. "It's nothing, not an injury at all, but please don't let master know." Rinshiwa, didn't accept this? "I won't tell father, but don't fight with him again." "Silly girl." Komachi patted her head, his gaze shifting past her to Ailu. Ailu was lost in thought, her profile shadowed by the window, her expression obscured, though her fingers gripping the bowl's rim were tighter than usual. The next day, morning light filtered through the paper door, casting mottled shadows on the tatami. Ailu was tidying up the scattered cushions when a soft knock sounded from outside, accompanied by a somewhat awkward greeting. "Excuse me, is Komachi-san here?" Upon opening the door, Kawanami Sora, the dojo master, bowed slightly, with the young boy Kawanami Hikari standing behind him, his head bowed, the same boy who had troubled Rinshiwa the previous day. Kawanami Sora, appearing to be around 50, had a polished wooden sword sheath at his waist and wore a sincere expression. "Komachi-san, my son was disrespectful yesterday, disturbing Miss Rinshiwa. I have brought him here to apologize." Kawanami Hikari stepped forward, holding a dark ceramic jar, and spoke in a low voice. "It was my fault. I should not have been rude to Miss Rinshiwa and Miss Ailu. Please accept this jar of homemade sake as my apology." Before Komachi could respond, Ailu stood frozen, gazing at the father and son, quietly repeating Kawanami in her mind, her furrowed brow easing unconsciously. The resentment stirred by yesterday's incident dissipated like fog blown away by the morning breeze. Ailu subtly tugged at Rinshiwa's sleeve, whispering, "Do you wish to forgive him?" Rinshiwa regarded Kawanami Hikari's still awkward apology, then glanced at Kawanami Sora's graying hair and earnest eyes. The discomfort from being disturbed gradually transformed into understanding. She gently shook her head, her voice soft yet clear. It's all right. Acknowledging one's mistakes is enough. Kawanami Hikari shot his head up, taken aback by the ease of her forgiveness, his cheeks flushing crimson as he stammered. Thank you. Clutching the jar of sake tighter, Kawanami Sora let out a deep breath. Bowing deeply. Thank you, Miss Renshua, for your kindness. I shall ensure he is properly disciplined moving forward. The sunlight streamed over the threshold, illuminating the gentle curve of Renshua's upturned lips, making the kindness in her eyes all the more radiant. Lu, observing from the side, felt warmth bloom within her. It mattered not if Renshua chose not to forgive. Lu would never allow her to suffer a moment of harm. Komechi accepted the jar of sake, his fingers brushing against the rough texture of the ceramic. He merely nodded at the Kawanami father and son. Once they departed, he placed the jar in a corner of the room and turned to retrieve the polished shamisen, its Polonia body warmed by his palm. As he tuned the strings, they emitted a faint squeak, echoing the flicker of uncontainable anticipation in his heart. Today, he would play a tune by the bridge again. He had saved enough money. He whispered to himself, his fingertips unconsciously plucking a few cheerful notes on the strings. That money was the culmination of his feelings. Meant to buy Lu a pair of silver earrings. He had secretly glimpsed the drawing she made of the turquoise spider lily earrings. He intended to make it up to her. The breeze by the bridge carried a hint of moisture. Just as Komechi settled into his usual spot, his fingers still adjusting the strings, he heard steady footsteps approach from behind. Turning around, he indeed saw the warrior standing not far away. His purple haori fluttering in the wind, the long sword at his waist glinting coldly in the moonlight. It's you, the warrior spoke, his voice sharpened like ice, yet devoid of the usual aloofness. His gaze fell upon the shamisen in Komechi's hands. You seem in good spirits today. Komechi's fingers paused for a moment before he struck a lighter, more cheerful melody, a smile playing at the corners of his eyes. Yes. I'm making earrings for my sister. What exactly was this feeling? Was it the gratitude from her pulling him from the mire, the warmth shared in stormy weather, the sight of her watching him grow from a frail youth into someone who could stand on his own, or the quiet yearning that had already seeped into his heart? He could not discern which feeling had emerged first, like vines entwining an ancient tree, long since interwoven with one another. The final note of the shamisen faded into the evening breeze as Komechi polished the instrument, raising his gaze to the warrior who remained beneath the willow tree. The deep blue of the warrior's robe had darkened with twilight, yet the cold gleam of the long sword at his waist remained undiminished. After today, I want to return again. Komechi's voice was soft, as if afraid to disturb the tranquility of the roadside, for he had saved enough money. The warrior, Kokushibo, merely tilted his head slightly, his indifferent golden eyes flickering like solitary lanterns in the dim light. He has lived far too long, witnessing countless souls come and go. The joys and sorrows of life are but fleeting dust to him. Is it not so? His tone betrays no emotion as his gaze glides over the shamisen in Koma's hands, lingering on his face. Was it for those earrings? Koma did not refute this, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the instrument's grain. Then, Kokushibo suddenly chuckled softly, a sound imbued with a chilling detachment, as if he had seen through the folly of the world. What you cling to is merely a fleeting thought, a mere wisp of life. Silver will tarnish, hearts will change, and even your own existence is as ephemeral as sand slipping through fingers. He has observed many grasp at a glimmer of light, believing they have attained eternity, only to be reduced to dust by the relentless passage of time. Koma, shouldering the shamisen, turned and walked towards the bridge, the evening wind lifting the hem of his garments, leaving nothing behind. Kokushibo watched his silhouette vanish into the twilight, his golden eyes betraying no ripple of emotion. A long life has taught him that all transient passions will ultimately be cooled to ash by time. Sad, yet commonplace. He placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword and turned towards the opposite direction from Koma, as if their conversation had been nothing more than the gentle rustle of wind through willow leaves. Chapter 32, Fine Wine. The sun climbed to a height of 3 poles. The sandy ground of the dojo scorched under its glare, rendering each step a slight burn upon the soles. Lu donned a deep indigo training uniform, a plain belt cinching her waist, her long hair loosely tied back in a ponytail, a few damp strands clinging to her neck from perspiration. She held a wooden sword in one hand, blade facing down, her stance reminiscent of a verdant pine in the courtyard, exuding a quiet yet decisive demeanor. Koma's fist swept through the air with the force of a gale, yet Lu neither flinched nor evaded, with a subtle flick of her wrist. The wooden sword coiled around his punch like a sinuous serpent, producing a light clink as the force was deftly redirected. Koma, her voice rang clear as a mountain stream, tinged with warmth. Your elbow was raised too high when you struck, and your strength was insufficient. The angle could be more cunning. As she spoke, she lightly prodded the back of his elbow with the sword's flat. Koma's cheeks flushed, and as he withdrew his fist, he deliberately lowered his elbow, finding greater stability in his next strike. Yet, as his foot surged forward, Alu sidestepped gracefully, the wooden sword poised horizontally before his knee. Your steps are too hasty. One cannot achieve fullness in a single bite. Take your time. On the corridor beside the dojo, Rinshue held a tray of tea, the hem of her kimono brushing against the tatami mat. She observed the sparring match, her fingers twisting the cuff of her sleeve in amusement. Sister Alu always manages to convey her thoughts so vividly. Master Keizo, seated against a pillar, bore a smile nestled within the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Alu's footwork is such that even I would struggle to match it. Rinshue wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, Sister Alu is the most formidable. Within the training area, Alu's toes gently tapped the sandy ground, her form floating back half a foot like a paper kite, just evading the punch's trajectory. At the moment Koma retracted his stance, her wrist suddenly flipped, the wooden sword transitioning from a forehand grip to a backhand, the hilt resting against her forearm as the blade unfurled like a silver ribbon, swift and skillful, entirely transcending conventional offensive and defensive maneuvers. Koma felt a flash of cold light before he could react, the side of the wooden sword lightly tapping at the nape of his neck. The force was not heavy, yet it carried an undeniable authority, causing his body to stiffen, his fist rendered immobile. In that backhanded motion, the force concealed in her elbow, Alu returned the sword to its original position, her fingertips smoothing the wind-tossed strands of hair at her temples. The sleeves of her training uniform slipped from her shoulders, revealing her slender yet sturdy forearms, akin to a fragile branch that, when met with the right force, could easily snap. It is the reverse application of strength that proves more stable. Koma stood frozen, the coolness of the wooden sword lingering at his nape, and after a moment's pause, he scratched his head, his throat moving as he murmured, "This technique, I have truly never encountered before." Rinshue, watching from the corridor, gasped and hurried to fetch him water. Alu slightly bowed, the hem of her uniform sweeping the sandy ground, displacing a few grains. She regarded Koma with a gentle smile in her eyes. "Now pay close attention." Koma, panting, wiped the sweat from his brow and swallowed hard. "I have truly never seen this technique before. Where did you learn it?" Alu bent her knee in a formal bow, her wooden sword tracing an arc beside her, the tip coming to rest firmly at her feet. "I have already mentioned, I am a once-in-a-millennium genius swordswoman." The wind swept through the dojo, ruffling the hem of her uniform, revealing the pristine white of her socks at the ankles, contrasting with the golden sands beneath, exuding a unique vigor. Yet, as the wooden sword returned to its sheath, the moment Alu's fingertips grazed the hilt's texture, she felt as though she had been stung by something. The wind on the corridor carried grains of sand that danced across her feet, and in a moment of disorientation, the sandy ground before her shimmered with a layer of mist. She seemed to stand upon ancient stone steps, the ground beneath her covered in gray-green moss, the air fragrant with camphor wood. It was with a similar backhanded strike that a youthful voice resonated within the wind, distinct from Koma's, embodying a steadier temperament. "Master, this technique is truly remarkable. How do you execute it?" How had she responded back then? It seemed she had smiled, tilting her head to wipe the sweat from his brow, the sleeve of her uniform brushing against the moss on the stone steps. Sunlight filtered through the tall wooden lattice windows, casting flickering patterns upon his shoulders, as if stars had fallen upon him. "Sister Alu?" Rinshue's voice shattered the mist. Alu blinked, the sandy ground reasserting its presence. Koma now bent over, picking up a towel from the ground, beads of sweat rolling from his nape into the sand, leaving small wet marks. She suddenly tightened her grip on the wooden sword, her knuckles whitening slightly. That memory felt like waterlogged paper, too blurred to grasp, leaving behind an inexplicable ache that swayed gently within her chest. "It's nothing," she murmured softly, raising a hand to smooth the stray hairs at her temples, concealing that fleeting disorientation in the depths of her eyes. "Let us conclude today as training here." Alu leaned the wooden sword against a pillar of the dojo, brushing off the fine grains of sand from her hands, the hem of her uniform still bearing traces of perspiration. This evening, she would take a stroll to celebrate Koma's progress. Koma, having just gulped down half a bowl of water, nearly choked at her words, hastily wiping his mouth, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Really? Where to?" Rinshue, folding a towel on the corridor, heard this and instantly brightened, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she gently pushed herself up from the pillar, her skirt sweeping across the tatami mat, her movements noticeably more agile than in the past few days. "Can I go too?" Her voice carried a hint of excitement, and her hand instinctively brushed her chest, where the pain had finally subsided. "Of course." Alu turned to her with a smile, sunlight dappling her gathered hair, the stray strands glinting softly. We'll go see the evening cherry blossoms, and then indulge in taiyaki from that shop at the corner. I remember you always raved about it. Rinshue's cheeks flushed instantly, and she nodded vigorously. Yes. Their red bean paste is the sweetest. Koma had already begun to fluster as he gathered his belongings. Polishing the wooden sword until it gleamed, his mouth running with excitement. I'll go change into a clean outfit. He paused, glancing at Master Keizo. You all go ahead. Just bring me back a piece of senbei. The wind flowed through the dojo's lattice doors, carrying with it the warmth of late spring. Ailu watched Koma's hurried retreating figure, then glanced at Rinshua, who was stretching her arms against the railing, and the corners of her mouth softened unconsciously. As twilight cloaked the lanterns around the street corner, the trio treaded along the stone-paved path, cherry blossom petals occasionally alighting upon Ailu's training uniform. As they passed a small restaurant, Koma hesitated momentarily. The warm yellow light filtering through the restaurant's lattice windows caught his eye, and he instinctively turned to glance at the entrance, but did not see the familiar figure clad in a purple haori. At this hour, the samurai would usually be seated in his customary spot beneath the eaves, awaiting his shamisen. What are you looking at? Ailu's voice called from ahead, where she stood beneath the cherry tree. While Rinshue had scampered off to a nearby candy art stall, eagerly waving at the swirling fish design on the turning wheel. Koma scratched his head, belatedly realizing he had not paid attention to the time. The sun was still hanging low, a sliver of its light clinging to the eaves, marking his arrival a full half-hour earlier than usual. Nothing much. He chuckled lightly and quickened his pace to catch up, noting that the streets seemed rather sparsely populated today. Alou followed his gaze and glanced at the restaurant, choosing not to inquire further, merely gesturing towards Lien Shui with a tilt of her chin. If we don't hurry, she might just order every sugar painting on display. Komachi acknowledged her with a nod and hastened to join the two ahead. As the laughter from the sugar painting stall wafted through the air, sweet and delightful, the lights of the night market resembled a spilled river of stars, unfurling along the cobblestone path of the alleyway. Alou paused before a stall adorned with an array of masks, her wooden clogs lightly tapping the ground. The vendor was diligently polishing various masks, the golden pupils of a fox mask shimmering softly under the light, its crimson nose reminiscent of plum blossoms kissed by morning dew. This one, please. Alou selected the fox mask, her fingertips brushing against the knot behind the ears. The vendor smiled in response, watching her don the mask. The indigo robe she wore revealed a glimpse of her fair neck, the mask's edge resting perfectly at her brow, exposing her bright, clear eyes, which sparkled like obsidian submerged in water amidst the lantern light. What do you think? She tilted her head, her voice muffled yet gentle from behind the mask. Lien Shui, holding a freshly bought candied apple, immediately nodded in approval, the ribbons of her kimono swaying with her movement. It looks wonderful. Alou, you resemble a legendary fox spirit. Komachi stood beside them, about to speak, but his gaze was ensnared by her eyes, the mask obscuring most of her face, leaving only the delicate curve of her brow and the flickering lights reflected in her pupils. The lights seemed to scatter in her gaze, flickering like stars. Her usually crystalline eyes, now partly veiled by the mask, revealed a softness hidden in shadows. The slight upward tilt at the corners of her eyes resembled a curve kissed by the night, casting gentle shadows beneath her lashes that trembled with her breath, more enchanting than the wind chimes at the eaves. Komachi gazed into those eyes, feeling the surrounding cacophony fade, the vendor's calls, the rhythmic beats of the taiko drums, Lien Shui's laughter, all melted into a blurred backdrop. Only those eyes remained, illuminated by the mask, shining like pearls immersed in sake. He parted his lips, intending to utter a compliment, but found himself tongue-tied, his heartbeat resonating in his ears like a drumbeat. He swallowed, attempting to articulate his thoughts, but the words caught in his throat, and he felt his heart race inexplicably faster. After a moment, he managed to respond with a shy, his ears subtly flushed. Alou chuckled at his bashful demeanor, her loose strands of hair falling as she moved. Why are you just standing there? Beneath the eaves of the restaurant, Kurizetsu observed the empty seat. Clad in a deep purple haori with a katana at his waist, his long black hair tied back, golden eyes scanned the vacant bench, originally hoping to listen to the sound of strings once more. A mere imitation could only ever chase after something laughably insubstantial. Lost in thought, seemingly captivated by the distant clamor of the night market, he took a step forward, the sound of his wooden clogs mingling with the crowd, steady yet unhurried. Alou, noticing Lien Shui's longing gaze at the fox mask, smiled and requested a smaller one from the vendor, painted in pink and white, perfectly complementing the cherry blossom patterns on Lien Shui's kimono. She lifted her hand to help Lien Shui secure the mask behind her ears, her fingertips brushing against the girl's warm earlobe. From this angle, you look like a little fox spirit that has stepped out of a painting. Lien Shui gazed into the copper basin at the sugar stall, seeing her sparkling eyes reflected behind the mask, unable to contain her giggles. The tassels on the mask swaying along with her laughter. Komachi felt warmth in his heart as he scratched his head, speaking in a rough voice. I want one too. The moment the words escaped his lips, his ears turned red. Alu raised an eyebrow, suppressing a laugh as she accepted a deep brown mask from the vendor, its surface adorned with golden fangs, giving it a somewhat fierce appearance. She playfully pressed it onto Komachi's face, tightening the knot a bit. Now this looks like Komachi. With this aura, you'll surely become the mightiest fighter in the world. Komachi touched the mask on his face, feeling the light dim considerably, with only a hint of night air reaching his nose. He leaned in closer, eager to see Alu and Lien Shui's expressions. Lien Shui's voice emerged from behind the mask, sweet yet slightly muffled. Komachi looks like a wicked spirit from a tale. The three of them twirled beneath the lanterns, the clatter of their wooden clogs creating a chaotic rhythm, the sound of masks colliding mingling with their laughter. Startling the wind chimes beneath the eaves. The distant taiko drums began to play again, prompting Alu to take Lien Shui's hand and dash towards the fireworks stall. With Komachi hastily following, the deep brown mask bobbing in the light, exuding a certain majesty. The throngs of the night market flowed like a river. As Lien Shui grew weary from running, Alu bent down to tidy the ribbons in her hair, which had been tousled by the wind. Kurizetsu happened to pass by them, the hem of his haori brushing against Alu's robe sleeve, leaving a faint, pine-like scent in its wake. When Alu instinctively looked up, she caught only a glimpse of a tall figure fading into the lantern's glow. The tips of his hair tracing a cold line through the crowd, the scabbard at his waist glinting subtly in the light. "What's wrong?" Komachi inquired. "Nothing." Alu shook her head, lifting the fox mask to Lien Shui's face. "Want to give it a try?" Lien Shui cheered as she accepted the mask and put it on, their laughter blending with the distant taiko, like pebbles thrown into water, creating ripples of warmth and sweetness. Meanwhile, Kurizetsu had reached the street corner, gazing at the fireworks bursting in the hands of children, the fleeting lights reflected in his golden eyes. His fingers absent-mindedly grazed the hilt of his sword at his waist, yet he ultimately turned away, heading in the opposite direction of the night market. The lights of the night market gradually thinned, the trio cradling warm taiyaki, the sweet aroma of red bean filling the night air. Lien Shui took a small bite. Her cheeks puffed beneath the pink mask, mumbling, "Indeed, nothing beats the sweetness of Tanakia." Alu smiled as she wiped the bean paste from the corner of Lien Shui's mouth, taking a bite herself, the warmth of sweetness flowing down her throat. Komachi had already devoured his, leaving only a wooden stick, and was now carrying a bag of sunbae from Master Keizo, the deep brown mask askew. Revealing half of his smiling chin, Master will definitely enjoy this soy sauce flavor. He mentioned it pairs perfectly with tea last time. The journey back was much quieter, the only sounds being the clacking of their wooden clogs echoing through the night. Passing by the old cherry blossom tree in the back alley of the dojo, Alu suddenly halted. "What about the sake that Kawana Hikaru sent last time? Let us bury it here." She crouched down, her fingertips parting the soft earth beneath the tree. When Komachi reaches adulthood, it will be perfect to dig it up. Komachi blinked in surprise. Adulthood was still 2 years away. He quickly retrieved the jar of sake, along with a small shovel. In no time, he had dug a small hole, crouching to place the jar inside. "By then, we should invite Master to drink with us." Lien Shui cautiously unfastened her hair ribbon and tied it around the neck of the sake bottle. The cherry blossom-colored ribbon fluttering gently in the night breeze. "We should also prepare plenty of taiyaki as side dishes." The three of them gazed at the little mound of earth beneath the tree for a while, as if hiding a secret. Alu brushed the dirt off her hands and stood up first. "Let us go. Master Keizo must be waiting anxiously." Upon returning to the dojo, they found Master Keizo sitting on the porch, sipping tea. Upon seeing them, he smiled. "Ah, you haven't forgotten my senbei." Komachi quickly handed him the paper bag, while Lien Shui proudly presented the remaining half of the taiyaki. The night breeze wafted through the latticed doors of the dojo, carrying the faint fragrance of cherry blossoms. The three of them removed their masks, leaving slight imprints on their faces, yet all wore satisfied, drowsy expressions. Alu gazed out at the moon, suddenly recalling the bottle of sake beneath the tree, her lips instinctively curving into a smile. By the time the cherry blossoms bloom in their fullest glory next year, they would open the jar under the moonlight. What a lively scene that would be. Chapter 33, A Glimpse of Time. The shoji door in the corridor stood ajar, allowing sunlight to pour in and scatter warm patches of light across the tatami mats. A cluster of bamboo swayed gracefully, its leaves glistening with dew that sparkled under the sun, and when the wind swept by, droplets pattered down, striking the stone lantern with a gentle sound. The kettle on the low table bubbled softly, releasing wisps of steam that danced in the sunlight before being whisked away by the draft into the courtyard. A gray sparrow perched on a plum branch, pecking at the fallen petals, its chirps mingling with the rustling bamboo leaves, creating a melody reminiscent of a carefree tune. Komachi twirled the tea whisk in his hand, his gaze landing on the delicate eyelashes of Ilu, where sunlight also caught, making them appear fluffy. Clearing his throat, he casually inquired, "Sister, among all the flowers, which is your favorite?" Ilu lifted her eyes, her gaze sweeping over the courtyard scenery, her fingertips unknowingly tracing the wood grain of the low table. Rinshue passed by, her small sleeves held gracefully, the silver snowflake hairpin at her temple glistening in the sunlight, as if it captured the essence of winter's brilliance. Ilu gazed at that shimmering light, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she replied warmly, "I adore snowflakes. Even if all the flowers in the world were to wither away, the snowflakes would continue to fall, year after year. How delightful that would be." Komachi paused, his grip on the teapot momentarily faltering, his eyes brightening as he murmured, "So that's how it is," his mind already sketching the form of snowflakes, soft six-pointed shapes with delicate frost patterns that would best complement her complexion. Ilu gently set the tea bowl back on the low table, her fingers brushing against the knot of her kimono's obi as she looked up at Komachi. "I am going to the kendo dojo. Would you care to join me?" Komachi, who was absent-mindedly stroking the whisk's texture, raised an eyebrow at her words. "What is the purpose of going there?" "Mr. Kawanami sent word inviting me to participate in a friendly match," Ilu replied, her lips curving into a subtle smile. "Interestingly, ever since you taught Kawanami Mitsu a lesson, the atmosphere between the boxing gym and the dojo has been much more harmonious than before." Komachi's fingertips stilled, and his brow arched slightly. After a moment of silence, he placed the teacup back into the bamboo box, rising to brush off his garments. "It wouldn't hurt to take a look. I just fear that rascal might cause trouble again." The two walked side by side into the adjacent kendo dojo, where the wooden floor was warmed by the sunlight, and a faint aroma of linseed oil lingered in the air. Inside, shouts echoed as about 10 students clad in protective gear faced off against one another, the sharp sound of bamboo, swords clashing resembling a downpour, occasionally punctuated by dull thuds against their protective gear. As the shoji door at the corridor was pulled open, Mr. Kawanami approached in wooden clogs, the hem of his kimono swaying gently with each step. He bowed to the two, and when his gaze fell upon Ilu, it carried a touch of solemnity. "Miss Yagyu." "Mr. Komachi, thank you for coming." As Ilu returned the bow, Kawanami continued with a smile. "Not long ago, I had a casual chat with Master Keizo, who sang your praises, Miss Yagyu, declaring your swordsmanship unparalleled, a true marvel." He glanced at the students engaged in their vigorous sparring, his tone tinged with exasperation. "My students have been rather restless lately, so I thought it wise to invite you to provide some guidance, to temper their arrogance." Ilu nodded in agreement, raising her hand to adjust her kimono's collar, just as she was about to retrieve her protective gear when she noticed Kawanami remained still. She casually asked, "By the way, Mr. Kawanami, your dojo has been established for quite some time, hasn't he?" Kawanami's gaze fell upon a subtle crack at the corner of the plaque, his smile dimming slightly, his voice growing somber. "This dojo was originally a family inheritance. By my generation, it has become the fourth. I am a distant relative, and I've heard that over 100 years ago, a mysterious fire ravaged half the street, and the dojo was not spared. The elders say that night the winds were fierce, and the flames licked up the beams, taking with them the apprentices and several elders who were unable to escape." A breeze wafted through the window, carrying a slight chill. Kawanami paused before continuing. "In short, after the fire, the clan was filled with trepidation, and the remaining members gradually relocated south. I was quite young then, and it was only through the efforts of the elders that the dojo was painstakingly restored to its present state." Ilu observed the melancholy lurking in his eyes and spoke softly. "Mr. Kawanami." At that moment, a space cleared in the dojo as the students retreated to the sides, all gazes converging at the center. Kawanami gestured invitingly, his eyes reflecting a hint of anticipation. "Miss Yagyu, please." Ilu donned her protective gear and stood poised in the center, her posture as upright as a pine tree. The first student stepped forward, calling out fiercely as he swung his wooden sword, yet Ilu merely tapped her toes lightly, gliding aside like a willow catkin, her wrist twisting deftly as her sword rested gently on his shoulder. The student froze momentarily, then, blushing, retreated to the side. The outcome decided in the blink of an eye. The subsequent students took turns, yet they all faced the same fate. The sharp sounds of clashing swords barely rang out before Ilu effortlessly countered with seemingly casual moves, often immobilizing her opponent's shoulders or wrists before they could even register her actions. The sidelines fell silent, filled only with the astonished gasps of the students. Ilu stood with her sword drawn, her gaze sweeping over the bewildered assembly. Her voice clear and calm despite the gear, You may all come at me together. The students exchanged hesitant glances before finally gritting their teeth and charging in unison. The clashing of wooden swords became a torrential symphony, yet Alu navigated through the throng with grace, her sword movements fluid and unimpeded, deflecting strikes from the left and parrying thrusts from the right with an almost rhythmic elegance. In mere moments, with a final light sound, the last student's sword was sent flying, leaving everyone, whether seated or standing, frozen in place, their eyes filled with astonishment. Kawanami stroked his beard, his initial surprise morphing into deep admiration. Komachi stood in the corridor, watching the figure obscured by protective gear in the center of the dojo, a faint smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth. Again, a blushing youth yelled as he picked up a wooden sword, his voice brimming with determination. The others, ignited by newfound spirit, followed suit, their eyes now reflecting a stubborn resolve. Alu said nothing, merely nodding slightly. As the second round commenced, the youths evidently adjusted their tactics. Some feigning attacks to draw attention, while others launched surprise assaults from the flanks. Their coordination markedly improved compared to before. Yet Alu remained composed, her sword appearing to possess a life of its own, effortlessly neutralizing their advances with mere fractions of movement. One young boy seized an opening and lunged toward her side. However, Alu did not flinch. Instead, she allowed her sword to slide along his blade, precisely striking the back of his hand. The boy winced, losing his grip on the sword and stumbling backward under her deft maneuver. As this back and forth continued, the boys' breaths grew heavier, their movements sluggish. Finally, when Kawanami was gently restrained by Alu's sword against his chest, silence enveloped the dojo. The youths collapsed onto the ground, their expressions shifting from initial defiance to genuine respect. One of them gasped, "We lost," prompting a chorus of agreement from the others. Alu sheathed her sword, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, her voice calm and unwavering. "Thank you for the match." Kawanami stepped into the center, surveying the defeated youths, his tone stern yet laced with a gentle frustration. "Look at your current state. You often pride yourselves on your training, thinking yourself superior, disregarding everyone else. Today, Miss Yagyu has shown you what true strength is. It is not built upon arrogance." Bending to retrieve a wooden sword from the ground, he weighed it thoughtfully. "When you charged in together, your formations were disorganized, driven only by brute strength, neglecting the most fundamental coordination." One boy, with tears welling in his eyes, lowered his head. Observing this, Kawanami softened his tone. "Losing is not the end. What is truly frightening is losing without understanding where you went wrong. Refrain from that fleeting impatience and devote yourself to honing your craft, learning the art of living. Only then will you be worthy of the blade in your hand and deserving of the honor bestowed by this dojo's plaque." The youths bowed their heads, their earlier defiance having dissipated entirely, leaving only tangible feelings of shame and enlightenment. Upon exiting the dojo, twilight had already enveloped the wooden steps. Kobatsu watched as Alu's silhouette vanished around the corner, then turned to stroll towards the marketplace in the opposite direction. The evening breeze carried the enticing aroma of grilled rice crackers, mingled with the vendors' calls, creating a lively atmosphere far more vibrant than the dojo. After rounding the third alley, he halted before a shop adorned with a silver wooden sign. The bell hanging from the entrance curtain jingled softly. The proprietor was crouched behind the counter, hammering silver sheets, sparks flying onto his calloused hands. "What do you desire?" he asked, without lifting his gaze, his voice imbued with the cold texture of metal cooling. "I wish to craft a pair of earrings." Kobatsu paused, in the shape of snowflakes. The old man finally ceased his work, raising his head to scrutinize him. "Snowflakes? That requires considerable effort. Each petal's pattern must allow light to pass through, and the edges must be polished to resemble the angle at which real snow falls. One cannot rush artistry." He pointed to a sample hanging on the wall, a silver snowflake pendant glimmering under the light, revealing 6 layers of intricate patterns. "We take at least 2 years to create such a piece." 2 years? Kobatsu gently tapped the edge of the counter with his fingertips. "You won't find another artisan in the city who can carve snowflakes with such finesse," the old man replied, placing the silver sheet back on the anvil. "The price is fair, but the craftsmanship cannot be compromised. If you desire the best, you must wait. Then, I shall order a pair." He handed over the measurements. "I will return on this day 2 years hence. The finest creations are deserving of her." What is 2 years? He had witnessed cherry blossoms bloom and wither in early spring and maple leaves turn crimson and fall in late autumn. Time had never posed a challenge. When the snowflake earrings were completed, he would personally adorn her ears, watching the silver-white snowflakes rest against her flushed earlobes. The old man accepted the note, tying a wooden tag with red string for him, inscribed with the character for snow. "Present this for collection. If lost, it will not be replaced." As he exited the shop, The lanterns of the marketplace had coalesced into a warm sea of light. Kobatsu clutched the wooden tag, his fingertips brushing over the engraved markings. 2 years. He would wait until the day of his coming-of-age ceremony to present them to her with honor. Chapter 34, Infinite Bliss. The smoke of incense wafted through the shrine of the Infinite Bliss sect, mingling with the hushed prayers of the faithful, like an impenetrable net. Koame Hikaru knelt on the mat, his hands clasped, knuckles whitening from the intensity of his grip. The gilded statue glimmered coldly in the dim light, and he fixated on the blurred visage, murmuring for divine guidance, while another emotion churned within him, a venomous hatred, entwining around him like a vine, suffocating him. He loathed the determined demeanor of Susan Keizo, despised the glimmer in Susan Koki's eyes when she gazed at Yaguika, and harbored an even deeper resentment for Kobatsu. Why did that individual always seem to live so unabashedly? Yaguika, you are the most detestable. Hikaru, behold Miss Yagu's swordsmanship, effortless and fluid, concealing its edge within the sheath. This is the true realm of mastery. His father's voice echoed in his ears, a constant reminder of expectations he had grown accustomed to throughout his life. His father, aware of his potential, insisted on bringing that insufferable woman to the dojo. Father, must I also be compelled to apologize to Kobatsu? Kobatsu, a mere wild child who learned some martial arts from that old fool Keizo, believing himself invincible, was he? Koyuki. She should have presented herself willingly. Unexpectedly, her frail health prevented her from even accompanying him to the marketplace. And you, Yaguika, an unknown wild woman. Scrutinizing every corner of the dojo, Koame Hikaru lowered his gaze, concealing the malice brewing within. Why must everyone praise Yaguika? Why must my father compare me to that person? The smoke choked his throat. He bowed his head, resting his forehead against the cool floor, his prayers morphing into silent curses. Eliminate them. Eradicate everyone. Then no one can use Yaguika to belittle me, and I shall no longer witness those blindingly good qualities. The wind outside the shrine rustled through the fallen leaves, as if someone were chuckling softly. Koame Hikaru slowly lifted his head, the statue's gaze seemingly fixed upon him, bearing an air of indifferent omniscience. He suddenly realized that the bliss of the Infinite Bliss sect might not be salvation, but rather a means to embolden him to nurture those unmentionable thoughts, allowing them to flourish in a fertile bed. He dusted off his robe, a calm facade settling over his face. The smoke from the incense continued to curl upwards, reminiscent of the darkness that tightened its grip within his heart. Koame Hikaru abruptly raised his head, observing a figure gradually emerging from the shadows deep within the shrine. The individual's hair was a striking shade of white oak, glimmering like flowing sunlight in the dimness, the ends gently cascading over their shoulders. Most astonishing were their eyes, swirling with a spectrum of colors, as if fragments of a rainbow were contained within, yet carrying a near indifferent compassion, as if capable of piercing through the most sordid corners of the human heart. I have heard your wishes, said Tamayo, his voice soft as a feather brushing against the water's surface, imbued with the unique clarity of a divine child, yet concealing an elusive mirth. Poor child. You must be suffering greatly. Hatred is indeed a curious emotion, akin to a vine, capable of ensnaring one's heart tightly. He approached Koame Hikaru, his kaleidoscopic gaze slightly curving, reflecting the lingering astonishment and malice etched on Hikaru's face. Poor child, you wish to escape this loathing, do you not? Koame Hikaru opened his mouth, his throat constricted as if choked by the smoke, rendering him speechless. The person before him smiled, yet their gaze acted as a mirror, exposing all his darkest thoughts without refuge. Tamayo extended a pale finger, lightly tapping his forehead, the touch imbued with an unusual chill. The divine will respond to devout followers. His voice lowered, akin to an intimate whisper. As long as you yearn enough, those entities that cause you torment will naturally find their resting place. The vibrant colors danced in his eyes, and Koame Hikaru felt an ignited hatred within him, burning brighter, yet oddly cultivating a perverse sense of tranquility. He gazed at the divine child before him, their colorful eyes flickering amidst the smoke, evoking a genuine sensation of being chosen by the divine. This is not your fault. Those people have forced you into this state, have they not? Tamayo's fingertip withdrew from Koame Hikaru's brow, gently gliding along his taut jawline, the mirth in his kaleidoscopic eyes deepening, as though concealing countless fragmented lights. Why endure it? His voice was soft and beguiling, like warm water enveloping poison. The emotions within, be it jealousy or hatred, if suppressed for too long, will inevitably rot. Koame Hikaru's breath caught abruptly, as if someone had pierced the most secretive of his pains. Look! Tamayo raised his hand, fingertips gesturing in the air as if tracing some invisible filth. Susan Keizo's arrogance, Susan Koyuki's naivety, Kobatsu's ease. And Yagyu Ika's so-called perfection, lauded by all. Are there not things that feel like thorns lodged in your eyes? They cannot be removed, only driven deeper. He leaned closer, strands of hair brushing against Kawame Hikaru's ear. His tone imbued with an almost childlike cruelty. The divine does not require followers to cleanse their hearts entirely. Sometimes, allowing the darkness to flow out is the most comforting form of redemption. Kawame Hikaru's nails dug deeply into his palm. The metallic scent of blood mingling with the fragrance of incense, permeating his nostrils. Those thoughts, which he had long suppressed, yearned to shatter the smiling visage of Susan Kaizaki, to obliterate the tenderness of Susan Rinshiwa, to see Kiba Haru crushed to smithereens, and most fervently, to personally snap the unparalleled sword of Yaguiko. In that moment, he resembled a beast awakened from slumber, stirring restlessly at the words of Doma. Doma straightened, his kaleidoscopic eyes reflecting the turbulent malice simmering within Kawana Hikaru, his smile growing ever more radiant. Isn't this much easier now? He asked. There is nothing wrong with this. Suddenly, a sheen of moisture clouded his colorful gaze. Doma lifted his hand, gently brushing the corners of his eyes with his fingertips, and transparent tears cascaded down his alabaster cheeks, pooling on the tatami mat before Kawana, leaving a small darkened stain. You must be suffering greatly, he said, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible quaver that rendered his compassionate face even more sacred. Bearing such a weight of pain and hatred alone, stumbling through the darkness, it must be exceedingly lonely. Kawana Hikaru was momentarily taken aback. He had never fathomed that someone could weep for his own darkness. Doma gazed at him, the multifaceted brilliance in his eyes softening with tears. Resembling a lake that embraces all, it is well now. You have spoken it aloud, acknowledged it. This is not a dissent. It is the courageous confrontation of your true self. He gently inhaled, another tear rolling down. You see, you are no longer alone. The divine has heard your voice. And I have witnessed your struggle. He placed his hand over his chest, a satisfied and gentle smile gracing his face. The tear-streaked cheeks glimmering strangely in the dim light. Another solitary soul has found its refuge. Perhaps this is the very purpose for which the divine sent me into this world. It felt as though he had accomplished a grand act of redemption. And in his eyes danced pure joy. The tear that fell upon the tatami acted as a seal, fully embracing Kawana's darkness and binding him tightly to this realm woven from seduction and illusion. Doma spread his hands, palms upward, as if to receive something. Go on. Let what lies within your heart breathe. The divine shall watch over you, witnessing your journey toward your own paradise. Kawana stood frozen, the blood coursing through him seemingly boiling. The incense smoke thinned, and all he could hear was the increasingly loud thrum of his own heartbeat, along with Doma's words, suffused with mirth, echoing throughout the shrine. Aliu crossed the torii gate of the shrine, her wooden clogs echoing softly. She adjusted her outer garment, her hair tips swaying gently with her steps. Still bearing the same unchanging visage, yet her eyes brimmed with curiosity about the rumored kaleidoscopic eyes. As she rounded the incense burner, she inadvertently encountered Kawana Hikaru, who was looking down, his steps unsteady, his gaze vacant, as if much of his spirit had been drawn away. Kawana-kun? Aliu paused, nodding slightly, her voice soft and delicate. However, Kawana seemed oblivious, walking straight past her, the hem of his clothing brushing against her sleeve, murmuring something indistinct, with only fragments of words like disappear and paradise discernible. Aliu frowned at his retreating figure. The aura surrounding him felt heavy and suffocating, like paper soaked in ink. She turned to enter deeper into the shrine, where the light dimmed and the scent of incense thickened. Upon raising her eyes, she beheld the lotus platform where Doma sat, his white ash hair cascading down. His gaze directed at her. Truly kaleidoscopic, Aliu thought fleetingly. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, as if the rainbow after the rain had been crushed into his irises, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Yet those eyes lacked warmth. Even as they faced her, they resembled those of a lifeless object. Hello, Doma initiated. His voice soft and intentionally amiable, the curve of his lips perfectly poised as he asked, have you come to pray to the divine? Aliu stood still, her gaze fixated on his prismatic eyes. Doma appeared unfazed by her silence, idly toying with the golden strands that draped over his knees. His smile unwavering. If not to pray, have you come to see me? His gaze flitted over Aliu's slightly furrowed brow, his tone laced with childlike curiosity. Just now, a devotee rushed out from here. Did you encounter him? Aliu lifted her eyes, her gaze drifting from his vibrant irises to the flickering flame on the altar. Yes. He did not seem well. She paused, her voice imbued with a hint of probing, as if something had drained his strength. Is that so? Doma's smile softened further, the red mole at the corner of his eye fluttering with the movement of his eyelids. He came seeking paradise. I said, as long as one relinquishes all desires. One can arrive at a world devoid of pain. You see, he has likely found the answer now. Aliu's fingers unconsciously tightened around the tie of her outer garment. She recalled Kawana's murmurs about disappearing and suddenly spoke, a world without pain. Does that mean one need not care about anything? Doma tilted his head, as if contemplating an intriguing question. What use is caring? Joy and sorrow are ephemeral, after all. Just like this candle. Once it burns out, there is nothing left. He extended his finger, lightly tapping the wick from a distance. Look, it shines now, but a gust of wind could extinguish it. How useless. But while it shines, it illuminates the white chrysanthemums on the altar. Aliu interjected softly, yet with clarity. She gazed at Doma, whose eyes still held a misty emptiness. When you imitated others' laughter earlier, the curve of your lips was quite perfect, she suddenly remarked. You are pretending. But look at those who genuinely laugh. Their eyes crinkle. Tears may flow. Their joy wells up from within and makes their limbs dance. That cannot be mere pretense, can it? The sound of the wind chimes in the shrine resumed, delicately breaking the silence. Doma's smile faltered for a fleeting moment, as swift as the flicker of a candle flame. He lowered his gaze, the golden lashes casting a small shadow beneath his eyes. When he raised his gaze again, the kaleidoscopic depths held a hint of bewilderment. Rippling for the first time with a semblance of confusion. He regarded everyone as children, yet he himself was merely a youth of 14 or 15. The candlelight flickered on the altar, casting a pale golden hue on Doma's lowered lashes. Aliu observed his overly exquisite yet distant demeanor, and a thought surfaced in her mind. Perhaps he was merely a child ensnared within a resplendent cage. What of your parents? She asked softly, her tone carrying a subtle probing quality. Doma's fingers, which clutched a flower petal, paused momentarily when he lifted his gaze. A faint trace of surprise flickered in his kaleidoscopic eyes, as if it were the first time he had been asked such a question. His smile dimmed slightly, yet retained its gentle curvature. Parents? They ventured into paradise long ago. Did they fall ill? Aliu pressed further, her gaze landing on the exposed segment of his neck, where the skin was fair and bore no scars, as if untouched by the trials of life. I suppose so, Doma replied, his voice airy, as if discussing someone else's plight. They say it is a good thing to be rid of this fleshly shell sooner. He suddenly chuckled, like a ripe fruit destined to fall. Aliu's brow furrowed deeper. How could one speak of a loved one's passing as lightly as one would of a fruit dropping to the ground? Do you not feel sorrow? She couldn't help but ask. Doma tilted his head, genuine confusion flickering in his kaleidoscopic eyes, as if he had encountered an incomprehensible notion. What is sorrow? Is it a pain akin to being pricked by a needle? But I do not feel pain. He reached out, gently brushing Aliu's cheek with his fingertips. When you frown. Here, he pointed, it bulges. Does that indicate sorrow? But I cannot learn it. His fingertips were cool, like jade drawn from a well. Aliu gazed into his clean yet vacant eyes, an unexpected heaviness surging within her heart. This was no mere brainwashed child. It was evident that the essence of pain and love had been stripped from him, leaving behind only a shell capable of laughter and movement. The Eternal Bliss sect was undeniably a sinister cult, intent on erasing human memories and emotions. The wind swept up white chrysanthemum petals from the ground, carrying them to Tong Mo's feet. He lowered his gaze to the petals and softly remarked, when my mother left, she smiled just like this. Aliu fell silent, suddenly yearning to lead this boy away from the vermilion torii gate, to witness the cherry blossoms falling in the mountains, to hear the clear calls of deer in the woods. Perhaps there was something that could illuminate for him the truth that certain pains are, in fact, a testament to being alive. Do you remember the days spent living with your parents? Aliu's voice softened, as if soothing a startled fawn, before they journeyed to paradise. Chapter 35, Sugar and Blade. Tong Mo lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with a rainbow of colors under the candlelight, yet deep within. They remained as still as a lifeless pond. Living together? He murmured, as if searching through a long-buried memory. In his childhood, they always confined me to the back hall of this shrine, allowing devotees to worship from behind closed doors, claiming I could hear the will of the gods. A faint, elusive smile appeared on his lips, but it never reached his eyes. I would sit on the tatami, watching them come and go, reciting prayers I couldn't comprehend. Eventually, they were called away by the gods. First my father, sent off by my mother, and then my mother followed the divine guidance. In the end, she instructed me to continue guiding the faithful. Aliu's heart clenched painfully. She imagined the young Tong Mo, sitting alone in the dim back hall, his white oak-colored hair cascading over his frail shoulders, while outside, the sounds of worship echoed, devoid of any genuine warmth or care. And you? Aliu couldn't help but ask. After they left, were you not afraid, being all alone? Tong Mo tilted his head, confusion filling his eyes. What does fear feel like? Is it like the fur of a cat standing on end during a thunderstorm? but I have never experienced that. His tone was eerily calm, as if recounting someone else's tale. They left, let them go. After all, there are many people here who accompany me, who will offer me their devotion and listen to me speak. The candlelight flickered upon Tong Mo's white oak hair, resembling a delicate layer of snow. Lu looked into his still obscured eyes and was suddenly reminded of Koma. This boy before her, seemingly of similar age to Koma, resembled a plant confined within a pot, its roots meticulously severed. Lu's fingertips curled beneath her sleeve, as if pricked by something sharp, a bittersweet sensation washing over her. She no longer wished to debate emotions with him or pursue the twisted logic of his existence. Isn't it quite dark in the back hall? She asked softly, her gaze brushing against the wisps of hair at his temples. When you're inside, do you count how many candles have burned down? Tong Mo paused, a flicker of bewilderment passing through his rainbow-hued gaze, as if he hadn't anticipated this question. After contemplation, he slowly nodded. Sometimes I do, watching the candle wicks grow shorter, as if counting the days. There was a little girl who fell last time, her knee swollen like a bun, yet she held back her tears despite the pain. Lu suddenly chuckled, her voice gentle. When she saw me approaching with a medicine box, the tears just flowed. Do you think she was foolish? Pain is pain. Why hide it? Tong Mo remained silent, merely observing her. The shrine was enveloped in tranquility, interrupted only by the occasional crackle of the candle flame and the gentle drip of rainwater from the eaves. Lu studied his pallid cheek, realizing perhaps there was no need to rush in making him comprehend the significance of emotions. First, let him understand that it's acceptable to frown when in pain, to huddle his neck when cold, and that when he sees beautiful flowers, his eyes can indeed brighten. These simple, genuine truths should rightfully belong to someone of his age. She retrieved a piece of maltose candy from her pocket and gently placed it at the edge of the offering table, close to his hand. This is sweet, she said, her tone reminiscent of her conversations with Koma. When it melts in your mouth, your tongue will tingle with sweetness, and your heart will feel warm. Would you like to try? Tong Mo's gaze fell upon the amber-hued candy, his white oak eyelashes fluttering as he examined it like a curious object. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out with his fingertip, lightly touching it. The texture was sticky and warm, contrasting with the cold pastries on the offering table. He picked up the candy, hesitating before following Lu's suggestion and placing it in his mouth. At first, the sweetness was subtle, barely discernible. However, shortly after, the flavor expanded across his tongue, a chewy, sticky sensation that gradually made its way down his throat. He instinctively pressed his lips together, and a faint ripple of emotion flickered in his rainbow-hued eyes, like a pebble cast into a tranquil lake. It feels a bit like melting sunlight, he murmured, his voice carrying a hint of unrecognized confusion. This was not his first encounter with sweetness, but it was a far cry from the overly sugary delicacies offered by the devotees. This had warmth, a sensation that made his tongue tremble. The sound of wind chimes at the eaves gradually faded, and daylight streamed through the wooden windows of the shrine, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Lu glanced outside at the brightening sky, rising to smooth the creases from her clothing. I must return, she announced, her gaze sweeping over the half-eaten piece of maltose candy on the offering table. Tong Mo's fingertips still bore traces of the sticky candy. Lu produced a handkerchief embroidered with lilies, sticky and likely to attract insects. Her voice was soft as the handkerchief brushed against his fingertips, her movements slow, as if wiping dew from flower petals. The residue of sweetness was removed, leaving behind a faint herbal fragrance. Tong Mo instinctively wanted to retract his hand, but Lu gently pressed down on his wrist. Her fingertips, calloused yet warm, were unlike the cautious reverence exhibited by the devotees he had encountered. Tong Mo raised his eyes to her, the sweetness lingering in his mouth, that warm sensation akin to a small flame refusing to depart from his tongue. He remained silent, merely clutching the handkerchief without letting go, and Lu followed suit. Yet, upon reaching the doorway, she suddenly halted, turning back to wave at him. Next time, I'll bring sour plums. They have a different flavor from maltose. Tong Mo absent-mindedly rubbed the spot where he had touched the candy, his rainbow-hued eyes reflecting her retreating figure. He looked at the remaining half of the candy on the offering table and leaned in closer, inhaling the scent from his fingertips. The sweetness still lingered. The shrine returned to its serene silence, the candlelight gently swaying in the breeze, casting his shadow long and tranquil upon the wall. Meanwhile, in the silversmith shop, the old silversmith delicately lifted a newly formed snowflake earring with tweezers, turning it in the light. The pure silver edges gleamed with a cold white luster, each facet etched with fine, delicate patterns reminiscent of snowflakes resting on plum branches. Look at this sense of movement, he remarked, placing the earring in Koma's palm. Just polishing the texture of this snowflake has taken 3 months. Koma held the silver snow, its weight so light it was almost imperceptible. I've said it before. This is the finest. The elder wiped another earring with deer leather, guessing it was meant for a lady, deliberately hammering the silver sheet thinner than a cicada's wing. Look at this hook, bent into a willow leaf shape. It won't chafe the ear when worn. Koma remained silent, his fingertip gently grazing the pointed edge of the snowflake. You can come to collect them in early August, the elder said, placing both earrings into a velvet box. I'll polish them again before then, I assure you. They will shine brighter than real snow. Koma acknowledged with a hum, stepping out of the silver shop, as the bustling sounds of the market enveloped him, with vendors calling out about freshly picked green plums. In truth, these past years have hardly been tranquil. In this land, individuals frequently vanish into the night, as if consumed by a dense fog, leaving no trace of light behind. Only on the day of the annual fireworks festival does a woman adorned in a blue-hued yukata patterned with lilies return home safely, treading upon a ground strewn with sparks. The reasons remain shrouded in mystery. As the first firework bursts in the night sky, a dark silhouette can always be seen standing atop the mountain, its blade glinting coldly in the moonlight. Malevolent spirits, drawn by the throng of humanity, find themselves immobilized in proximity to the woman clad in that particular yukata, ensnared by an invisible aura of lethal intent, an ominous presence belonging to Kokushibo, conveying an unmistakable warning. He never intervenes nor allows his presence to be detected. Instead, he silently surveys each fluttering hem of fabric as the fireworks illuminate the sky. The blue and lily patterns flicker in the flames, reminiscent of a woman from a century past, standing beneath the eaves, her yukata billowing in the wind. This guardianship is inherently disconnected from others. He gazes at the similar garments, yearning to discern through the fabric's folds a fleeting specter, an echo of Aliu's yukata. The graceful arcs of the lily patterns swaying in the breeze, the soft sound of her hem brushing against the wooden steps as she turned. As the malevolent spirits approach, the murderous intent emanating from his blade is not to protect anyone, but rather to preserve the fragile semblance that links him to memories, fearing its destruction. When the fireworks explode in the night sky, he turns his gaze toward the crowd, searching for that blue hue. As if through the fissures of time he seeks to confirm repeatedly, I remember, I have not forgotten. Those women returning home safely remain blissfully unaware that they are merely caught in an extensive, personal commemoration. Kokushibo clings to that meager resemblance, safeguarding the last vestiges of warmth associated with love, his final remnant as Michikatsu Tsujikuni, which has not been devoured by the demons. Akin to a drowning man clutching a piece of driftwood, the sole evidence he possesses to affirm his memories endure. Later, as the mountain wind sweeps through withered leaves over the desolate grass, Kokushibo stands before two closely situated graves, his bone blade hanging at his side, its surface reflecting the blurred engravings on the tombstone. The left grave belongs to Aliu. The stone has long been smoothed by the elements, rendering her name nearly illegible. He extends his hand, fingertips gently brushing the stone's surface, as if tracing a long faded outline. He had inscribed his name as Michikatsu Tsujikuni on the side of the tomb during his human days. Now merely shallow indentations remain, akin to an unhealed scar. To the right lies the grave of Yorichi. Lacking a tombstone, it is as quiet as if he had never existed. Kokushibo's gaze lingers on the grave, pausing for an extended moment. He recalls the last time he saw Yorichi. The sun's rays reflected off the circular pattern on his blade, reflecting his own distorted visage. At that moment, he felt only hatred. Hatred for his adversary's talent, for the clarity he could never attain. Yet he could not have anticipated that a century later, they would find themselves once more, in a different manner, guarding the same individual. He remained silent, simply standing there. The two graves silently nestling in the valley, as if, after a century of solitude, they have finally found solace in one another. The bone blade occasionally trembles in the wind, producing a faint buzzing sound, reminiscent of whispers that the mountain breeze gently carries away, dispersing among the blades of grass before the graves. He gazes for a long while before turning away. He must retrieve something, the pair of blades embedded in the stone wall, reflecting his grotesque visage. Those blades were buried by his own hands and later unearthed again by him. Once, in the moonlight, they glimmered coldly, the silver-red blade initially reflecting his own form, 6 crimson eye sockets housing golden pupils, a forehead adorned with demonic patterns, devoid of any trace of Michikatsu Tsujikuni. At that time, newly transformed into Kokushibo, his gaze fell upon the reflection in the blade. The momentary pause resembling an invisible hand grasping his breath. That was Aliu's blade. Its hilt seemed to retain the warmth of her palm, yet the blade's honesty was cruel, revealing a monster even he despised. He remembered how Aliu had once shown him the blade, smiling as she said, "Look, Michikatsu, this silver red complements your moonlight beautifully." Back then, youthful pride lingered in his features, as he believed he could forever dwell in the light. Yet later, the reflection of the demonic visage in the blade became blindingly harsh. How could he stand before a blade she had once wielded? How could he recall her laughter? Thus, he fled, preferring to wield the moonlit blade repeatedly within the corridors of Infinity Castle, allowing the obsessions within his very bones to grow wild, rather than glance back even once. But this time, the stone wall stood barren. Only 2 faint blade marks remained etched in the rock, the wind weaving through the indentations, producing a sound akin to lamentation. Kokushibo raised his hand to caress the remaining etchings on the stone wall, suddenly recalling the expression in Yorichi's eyes before his demise. At that moment, the latter still gazed at him, devoid of hatred, only an almost compassionate understanding. It dawned upon him that some things cannot be preserved through evasion. Those memories he clung to with eternal life, along with her blade, would inevitably be quietly taken by time in some unnoticed moment. Even you must leave me? What if I insist? Insist that they return to their rightful owner. The bone blade suddenly stiffened, generating a visible wave of energy before the stone wall. The moonlit aura surrounding Kokushibo transformed sharply, as if countless invisible winds of blades were seeping forth from his very essence. Those silver-red twin blades, the last tangible remnants Aliu had left in this world, were thoughts he could not even dare to touch without holding his breath. Who would dare to disturb them? Who? His voice, low and gravelly, resonated as if emerging from a grave, laden with the weight of blood and hatred. No matter who it was, hiding in the farthest corners of the earth, he would hunt them down, not out of vengeance, but to reclaim those blades, to safeguard the traces she had left behind. Chapter 36, Soul. In the instant consciousness returned, Yorichi could scarcely discern his surroundings. The moment Aliu's figure collided with his vision, all perception was abruptly gripped tight. He stumbled forward, his soul's form slightly distorting from overwhelming excitement, akin to thin paper rustling in the wind. Aliu, he instinctively called out. Yet no breath surged within his throat, only a silent tremor erupted deep within his soul. The distance between his fingertips and her shoulder was merely an inch. A place he had pressed gently countless times before, the warmth of her touch lingering in his senses. Yet, as he leaned in with fervor, his body passed through her like a wisp through a warm fog, effortlessly gliding past her side. Aliu, he called again, his voice a desperate howl within his soul, stumbling forward once more in an attempt to reach her, nearly penetrating her very being. Aliu was bent over, sorting the herbs in her bamboo basket. Seemingly sensing an inexplicable breeze, her brow slightly furrowing as she tucked back the strands of hair ruffled by the wind. She heard nothing. Yuani froze in place, gazing at his translucent palm before suddenly reaching for her hand that hung by her side. The moment his fingertips slipped between hers, he felt the stark emptiness, cold, devoid of sensation, an almost cruel void as his soul passed through her flesh. He refused to believe it. Once, twice, thrice, he persisted like a stubborn child, repeatedly extending his hand, each time passing through her arms, her hair, the delicate curve of her neck revealed as she bowed her head. With each penetration, it felt as though icy tides were rising from the depths of his soul, gradually transforming his earlier ecstasy into a chilling despair. Can you see me? Aliu, look at me, he whispered near her ear, his voice shattering into countless fragments within his spirit, yet she remained quietly engaged in her task, her fingers delicately gliding over the leaves. It seemed that even a response was a luxury beyond reach. Yuan-e lingered behind her, his soul trembling with the unexpressed excitement and despair. He could distinctly see the faint shadows beneath her eyes, notice the new strands of hair behind her ears. Yet the proximity felt more suffocating than the chasm between life and death. He stood beside her, yet it felt as if an insurmountable, transparent wall separated them. He could not articulate the nature of this bond that had liberated him from the cycle of reincarnation, allowing him to remain in this half-transparent form. Perhaps it was the unspoken concern from his final moments. Perhaps it was an obsession that had never extinguished in his heart, or perhaps there was no reason at all. When his consciousness anchored clearly beside Aliu, all questions lost their significance. He ceased to pursue the origins of this predicament, no longer entangled in the riddle that transcended life and death. Just as the stream flows naturally downward, and as plants instinctively reach for the sun, his soul simply followed its most primal desire, quietly resting beside her. She was alive, and that was sufficient. As for why it was now this way, what did it matter? All he needed was to watch over her, to accompany her from the shadows, guarding this regained existence as an eternal treasure. He no longer pondered why he had assumed this form, nor did he dwell on the destination of his soul. Komachi had knocked over a water bucket during his training, splashing water onto Aliu's skirt, prompting her to laugh as she chased after him. Yuan Yi's soul gently moved in sync with her steps, observing as her raised sleeve brushed against the wind chime in the corridor. The jingling hiding a melody he could not hear, a symphony belonging solely to her. She taught Rengoku to identify herbs, bending down to take notes. Her nose nearly touching the pages. Yuan-e hovered behind her, watching the curve of her pen as it traced the paper. Noting her earnestness as she occasionally responded to Rengoku's inquiries about treating the common cold, he attempted to draw his soul closer to hers. Yearning to glimpse the characters she penned, but only passed through a pocket of warm air, infused with the fragrance of herbs carried on her breath. That night, rain fell, and Ailu, restless, donned a robe and sat by the window to watch the downpour. Yuan-e stood beneath the eaves beside her, observing the raindrops dampen her hair. Watching her rest her chin on her hand, her fingers absent-mindedly rubbing her earlobe. She said nothing, merely gazing at the curtain of rain, and he accompanied her, his soul rising and falling with the sound of the rain, as if responding to the unspoken thoughts in his heart. He became the most silent resident of this little courtyard, witnessing her wield a knife in the morning light, resting in the evening dusk, and the way her eyes curved with laughter when Komachi made her smile. He could not touch her, nor could he speak. Yet he etched every moment into his soul, realizing that companionship need not involve physical contact. Merely watching her being embraced by life was all the fulfillment he could possess. Ailu gathered the corners of her wind-blown garments, gazing at the leaves rustling at the courtyard's edge, her brow slightly furrowed. Komachi, don't you think the wind has been particularly strong these past few days? Komachi, having just finished a set of punches, wiped the sweat from his brow, dismissively waving his hand. Wind? I don't feel it. It's quite refreshing, actually. He grabbed a nearby water jug and took a couple of swigs. Sister, are you underdressed? I'll fetch you some extra clothing. All right. Ailu glanced down at her thin garment, conceding that perhaps she was indeed averse to the cold. She tucked the unruly strands of hair from her forehead behind her ear, and beside her, Yuan-e watched as his translucent hand unconsciously brushed against where her hair fell. A subtle stirring within his soul dawning upon him. This unconscious closeness could indeed manifest as a gentle breeze in her perception. He quietly retreated half an inch, and the wind that surrounded her seemed to soften ever so slightly. Ailu paused, wondering if it was merely her imagination. Yet she failed to notice the hint of silent apology concealed within the transparent shadow behind her. The autumn sun slanted across the stone path as she walked slowly, the sound of her wooden clogs echoing crisply in the stillness. Yuan-e's soul silently followed at her side, watching as she passed under the maple tree. Instinctively raising her hand to catch a falling red leaf, her fingers tracing the leaf's veins in a manner reminiscent of their past strolls together. The opulent yet eerie entrance of the joy of eternal life sect still shimmered with bizarre grandeur. Doma leaned against a pillar inside the doorway, his white oak hair glistening coldly in the light, and upon seeing Ailu, his face broke into its customary, emotionless smile. Miss Lu, you've arrived early today. Ailu offered him the bamboo basket, her voice calm. The dried sour plums I promised to bring. She did not display the awe or trepidation typical of ordinary visitors. She merely stood at the foot of the steps, her gaze sweeping across the courtyard before settling on the distant lotus pond. Yuan-e's soul tensed beside her. He disliked the false aura that emanated from Doma, and even more so the way his gaze, when directed at Ailu, concealed an ownership akin to a collector hoarding treasures. Doma paused, fingers gripping the sour plums momentarily, a flicker of genuine bewilderment crossing his multicolored irises. He had forgotten this matter entirely. Just a casual promise made. He lazily swayed the plum candy between his fingers, his tone laced with barely perceptible inquiry. Miss Lu actually remembered. I'm quite touched. Doma's fingers toyed with the sour plums, his gaze resting on Ailu's face, his smile laced with habitual curiosity. Yuan-e stood half a step behind Ailu, observing Doma's exquisitely hollow visage. He knew that the other could not see him. Doma's eyes passed straight through his soul, and as he raised his hand, his sleeve traversed Yuan-e's form without obstruction. He was merely an inconsequential speck of dust in this courtyard. And so it was. Yuan-e's soul relaxed slightly. There was no need to confront any potential hostilities, nor to explain this absurd existence. He simply needed to stand steadfastly beside Ailu, like a silent shadow. Doma feigned tears, only to be interrupted by Ailu. She stood at the foot of the steps, sunlight cascading over her head, her voice calm as a mountain stream. What was promised must naturally be fulfilled. There were no excess emotions, no deliberate flattery. Just a straightforward statement that struck like a small stone, unexpectedly splashing into the icy depths of his heart that had been frozen for eons. Doma looked into her serene eyes, and suddenly the tartness on his tongue became complicated. The sourness seemed to be mingled with something else, reminiscent of the gentle warmth that seeps into the earth as spring snow melts, akin to the delicate chime of wind chimes caressed by a breeze. It was a flavor characterized by earnestness. He lowered his head and took a bite of the pickled plum, this time refraining from exaggeratedly grimacing. merely savoring it slowly. Lu had already turned to leave, the handle of her bamboo basket gently swaying at her wrist. Wait. Tong Mo inquired once more about the method of making the pickled plums. Lu replied that she did not make them herself, but if he wished, she could recount the process. The son of the Eternal Bliss sect listened patiently, observing her fingers as they illustrated the steps of drying the plums. Yuan Yi too was captivated. He recalled how she used to speak in the same manner in the courtyard of the Yoshiwara estate, mending his damaged arm guards or explaining how the flora in the mountains adapted to the seasons during the Demon Slayer Cornite patrols. At that time, he listened attentively, occasionally reaching out to brush away the stray grass that had settled in her hair. Yuan Yi's soul remained steadfastly by Lu's side, perceiving everything with clarity. He noticed the fleeting moment of astonishment on Tong Mo's face, the transient flicker of emotion in his eyes, and suddenly comprehended something profound. Lu departed, walking as she usually did, perhaps unaware that her words had unintentionally granted a previously indifferent existence a taste of what it means to be remembered for the very first time. Yuan Yi followed her along the stone path, watching the sunlight flicker upon her shoulder. He stood guard over her, utterly content. As dusk enveloped the dojo in a warm glow, Koma's hand clenched the ribbon at his waist, his knuckles whitening. Sister, I need to return home tomorrow. His voice was heavier than usual, his Adam's apple bobbing. Lu, folding the freshly collected garments, looked up and smiled. What? Where are you going? To inform father that I am also ready to become an adult. Koma took the task from Lu's hands, just as he had done countless times before. Sitting beside her, he gathered all the trivial matters back to himself. Lu paused, surprised at how soon this moment had arrived. In a daze, she recalled that rainy day when he was merely a child huddled in a corner of the forgotten graveyard, battered and bruised, crying inconsolably like an abandoned cub. Be careful on your way. Master Keizo, Rinshiwe, and I will be waiting for you to return for dinner. Lu. He suddenly felt an urge to express something. The thoughts that had lingered for so long threatening to burst forth, yet upon meeting her gentle gaze, he hastily changed the topic. I just want to check if the provisions are ready. As he turned, his forehead accidentally collided with the doorframe, producing a soft thud. Lu smiled at his retreating figure and resumed her task. Yuan Yi's soul remained by her side, watching as Koma slipped into the shadows of the corridor, his shoulders rigid. Embodying the way a young man conceals his innermost thoughts, he understood what Koma was contemplating. In that fleeting moment, the tumult of emotions in the boy's eyes was unmistakable. The words he would utter at their father's grave would likely be the confession he would share after reaching adulthood. Just moments ago, he had referred to her as Lu, rather than the customary sister. The stubbornness of not wanting to be a younger brother was like a seed buried in the earth, quietly sprouting in the shadows. Before dawn the next day, Koma set out with a burden on his back. The morning dew dampened his straw sandals as he tread upon the moss-covered mountain path, his mind replaying the words he had yet to voice. Soon, he would truly become a man. How would he begin at his father's grave? Upon his return, how would he address Lu? The wind rustled through the pine forest, creating a soft sound. He envisioned the scene in his mind, kneeling at his father's grave. His voice might tremble. Standing before Lu, he might find himself swallowing back the words, just as he did today. In the dojo, Yuan Yi observed her, then glanced in the direction Koma had departed, his soul swaying gently in the breeze, the young man's unspoken feelings residing in the yet-to-be-voiced I like you. Akin to flowers waiting to bloom in the mountains, daring to flourish only in solitude. Muzan stood beneath the corridor, the moonlight casting his silhouette against the shoji screen, resembling a silent painting. From the blacksmith shop in Kyoto to the black market at the borders, every conceivable nook that could harbor filth had been thoroughly searched. Yet not even the shadow of a scabbard had been found. Lord Muzan, the lower moon demon, knelt at the steps, his voice trembling. We detected unusual activity near the forgotten graveyard. Something seems to be lurking there. He raised his hand to rest upon the blade at his waist, his fingertips gliding over the cold metal. Continue investigating. The wind swept through the corridor, carrying the scent of distant foliage. He was unaware that his pursuit was not merely for a pair of swords, but rather for a fragment of emotion that was within reach, yet disregarded and forsaken. At that moment, Yuan Yi's soul accompanied Lu in the dojo, drying herbs, completely oblivious to everything. Perhaps some ties, even when separated by life and death or enmity, continued to linger in the shadows, each in their own way, tugging at the same name. The night sky was adorned with a full moon. He had not seen Muzan in nearly a century, nor had he been with Lu for almost 100 years. Chapter 37, Bitterness. The afternoon sun filtered through the stained glass windows of the Eternal Bliss sect, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the floor. Lu knelt upon the polished tatami mat, a plain white porcelain bowl resting before her, its rim stained with dark red chili oil. Tong Mo propped his chin on his hand, his multicolored eyes curiously darting about. Today's flavor smells distinctly different from usual. He lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, casting a faint shadow of his eyelashes beneath his eyes. Ailu nudged the porcelain bowl forward. The sauce within wobbled slightly, a concoction of red chili, miso, and a hint of sake, its spicy aroma mingling with a subtle fermentation note, diffusing through the air. It's spicy, she spoke softly. The kind of flavor that makes one feel alive. Tong Imo picked up a small silver spoon, scooping a bit of sauce to his nose. Unlike the gentle sweetness of sugar or the crispness of sourness, this flavor possessed a bold vigor, like tiny sparks shooting up into his nasal passages. He blinked, then suddenly burst into laughter, his voice tinged with his characteristic innocence. How marvelous. It feels like a scorching breeze of sunlight sweeping through my throat. He gently licked the tip of the spoon, the spiciness erupting on his tongue, carrying a sharp warmth that ignited all the way to his throat. It was unlike any flavor he had encountered before, unruly, fleeting, yet it resonated like a soft chime upon his taste buds. What do you think? Will it make you cry from the spice? Ailu gazed at him, her eyes harboring a barely perceptible anticipation. Tong Imo set down the silver spoon, his fingers playfully pinching the corners of his lips, a deeper smile emerging. Not at all. It feels like a flame suddenly igniting in winter. Though it may be a tad scorching, it beckons one to draw closer. He looked at Ailu, the stained glass reflections dancing in his eyes. Miss Lu, does every flavor you bring come with a lesson for me? You enjoy discussing these so much. Perhaps you should stay here. In life, one cannot escape the myriad flavors of sweetness, sourness, bitterness, and spiciness. Ailu's voice was soft, like delicate snowflakes landing on the rim of a teacup. You have already tasted the sweetness of maltose, the sourness of pickled plums, and the spiciness of chili oil. Outside the window, the wind stirred the chimes at the eaves, a delicate sound resonating, the hint of spiciness lingering in the air like a tiny, dancing ember. Tong Mo's fingertips lightly tapped upon his knees, a glimmer of playful intrigue flashing in his glassy eyes. He recalled the confectionery sweetness of maltose melting upon his tongue, the puckering sourness of pickled plums that made one frown, and the searing heat of chili oil coursing down his throat. And the final flavor? Ailu lowered her gaze to the fabric of her lap, her fingers unconsciously curling inward. Bitterness. Bitterness? Tong Imo echoed the word, his tone rising slightly with curiosity. What might that be like? Perhaps akin to herbs dampened by dew? Or wood cracked by the frigid winter? Neither. Ailu lifted her gaze, her eyes bright with clarity, concealing myriad emotions. Perhaps it was the medicinal stew simmered throughout the night, perhaps the unripe fruit, or perhaps the matters that had long been pent up within her heart. She paused momentarily, her fingertips lightly tapping her knee. Next time, I shall carefully select some to bring for you to savor. Tong Mao suddenly leaned forward, fixating on the person across from him. Then I shall eagerly await it. The flavors Miss Lu brings are never disappointing. He raised his hand, his fingertips brushing against his lips, still tinged with the lingering heat of the spicy oil just tasted, as if he could still sense its warmth. It made him wonder what traces bitterness would leave behind. The light outside the window gradually softened, the patterns on the stained glass casting a gentle hue on the floor. Ailu collected the empty bowl into a lacquered tray, her mind already pondering whether to bring dried bitter melon slices or the jar of aged tea left by Master Qingzong. Observing her earnest demeanor, Tong Mao chuckled, the glazed hues in his eyes sparkling momentarily, yet tinged with sincerity. Are you truly not considering staying here? I would be quite reluctant to part with Miss Lu. Upon hearing this, Ailu's movements faltered for a moment before she lifted her head, a smile gracing her lips, the corners of her eyes curving into gentle arcs. Do not presume that your youth will spare you from my wrath. She secured the lacquer box, her fingertip lightly tapping the floral patterns on the lid. I must return home for dinner. My brother comes of age today. The family has been busy all day awaiting his return for a meal together, and I must prepare accordingly. As Tong Mao watched her rise, the hem of her kimono sweeping across the tatami mats, a fleeting hint of melancholy flickered in his eyes, quickly masked by a smile. Do take care not to go hungry. Shall I fetch you something to eat? Perhaps by the next time you visit, you might change your mind. I shall not. Ailu adjusted her sleeves, the sound of her wooden clogs echoing softly against the floor. My brother will be back shortly. She approached the door, turning back to Tong Mao with a smile. When I next bring bitterness, I shall ensure it brings you to tears. The door was gently pulled shut, separating the warm glow within from the breeze outside. Tong Mao gazed at the empty doorway, his fingers slowly releasing their grip, the smile at the corners of his lips fading slightly. The wind slipped through the cracks of the stained glass window, carrying the scent of the greenery outside. In the afternoon sun, which slanted through the courtyard of the machiya, Ailu crouched beneath a tree, delicately using a small shovel to uncover the surface of the soil. Revealing the curve of a ceramic jar, its damp clay warmed by the afternoon heat, exuding a faint fragrance mingled with grass and wood. Having been buried for so long, it could use a good polish. Master Qingzong emerged from the house, carrying a copper basin, water splashing slightly onto the stone slab as he soaked a cloth in the water, wringing it out vigorously. When Koji returns, he must see this sake. Rinshue turned back from the kitchen, bringing out a plate of freshly fried small fish, the aroma of oil mingling with the scent of rice bran wafting through the air. Fresh from the morning market, Aliu had already polished the ceramic jar to a shine, placing it in the shadows along the corridor. The figures along the town path began to increase, the sounds of clogs and laughter drifting on the breeze, though never quite matching the familiar cadence. Qingzong settled onto a small stool at the entrance of the courtyard, occasionally stretching his neck for a glimpse, while Rinshue leaned against Aliu, setting aside her wine glass. The sunlight gradually filled the courtyard, casting long, soft shadows of the cherry tree. The small dishes on the low table steadily filled, wind chimes tinkling in the breeze, as if counting the passage of time. The enticing aromas from the table stirred Rinshue's appetite, her stomach instinctively reacting, a gentle rolling in her throat. Having prepared since morning, from meal prep to airing cushions, she realized she was quite hungry. Aliu was pouring warm sake into the vessel when she caught sight of Rinshue's small gesture from the corner of her eye and paused. Are you hungry? There are steamed rice cakes on the table. You should have some. Rinshue shook her head, her voice soft. It is better to wait for Brother Koji to return so we can eat together. Aliu approached, picking up a ceramic jug from the corridor and pouring a cup of warm water, handing it to her. Food can wait, but water must be consumed first. Her fingertip brushed against Rinshue's hand. Noticing its coolness, she added, You've been running about all day. It wouldn't do to let yourself grow faint. Qingzong turned back from the entrance, scratching his head. Indeed, it's all that brat's fault for not returning. Rinshue and Aliu, you should eat first. I can wait a bit longer. Rinshue fell silent, knowing that Brother Koji had come of age today. She wished to share that first meal with her father and sister Aliu, as a family. Perhaps just a little longer, she thought. He will surely return soon. Cradling the warm ceramic cup, she found comfort in the warm water sliding down her throat. Aliu also raised her cup, taking a few sips, the dryness in her throat easing somewhat. She turned to Qingzong, still peering out at the entrance, calling out, Master, come and have some water. You must be parched from standing there so long. Just as Qingzong brought the water bowl to his lips, he was startled by Rinshue's cough, causing him to spill some on his clothing, the coolness carrying an unexpected bitterness. He barely registered the strange taste before noticing blood seeping from Rinshue's fingers, his heart tightening with alarm. In that very instant, a dull pain surged in his abdomen, as if something had gently squeezed it. Qingzong looked down at his damp clothing, suddenly realizing that he too had consumed the water. It's poisoned. Aliu tightened her grip on Rinshue's hand, her gaze sweeping over Qingzong's wet attire, her complexion paling further. My stomach, it hurts. Rinshue's voice trembled, her face draining of color, her body slackening as she began to slide down. Aliu reacted swiftly, catching her, the skin beneath her fingertips icy to the touch. Almost simultaneously, a sharp cramp shot through Aliu's own abdomen, a metallic sweetness rising in her throat. She bit down hard on her lower lip, forcing back the blood that threatened to spill, the taste of iron spreading on her tongue. Master. Aliu's voice trembled imperceptibly, yet was strikingly clear. Quick. Take Rinshue to the clinic, immediately. Qingzong gritted his teeth, the pain present but not enough to incapacitate him. He glanced at Rinshue, trembling in his arms, then at Aliu, who was holding herself together, his throat constricting. I'm fine, I can still manage. The metallic taste surged in Aliu's throat again. She swallowed hard, her voice strained. Rinshue's condition is more severe than yours. You must take her to the clinic first. Find the fastest route. Go and return immediately, or bring someone back. I will wait here. Qingzong nodded vigorously, sweat beading on his brow from the pain. Disregarding the urge to wipe it away, stay strong. I will be back soon. He held Rinshue, who was nearly unconscious, turning to leave. His footsteps faltering for a moment before he gritted his teeth and quickened his pace, the sound of his clogs striking the stone echoing urgently, resonating in Aliu's taut heart. Aliu watched as he disappeared around the corner. Her hand, which had been gripping the pillar, finally gave way, and she sank to the ground. The cramping in her abdomen intensified. She realized Qingzong had also been poisoned. Having consumed the least amount of water, his mild symptoms would be temporary. He wouldn't return. But for now, she could only gamble, hoping that he could endure long enough to deliver Rinshue safely, to return unharmed, or that Koji would arrive. The wind swept in with the encroaching dusk, the bloodstains on the tablecloth glimmering coldly in the dim light, as if silently urging something to happen. She leaned against the pillar, attempting to stand, but the cramping surged violently, as though countless small blades were stirring inside her. The metallic sweetness in her throat could not be suppressed, and a spray of blood suddenly splattered onto the wooden floor before her, vivid and shocking. She staggered back a step, her knees giving way as she fell heavily onto the tatami. Her vision began to blur. Rinchue's pale face and Qingzong's anxious figure fragmenting before her eyes. She gritted her teeth, her hand reaching for the courtyard gate. But her fingertips merely traced pale lines upon the frigid stone tiles. Each attempt to rise was thwarted by a more intense pain that yanked her back to the ground. Her forehead colliding with the stone steps at the corridor's edge, the dull thud mingling with her suppressed gasps. Blood trickled down from the corner of her mouth, staining the floral patterns on her garment, transforming the indigo into a deep brown. Her consciousness felt as though it were being slowly engulfed by a rising tide. She beheld the shadows of trees twisting in the twilight and heard the distant chime of wind bells fading away. The metallic sweetness in her throat mingled with a barely perceptible hint of bitter almonds, akin to a serpent's flicking tongue, caressing every tingling nerve in her body. Yet, she felt a strange sense of relief that almost made her laugh aloud. Fortunately, she had granted the disciples a day off in the morning, claiming to celebrate Koma's birthday, sending them home. Otherwise, in this moment, amidst the carnage, how many young lives would have been added to the bloodshed? The light in her field of vision grew dimmer, only to be abruptly pierced by a familiar deep blue. Was it Koma? Had he returned? Elu struggled to widen her eyes, yearning to confirm whether the figure before her was the boy clad in a newly tailored haori. But that silhouette wavered and shattered into a cascade of golden red rays. The last vestiges of the sunset filtering through the branches of an ancient tree, cascading onto the bloodstains before her. It was not him. Elu closed her eyes, the twisting pain in her abdomen still gnawing at her, leaving her heart feeling desolate. It seemed that even the hallucinations were unwilling to grant her a glimpse of the person she had longed for throughout the day. The sake remained in the shadows of the corridor, the aroma of dried fish mingling with the scent of blood. The anticipation throughout the courtyard ultimately awaited in vain for the one who was meant to arrive. In her final fall, her cheek pressed against the cold ground. The scent of earth and sake enveloping her nose, the very drink she had unearthed from the soil, awaiting Koma's return to uncork it. Her eyelids grew heavier. She wished to raise her hand for one last glance at the courtyard gate, but she lacked even the strength to lift a finger. It seemed there was a sound of wind. From the moment he stepped into the shrine of the Eternal Bliss sect, Yuan Yi's soul had already stood behind Elu. He observed as she pushed a porcelain bowl filled with chili oil towards Dong Mao, listening intently as she softly explained the spice of the mortal realm. He noted the curve of her brow as she turned to take her leave, the hem of her garment brushing against the tatami. All of it vividly etched in his memory. The ethereal form of his spirit rendered him voiceless, merely a silent shadow trailing her through the morning mist. Back to that familiar courtyard. The moment Lian Shui coughed up blood, Yuan Yi's soul trembled violently. He yearned to catch her faltering body, but his hand merely passed through her fragile shoulder. He stood beside Elu, watching her fall repeatedly, witnessing the blood she coughed staining the stone steps, observing the tears that rolled from her blurred vision. Yuan Yi's spirit lunged towards her time and again, his transparent form passing through her curled body, failing to create even the slightest ripple. He wanted to scream, to urge her to hold on, yet all cries were confined deep within his soul. Even the wind could not carry a single sound. He watched as her forehead struck the stone steps, blood seeping out, and he frantically leaned in to shield her, yet could only helplessly witness the bruising of her skin. When she struggled to crawl towards the courtyard gate, he wished to assist her, but his hand merely passed through her arm, leaving futile traces in the void. Elu, he called her name repeatedly in his heart, his voice hoarse as if ground by sandpaper, but she could not hear him. In her hazy awareness, she murmured Koma's name, tears slipping from the corners of her eyes, and he longed to wipe them away, yet his fingertips only brushed against the chill of the air. Every moment the poison spread felt like a blade slicing through his soul. He watched as her breaths grew weaker, finally unable to restrain himself, burying his face in his palms, yet the spirit had no form, unable to shed even a single tear. The wind swept through the courtyard, lifting the bloodstains from the ground, carrying with it his silent lament. He was right beside her, yet it felt as if a chasm separated life from death, leaving him to watch her descend into darkness, unable to whisper a single word into her ear. Chapter 39, Home. When Qingzong burst into the medical hall, cradling Lian Shui, the world before him had already begun to fade into darkness. With the last vestiges of his strength, he thrust her into the doctor's arms, incoherently muttering about poison in the water before collapsing to the ground, utterly losing consciousness. The medical hall erupted into chaos. Two barely breathing individuals were lifted onto the examination table, their complexions ashen, the corners of their lips stained with dark crimson blood. The doctor pried open their jaws and, upon detecting the bitter almond scent, his expression darkened instantly. This was a potent toxin. The water in the medicine pot boiled, silver needles were inserted into acupoints, and bowls of detoxifying soup were administered, yet it barely sustained their lives. 3 days and nights passed. The candlelight in the medical hall never extinguished, the physician's eyes bloodshot. But Qing Zong and Lian Shui remained ensnared in a coma, their breaths as faint as drifting leaves caught in the wind. It was not until the 4th morning that Lian Shui's fingertips twitched slightly. The physician quickly checked her pulse, discovering that the faint heartbeat had gained a bit of strength. He let out a long sigh, collapsing into a chair, having finally snatched half a life back from the clutches of death. A couple of hours later, Qing Zong suddenly began to cough violently, blood mixed with dark clots spewing forth, but he finally regained the ability to breathe on his own. Sunlight streamed through the windows of the medical hall, illuminating their pallid faces. Yet, no one spoke. The room was silent save for the sound of their breathing. When Qing Zong opened his eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling for a long while, he suddenly remembered something, struggling to sit up, only to be restrained by the doctor. "You've just clawed your way back from death. You must not move." Qing Zhang's voice was hoarse, as if he had just returned from the gates of hell, gripping the physician's sleeve with fingers turning white from exertion. "Coma, has he returned? Is he home?" The physician's hand faltered, halting the movement of adding herbs to the medicine bowl midair. He lowered his gaze, staring at the dregs of medicine swirling in the bowl, remaining silent for a long while. The ward was so quiet one could hear the wind outside, and Qing Zhang's heart sank gradually. He watched the physician's tightly pressed lips, perceiving the unspoken compassion concealed within that silence, and suddenly felt too afraid to inquire further. He was gone. For days prior, Koma knelt before his father's grave, his fingertips brushing over the faded inscriptions worn smooth by wind and rain, his forehead resting against the cold stone surface, only rising when the last ember of the incense on the offering table extinguished, turning to fine ash. He swiftly turned southward, arriving in the afternoon when the silver shop's lights were still aglow, the owner tidying up the counter. He handed over the wooden plaque inscribed with the character for snow. The owner took a glance and turned to retrieve a small fabric pouch. "The snowflake-patterned earrings you requested are ready. Open it and see. They are sure to be the finest." Koma accepted it, feeling the coolness of the metal against his fingertips as the earrings inside gently swayed, resembling 2 small, gleaming snowflakes. He thanked the owner and carefully tucked the pouch into his bosom, hastening toward the dojo as dusk fell. People were gathered in clusters along the town road, discussing events. "It's from the Su Lu dojo." Master Qing Zong rushed in carrying Lian Shui, covered in blood. "They say they were poisoned," vomiting severely. Those fragmented words pierced his heart like ice picks, and his steps faltered abruptly before he dashed madly towards the medical hall. Upon reaching the entrance, he heard Master Qing Zhang's hoarse cries from within, each word laced with blood. "There's poison in the water." "Elu." Koma's voice split, and he dared not glance inside. Turning to rush back, the strap of his wooden sandals broke. He discarded them entirely, feeling the sharp stones beneath his bare feet. The pain unnoticed as his only thought was to return. He had to get back. Elu was still waiting for him. As he stumbled through the door of the boxing gym, he was met only by the blinding dark red hue of the corridor and the lifeless body of Elu. All the strength he had mustered on the way dissipated in an instant, and he collapsed beside her, trembling as his fingertips brushed against her icy skin. Kneeling by Elu's side, he clawed desperately at the cracks in the stone floor, his knuckles turning white as if they might shatter. The earrings he had held fell to the ground, still glimmering, a testament to their exquisite quality. Why did he have to retrieve that wretched item? A guttural whimper escaped his throat as his forehead struck the ground, blood seeping out without his awareness. Could he not have left it behind? Would wearing it a day later have led to her demise? If only he had not detoured to the silver shop. If only he had not taken that accursed pair of earrings. Could he have arrived home before the poison took effect? Could he have stopped them from drinking the tainted water when he opened the gate, instead of now cradling a cold body, unable to hear even a word of apology from her? In a fit of rage, he seized the earrings and hurled them violently against the wall, the silver clattering against the wooden post with a piercing sound, splitting open a seam. Yet, no matter how fiercely he struck, time could not be reversed. His misguided coming-of-age gesture had earned him an irrevocable farewell. As dusk settled, his cries mingled with the tinkling of the wind chimes, like crushed snowflakes scattered across the desolate yard. After a long while, he gently laid Elu's body flat, turned back to retrieve her pair of silver-red twin blades, and picked up the fallen snowflake earrings. He placed the blades beside her and set the earrings by her hand, his fingertips brushing against her cold knuckles. "Elu," he spoke, his voice trembling, "this is for you." The moonlight illuminated the scabbard and earrings, casting a cold glow that accentuated the profound silence enveloping the yard. rising to his feet. He cast one last glance at Lu in the corridor before stepping out of the yard, leaving behind a trail of crimson footprints. He walked directly toward the adjacent kendo dojo, pushing open the slightly ajar wooden door, the creaking hinges startling a few night insects from their perch beneath the eaves. As the door swung open, he saw Chuan Mingguang, holding a candlestick, the flickering light casting shifting shadows across his face. The smile at the corners of his mouth twisted and malicious. Back already? He taunted. Komaji's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare on him. Did you do this? The poison in the well? Indeed, it was me. What of it? Chuan Mingguang sneered, his eyes glinting coldly in the candlelight. Qingzong, that old fool, is as dim-witted as a pig. Lian Shui, that girl, was a nuisance, and Yagyu Yukio, a self-righteous waste, dead at last. He stepped closer, spitting as he spoke. You too, Komaji. You are a calamity. You brought death to Qingzong, to Lian Shui, and now to Yagyu Yukio. Living is a curse. You might as well die. Why weren't you poisoned along with them, Calamity? The candlelight flickered violently, casting their shadows on the wall, one grotesque, the other taut with tension. Chuan Mingguang swung the door wide, the cold smile still etched on his lips. Look at that expression on your face, it's truly satisfying. The moment Komaji stepped inside, he beheld the scene within the dojo. 66 individuals clad in kendo uniforms stood in formation, each wielding a sword. Chuan Mingguang strode to the front of the line, his twisted smile intensifying as he turned. See, so many people. Are you prepared to seek vengeance against me? Komaji's expression drained of all color, leaving only a turbulent sea of crimson. He did not move an inch. The first kendo member lunged forward with their blade raised, only to be met with a devastating punch to the face. The sickening crunch of bone mixed with shattered teeth splattered blood across his face. Komaji's fist did not falter, crashing down onto the chest with a sound akin to snapping dry twigs. The sickening noise of flesh penetrating flesh echoed. The sound of internal organs being reduced to pulp was audible, warm blood mingled with viscera spraying across his face, as he did not even blink. One after another, the kendo members surged forward like wild beasts, their blades glinting under the flickering candlelight. Komaji weaved through them, each punch accompanied by the sound of air ripping apart. Someone grasped his wrist, twisting it violently, the arm bending at an unnatural angle, bone shards protruding from torn flesh. Another attempted a sneak attack from behind, but was met with a devastating elbow strike, their neck shattered, the head lolling to one side. Blood bubbling from their mouth mixed with shattered trachea. Yet another was seized in a bear hug, the grip tightening, the sickening sound of organs bursting forth, trailing a long stream of blood that pooled on the ground like a heap of rotten meat. The stench of blood thickened, saturating the air. Komaji's fists were coated in blood and flesh. He struck down upon one member's crown, their skull crumbling like a crushed watermelon. Gray matter splattering across the nearby wooden post. He seized another by the hair, smashing their head forcefully against the ground, the stone floor yielding to create a shallow dent. The face was reduced to a bloody, mushy mess, the eyes rolling out at his feet, still attached to a half-severed optic nerve. 67 souls. None could withstand more than 3 blows beneath his fists. The dojo floor was drenched in blood, each step squelching beneath him, severed limbs, shattered bones, and viscera mingling together, resembling a spilled palette of colors, red, white, and yellow smeared across every inch. When the last person collapsed, Komaji stood amidst the pile of bodies, his chest heaving violently, blood dripping from his fingertips, pooling into small crimson puddles. He gazed down at his fists, still smeared with flesh and hair, his expression devoid of any emotion. Only a desolate stillness remained. The latch fell with a soft click, echoing sharply within the silent dojo. Komaji turned, catching a glimpse of a tall shadow outside the door. The figures stood still in the moonlight, the folds of their garments exuding an almost frozen majesty. Clad in a purple haori, they stood upright like a cypress, sporting a high ponytail reminiscent of Elu's. Their hand rested on the sword at their side. And upon seeing the blood-soaked Komaji, their eyes betrayed no emotion. The likes of you, who can be killed by me, are unworthy to wield her blade. Komaji seemed not to hear the words of Kurizetsu, turning instead to re-enter the boxing gym, his bare feet crossing the threshold, leaving long trails of blood on the bluestone floor. The gate of the gym stood ajar, the moonlight illuminating the bloodstains in the corridor. He knelt, carefully lifting Elu's body, her form cold and light as a withered leaf, the silver-red twin blades clinking softly together with his movement. He threaded the snowflake earrings through her pierced ears. Her hair had come undone, strands sticking to her pale cheek. Komaji raised his hand to brush them aside, but the icy touch made him retract his hand swiftly, as if fearing to shatter something fragile. He carried Elu toward the exit, his steps slow, each footfall pressing into the bloodstains he had left behind. the depths and shades intertwining like dark red flowers embroidered upon the earth. Kurizetsu stood at the entrance of the dojo, watching as the silhouette disappeared within, only to emerge again. Then he saw the figure cradled in Komaji's arms, her high ponytail undone, matted with blood. Her eyes were tightly shut, the corners stained with dried blood, the edges of her lips crusted with a purplish-black scab. Her nails dug deeply into her palms, embedded with dirt and blood. Even the crevices between her fingers bore dark purple stains. Her fingertips, now poisoned and tinged with blue, hung limply in Komaji's embrace. Suddenly, a wave of invisible pressure erupted, sending Komaji hurtling like a leaf caught in a tempest, crashing violently against the distant stone wall. The metallic taste of blood surging in his throat as he coughed up crimson. He scarcely perceived how Kokushibo moved, amidst the sound of tearing fabric. That violet silhouette had already knelt upon the ground, trembling hands gingerly accepting Ayu's lifeless form. Ayu. A choked sound escaped Kokushibo's throat, akin to the dying whimper of some beast. The air around him turned frigid, his deep purple haori billowing as if caught by an unseen wind. The muscles beneath the fabric swelling visibly, and the brittle sound of grinding bones echoed as grotesque veins erupted from his temples. No. His face split open to reveal a second and third pair of eyes, their pupils swirling with an inhuman crimson. Demonic patterns sprawling along his neck and creeping up his cheeks. He buried his face in her cold neck. The dried blood he brushed against his nose eliciting a mournful wail akin to a trapped beast, the despair within his voice as dull as a blunted blade. Frantically, he rubbed his fingertips against the stains on her jaw, yet the more he wiped, the more chaotic it became. The blood that had spilled forth had long soaked through the collar of his garment. Who turned you into this? The words shattered into countless fragments. Laden with a beast-like whimper, the figure in his arms remained unresponsive. Kokushibo abruptly lifted his gaze, the crimson in his 3 pairs of eyes fixating intensely on the corner where Koji was coughing blood, but the despair entwined with his hatred was too heavy, weighing him down and robbing him of the strength to raise a hand. He could only clutch the increasingly stiffening body, emitting a wail that shattered the night sky. Yorchi's spirit stumbled forward a step, yearning to reach out and touch that deep purple haori, yet his fingertips passed through it as if it were air. He gazed at Kokushibo, who held the increasingly rigid Ayu, watching as his brother succumbed to madness and despair. A silent sob lodged in his throat. Unable to save the drowning Yensheng in his frenzy, he could not rescue this corpse that shattered them. Ayu, don't touch her, no one is allowed to touch her. Kokushibo's voice, intertwined with whimpers, descended as he lowered his head, rubbing his cheek against Ayu's bloodied hair. The tears of blood from his 3 pairs of eyes flowing more fiercely, as if to drain the world of all its sorrow. Yorchi's spirit froze in place, his translucent hand suspended in midair, the faint glow at his fingertips trembling like a candle flickering in the wind. He beheld his brother's twisted visage from agony, watched Koji writhe on the ground, gasping in torment, and saw Ayu's once warm eyes now reduced to mere traces of dried blood. Return Ayu to me. Koji's voice was hoarse and fragmented, yet it bore an unwavering tenacity, his bloodied hands gripping the shattered stones on the ground, knuckles whitening from the strain. Ayu was his sole kin in this world, the one who would smile as he played the shamisen, who would bandage his wounds after training, the one who led him from the graveyard. Why should she be cradled by this madman? Kokushibo suddenly raised his head, the violent light of rage surging in his 3 pairs of crimson eyes, instinctively clutching Ayu's corpse tighter. She is my wife. His roar reverberated, nearly extinguishing the lanterns at the alley's mouth, as if he were about to tear apart the one before him. Yukikich, I enunciate that name with unwavering conviction. From the moment she donned the yukata I gifted her, she could only belong to me. No one shall take her away. The last few words were nearly squeezed out between clenched teeth, laced with the scent of blood and possessiveness. He glanced down at the pale face of the one in his arms, blood tears surging anew in his 3 pairs of eyes. The previous ferocity overwhelmed by deeper despair. No one can take her away. Koji's gaze held an equal measure of madness. She is my sister. Yuki. She is not your Yukikich. Silence. Kokushibo's roar was filled with a pain that felt like tearing, the blade's aura grazing Koji's cheek, carving 3 deep grooves into the stone beside him. She is mine. She can only be mine. The wind in the alley turned suddenly biting cold, Ayu's scattered hair fluttering gently, as if silently witnessing this absurd struggle. Chapter 40, Rebirth. Soria Dojo. The scent of blood in the alley thickened. Kokushibo, unbeknownst to himself, had sliced open his own wrist, the eerie glimmer of demon blood coiling around Koji's ankle, burrowing into his veins through the gash. Lord Muzan, Kokushibo implores you to transform this youth before me into a demon. Koji felt every bone in his body ablaze. a heart-wrenching thirst surging in his throat. Fragments of memories about the dojo, the love of snow, Master Keizo, and Ayu crumbling like paper consumed by fierce flames, turning to ash. Remember? Kokushibo's voice echoed from a distant place, imbued with an undeniable command. From this moment forth, you are no longer Koji. When the eyes that once burned with stubborn fire opened again, they were hollow. Koji, or rather, Akaza. This vessel reshaped by demon blood slowly straightened. The wound on his chest healing rapidly, his bloodied hands hanging limply at his sides, indifferent to the bloodstains belonging to Yuki on the ground. Kokushibo looked down at Ayu in his arms, then cast a glance at Koji, who now stood beside him, entirely transformed into a demon. His 3 pairs of eyes revealing a semblance of tranquility for the first time. No one would ever call her Ayu again. No one would dare dispute that Yuki belonged to him. The wind swept through the alley, stirring Ayu's hair scattered on the ground, brushing against Akaza's ankles. Yet he recoiled as if scalded, a low growl escaping his throat, laden with incomprehensible meaning. It was a demon's instinctive wariness toward the other, even if the other had once been the person he protected with his life. Kokushibo turned and walked into the night with Ayu in his arms. He would return her to her rightful place. The phenomenon of death and rebirth was indeed extraordinary, yet did it not imply that his wait had been worthwhile? This was a good thing. Once this thought took root, it spread wildly in the depths of his heart, like a vine. If Ayu could return from the abyss of death, did it not signify that all he had longed for was not entirely impossible? He lowered his gaze to the endless life granted by his transformation into a demon, and the doubts and hesitations that had arisen from forsaking his humanity strangely dissipated in that moment. It turned out that having endless time to wait could indeed yield miracles. In this contemplation, a flicker of near-scorching light seemed to pass through the icy crimson of Kokushibo's gaze. The choices he had made, the solitude he had endured, were all validated. As long as he could continue to wait, there might come a day when all he had lost could perhaps be returned. Yet what Kokushibo did not realize was that this resurrection had already sown the seeds of a cruel foreshadowing. Years later, even if Ayu opened her eyes, there would be no trace of familiarity in her gaze, only complete strangeness and bewilderment. The years they had shared, the memories he had endlessly savored, were entirely erased in the gaps between death and rebirth. He awaited their reunion through endless time, believing he had grasped the glimmer of redemption, only to face an obsession directed at an empty shell. This expectation, infinitely prolonged by time, ultimately became the cruel mockery of fate. He possessed eternal life, yet lost the one person worth waiting for in the very moment of reunion. This unknowing obsession was, in hindsight, tinged with a profound absurdity. Behind him, Koji silently followed, like a soulless sentinel. The lantern at the alley's mouth finally extinguished completely, sealing their past into an endless darkness. The Eternal Paradise Cult. Tamayo sat upon the lotus seat of the Paradise Cult, her fingers delicately pinching a crystalline petal, her expression still adorned with that compassionate smile. Yet a faint mist spread within her eyes. How regrettable, she murmured to the air, her smile not reaching her eyes, instead causing the corners of her gaze to glisten with moisture. Yuki, so this is suffering, such an unforgettable flavor. Snowflakes infiltrated through the crevices of the drafty space, settling upon the woven mat where Jifutaro and his sister, Koyuumi, huddled together. The siblings pressed closely, with his emaciated arm encircling her slender frame, his rough palm clumsily covering her frostbitten ears. Brother, it's cold. Koyuumi's voice was as delicate as a whisper, her eyelashes adorned with fine frost, drawing herself even closer into his embrace. Jifutaro pulled the mat tighter around them, the edges chafing against his skin, yet he merely furrowed his brow, murmuring hoarsely, "Bear with it, you and me. Once the snow ceases, the chill will fade." In truth, he too was shivering uncontrollably, the tattered kimono offering little protection against the biting wind. But the warmth of his sister's breath against his neck felt like a flickering flame, compelling him to maintain his hold. The snowfall intensified, the wind howling as it whipped the snow into a frenzy, causing the mat to crackle ominously. Koyuumi buried her face into the folds of his clothing, her fingers gripping his garment as if it were a lifeline. Jifutaro closed his eyes, clutching her tighter, as if by doing so he could transfer the last remnants of warmth within him to her. Outside, the tempest of snow and the bone-chilling cold threatened to freeze them to the core, yet, nestled within this small corner of the mat, their mutual reliance ignited a flicker of warmth capable of withstanding the harshness of winter. A deep rumble echoed, followed by the sound of accumulated snow and splintered wood cascading down, causing the siblings to shudder in unison. Startled, Koyuumi instinctively pressed herself against Jifutaro, who reflexively shielded her ears while scanning the source of the noise. He beheld a shadow plummeting from the sky, crashing into the snow with a spray of white. The wind howled, driving snowflakes into his face, as Jifutaro squinted toward the figure now sprawled upon the ground, motionless. Long, dark hair spread out like seaweed soaked in water, obscuring much of a face that revealed only a pale jawline and fingers, slightly purpled from the cold. Resting in the snow continued to fall, quickly forming a thin layer over the figure, merging her with the desolate whiteness surrounding her. Jifutaro swallowed hard, tightening his embrace around the trembling Koyumi, his gaze swirling with caution and an inexplicable agitation. How could someone have fallen from the heavens? Koyumi peeked out from his embrace, pointing at the figure in the snow with her tiny hand. Brother, let us save her. I think I caught a glimpse of her. She's incredibly beautiful. Jifutaro frowned, his rough fingertips brushing against his sister's icy cheek. He had encountered many beautiful individuals in his life, those adorned in finery whose eyes held disdain, regarding him as one would a mere insect. Yet, the sparkle in Koyumi's eyes, filled with hope, rendered him unable to refuse her request. Stay put, he instructed in a hushed tone, carefully wrapping the mat around her before peeling it back and stepping through the snow-covered ground towards the fallen figure. The frigid wind instantly penetrated his thin clothing, sending a shiver through his bones. He approached cautiously, the side of her face partially exposed beneath her hair, gleaming unnaturally pale in the snow's light, revealing an exquisite contour he had never before encountered. Jifutaro hesitated, bending down to gently brush aside the tangled strands that concealed her features. He did not recognize this face. As he had moved closer at Koyumi's urging, he had indeed noticed her striking beauty, her skin as white as fine washi paper, with delicate features obscured by her hair, hinting at an indescribable elegance, the likes of which he had never seen beyond his sister, Koyumi. Brother? Koyumi called timidly once more, her small hand tugging at his sleeve, just as Jifutaro was about to pull her back into his embrace. He caught a whiff of something sweet yet metallic, a scent of blood, mingling with the cold air and seeping from the kimono fabric of the unconscious figure. His expression hardened. Such a person, bearing the scent of blood, was likely entangled in trouble, and drawing close would only bring misfortune. Don't meddle, he admonished Koyumi quietly, preparing to turn back and leave the stranger behind in the snow, when his gaze caught a glimpse of something protruding from her garment, an indigo purse, bulging with contents, clearly laden with valuables. Jifutaro halted in his tracks. He glanced down at Koyumi's lips, now tinged with purple from the cold, and then at the glimmering purse nestled in the snow. His throat tightened. The steadfast refusal he had felt moments ago was now swept away by a more pressing thought. The purse, partially dampened by the snow, remained heavy in his grasp. He fixated on the small pouch, his expression inscrutable. The earlier vigilance gradually yielding to a more pragmatic consideration. Once this person regained consciousness, or if she were to perish, that purse might ensure survival for him and Koyumi through the winter. Clutching the weighty purse, Jifutaro turned to leave. The money would be sufficient for warmer clothing for both him and his sister, as well as some rice to fill their bellies. There was no need to waste time on this mysterious individual. Yet, just as he pivoted, a sudden icy grip seized his ankle. He glanced down sharply to find the unconscious figure had somehow opened one eye, frost clinging to her lashes, her pale hand clutching his ankle with a strength that belied her frailty. A surge of anger flared within him. He was about to shake her off when he heard her voice, faint and fragile, as if flickering like a candle in the wind. It hurts. The words hung in the air, heavy with a nasally tone, mingled with stifled groans of pain that struck his ears like a bell. Jifutaro's brow furrowed as he looked down at the hand gripping him, fingers pale and stained with dark red droplets of blood. Mud and snow embedded beneath her nails. The purse pressed uncomfortably against his palm, yet the grip on his ankle felt like an iron vice, immobilizing him. The wind lashed against his face, and he stared at the figure's pained brow, the tension in his heart transforming into something else entirely. Brother, she is so pitiful. Koyumi's voice trembled, emerging from the mat with her worried face alight with concern. We must save her, or she'll freeze to death. Jifutaro lowered his gaze to the cold hand on his ankle, then glanced at Koyumi's reddened eyes, his throat constricting as a sense of unease welled within him. The purse remained heavy in his grip, yet the stranger's feeble moans and his sister's pleading gaze pierced him like needles. He gritted his teeth, his voice gravelly and reluctant. Tsh, what a bother. Jifutaro hoisted the unconscious figure over his shoulder, while Koyumi clutched tightly to the hem of his clothing. Following closely behind, snowflakes stung their faces like needles as they trudged through the accumulation, finally reaching the outskirts of the dilapidated slum bordering the Yoshiwara flower district. A rickety wooden shack exuded a dim, yellow glow from an oil lamp, the door creaking open to reveal a woman with smudged makeup, Chio, a once renowned courtesan who had once conversed with their long-deceased mother. Well, if at ISNT young Taro. Chiyo squinted, appraising them. Her gaze flitting from the figure slung over Jifu Taro's shoulder to Ko Yumi's frostbitten face, a glimmer of shrewdness flickering in her eyes. Oh, come to beg with your sister, have you? Jifu Taro had no time for idle chatter. He fished out a few coins from the purse, slapping them into Chiyo's hand. Rent a room for the night. We'll leave by morning. The weight of the coins brightened her expression, a smile instantly spreading across her face. Of course, of course. Come in quickly, someone might freeze to death out here. She stepped aside, though her gaze lingered on Ko Yumi's youthful, yet already striking features. A sly smile creeping onto her lips. This girl's beauty could fetch a high price in the flower district if nurtured for a few years. Jifu Tailong remained oblivious to her thoughts, merely assuming that she was motivated by greed as he hoisted the unconscious figure into the dwelling. Shy and timid, Xiao Mei trailed behind, her small hand unconsciously clutching her brother's hem, feeling an unsettling chill from the woman's gaze that sent shivers down her spine. The air inside was thick with the mingled scent of inferior cosmetics and charcoal smoke. It was hardly clean, yet far cozier than the dilapidated temple outside. Chiyo gestured towards a cramped corner piled with miscellaneous items, her impatience evident as she waved her hand dismissively. This will do for the night. Jifu Tailong gently set the unconscious woman down, allowing her to lean against a pile of straw in the corner, and pulled Xiao Mei closer to his side. The enclosure was small, barely accommodating 3 individuals, but at least they were no longer being pursued by the biting wind and snow. Settling beside her brother, Xiao Mei rubbed her hands together, relishing the faint warmth of the room, her tense body finally beginning to relax. Jifu Tailong cast a glance at the still unconscious woman in the corner, then absently touched the remaining pouch of money in his pocket, his brow furrowing. Though he no longer felt the urgency to flee as he had moments before, the embers in the charcoal basin crackled softly, casting flickering shadows of the 3 figures on the wall. This confined space momentarily transformed into a refuge where they could catch their breath. With a corner of her relatively clean kimono, Xiao Mei tiptoed cautiously towards Leo, gently parting the damp hair clinging to her cheek with her small fingers, and meticulously wiping away the snow and mud from her face with the fabric. Her movements were delicate, as if afraid to shatter something fragile. As the cloth brushed against Leo's pale visage, it revealed the delicate skin beneath, with eyelashes as long and slender as tiny fans. Xiao Mei gazed up at her for a long moment, her eyes shining brightly, before turning to tug at Jifu Tailong's sleeve. Her voice soft and imbued with childlike wonder. Brother, look, she is truly beautiful, like someone stepped out of a painting. Following her gaze, Jifu Tailong beheld Leo. Illuminated by the dim light, her features indeed exquisite to a surreal degree, though her pallor was alarming, and her lips devoid of color. He merely grunted in acknowledgement, saying little, but pulled Xiao Mei closer, urging her to keep her distance from the stranger. Yet, Xiao Mei's gaze remained affixed on Leo's face, her small voice murmuring, "When she wakes up, will she tell us stories?" Chapter 41, Betrayal. Jifu Tailong and Xiao Mei nestled together. Unable to withstand the fatigue that had accumulated over the past few days, their eyelids grew heavier until they both succumbed to a disordered slumber. In their dreams, warmth from the charcoal fire enveloped them, accompanied by the sweetness of dumplings they had never tasted before, causing the corners of Xiao Mei's mouth to turn up ever so slightly, her dreams punctuated by soft murmurs. After an indeterminate amount of time, heavy footsteps echoed outside, the sound of shoe soles grinding against gravel piercingly jarring, halting abruptly at the entrance to their enclosure. "Are you sure that little girl will fetch a good price after 2 years?" A gruff male voice emerged, reminiscent of rusty metal scraping against one another. "Indeed. But we must act swiftly, lest that little wildling wakes and causes a ruckus. She looks as scrawny as a monkey. And it would be a hassle if she puts up a fight." This was Chiyo's voice, laced with a hint of forced amiability. The earlier warmth she had shown them now vanished. "Humph, that little brat is just taking up space." Before the last word had left his lips, a loud crash resounded as the already loose wooden door of the enclosure was violently kicked off its hinges, the panel crashing heavily to the ground. A burly man with a brutish visage barged in. He was the very trafficker known for dealing in human lives. His beady eyes scanned the tatami, landing greedily on Xiao Mei's face, instantly twisting into a covetous grin as his large hand reached out towards her. "Ah!" Xiao Mei was jolted awake, her innocent eyes widening as she beheld the unfamiliar man's hand advancing towards her, sending a wave of terror coursing through her body as she instinctively recoiled into Jifu Tailong's embrace. Almost simultaneously, Jifu Tailong sprang upright, his muddled mind sharpening upon witnessing the trafficker's brutish advance, and the callous breaths of the courtesan outside pierced through his consciousness like a dagger. Realization struck. They were being sold. The last remnants of hope for a stable existence shattered into a million fragments. He lunged forward, his emaciated arm wrapping tightly around Xiao Mei as he let out a suppressed growl, his eyes instantly filled with bloodshot fury, fixating on the trafficker. Do not touch her. Taken aback by Ji Futailong's reckless fervor, the trafficker scoffed derisively. What kind of wildling are you to stand in my way? With that, he thrust his other hand forward, pushing Ji Futailong with a force akin to a rock, sending him staggering against the wall. The back of his head colliding with a wooden pillar, and darkness enveloping his vision momentarily. Xiao Mei's terrified cries filled the air, her small hands clutching desperately at Ji Futailong's clothing, her wails laced with sheer panic. Outside the door, Chio merely stood with her arms crossed, her gaze as cold as ice, as if observing two inconsequential pieces of refuse. Ji Futailong's heart felt as if it were being gripped in a vice, a painful tightness suffocating him as he met her frigid stare. Gritting his teeth, he tasted the metallic tang of blood seeping from his gums, forcing himself to rise again. Summoning every ounce of strength to grasp the trafficker's leg, his voice hoarse yet resolute. Let go of my sister. Impatient with the entanglement, the trafficker forcefully raised his foot, the sound of wind accompanying his boot as it struck Ji Futailong square in the chest. Get lost. The roar mixed with the thud of colliding bones as Ji Futailong was sent flying like a rag, crashing against the wooden door of the enclosure. Curling into himself from the pain, gasping for breath. Xiao Mei. He struggled to rise, but the trafficker's imposing figure blocked his view. That enormous hand had already clutched Xiao Mei's slender arm, indifferent to her cries and struggles, as he marched towards the door with the ease of carrying a frightened kitten. Xiao Mei's heart-wrenching sobs echoed, her small hand reaching futilely towards her brother on the ground. Just as the trafficker was about to step out the door, a rustling sound emerged from the enclosure, followed by a hoarse yet undeniably cold voice. Release that girl. The tone was low, yet it pierced the chaotic atmosphere like an icy needle. The trafficker halted, irritation flashing across his features as he turned his head. The door of the adjacent enclosure had been gently pushed open, revealing a woman clad in an indigo kimono, leaning against the frame. Her dark hair cascaded down to her waist, her complexion pale, yet her eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. Her gaze rested coldly upon the hand that gripped Xiao Mei. It was Liu. The courtesan's complexion paled, while the trafficker scrutinized Liu, his disdainful tone dripping with condescension. What foul woman dares to meddle in my affairs? With that, he tightened his grip on Xiao Mei, turning to leave. Before his foot could cross the threshold, Liu stepped boldly out of the enclosure. The hem of her indigo kimono brushed lightly against the ground as she moved, her long hair swaying, a few strands brushing against her neck, accentuating the starkness of her serene face. Ignoring the trafficker's impatience and the courtesan's gasps, she approached Xiao Mei, extending her hand to gently clasp the child's icy fingers. With her arm pulling away from the trafficker's grip, Xiao Mei instinctively looked up, meeting Liu's calm gaze, her tears momentarily stilled. Liu then turned her gaze towards the trafficker, her fingertips slightly whitening from the pressure, yet she steadfastly held on to Xiao Mei, her voice now lower. As if dropping ice beads onto stone, I said, let go of that girl. The trafficker's irritation was ignited by her fearless composure, his beady eyes widening in rage. You're asking for death. His other hand swung violently towards her, intending to shove Liu aside. But something seemed to entangle his wrist mid-air, causing him to lose balance and crash heavily onto his own leg. Momentarily stunned, he dismissed it as a lapse in his footing, cursing as he reached out again to push Liu away. Get out of the way. Before his hand could touch the fabric of Liu's sleeve, the hand that had been holding Xiao Mei suddenly pivoted gently, drawing the child protectively behind her. In the same fluid motion, her other hand shot out like lightning, her fingertips deftly grasping the trafficker's wrist. The male pimp felt as though his wrist were ensnared by iron pincers, a piercing pain radiating through the crevices of his bones. He attempted to withdraw his hand, yet the grip only tightened, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu executed a seemingly casual trip, causing the hefty figure of the pimp to lose his balance and lurch forward like a mountain about to topple. Just as he was on the verge of falling, Liu released his wrist, propelling her elbow into his back. With a resounding thud, the pimp crashed to the ground, remaining sprawled there for an extended moment, emitting only muffled groans of pain. The entire episode transpired with such swiftness that it left onlookers momentarily stunned. The courtesans, pale with fright, shrank back, scarcely daring to breathe. Liu gently patted Xiao Mei on the back to comfort her, then turned to cast a cold, disdainful glance at the fallen pimp. Her voice calm, yet suffused with an oppressive authority. Leave. Only then did the pimp regain his composure, struggling to rise. His eyes now filled with trepidation as he regarded Liu. No longer daring to utter a word, he clutched his back and staggered out, forgetting even to hurl a parting insult. Observing this, the The courtesans hurriedly followed suit, quickly disappearing at the corridor's end. The space fell silent, save for Xiao Mei's muffled sobs. With the surrounding commotion dissipating, Alu leaned against the wall for a moment, her disheveled hair cascading down to obscure half her face, her gaze still clouded with lingering confusion. She pressed her hand to her temple, her fingertips slightly chilled, her mind feeling as if it were stuffed with a damp, heavy cotton ball, muddled and dense. It seems I've had a rather long dream, she murmured softly, her voice barely above a whisper, as her gaze gradually settled on the figure of Jifutaro. The boy had just risen from the ground, a distinct shoe print marking his chest, clumsily using his sleeve to wipe away Xiao Mei's tears. Alu steadied herself and approached him, her tone laced with uncertainty. Did you save me? She could not recall much of what had transpired before she lost consciousness. Only a vague, pervasive ache throughout her body. Jifutaro's movements abruptly halted, and as he lifted his head, a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. He gazed into Alu's clear yet bewildered eyes, then looked down at the still sniffling Xiao Mei in his arms, his throat tightening. He did not speak the whole truth. Yes, it was me and Xiao Mei, he confessed, his voice hoarse and deliberately lowered, as if fearing exposure. We saw you fall into the snow, and we came to help. His words stumbled forth, his grip on Xiao Mei's garment tightening unconsciously. Xiao Mei lifted her tear-filled gaze toward her brother. Confused by his words but instinctively nodding, her small hand clinging tightly to Jifutaro's arm. Alu paused, observing these two frail children, the boy's chest wounds, the girl's reddened eyes, and their forced calmness, and her muddled thoughts grew even more chaotic. She opted not to press further, merely offering a soft her gaze softening as she added, I am Lu Sheng Yujiang. You may call me Alu. Thank you both. Jifutaro quickly lowered his head, unable to meet her eyes, feeling a flush of warmth rise to his cheeks. Xiao Mei nestled closer, and he gently patted her back, unable to decipher whether he felt relief or something more complex. Xiao Mei's sobs gradually quieted, though she continued to clutch Jifutaro's garment as though she were a frightened little creature. As Jifutaro brushed back his sister's hair and looked up at Alu, the earlier panic had faded, leaving only a stubbornness that belied his age. Please, he began, his voice still raspy but imbued with an undeniable sincerity. That pimp has been driven away, but they will not relent. This flower street is familiar to them. They will return, seeking to take my sister. He hesitated, tightening his hold on Xiao Mei. Alu's brow furrowed slightly, and she remained silent, awaiting his continuation. Jifutaro drew a deep breath, as if summoning immense courage. We saved you, did we not? He emphasized the word we, though his gaze faltered. Now we find ourselves at an impasse, uncertain if we will survive even until tomorrow. He raised his head to meet Alu's eyes directly, his expression a mixture of pleading and the brave desperation of youth, tinged with a childlike simplicity. So, could you possibly offer us refuge, just for a short while? So we might survive on this flower street. We are willing to do anything, cleaning, running errands, even guarding the door. Please. Upon finishing, he gently nudged Xiao Mei. Though she did not fully comprehend, she obediently followed her brother's lead, timidly bowing toward Alu and softly repeating, please. Alu regarded their frail forms, observing Jifutaro's feigned composure that barely concealed his trembling shoulders and Xiao Mei's tear-streaked cheeks. A flicker of clarity broke through the fog in her mind. After a moment's silence, the indigo of her attire shimmered softly in the dim light as she finally nodded gently. Very well. Alu turned and quietly closed the door, cutting off the distant clamor of the flower street. The room fell silent, save for the flickering light of a lone oil lamp in the corner, casting elongated shadows of the three figures. Let us rest here for the night. No one shall disturb us again. Her voice was markedly softer than before as she moved toward the corner, making more space for the siblings. The tatami mat still bore remnants of the earlier chaos. But Alu seemed unperturbed, her gaze returning to Jifutaro and Xiao Mei. I have yet to ask your names. I am Jifutaro, the boy replied quietly, gesturing toward his sister. This is Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei timidly raised her head to glance at Alu before swiftly lowering it again, softly repeating her name. Alu nodded, her fingertips unconsciously caressing the sleeve of her garment. What of your parents? How did you come to be in such a place? Jifutaro's shoulders sagged imperceptibly, and his voice grew somber. They have both passed away. His words were succinct, as if recounting a matter that held no personal weight. We spent our last bit of money to rent this small room. There was no need to elaborate. They both understood the unspoken implications. As he spoke, his hand instinctively reached into his clothing, retrieving a heavy pouch of coins, the very one that had fallen from Alu earlier, which he had hesitated to reclaim. Now, he held it up before her, his expression flickering with uncertainty. By the way, this. Alu's gaze fell upon the pouch, her brow slightly furrowed as she sought to recall its significance. After a brief pause, She lifted her eyes to Jifutaro and asked softly, "Is this pouch yours? It appears rather lovely, perhaps a New Year's gift or a birthday present." Jifutaro blinked in surprise before quickly nodding, relief flooding through him as he seized upon her words. Yes, yes. I have saved this for a long time, intending to buy something nice for Xiaomei. He gripped the pouch tightly, fearing further probing from Lu, and gently patted Xiaomei's back. Right, Xiaomei? Though Xiaomei did not grasp the nuances of their conversation. She nodded vigorously, her small hand clutching her brother's garment as if to affirm his words. Lu observed them, choosing not to speak further. Yet the haze in her eyes seemed to deepen once more. With a gentle she turned her gaze to the flickering lamp, lost in thought. Silence enveloped the room again. The light from the oil lamp gradually dimmed, and within the warm, golden glow, fatigue washed over them like a rising tide. Xiaomei had curled up in her brother's arms, her eyelids heavy and closed, with undried tears clinging to her long lashes. Jifutaro, too, could no longer withstand the cumulative fear and exhaustion of recent days, drawing his sister closer as he soon succumbed to a steady rhythm of sleep. Two slender figures were tightly embraced, as if this act alone could shield them from the chill of the world. Lu sat nearby, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, while the indigo kimono she wore appeared particularly serene in the dim light. She extended her hand, gently brushing aside the damp strands of hair from Jifutaro's forehead, pausing momentarily as her fingertips grazed his bony shoulder. Though her mind was still clouded, her heart inexplicably settled as she gazed upon the children nestled together in slumber. As the night deepened, the only sounds in the partitioned room were the steady breaths of the three. After an indeterminate time, Lu leaned closer, tenderly drawing the two children into her embrace, as if she were safeguarding a rare treasure. Her eyelids grew heavier, and she finally succumbed to slumber, her lips seemingly adorned with the faintest trace of a tranquil smile. Moonlight streamed through the window, gently illuminating them, quietly enfolding this moment of tranquility within the bustling night of the Flower District. Chapter 42. Living. The following day, the morning light wrapped in winter mist swept over the eaves of Yoshiwara, where the crimson pillars and gold-trimmed window frames bore a thin layer of frost. When the sunlight touched them, they sparkled as if sprinkled with silver dust. The street was so quiet that one could hear the delicate chime of the wind chime at the eaves trembling in the cold breeze. The stone-paved road had frozen solid, and occasional passers-by, bundled tightly in cotton robes, hurried past, leaving behind faint footprints that were quickly covered by the falling snow. Only a few shops in the market remained open, their owners exhaling visible breaths as they rubbed their frost-bitten hands together, methodically wiping away the remnants of last night's alcohol and makeup stains from the door panels, while a thin layer of ice formed from the mingling of frost and moisture upon the wood. After all, this was Yoshiwara, a renowned flower district that had never been crafted for the light of day, especially so during the winter afternoons. The tranquility of the daytime resembled a damp, thick quilt, enveloping the yet-to-awaken cacophony. Geishas curled beneath their blankets in the attic, too lethargic to let the warmth of the charcoal brazier seep through the window cracks. It was still too early for the courtesans to meticulously outline their brows before the copper mirrors, and the silver ornaments upon their makeup trays were chilled to the touch, eliciting a flinch upon contact. The lantern at the alley's entrance, which had burned throughout the night, now drooped under the cold wind, its red silk shrouded in frost, resembling a ripe persimmon on the verge of falling, devoid of any warm glow. The air carried the lingering scent of last night's wine and perfume, mingled with the coldness of snowflakes, reminding those who approached, when the sun sank and the lanterns lit up one by one. This place would be filled with the sounds of silk and bamboo, laughter and footsteps. The warmth of charcoal, the heat of wine cups, and the fragrance of makeup would intertwine, breathing life into this winter night. Morning light trickled through the paper window seams, falling upon the cold tatami mat without offering warmth. Lu, wrapped in her thin bedding, was the first to awaken, her nose tinged with redness from the cold. Turning, she found Jifutaro and Xiaomei still nestled together in slumber, Xiaomei's small face buried within her brother's embrace, frost seemingly clinging to her eyelashes. Time to wake up, Lu's voice, tinged with the chill, emerged stiffly. She breathed into her palms, rubbing her frozen fingers together, glancing at Jifutaro, who had just opened his eyes. "Show me the remaining money." Jifutaro responded with a low murmur, retrieving a pouch that did not belong to him from his bosom, his fingers stiff with cold as he handed it over. Lu accepted it, feeling the icy touch, and upon squeezing it, discovered a variety of coins within, as though fearing they might never be spent. "Take it." His voice was devoid of warmth, akin to a stone chilled by ice, as he unceremoniously thrust the pouch into Lu's arms. Instinctively, she recoiled slightly, her brows knitting together. "I cannot accept it. Your recompense." Jifutaro's tone was as unyielding as iron, leaving no room for her to refuse. His gaze swept over her bewildered expression, and without uttering another word, he conveyed an undeniable firmness. You deserve it. Alu grasped the edges of the pouch, the texture of the fabric both familiar and foreign. She could not comprehend what she had done to warrant such compensation, nor could she decipher the vague emotions in his eyes. A blend of impatience and something else buried beneath his rough exterior. The copper coins within clinked against her palm, heavy as if she were carrying a scalding stone. The sound of the coins clattering echoed distinctly in the stillness of the morning. Xiaomei stirred awake, disturbed by the commotion. Casting a timid glance at the pouch in Alu's hand, inching further behind Jifutaro, Alu, clutching the pouch tightly, ran her fingers over the coarse texture, remaining silent as she extracted larger denominations of currency to conceal in various parts of her clothing, leaving the remainder in the pouch, which she tucked once more into her bosom. With one hand holding Xiaomei's and the other grasping Jifutaro's, Alu felt Xiaomei's hand, icy as a block of ice, and enveloped it entirely within her palm. Though Jifutaro was slightly taller than his sister, his shoulders still hunched, and Alu's fingertips could feel the bones beneath his thin garment. The door to the Chiyo household stood ajar, evidently having remained undisturbed the previous night. Alu did not look back, guiding the children across the threshold, merging into the coldness of Yoshiwara's morning. The stone-paved road crunched beneath their feet, each step producing a delicate sound. After walking for a while, the wind picked up, causing Xiaomei to shiver involuntarily, prompting her to lean closer to Alu. Alu glanced down at the two children's tattered and thin clothing, a lump forming in her throat as she asked Jifutaro, "Where can we purchase thicker garments nearby?" Jifutaro raised his eyes to the front, his gaze settling upon a shop at the street corner displaying a wooden sign for winter clothing, which creaked in the wind. He pointed in that direction, his voice hoarse. "Over there, it seems." Alu followed his indication, nodding as she tightened her grip on the children's hands, quickening her pace. The biting wind and snowflakes whipped against her face, yet her sole desire was to ensure that these two little ones could don warm winter attire as soon as possible. The winter clothing shop radiated warmth, the owner dozing beside the charcoal brazier. Upon noticing a customer, he rubbed his eyes and rose to greet them. Alu's gaze swept over the hanging cotton garments, her fingertips grazing a dull gray cotton jacket, then pinching another slightly larger cotton robe. Though the fabric was not particularly thick, it far surpassed the children's flimsy clothing. "How much for these two?" she inquired. Her voice laced with an urgency she tried to suppress. The owner quoted a price, causing Alu's brows to furrow sharply. She fished out her pouch, spilling the few coins and crumpled paper notes into her palm, displaying them. "Look, this is all I have. The children are freezing. Can you make an exception?" The owner glanced at the coins in her palm, then at the shivering siblings tucked behind Alu, their noses red from the cold, and clicked his tongue. "This is far too little. Please, have mercy." Alu stepped forward a half step, softening her tone. "Look at the fabric. The seams are unfinished. Please, consider it a bit cheaper. It's cold, and the children will be warm in your clothes." After much back and forth, Alu exhausted her pleas, and finally, the owner, feeling cornered, sighed, Fine, take them. I'm truly at my wit's end with you." Alu quickly counted the coins for the owner, and, after receiving the garments, led the children to a corner, personally helping them into their new clothes. Xiaomei's winter attire fit perfectly, allowing her to wrap herself tightly, her eyes glimmering with warmth for the first time. Jifutaro's was slightly shorter, yet sufficient to cover his thin undergarments. He lowered his gaze and tugged at the hem, saying nothing but quietly inching closer to Alu. Once the two children were settled, Alu turned her attention to the remaining garments, her gaze landing on a tattered old winter coat in the far corner, the cheapest in the shop. Biting her lip, she produced the last few copper coins and handed them to the owner. "I'll take this one." The owner accepted the money, glancing at the worn jacket, then at Alu's lips, which were turning purple from the cold, saying nothing further but adding another piece of charcoal to the brazier. Aliu swiftly donned her winter attire. Though it lacked the warmth of the children's garments, it still offered some respite against the biting cold. She gently patted the children's shoulders and said, "Let us go, as long as we can keep warm." As Xiaomei finished putting on her clothes, she could not resist burying her face in the fluffy cotton, rubbing against it. The clean scent of the fabric mingled with a faint hint of sunshine, causing her nose to tingle and tears to roll down her cheeks unexpectedly. She dared not cry out loud, instead rubbing her face against the hem of Aliu's garment, softly sniffling, "Thank you." The two words, though uttered indistinctly, pierced through Jifutaro's heart like a delicate needle. He gazed down at the cotton robe enveloping him. The coarse material chafed against his neck, yet it felt remarkably comforting, a sensation he had never experienced before. Growing up, he had always worn discarded clothing, frayed at the cuffs or torn at the hems, and it was common for him to feel bone-deep cold during winter. At this moment, wrapped in cotton, shielded from the wind, he suddenly raised his hand to quickly wipe his face with his sleeve. Xiaomei suddenly leapt forward and embraced her waist, her little head nuzzling against her. Aliu's sister, she began, but her voice was choked by the cold, rendering her speechless. Jifutaro stood beside them, his lips moving several times before he managed to utter a hoarse, thank you. Unlike his sister, he did not cry out, but his trembling hands clutched the robe's collar, knuckles turning white. Aliu patted Xiaomei's back and glanced at the reddened corners of Jifutaro's eyes, her heart swelling with an overwhelming emotion. She had used the money from the street children to buy herself a coat. How had she fallen to such depths? Attempting to smile, her lips pulled into a stiff grin against the biting wind, and she turned her face away to adjust her old jacket. What are you standing around for? Once you're warm, we must hurry along. We wouldn't want to delay the boss's business. The siblings obediently followed her, and as the wind whipped the snowflakes against their faces, Aliu tucked the empty, deflated money pouch back into her bosom, her fingers grazing the shapes of the few copper coins beneath the fabric. She glanced down at Xiaomei's reddened ears, and then at the silently brooding Jifutaro before suddenly asking, "Where did you used to live?" Jifutaro's footsteps faltered, as if pinned to the spot by the question. He lowered his gaze, snowflakes gathering on his long eyelashes, and after a moment of silence, he mumbled, "Not really a home, just beneath the bridge or in the corners of abandoned warehouses." Xiaomei snuggled closer to Aliu and quietly added, "Sometimes we would get chased away." Aliu's heart felt as though it had been pierced by the frigid wind, sending a chill through her. She looked at the two children before her, who ought to be cradled in warmth and safety, yet had no shelter from the elements. She reached up and ruffled Xiaomei's hair, her voice gentle and low. "Is there anywhere that feels a bit more secure?" Jifutaro glanced up at her, uncertainty flickering in his eyes, and after a moment's hesitation, he replied, "I know of a small courtyard, but many people died there before. It's said to be haunted and drafty, and no one dares to go." Aliu nodded, taking their hands as they continued forward. "Then let us go take a look. I fear no drafts. We can find a way to shield ourselves. As for ghosts, they are but fabrications. There are no such things in this world. Now, let us find something to eat. Whether in a warehouse or beneath a bridge, neither could be considered home, as long as it provided them temporary refuge from the cold and the threat of being driven away. Even a drafty corner would be preferable to wandering aimlessly in the streets." The steam rising from the noodle stall enveloped them in the fragrant aroma of buckwheat. Aliu fished out a few copper coins, her fingers tightening around them, and said to the vendor, 3 bowls of the cheapest buckwheat noodles." The vendor responded affirmatively, dropping 3 bundles of noodles into the boiling water. Xiaomei leaned over the table, her eyes fixated on the bubbling surface, while the steam caused beads of sweat to form on her nose. Jifutaro sat beside her, unconsciously rubbing the sleeves of his new cotton attire, his throat subtly moving. The 3 bowls of noodles arrived swiftly, the broth in the coarse porcelain bowls glistening faintly with oil, the noodles distinctly separated. Aliu pushed the fullest bowl toward Xiaomei, then slid another bowl in front of Jifutaro before finally picking up her chopsticks. "Eat quickly, it won't taste good when it's cold." Xiaomei immediately picked up a mouthful, her tongue burning from the heat, yet she hurriedly swallowed, blissfully closing her eyes as the noodles slid down her throat. Jifutaro ate steadily, savoring each bite as though he sought to imbibe the warmth into his very bones. Halfway through, he unexpectedly pushed a few strands of noodles from his bowl into Aliu's. "I have enough." Aliu returned the gesture, saying, "You're still growing." He did not push back this time, simply lowering his head to eat a bit faster. The 3 pairs of chopsticks clinked gently against the bowl's rim, the sounds of slurping noodles mingling with the boiling water in the pot, creating a lively atmosphere amidst the biting cold. The warmth of the noodle stall blurred their faces, and while Jifutaro focused on his noodles, he kept his peripheral gaze on Aliu. When she pushed noodles into his bowl, his fingertips tightened almost imperceptibly, this warmth born of deception feeling like a sugar-coated thorn, making him instinctively wary. Xiaomei, satisfied with her meal, occasionally smiled up at Aliu. Unbeknownst to her, Jifutaro discreetly scrutinized the empty pouch in Aliu's possession. This kindness felt too heavy, too burdensome for him to accept. He tightened his grip on the chopsticks, causing the bowl to emit a faint sound, and hurriedly lowered his head, pretending to focus on his meal while the tips of his ears turned pink. Aliu seemed oblivious to his discomfort, merely smiling and urging him to eat faster. Yet he noticed the fleeting look of bewilderment in her eyes as she gazed into the distance, extinguishing the flicker of warmth that had begun to bloom in his heart. Replaced by caution, he was uncertain of where this suddenly appearing woman would lead them, nor how long this facade of stability would endure. All he knew was that he must hold Xiaomei's hand tightly, watching her every move, just as he had once guarded against the wild dogs lurking beneath the bridge. As the last sip of broth was swallowed, he set down the bowl, not echoing Xiaomei's praise of the meal, but merely wiping the corners of his mouth in silence. After they finished their noodles, Aliu carefully folded the empty money pouch and tucked it back into her bosom, raising her eyes to gauge the sky. Though the snow had lessened, the wind had intensified. She glanced down at Xiaomei's red-tipped nose, and then at Jifu Taro's taut profile, taking a deep breath. I must find some work. Xiaomei was taken aback, tugging at her sleeve. Where are you going, Aliu's sister? Just looking around nearby, Aliu replied, patting her hand, attempting to keep her tone light. I need to earn some money. Otherwise, we won't even have enough for our next meal. She understood that enduring the winter on empty stomachs was unsustainable, not just for the children, but for herself as well. Jifu Taro remained silent, merely observing her. Aliu met his gaze, recognizing the caution in his eyes, yet she spoke earnestly. You can wait here, or you can come with me. I won't abandon you. She led the two children down the street, inquiring at each establishment. The proprietress of the silk shop waved them off, deeming them a nuisance, while the tavern attendant stated they were not hiring at the moment, though his gaze lingered on their new cotton garments with a hint of scrutiny. Undeterred, Aliu tightened her old winter coat and pressed on, resolute in her determination to survive, willing to do whatever it took. Chapter 43, Survival. Suddenly, a piercing wail cut through the wind, mingled with a man's furious curses. Aliu looked up to see chaos erupting at the entrance of a brothel not far away. A drunken, homeless samurai was brandishing a sword, his intoxicated state rendering him unsteady, and the blade threatened to sweep down upon a young woman cowering in the corner. The surrounding crowd, frightened, scattered in all directions, shrinking back in fear. Aliu instinctively shielded Xiaomei and Jifu Taro behind her and dashed forward like a gust of wind. The samurai swayed unsteadily, and seizing the opportunity, she crouched low and lunged at his knee while simultaneously grasping his wrist that held the sword, twisting it with the force of his own swing. With a resounding clang, the sword clattered to the ground, and the warrior stumbled into the snow, taken aback before being pinned down by Aliu's foot on his back. Impressive, exclaimed the proprietress of the Yujin house, who hurried out from within, her heavily adorned face reflecting astonishment. She scrutinized Aliu from head to toe, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. My dear lady, would you care to join us? I assure you, I can elevate you to the status of the finest courtesan in Yoshiwara. Aliu lifted her foot and brushed off the dust from her hands, her expression devoid of emotion. No, thank you. Why not? The proprietress pressed, unwilling to concede. Being a courtesan is quite glamorous, far better than braving the elements outside. Aliu cast a glance at the two children tightly clutching her garment, her tone calm, as if discussing another's affairs. They are my children. A woman with children cannot be a courtesan. Her words were a blend of truth and pretense, as she held the proprietress's gaze steadily, her lashes unwavering. The proprietress followed her gaze toward Xiaomei and Jifu Tailang, her expression teeming with regret. Such a pity, truly a pity. Yet Aliu abruptly shifted the conversation. However, I still possess strength that could be of use. You must have some troublesome customers here, yes? I can stay on as a bouncer. Just for food and shelter for the time being. The proprietress paused for a moment, then laughed, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes crinkling. Very well. We could use someone to maintain order. Aliu nodded, bent down to retrieve the sword from the ground, and handed it to the arriving attendant. Taking the hands of Xiaomei and Jifu Tailang, then let us go inside to warm ourselves. The proprietress stepped aside, ensuring they would not stand in the cold with the children. Aliu said nothing more, leading the two children inside. The warmth and fragrance enveloped them, starkly contrasting the biting wind outside. She understood this place was not meant for a prolonged stay, but at least for now. They had shelter from the storm and a hot meal. Inside the Hongsu house, the atmosphere was cozy, and the proprietress gestured for the maid to guide them to the bathing area. You must wash off that chill first. Though her words seemed casual, they brought Aliu a sense of relief. After days of travel, a layer of grime had accumulated on her, and the children were shivering, their bodies stiff from the cold. The bathing area was enveloped in steam, the wooden tub filled with hot water billowing white vapor, carrying a faint scent of mugwort. Xiaomei's eyes widened in wonder at the sight of such a large basin. When Aliu undressed her and placed her in the hot water, she let out a delighted squeal, her little body relaxing as her frostbitten toes began to unfurl. Initially, Jifu Tailang stood awkwardly with his back to the entrance. But as Aliu poured warm water over his shoulders, he gradually relaxed, allowing the warmth to seep into his bones. The accumulated dirt from countless days washed away, revealing a surprisingly frail physique. Aliu was the last to bathe. As the hot water reached her chest, she exhaled deeply, the weariness from days of toil seemingly dissolving in the warmth. The steam blurred her vision as she gazed at the two children playing in the tub. Xiaomei splashing water, drenching Jifu Tailang's face. The boy, unexpectedly, allowed a rare smile to creep onto his lips. After their bath, the proprietress sent over 3 sets of clean clothing. They may not have been made from luxurious fabric, but they were freshly laundered. Sufficient for their stay in Hongsu House, though they would need winter clothing for venturing outside. Xiao Mei donned a light pink undergarment and asked Lu to style her hair. Lu tied her hair into 2 small buns with red ribbons. Ji Fu Tailang's dark blue attire fit him well, highlighting his features, while Lu wore a simple and elegant blue cotton garment, feeling refreshed in her outfit. As the 3 emerged from the bathing area, the proprietress was seated in the corridor sipping tea. Upon seeing their appearance, she couldn't help but chuckle. Now this is more like it. Her gaze lingered on Lu for a moment longer, her eyes laden with a palpable sense of regret. Lu held the children's hands and quietly expressed her gratitude. The charcoal brazier in the corridor crackled warmly, with Xiao Mei fidgeting beside Lu, her drooping eyelashes resembling tiny fans, enhancing the sparkle in her eyes. The proprietress observed her and suddenly spoke, a hint of probing in her tone. Your little girl is truly lovely. Why not let her stay with me? With proper guidance, she could become one of Yoshiwara's finest courtesans in a few years. Xiao Mei timidly shrank into Lu's embrace, and Lu gently shielded her with her arm. Maintaining a serene smile, her tone became resolute. You flatter her. She is still too young to understand such things. It is far too early to speak of it. After a brief pause, she inclined her body slightly, her tone sincere. Regardless, I am grateful for your hospitality today. It has provided us with a place to rest, and I will remember this kindness. The teacup in the proprietress's hand paused as she regarded Lu's protective demeanor. And then she laughed, a hint of an indefinable emotion in her laughter. You are quite protective. Setting down her cup, she tapped the table with her fingertips. But I shan't rush you. After all, her gaze drifted to the bare plum branches in the courtyard, her voice softening, as if speaking to Lu, or perhaps to herself. Here in Yoshiwara, whether one is a phoenix or a sparrow, in the end, it all amounts to the same. Every woman here revolves around the title of courtesan. Lu remained silent, only tightening her hold on Xiao Mei. The crackling of the charcoal fire illuminated her tranquil profile, shrouding her thoughts in an impenetrable veil. The proprietress, fiddling with her handkerchief, abruptly shifted the topic, her smile dimming slightly. On another note, I cannot have idle hands at Hongsu House. You may serve as a bouncer, but these 2 children cannot remain inactive. Lu's heart tightened, and she opened her mouth to speak, but the proprietress continued. The girl is too young. Let her learn some chores from the kitchen staff, sweeping the courtyard, fetching items. She can manage that. As for the boy, though he may not be handsome, he seems steady enough. Let him run errands, greet guests, serve tea, and learn some etiquette. Ji Fu Tailang suddenly looked up, but Lu pressed down on his shoulder. Lu turned to the proprietress, her tone calm. That is only right. They cannot take up space without contributing. Rest assured, they will work diligently. Xiao Mei, only half comprehending, clung tightly to Lu's sleeve. The proprietress regarded Lu's demeanor, a smile returning to her lips. You are quite sensible. Do not worry. I will provide for their meals and shelter. It is certainly better than freezing outside. She clapped her hands, summoning a matron. Take these children to the kitchen and the front courtyard. Teach them what they need to learn, but do not be too harsh, nor allow them to be lazy. The matron responded affirmatively, gesturing for the children to follow. Ji Fu Tailang glanced at Lu, who nodded before reluctantly taking Xiao Mei's hand and following along. Only Lu and the proprietress remained in the corridor, the charcoal fire crackling. The proprietress took a sip of tea and said leisurely, Here, to survive, one must rely on oneself. Their assigned room was in the innermost corner of Hongsu House, small enough to fit just a low table and 2 grass mat-covered sleeping areas. A thin layer of frost clung to the walls, and the wind seeped through the window cracks, carrying a damp chill. Fortunately, it was far from the courtesans' quarters, and they could not hear any strange noises. Lu placed Xiao Mei on the tatami mat, set up Ji Fu Tailang's bed, and finally sat against the wall, rubbing her aching shoulders. Xiao Mei yawned, her eyelids heavy, yet still clinging to her sleeve. Lu, sister, are we going to stay here forever? Lu caressed her head, her voice low yet resolute. No. She glanced at Ji Fu Tailang, who had turned his back to the door, staring at the window covered with old paper. In a few days, I will check out that haunted house and then save some money. Once winter passes, we will leave this place. Ji Fu Tailang abruptly turned around. Disbelief etched across his face. As Lu met his gaze, she spoke slowly and deliberately. The Red Thread's house is not a place for prolonged stay. You cannot remain here. She understood all too well that this flower district was a treacherous mire, and with each passing day, the children were at greater risk of being dragged into its depths. Yet, Xiao Mei whispered, Where can we go? There will always be a place to go, Lu replied with a gentle smile, her fingertips tracing the patch on her old jacket. Work diligently, and I shall also strive. We will soon be able to leave. She pulled the two children closer. As the distant sound of silk and bamboo wafted through the window, the languorous melody drifting in the cold wind. The night in Yoshiwara had begun. The darkness enveloped the rooftops like the wings of a raven. The lights in the Red Thread's house flickered on one by one. The sounds of laughter and music spilling from various rooms, intertwining in the frigid air. Ailu donned the coarse, short garment given by the landlady. A heavy wooden stick secured at her waist, and stood in the corridor, taking a deep breath. Xiaomei had already fallen asleep on the straw mat, her breathing steady. Her cheeks still flushed. The brothel keeper, Taro, leaned against the wall, wide awake, his eyes fixed on her, the expression a mix of concern and something unnameable. Look after my sister, Ailu said, patting his shoulder with a measured firmness. I will be in the front courtyard. Call for me if anything arises. He nodded silently. Ailu turned to leave, her wooden clogs echoing on the corridor's floorboards with a monotonous rhythm. The front yard had already come alive. Drunken patrons embracing the courtesans as they made their way to the rooms, the courtesans weaving through with flasks of sake, each face adorned with a rehearsed smile. The landlady sat at the entrance of the accounting room, and upon seeing Ailu approach, gestured towards a shadowy corner. Stand there, keep a sharp eye. Don't let the patrons wield knives in the courtyard, and ensure the girls aren't mistreated too harshly. Understood, Ailu replied, moving to the designated corner. The night breeze rushed through the open courtyard door, carrying the chill from the streets outside mingled with the scent of liquor from within, a sharp contrast. She straightened her back, her gaze sweeping silently over every individual in the courtyard, the swordsman cursing while clutching a bottle, the ruffians shoving each other, and the little courtesan hiding behind a pillar, secretly wiping her tears. She knew this night would not be tranquil. A distant sound of shattering glass pierced the air, followed by a woman's shriek. Ailu's expression hardened, and she stepped forward. The sound of her clogs striking the ground resonated distinctly amidst the cacophony of the night. The lights of the Red Thread's house flickered vibrantly, when suddenly a brutish kicking at the door echoed from outside. 5 or 6 burly men burst through the wooden door. The leader, a scarred face, spat defiantly into the courtyard. They were sent from the neighboring Hanazaki house. Incensed that the Red Thread's house had eclipsed their business in recent days, a simmering tension had long reached its boiling point. Dare to steal patrons from Hanazaki house. The scarred man kicked over a wine jar in the corridor, spilling its contents mixed with shards of porcelain across the ground, sending several courtesans squealing in fright as they darted behind their patrons. The turtle's slaves trembled, the landlady's hand shook as she clutched her handkerchief. Yet she mustered the strength to shout, "Does Hanazaki house not adhere to rules?" Ailu stepped out from behind the pillar, her wooden stick tapping lightly in her palm. The sound cool and composed, "Get out." Upon realizing she was a woman, the scarred man scoffed and reached to shove her shoulder. What kind of filthy woman dares to interfere? Before he could finish his sentence, Ailu sidestepped, seizing his arm, and with a swift motion, propelled him upward. The man, weighing 180 pounds, was flung through the air as if caught in a tempest, crashing into a snowbank outside without a sound. The remaining accomplices, witnessing this, cursed and rushed forward brandishing their short sticks. Ailu did not retreat but advanced, her left elbow driving into the ribs of the foremost man, while her right hand grasped the back of his collar, tossing him outside like a discarded burden. As another lunged towards her, she deftly hooked his ankle with her foot, tripping him to the ground where he landed atop his comrade. In mere moments, 5 or 6 men had been expelled from the courtyard, saving the tables and teapots within. The men lay huddled in the snow, nursing their aches, too intimidated to approach again. The courtyard fell silent, the crackling of candle flames audible, while patrons gaped in astonishment, even the landlady forgetting to retrieve the fallen smoking pipe. Ailu brushed the dust from her hands, casting a glance at the moaning men outside, and turned to the landlady. "Shall we continue singing?" The landlady, finally roused from her trance, quickly waved at the musicians. "Play, play." Her gaze towards Ailu had shifted from appraisal to genuine apprehension. Ailu refrained from further words. Returning to her shadowed corner, the lantern swayed gently, casting a red glow that illuminated her snow-dusted hair. The earlier skirmish felt to her as if she had merely shaken off fallen snow from her shoulders. Yet, her grip on the wooden stick tightened. Tonight, they had secured peace. After the troublemakers were dragged away, the landlady personally picked up the smoking pipe from the ground, wiping it with her handkerchief. But her gaze remained fixated on Ailu, the corners of her eyes crinkling with delight. She approached Ailu, her voice lowered yet brimming with excitement. "You are truly a treasure found in my Red Thread's house." The deft display of skill she had just witnessed was etched in her mind. The Hanazaki house had long terrorized Yoshiwara, and they had never suffered such a defeat. Previously, she had been anxious about confrontations from rival houses, unable to sleep soundly at night, but with Ailu present, the weight in her heart had lifted. With you here, who would dare to wreak havoc in our establishment? The landlady patted Alu's arm with considerable force. Those ruffians and samurai, as well as the envious ones next door, will have to think twice. Her excitement grew as she pondered whether to reposition the Red Threads house's sign to draw in more patrons, showcasing the formidable presence they now had. Alu responded with a mere acknowledgement, her eyes remaining vigilant as they scanned the courtyard. The landlady, undeterred by Alu's aloofness, knew that she had secured a valuable asset. She turned to instruct a servant, add 2 dishes for Alu, and bring a warm jug of good sake. Watching the landlady's brisk departure, Alu felt little stirred. She understood that to the landlady, she was merely a useful tool. But that was of little consequence, as long as it afforded them stability and wages. Allowing them to live peacefully until their departure, mutual benefit was all that mattered. The night wind blew past, causing the lanterns to sway gently under the eaves, casting her upright silhouette in its glow. At least for tonight, the Red Threads house was indeed secure. Chapter 44, The Haunting. As Alu gently pulled open the sliding door, moonlight streamed through the paper seams, casting a pale glow on the tatami mat. Xiaomei curled in a corner, her kimono sleeves slipping to her elbows, revealing her slender arms draped over Taro's shoulder. Taro lay supine, his brow slightly furrowed, as if still engaged in a struggle within his dreams. Their breaths were steady, clearly exhausted. Alu crouched down, tucking the blanket around them, her fingertips brushing against Xiaomei's feverish forehead and smoothing Taro's disheveled hair. She stood still for a moment, then turned and tiptoed back outside, her clogs making barely a whisper on the corridor floor. The kitchen light still burned brightly, where Amama-san was diligently polishing a copper kettle. Alu approached, bowing gently over the low table. "Madam, please watch over these 2 children for a moment. I shall return shortly." The Mama-san lifted her gaze to Alu's bloodshot eyes, asked no further questions, and simply nodded. "The sooner you go, the sooner you return. Dawn is approaching, and the wind outside is chilly." Alu acknowledged and turned towards the entrance. She recalled the room Taro had mentioned, the one rumored to be haunted and secluded. While it mattered little to her where she stayed, these 2 unfortunate children could not remain with her inside the courtesan house indefinitely. It was too chaotic and too crowded. Those 2 pitiable little souls, who were themselves barely warm or fed, were willing to help her. And Alu could not stand idly by. The morning dew dampened the straps of her wooden sandals as Alu adjusted her garment and strode towards the outskirts of the town. The moonlight elongated her shadow, casting it upon the silent stone path, each step deliberate and steady. She sought out the small shop adorned with a wooden sign indicating its role as a mediator for housing. The lattice door was ajar, and the proprietor, engrossed in his ledger, sighed heavily. Upon her entrance, he straightened up, a flicker of anticipation gleaming in his eyes. "Greetings, I am Lusheng Yujiang, here to inquire about the haunted house." "Welcome, dear guest. I am Iwasaki Ichiro," he replied, scratching his head, his brow furrowing. "That vacant house, you see, has not been visited since the previous tenants departed. There have been unsettling noises at night. The locals whisper of supernatural disturbances, and no one dares take on this troublesome property." He paused, studying Alu's earnest expression, lowering his voice. "If you are truly interested, we can negotiate the rent. A nominal sum would suffice. However, let me forewarn you, the ominous nature of this dwelling is not mere gossip. Please exercise utmost caution." Alu nodded, choosing not to elaborate. Iwasaki Ichiro, anxious to protect his reputation, continued to murmur disjointed Buddhist scriptures as he escorted her to the door. The sound of her sandals on the stone mingled with the gentle chime of wind bells overhead. By the time Alu stepped into the snowy expanse beyond the town, the eastern sky had begun to blush with the first light of dawn. The morning mist veiled the building like a delicate shroud, its dark wooden door marred and peeling. The plaque above weathered to a mere indistinct silhouette. She paused on the stone steps, fatigue from her night vigil still weighing on her bones. Yet gazing at the tightly shut door, she felt a flicker of clarity. A breeze seeped through the rotting shoji window, swirling a few dry leaves in its wake. Not as menacing as described, but rather imbued with a profound solitude of long-abandoned spaces. The weathered wooden beams at the eaves, though faded, still bore the mark of meticulous craftsmanship, dulled by the passage of time. In the distance, the first crow of a rooster sounded, and the fog began to dissipate. Alu raised her hand to push against the door, which creaked sharply in the stillness of the snowy morning. The sluggish turn of the door hinge felt as though awakening an ancient, slumbering relic. Taking a deep breath, she stepped inside, the light of dawn creeping in just in time for her to discern the secrets this abode concealed. The columns in the courtyard maintained their upright stature, standing silently amidst the morning mist. At the moment the shoji door clicked shut behind her, a sense of unease washed over Alu. The interior was shrouded in darkness, akin to being drenched in ink, with the morning light struggling to penetrate the tightly sealed paper doors. Dust lay thick upon the floor, stirring into fine particles as she stepped forward. "Who is there?" she inquired, her voice low and steady, her hand instinctively reaching for her waist, where she should have found nothing, yet instead grasped two distinctly shaped, icy cold scabbards. Leaning down to inspect, illuminated by the faint light seeping through the door crack, she discovered a pair of silver-red twin blades, one nearly 3 feet long, the other a mere inch or so. The scabbards glimmered with a warmth, as if they were destined to hang there. With little time for contemplation, the moment the shoji door locked behind her, a creature from the darkness had already begun to reveal itself, its ghostly green eyes barely discernible. Eilu acted swiftly. The long blade sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, striking the creature's hunched back. The blade met no resistance as it cleaved through flesh. A squelching sound echoed as half of the creature was severed, foul blood splattering onto the dust-covered tatami, releasing a wave of rancid odor. It howled and lunged at her, claws slicing through the air. Eilu did not flinch. Her left hand thrust the short blade like a striking serpent into the creature's gaping maw, burying it to the hilt, while her right hand followed suit, the long blade arcing elegantly, severing the twisted head from its neck. The creature's massive body staggered, still attempting to swipe at her. But Eilu leaped onto its knee, yanking the short blade free, leaving a trail of blood, and thrusting it again into the gap where head met neck. With a twist of her wrist, the blade churned within, and with a crisp crack, the head completely separated from the torso, rolling to the ground. The ghostly green light flickered twice within the severed head before extinguishing, and the body collapsed with a thunderous thud, quickly disintegrating into ashes. As Eilu landed, the blood on her silver-red twin blades had vanished, still shimmering with the light of their arrival. She glanced at the ashes below, not even pausing to catch her breath, as if the struggle had merely been a matter of dusting off her sleeves. At that moment, the morning light finally seeped through the door crack, illuminating her figure standing resolutely in the center of the empty house, as steady as a tree firmly rooted in the ground. "I told you, ghosts do not exist." As Eilu pushed open the lattice door once more, the morning mist had just cleared. "I shall take this house." Eilu tapped her fingers on the table, asserting, "It is merely a tad eerie. No matter, I am quite resilient." Iwasaki Ichiro swallowed hard and quoted a price. Eilu remained silent, merely lifting her eyelids to regard him, her gaze bearing the coldness of someone who had kept watch all night. "On my way here, I heard of a merchant who recently visited, claiming that even storing junk there would bring bad luck, offering only half of your asking price." Iwasaki Ichiro's face flushed crimson. "Young lady, this is, besides me. Who else would be foolish enough to take your property? It is better to rent it to me than to let it sit idle. Even a fly is still meat." Eilu interrupted, her voice measured yet unmistakable. "What do you say, or shall I seek elsewhere?" She stood to leave, prompting Iwasaki Ichiro to grasp her arm, trembling. "All right. We shall agree to your terms. This price barely covers the cost of the timber." Eilu rummaged through her belongings, and miraculously, she had just enough for the deposit. The intermediary clutched the money, watching her retreating figure, the silver-red twin blades swaying gently at her waist. "Wait, something's amiss." She seemed not to carry those blades when she arrived. Never mind. The young woman possessed commendable courage. If she could truly reside there, perhaps no one would dare utter that the house was haunted again. As the morning light spilled over the corridor of the red-woven house, Eilu was already making her way back. The silver-red twin blades had been carefully wrapped in a cloth and concealed within her wide sleeves, with only a hint of their gleam visible. The landlady was squatting in the corridor, tending to a potted plant. Upon seeing Eilu return, her gaze lingered on the sleeve before she stood up and brushed off the dirt from her hands. "Where did those two blades come from?" "They are mine," Eilu replied succinctly, but as she turned to enter the house, the landlady grasped her sleeve. The landlady peeled back a corner of the cloth, her fingertip brushing against the cool scabbard, a flicker of complexity crossing her eyes. "They do not appear to be ordinary. We have many eyes and ears here. Better to leave them behind at night to avoid trouble." Eilu nodded in agreement and turned to push open the small room's shoji. Inside, Xiaomei was still curled up under the covers, while Ji Futaro was awake, sitting with his back to the door, his shoulders tense. Upon hearing movement, he abruptly turned, his eyes bloodshot and mingled with residual fear, resembling a forsaken little beast. "Where have you been?" His voice was hoarse, laced with an imperceptible tremor. Eilu unwrapped the cloth, placing the twin blades in the corner, and sat beside him, the dark circles beneath her eyes stark in the morning light. "I went to inspect the house." She reached out to tousle Taro's hair, her gesture as natural as if she had done it 1,000 times before. "It's small but not too shabby. Just needs a low table and a couple of bedding rolls to make it livable. However, I've spent all my money, so I'm afraid you'll have to endure a little longer here." Taro was taken aback, his previously clenched fists slowly relaxing, his ears turning pink. He averted his gaze, fixating on the patterns of the tatami, and after a moment, managed to stammer, Who? Who is being put upon? Lu chuckled softly, choosing not to clarify. Xiao Mei, awakened by their conversation, rubbed her eyes and sat up. A house. Are we going to have our own home? Yes, Lu replied, handing her a plum candy. Once we get everything settled, we will move. Sunlight streamed through the paper door, casting warm, dappled light upon the three of them. Taro discreetly cast a glance at the dark circles beneath Lu's eyes, suddenly inching closer to her and nudging his thin blanket towards her. Lu's eyelids had long begun to flutter, her speech laced with a heavy nasal tone. She patted Taro's arm, her voice airy and soft. If you're hungry, go to the kitchen and find something to eat. Mama-san must have prepared breakfast. I'll take a short nap. Xiao Mei, in a sleepy haze, snuggled into her embrace like a little kitten seeking warmth. Lu instinctively tightened her hold, leaning her head against the wall, her breathing deepening in an instant, drawing Xiao Mei into a steady rhythm, their hair tips entwined, glistening softly in the morning light. Taro remained still, merely glancing down at Lu resting against his arm. The shadows beneath her eyes had yet to fade, her lashes casting delicate shadows upon her eyelids, while Xiao Mei, lost in sweet dreams, smacked her lips. Quietly, he shifted aside, ensuring Lu could lean more securely, while he leaned against the wall, his eyelids gradually closing. The room was enveloped in a serene stillness, broken only by the gentle cadence of their synchronized breaths, as soft as sunlight falling upon tatami mats. After weary hours, his heart suddenly found solace in that moment. Even dreams felt light and unburdened, devoid of any gloom. As night fell once more, the lanterns of Hongshu House shone brilliantly, their light almost blinding, while the sound of silk and bamboo mingled with the laughter of guests spilling from within. Lu stood in the shadows, her back straight, her gaze sweeping over the comings and goings like a statue guarding the abode. Xiao Mei emerged from the kitchen, a tray in hand, and quite serendipitously collided with Taro, who leaned against a column. She tilted her face upward, her braided hair swaying. Brother, why does Lu's sister, who is so beautiful, always stand alone? No one comes to speak with her. Taro glanced at Lu by the entrance before retracting his gaze, his fingertips absent-mindedly brushing his sleeve. His tone languid. When we arrived yesterday, 5 brutish men from across the street tried to cause trouble, but Lu's sister dispatched them all effortlessly. Xiao Mei gasped, her eyes wide. Wow, how impressive. Indeed, Taro smirked. The commotion was loud enough for the entire street to hear. Who would dare approach now? Afraid of becoming the 6th? Xiao Mei nodded, her understanding dawning, and when she looked back at Lu, admiration glimmered in her eyes, coupled with a hint of trepidation, as if she felt Lu was somewhat intimidating. A breeze swept through the corridor, carrying a chill, while Lu remained fixated on the street corner. Suddenly, her nose twitched, and she couldn't help but let out a loud sneeze. Rubbing her nose, she frowned slightly, her gaze instinctively darting to the entrance of Hongshu House. Murmuring softly, who is whispering about me at this hour? Just as her words faded, she noticed Xiao Mei tiptoeing and whispering to Taro, their eyes glancing her way. Lu raised an eyebrow, but chose not to probe further. As the lanterns flickered to life at the eaves of Hongshu House, swayed by the passing wind, the mingling scents of powdery perfumes and alcohol wafted over. Lu stood at the door, a place unlike any other, where all walks of life converged. Her duty was to keep the unruly patrons at bay, safeguarding the well-being of the young women within. Xiao Mei emerged from the kitchen, her braids adorned with freshly woven lilies, the ribbons as red as the lanterns overhead. Lu's sister. Mama asked me to bring some snacks to Sister Lingzi on the 2nd floor. She tiptoed to peer upstairs, just in time to encounter Taro descending after delivering firewood. A small fruit gifted by a patron in hand, which he silently offered to her. Sweet. Xiao Mei mumbled around the fruit, and he ruffled her hair, instructing her not to loiter at the door, to go inside. The sound of shamisen filled the air, with Xiao Baiha entertaining guests with song, the lilting melodies mingling with the clinking of cups. After the revelry, the late-night tranquility of Hongshu House finally settled. Upon her return, Lu found Taro seated on the tatami, gently unbraiding Xiao Mei's hair, who was sound asleep on his lap, her braid draping over his knee, rising and falling with her breath. She approached and sat beside him, the night breeze sending a chill down her neck. Tell me, she murmured, her gaze fixed on the fading lights across the street, her voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid to awaken Xiao Mei. Do you and Xiao Mei wish to remain here forever? Taro paused in his task, his eyes downcast, obscuring his emotions. What is there to hold on to here? He scoffed, not lifting his gaze. Life in the Flower District is lived one day at a time. No, I meant what kind of life do you wish to lead? She softly insisted, I want to hear your thoughts, yours and Xiao Mei's. Taro glanced down at the sleeping Xiao Mei, who smacked her lips as if dreaming of something sweet. After a long pause, he finally grumbled, "As long as she's happy." Epilogue. The whims of wind, flowers, snow, and moon. The wind, for Kokushibo, was once a gentle force that allowed him to shed his sharpness, revealing a glimpse of tenderness, yet it blew away, never to return, leaving behind a lifetime of empty pursuits. Snowflakes gently settled upon Kokushibo's hair as he stood on the cobbled path before an old house, his fingertips unconsciously curling. The window panes of that house once displayed the paper cranes Alu had crafted. Now only an empty wooden frame remained. Yet it still seemed to anchor him in place with an irresistible pull. Suddenly, a flash of azure fabric caught his eye. The color reminiscent of the yukata he had gifted Alu. That very silhouette sat quietly in the corridor, and as Kokushibo hurried to chase after it, his palm almost grazing the hem of her sleeve, the figure abruptly collapsed. Merging with the memory of that night during the fireworks festival when Alu had leaned upon his shoulder, a scene he had failed to fully perceive. Yukimura Yuen was never a weakling needing to rely on others. In the bamboo grove of late autumn, the claws of demons brushed against his shoulder as Alu, wielding her twin crimson blades, struck from the side. The intersecting arcs of silver and red sliced through the night, one blade severing the demon's neck, while the other skillfully deflected its blood arts. As she landed, she turned to him with a smile, her hair still dusted with bamboo leaves. "Yukimura, be careful of your back next time. I won't always be here." What had he said then? "I will always be by your side." But now, the figure before him seemed as fragile as a snowflake, ready to shatter at any moment, lacking even the strength to grip her blades. He stood frozen, his gaze fixated on her fallen form, her unique scent wafting through the cold breeze, so real that it made his heart tremble. Yet, in the next instant, that figure dissipated like mist, leaving only a few damp leaves on the cobblestones, devoid of even the marks her blades should have left behind. Kokushibo slowly crouched down, his fingers digging into the stone crevices, his knuckles whitening. He could not distinguish whether it was an illusion or reality, if it were merely a phantom. Why did the scent of blood and her fallen silhouette match his memories so perfectly? Why was he always a moment too late, unable to understand why she had perished, nor respond to his confession? The past memories burned vividly. In the Demon Slayer core training grounds, she wielded her crimson blades, the wind from her strikes swirling the fallen leaves. He had handed her the azure lily yukata, her fingertips brushing against his palm as she softly remarked, "The color Yukimura chose is beautiful." During the fireworks festival, he clutched the edge of the yukata, his heart full of desire to stand beside her, not merely as a swordsman confessing his feelings. These fragments became his sole support. Yet they pricked at his already battered nerves like countless needles. He recalled the wisteria trellis in the Demon Slayer core, where sunlight cast shadows like an invisible boundary. Yurichi stood in the sunlight, fingertips dusted with delicate flower shadows, softly calling Alu's name, her voice wrapped in warmth. As Kokushibo, hidden in the shadows behind, watched Alu instinctively step forward, nearly crossing into the light. Jealousy ensnared his heart like a creeping vine. He remained silent, merely reaching out to grasp her wrist, gently pulling her back from the step she was taking toward the light, returning her to the shadow beside him. In that moment, he disregarded all notions of brotherly respect, driven solely by instinct to firmly lock this warmth that belonged to him in place. Yet, in the countless snowy nights that followed, he found himself squatting before Alu's gravestone, forever haunted by the memory of that hand that had gripped her wrist. At that time, all he could perceive was jealousy, failing to notice the fleeting bewilderment in Alu's eyes as she was drawn back into the shadows. He believed he had secured the warmth, but ultimately failed to grant her even a moment more in the sunlight or a kind word from his lips. This regret lay like an icicle, hidden beneath the remnants of jealousy, piercing his heart each time he recalled the interplay of light and shadow beneath the wisteria trellis. He guarded these memories as the sole proof of Alu's existence, even as each time he closed his eyes, he was jolted awake by the image of her collapsing in a pool of blood, and though this obsession gradually pushed him toward the brink of madness, he continued to exist in the chasm between reality and illusion, spiraling further into despair. In the moonlight, the scent of blue hydrangeas would waft up, suddenly ensnaring Iwozu in a haze of chaotic memories. In the rain-soaked graveyard, a small boy trembled before his father's corpse, the relentless rain pouring down mercilessly. From the wet earth, a hand emerged, followed by a blurred face. Subsequently, that person's palm enveloped the boy's hand, and as she lifted her hand to wipe the mud from his face, the boy caught a glimpse of a faint blue pattern embroidered on her sleeve. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the rain mist enveloped that pattern once more, rendering the figure's face indistinct. All he remembered was that she had sung him to sleep through the long, endless nights with the sound of the shamisen, her voice somewhat muffled, yet strong enough to provide him with a sense of protection. The scene abruptly shifted to a cobblestone path, where a young man ran barefoot in a frenzy, blood trailing behind him on the ground. The moment he burst through the courtyard gate, Iwozu's breath hitched. There lay a figure in a pool of poisoned blood. Silver-red twin blades askew beside them, a high ponytail partially undone, the sleeves stained with blood. He instinctively sought to discern whether that familiar blue pattern adorned the figure. Yet his gaze felt as if ensnared by an invisible force, only capturing a blur of crimson, the contours hazy. The young man wept over the body, tears mingling with the blood on his face, and a snowflake earring rolled out of the bundle, stained with blood, spinning twice before coming to a halt. Iwozu fixated on those familiar twin blades, the same style of ponytail. His heart felt as if gripped by an unseen force. Every detail screaming that it was the same person, yet a fog lingered in his mind, obscuring the connection between the guardian in the rain and the swordsman lying dead in the courtyard, leaving only a sharp, inexplicable emptiness. The memory jumped again, devoid of snow. Only the oppressive twilight weighed down the sky. The young man stood rigidly in the open space outside the courtyard, having just laid down the gradually cooling body. Blood from his fingertips smearing the edge of the clothing, darkening it. He took 2 steps forward, his bare feet pressing onto the still wet bloodstains. The viscous liquid seeping between his toes, causing a stinging pain from the gravel, yet he seemed oblivious, merely clenching his fist mechanically, the knuckles turning white from the force. The redness in his eyes from earlier tears had faded into a hollow silence. Suddenly, a flicker of movement crossed his gaze, a violent light creeping into the emptiness. Like a spark igniting, coursing through his veins to his limbs. Blood dripped from the wooden boards, winding through the earth's cracks, congealing into dark patches in the twilight. He could not recall how many times he had swung his fists or how many people he had struck down. All he knew was the dull sound of his fists connecting with flesh and the warm liquid splattering onto his face, temporarily suppressing the gaping void within him torn by loss, making the numbing pain sharper, more acute. In the moonlight, I often catch the scent of familiar flowers, always recalling the silhouette of the figure bearing the silver-red twin blades. Yet, I cannot quite remember the origin of this feeling. I only know that each time it resurfaces, my heart aches with an emptiness that is excruciating. As for Yu Yuan-yi, Alu was the late snowfall in his long life. A snowfall that he could not share with her beneath the falling petals of fireworks while she lived. Yet in death, the swirling snow enveloped both their gravestones in a blanket of pure white, finally providing a serene resting place for the unspoken longing and regrets. The first time Inokuni Yu Yuan-yi met Alu was at his elder brother Yensheng's sword training ground. At that time, Alu held a wooden sword, its tip lightly resting against Yensheng's wrist, her clear voice cutting through the courtyard. Yensheng, keep your wrist heavier. Only then will your strength be steady. The sunlight glinted off the silk ribbon binding her hair, softening even Yensheng's tense brow. Yu Yuan-yi was merely a child, often overlooked by his father, hiding behind a pillar to watch, yet Alu noticed him. Instead of ignoring him like others, she approached, squatted down, and placed his hand on the hilt of the wooden sword. Would you like to try? The warmth radiating from her fingertips became one of the rare comforts of his childhood. Later, when he left the Inokuni family, it was Alu who quietly slipped around the back door to unlock his chains. Yu Yuan, her voice was soft yet imbued with strength. Go to the place that brings you joy, walk the path you choose. As the door creaked open, she watched him run away until that small figure vanished, before gently closing the door behind him. Their reunion came many years later, at the Demon Slayer Core training ground. Alu, wielding the silver-red twin blades, struck toward a wooden post, the glint of the blade illuminating her eyes, radiating an intensity that surpassed her earlier days of instructing Yensheng. From a distance, Yu Yuan-yi's heart skipped a beat. He always found excuses to approach her after training, sometimes inquiring about sword techniques, other times presenting her with a flask of water. Watching her smile as she accepted it, hearing her call him Yu Yuan, filling his heart with a warmth akin to being immersed in gentle waters. He gradually came to understand this peculiar emotion, yet he also clearly observed the way his brother regarded Alu, with a similar degree of concern, perhaps even more so. As he had been the first to gift her a blue lily kimono, Yu Yuan-yi, gathering 3 months' worth of savings, exchanged it for a white fragrance lily kimono. He had chosen the fabric deliberately, soft as a cloud, with delicate fragrance lily patterns embroidered at the collar. He believed this color would complement Alu even more beautifully than the blooms of spring. Standing outside Alu's door, clutching the kimono, his fingertips repeatedly caressed its hem until he heard footsteps from within, prompting him to straighten his back in a flurry. When Alu opened the door, she was adorned in the blue kimono gifted by Yensheng, the lily embroidery glimmering softly in the light. Yu Yuan? She paused, then broke into a smile. Is there something you need? Yu Yuan instinctively concealed the kimono, his voice quieter than usual. "This garment, it suits you well." Alu noticed his small gesture, taking the kimono from him, her fingers brushing over the fragrance lily pattern. Her eyes curving into a crescent. "It's lovely. I will wear it at the next fireworks festival, if that is all right." Those words became the most precious anticipation for Yu Yuan during that period. That night, as he patrolled past the fields blooming with fragrance lilies, he would stop to pick a few, envisioning presenting them to her, and on the way back, he could not help but imagine her standing under the fireworks, clad in the white kimono. As he concluded his night patrol and arrived at the venue of the fireworks festival, the cacophony of voices abruptly transformed into a blurred backdrop. At the center of the crowd, his elder brother stood rigidly, cradling Alu, who wore a pristine indigo yukata, the floral embroidery at the collar untouched by any blemish. Yet, the eyes that had once sparkled with laughter were now tightly shut, never to open again. Yuani froze in place, the fragrant snow orchid in his grasp falling to the ground, its delicate form trampled by the throng. He gazed into his brother's vacant eyes, observing Alu's serene profile, as tranquil as one merely asleep. Memories flooded back of a few hours prior when she had promised to seek him out as soon as the fireworks began. And his heart clenched painfully as if gripped by an unseen force, each breath laced with a dull ache. The white snow orchid yukata that she never had the chance to don would never witness the fireworks it awaited. Much like the unvoiced sentiments that remained forever sealed within this night, devoid of forewarning yet irrevocably incomplete. In the days that followed, his brother, in pursuit of power, succumbed to the curse of eternal damnation, transforming from the once noble Ubuyashiki Yashiro into the bloodthirsty Kokushibo. Harbored within him was no hatred, only an enduring sigh. He upheld his promise to Alu and the mission of the Demon Slayer Corps until his hair turned silver at the temples. In his final moments, he entrusted but one request to a close friend: "Let my grave rest beside Alu's." He departed with tranquility, as if fulfilling a lifelong aspiration. At the moment his soul departed his corporeal form, he lingered before the graves of himself and Alu, observing their tombstones standing side by side in the wilderness. The names etched upon them softened by the winds, yet still closely adjacent. Time slipped by, and suddenly, snow began to fall from the sky, large flakes cascading down, first blanketing the desiccated grass atop Alu's grave, then gradually enveloping his tombstone, ultimately merging the two graves into an expanse of pure white, as though draping them with a shared, warm quilt of snow. His soul observed quietly, a faint smile finally blossoming in his eyes. Although he had not awaited Alu in her white yukata for the fireworks, he found solace in sharing a complete snowfall with her in death. In this lifetime, he chose to protect, to remember, and to rest beside Alu, thus rendering it free from regrets. The frost and snow may fill my head, yet it is still a shared white-haired journey. To Yu Takedo, Alu was the moon that had once graced his fingertips. In her presence, the moonlight was imbued with sweet and sour delights. Without her, only an inexplicable bitterness remained, one he could not comprehend even himself, for he remembered her for so long. Alu's 4 flavors of promise with Takedo began with a piece of malt candy. At that time, Takedo was still a youthful boy, his gaze vacant as he sat atop an altar of incense and candles. When Alu first encountered him, she produced a piece of malt candy wrapped in oiled paper from her sleeve and offered it to him. "First, taste the sweetness. It is the most memorable flavor of the human realm." As Takedo pressed the candy into his mouth, the rich sweetness unfurling within him ignited a glimmer in his eyes for the first time, yet he stubbornly retorted. In their second meeting, Alu presented him with pickled plums. She watched as he pinched one, placing it into his mouth. The sourness made him squint, his tongue instinctively pressing against the roof of his mouth. Yet he could not resist taking another bite. "Sour is also a flavor of the human realm," she remarked with a smile, as if quenching a thirst with a sip of sour juice during a long journey. Takedo found it immensely intriguing. He pocketed the remaining pickled plums, his fingertips brushing against the residue of sugar, realizing the sweetness had grown clearer. For their third encounter, Alu brought a small jar of chili oil, eagerly anticipating his reaction to its spiciness, but he perceived this flavor as reminiscent of Alu, prompting him to desire to draw closer. "Next time, I shall bring the final flavor, bitterness, for it is the one most deserving of remembrance, enhancing the sweetness." Takedo had merely regarded it as a jest, readily complying, even inquiring whether such an intriguing person would be willing to remain by his side. He believed there would always be a next time. Yet, he never anticipated that this next time would become an unfulfilled promise. At that moment, he had already begun to harbor malevolent thoughts, casually influencing a devotee without knowing of the enmity that existed between the devotee and Alu. He remained oblivious to the fact that the other would poison the water at Alu's home. When he later pieced together the truth from the rumors, realizing that his own dark intentions had indirectly led to Alu's demise, A surge of bitter and astringent taste rushed to his throat, more intense than anything he had ever encountered. He recalled Alu's words that bitterness could enhance sweetness. Yet the bitterness on his tongue at that moment could not even bring forth a hint of sweetness. It was the bitterness of loss. The bitterness of having indirectly harmed the one who made their promise, the very flavor he had once scorned, now entwining with his heart like a vine. Each breath laden with a dull ache. He retrieved the desiccated pickled plum from his pocket, placing it in his mouth. The sourness remained. Yet it could no longer mask the boundless bitterness that surged from his heart. For the first time, he understood Alu's insistence on remembering the bitterness. Yet he would have preferred to remain forever ignorant. It turned out that bitterness was far easier to remember than sweetness. It turned out that the most profound suffering was the destruction of the only promise that allowed him to savor the essence of life, leaving no chance for atonement. The chanting below persisted, yet the moonlight and incense filling the hall could not conceal the bitterness lingering on his tongue. He gazed at the moon outside the window, his fingertips unconsciously caressing, as if he could still feel the damp warmth of the moonlit air when Alu had offered him the pickled plums. He was the master able to guide the devotees to nirvana, yet in this moonlit night, he tasted a bitterness so profound that he could not even define it. A bitterness colder than moonlight, lonelier than the empty hall, one that would surpass the passage of years and linger indefinitely. Tonight's moon remains cold, and you have yet to arrive. It is I who has prevented you from bringing the bitterness. Ah, this taste is even harder to swallow than the bitterness never tasted. Miss Yagyu, have I erred?